Chapter 1. Thud. Thud. The sound of a heavy object falling echoed, and Yi Qingzhu tumbled heavily to the ground, her posture utterly disheveled. She couldn't help but let out a groan. Ouch, that hurt. I almost fell to my death, ouch. Muttering to herself, she struggled to rise from the ground, grimacing as she rubbed her sore backside. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was astonished to find herself in an entirely unfamiliar environment. Everything here appeared extraordinarily colossal. Trees that could only be embraced by 3 or 4 people towered into the sky, and the wild grass blades, sharp and wide, seemed capable of easily slicing through human skin. Yi Qingzhu gazed at this peculiar place, cautiously taking 2 steps, only to feel dizzy and lightheaded, as if the weight of her recent fall had yet to dissipate. In resignation, she leaned against a nearby large rock and slowly sat down, intending to rest for a moment. However, the instant she settled, she felt an excruciating headache, as if her skull were about to split, accompanied by a powerful sensation of vertigo. Clutching her head with both hands, she couldn't restrain herself from shouting, "Aw, my head hurts so much." As the pain surged, fragmented images and memories flooded her mind like a tide, leaving Yi Qingzhu in agony. What on earth is happening? She held her head tightly, unable to resist pounding it with her fists. Scenes flickered through her mind like a film, intermingling her own memories with some that did not belong to her. Time seemed to freeze. Minutes, or perhaps hours, passed before Yi Qingzhu finally lifted her head, her gaze foggy as she stared ahead. She did not focus on any particular object, but rather stared blankly into the distance, as if she had lost her point of reference. After a considerable interval, she slowly raised her right hand and tugged at the hem of her left pant leg, inspecting the bite mark on her left calf inflicted by a venomous snake. There, she observed 2 dark puncture wounds, the surrounding flesh torn and her calf swollen and shiny. Fortunately, the bone remained unscathed. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder I felt as though my backside would split open when I fell, and my leg was also stinging painfully, but luckily, it seems the venom has not spread further. What a stroke of misfortune turned into a stroke of luck. Wait, no, this isn't right. Yi Qingzhu vigorously shook her head, attempting to clarify her thoughts. Suddenly, Yi Qingzhu realized that this venom had killed the original Yi Qingzhu belonging to this apocalyptic wasteland world. With her thoughts becoming clearer, the memories in her mind began to merge, and she gradually understood her current situation. Yi Qingzhu was originally a mercenary from an alternate parallel universe, engaged in battle with her teammates against a zombie boss in an abandoned factory. Due to a miscalculation that underestimated the strength of the zombie boss, she and her team met a tragic end. Yet, she had inadvertently crossed over into the body of the Yi Qingzhu who had been bitten by a mutated snake. Typically, encountering a mutated snake would result in being swallowed whole. However, this Yi Qingzhu had been fortunate. Just as the snake lunged at her, a mutated eagle swooped down, forcing it to release its grip. A mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Thus, while the mutated snake bit into her left calf, it was fortuitously struck by the oncoming mutated eagle, sending it tumbling down a cliff. Regrettably, the combination of poisoning and falling off the cliff resulted in the demise of this unfortunate Yi Qingzhu, and she had fortuitously crossed into her body. Yi Qingzhu inspected the injuries on her new body, furrowing her brow as a result of the fall. Not only did she bear the puncture wounds from the snake bite, but her body was also marred with various abrasions. Her arms and legs bore numerous scars that evoked sympathy, while a searing pain radiated from her back. Although she could not see it directly, it must have been a complete mess. Upon examining her wounds, apart from the life-threatening snake bite, the other scrapes and scratches were not of great concern. Fortunately, despite the fall from such a height, she had not suffered any fractures. Yi Qingzhu clenched her teeth, mustering all her strength to apply pressure to the snake bite on her left calf, attempting to expel the venom. She endured the excruciating pain, repeatedly performing this action until the blackened blood was gradually expelled, eventually turning red, at which point she sighed in relief. With a deep exhalation, her body felt as though it had lost all its strength, and she leaned against the rock for a considerable while before raising her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead with her soiled sleeve. As her body gradually regained some strength, Yi Qingzhu attempted to stand, moving her now-numb limbs to ensure there were no fractures, and it seemed she had no internal injuries. As for the area bitten by the mutated snake, although it remained dark and swollen, the immediate threat had diminished. Yi Qingzhu reflected gratefully. Thank goodness I treated the wound in time, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Though she had temporarily escaped the clutches of death, without further action, the wound would be difficult to heal and could potentially lead to more severe complications. Yi Qingzhu understood, while that there would be no ointments available, she would need to find some herbs to apply. If the wound continued to worsen, it would undoubtedly have long-term effects on her already weakened body if not properly addressed. It could lead to bodily dysfunction and ultimately threaten her life. Though she had fortuitously gained another chance at life through this inexplicable crossing, she believed that dying once more would not grant her the same luck again. She recalled her past life as a mercenary in the apocalypse, where she not only possessed exceptional combat skills, but had also acquired a wealth of survival techniques and herbal knowledge. In that brutal world, every day was a struggle on the brink of life and death, and every skill could serve as a lifeline. During her downtime, she would venture into the mountains to gather herbs, crafting antidotes, hemostatics, and insect repellents for herself. As she pondered the herbs that could counteract venom, another set of memories belonging to the original Yi Qingzhu surfaced in her mind. In this wasteland world, both flora and fauna were susceptible to viral infection and mutation. These mutated organisms fell into categories of high, medium, and low pollution, while unpolluted varieties had become almost non-existent. At least, the original Yi Qingzhu had never encountered any. Not only were plants and animals infected and mutated by the virus, but the soil and water were also contaminated. Highly polluted organisms or water were inedible and unusable. Consumption of highly contaminated food would lead to infection, with severe cases resulting in death. Medium polluted items could be consumed in small quantities, while low polluted items were deemed safe to eat. This was the initial standard for sustenance in the wasteland. However, as the world descended into a wasteland, those low polluted or unpolluted items became exceedingly rare. To survive, relying solely on low polluted or unpolluted food was utterly impractical, as such organisms were few and far between. Perhaps it was the tenacity of life, or perhaps the resilience of the people's bodies was gradually adapting, that consuming medium polluted food did not necessarily lead to death. Finding medium polluted food was already a significant stroke of luck for most individuals living on the fringes of this wasteland. Medium pollution was considered viable sustenance. Securing medium polluted food was already a considerable fortune. Often, people went days without even finding that. Succumbing to hunger was a common occurrence. Moreover, due to pollution, acid rain would occasionally descend, corroding human bodies. Therefore, when acid rain fell, it was imperative to find shelter. Otherwise, a single downpour could claim lives. In addition to the everyday threat of acid rain, there were sudden temperature drops, heat waves, cold snaps, freezing rain, hail, and toxic smog, all contributing to various natural disasters. The flora and fauna in this wasteland were not immune to these calamities. They underwent mutations as well. Some merely grew larger, while others experienced genetic mutations that transformed once docile animals into ferocious beasts, and plants exhibited bizarre changes. This was not the end. Due to soil contamination, cultivating normal plants became exceedingly challenging. Thus, people were nearly entirely reliant on scavenging to sustain their livelihoods. The term scavenging here referred to the act of searching for edible food or usable items. With the aid of the original owner's memories, Yi Qingzhu gained a preliminary understanding of this wasteland world. In summary, this world was far more arduous than the apocalyptic world she had previously inhabited. After all, in her former apocalyptic life, the primary threats she faced came from zombies and mutated animals, and the plants had not undergone mutations. The land was untainted, allowing her to cultivate food as long as she found a suitable location and seeds. However, in this desolate world, everything has become exceedingly arduous here. Cultivating normal plants proves to be an overwhelming challenge. As these thoughts crossed her mind, fragments of other memories resurfaced in Yi Qingzhu's mind. The mutations in this world seemed to extend beyond flora and fauna. Humans too were affected, with some individuals possessing peculiar abilities. These abilities, referred to as extraordinary powers, varied widely, and those endowed with such gifts had a greater chance of survival, albeit their numbers were alarmingly few. Among those with formidable abilities, the majority were found within the ranks of the base's military or scattered across various mercenary groups. Ironically, the original Yi Qingzhu possessed an ability related to agriculture, yet she feared exposure and being deemed an outcast. Moreover, her extraordinary power lacked any means of self-defense, which is why she had never confided in anyone about it. Upon reflecting on these memories, Yi Qingzhu found a glimmer of hope in this unforgiving wasteland. With her unique ability, she believed that her chances of survival had improved, albeit only marginally. It afforded her the opportunity to cultivate uncontaminated food. Unfortunately, the original Yi Qingzhu was utterly destitute, having lost her parents to a devastating acid rain incident, where they were corroded by the toxic downpour and unable to afford medical treatment, ultimately succumbing to their fate. Her dwelling was a mere shanty located on the outskirts of Base 8. After recalling these memories, Yi Qingzhu was struck by the profound difficulty of merely surviving. Yet, regardless of the hardships and anguish, the instinct to live prevailed within her. With a clearer understanding of her situation, Yi Qingzhu regained some strength and noticed that time was slipping away. She needed to hurry back, for nighttime in the wilderness was akin to courting death. Fortunately, she was somewhat familiar with the terrain, needing only to navigate around the towering cliff before she could return home. The journey from the cliff to her residence would take approximately an hour. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on with her battered body. After a few steps, however, Yi Qingzhu suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, accompanied by dizziness confounded by her sudden weakness. She pondered whether it was due to poisoning or the injuries sustained from her fall. The more she contemplated, the more disoriented she became, her limbs growing increasingly feeble. It was only when a rumbling sound emanated from her stomach that Yi Qingzhu realized it was not poison afflicting her, but rather hunger. The original host had been pursued by a mutated snake today precisely because she had been unable to find food for several consecutive days, her desperation driving her to this area in hopes of fortune. Little did she know that instead of finding sustenance, she would encounter a mutated snake and ultimately lose her life. Yi Qingzhu speculated that even if the original host had foreseen such a fate, she would have still ventured out, for staying behind would lead to starvation, while venturing forth afforded at least a slim chance of finding food. Since staying in would result in death just as surely as going out, it was better to take the risk. Yet, the original host was profoundly unfortunate, leaving her no opportunity to succeed. The torment of hunger was unbearable. Yi Qingzhu felt as if her insides were at odds with one another. Craving sustenance, the mere thought of food intensified her hunger further. As she gazed at the mutated wild grasses by the roadside, an impulse to take a bite surged within her, yet it was her lingering rationality that ultimately restrained her. Yi Qingzhu looked at the wild grasses towering over her and felt an overwhelming desire to dig up a few roots to eat. However, this was a wasteland, a realm marred by pollution and mutation. Even the edible wild grass roots were hard to come by. After all, the wild grasses growing by the roadside had been subjected to countless inspections, their safety levels scrutinized by a device resembling a wristwatch, worn snugly on one's arm. This device served not only to assess pollution levels, but also acted as a multifunctional identity verifier, housing all personal information. Reflecting on this, Yi Qingzhu lifted her right hand to examine the detection device strapped to her wrist. Recalling its functionalities, she meticulously explored its capabilities. It could gauge the pollution levels and toxicity of flora and fauna, identify individuals, provide location tracking, facilitate communication, and even enable video calls. Yet, her contact list was sparse. After familiarizing herself with the device, she aimed it at the wild grasses by the roadside. Unsurprisingly, none of them were safe for consumption. Glancing up at the setting sun, Yi Qingzhu felt a wave of despair wash over her. Oh no! Was she destined to be the first person to perish from hunger upon her arrival in this new world? This was utterly tragic, blue and shriveled, like a withered mushroom. With hunger, fatigue, and thirst weighing heavily upon her, she recalled that the original owner of this body had once carried a homemade water bottle. Now, lost after tumbling down the cliff, unable to find sustenance, Yi Qingzhu slowly retraced her steps. The frail body she inhabited, already weakened and injured, had endured days without food, and she fell on the brink of collapse. The thought of collapsing by the roadside haunted her. Should that happen, she feared she might never rise again. No, she must hold on and proceed slowly. After an indeterminate time, Yi Qingzhu finally reached the opposite side of the cliff. At this point, her lips had turned pale and cracked, bleeding slightly, and she felt as if she might topple over at any moment. Her steps grew smaller and slower. Her head spinning, she needed to find a place to rest. Spotting a sturdy branch lying amidst the grass, she cautiously approached and picked it up to use as a walking stick. With the branch in hand, she leaned against a large rock nearby and surveyed her surroundings. Behind her loomed the steep cliff. In front sprawled a wild expanse of grasses and shrubs, and further ahead lay a river. Yi Qingzhu, parched with thirst, longed to drink from the river, but the memories of the original owner warned her. The water was polluted and undrinkable. Never mind. There was no point in exerting herself further. This body was on the verge of breaking down. Her bleary eyes scanned the barren land ahead, and suddenly she noticed something in the distance. Straining to see, she discerned what appeared to be wild fruit. Should she venture forth to investigate? She hesitated, knowing that generally, the edible wild vegetables and fruits along the roadside had long been picked clean, leaving only the highly contaminated remnants. Yet this was the only potentially edible site around. If she didn't try, she would surely starve. With a determined grit, Yi Qingzhu slowly dragged her weary body toward the fruit. After a laborious trek, she finally arrived at the patch of wild fruit. Upon closer inspection, the fruit resembled oversized raspberries, each one nearly the size of her two fists. The vibrant red fruits exuded a delightful aroma, causing her mouth to water in anticipation. Yet, her last shred of reason prevailed, and she proceeded to test the raspberries for contamination. This raspberry bush had also undergone significant mutation. Its thick, sturdy stems extended over 20 meters, laden with luscious red fruits. Yi Qingzhu meticulously tested each raspberry, using a fragment of a blade from her pocket to puncture the fruit and allow the detection device to assess it. The first raspberry beeped, a high level of pollution, not recommended for consumption. The second, another high level, not recommended. The third, yet again, a high level not recommended. The beeping continued, weighing heavily on Yi Qingzhu's heart. After testing more than half of the bush, not a single edible fruit had been found. Her hands trembled, whether from hunger or the relentless beeping she could not tell, but the detection device felt increasingly burdensome, as though it might slip from her grip. Lacking the strength to continue, she paused, inhaling deeply to steady her emotions. Yi Qingzhu, she chided herself, remained calm. There are still more raspberries to test. Surely one must be edible. Encouraged by her own words, she took a moment to regain her composure before resuming her testing of the remaining raspberries. The beeping sound had become somewhat numbing, a mechanical repetition that left her mind blank. Beep, moderate pollution, suggested moderate consumption. Wait, did the device just say what she thought it did? For a moment, she was taken aback. Moderate pollution? Doubting her ears, she tested again. Beep, moderate pollution, suggested moderate consumption. Oh heavens! At last, one raspberry was deemed safe for consumption, and tears of joy welled in Yi Qingzhu's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she plucked the edible raspberry and took a generous bite. The burst of flavor and sweetness was exquisite. So starved was she that she devoured it in mere moments. After finishing the raspberry, Yi Qingzhu felt rejuvenated. Energized, she continued to examine the remaining raspberries. Though scavengers rarely frequented this area, it was still possible for others to pass by, especially as this was the time for their return journey. She needed to hasten her pace. Beep, moderate pollution, suggested moderate consumption. Yi Qingzhu completed her assessment of the entire raspberry bush, excluding the one she had just eaten. To her elation, she discovered 2 more moderate pollution raspberries, and she felt as if she might soar with delight. Holding the 2 raspberries in her hand, she never imagined she would one day weep tears of joy over 2 moderately polluted fruits. Though hunger still gnawed at her, she resolved to save these fruits to take home. After all, it remains uncertain when food will be found again. Thus, It is imperative to exercise restraint over one's desires and hunger, carefully placing the 2 raspberries into a tattered cloth bag that bears a small hole. Although the bag is damaged, the hole is not substantial enough for the raspberries to escape. With the raspberries in tow, Yi Qingzhu gradually makes her way homeward. As she passes through a desolate area, she notices a large patch of mugwort by the roadside. The fragrance of the mugwort is distinctive, and when crushed, it can alleviate stagnation and possesses certain hemostatic properties. This is precisely what Yi Qingzhu requires. Seizing the moment, she inspects the patch and fortuitously discovers an entire plant that is minimally contaminated. With great care, she uproots it, contemplating the possibility of planting it later. With mugwort in hand and raspberry secured, Yi Qingzhu quickens her pace towards the base. Upon reaching the other side of the cliff, she finds herself on a relatively broad path, a necessary route for scavengers returning to the base. Spotting fellow scavengers, Yi Qingzhu breathes a sigh of relief, grateful to finally see other people. However, this relief is tempered by an increased sense of caution. As she merges into the crowd, she carefully observes those around her. The returnees are numerous, and a quick glance reveals that nearly all of them are gaunt, their clothing riddled with patches, some even in tatters. Most wear expressions of numbness, moving like puppets devoid of spirit. Yet a few cast furtive glances, appearing shifty as they size up potential targets. In this lawless wasteland, the basic tenets of moral conduct have long since eroded. Until one reaches the safety of the base, robbery and deceit are rampant, for human life has become inconsequential. Yi Qingzhu shifts the bag containing the raspberries to the front just as a nearby middle-aged woman approaches. With a feigned smile plastered on her face, she inquires, "Little girl, with so much mugwort, it seems you had quite a fruitful day, didn't you?" Though Yi Qingzhu is already 20 years old, her prolonged state of hunger has stunted her growth, rendering her slight and diminutive, giving the impression of being merely 16 or 17. The woman, sensing Yi Qingzhu's frailty and solitude, likely views her as an easy target. Her probing questions are not subtle, drawing the attention of others who now scrutinize the contents of Yi Qingzhu's bag, eager to discern its secrets. Yi Qingzhu, aware of the prying eyes, smiles and replies, "My family's mat needs new grass, so I took the liberty of gathering some mugwort to dry for home." As she speaks, she lifts the mugwort slightly for the woman to see. The woman, undeterred, persists, "I see your bag holds something too. What treasures do you possess? If you find something edible, do share with everyone. We must help one another in these trying times." Yi Qingzhu internally scoffs at the woman's words, but maintains an innocent facade. She responds sweetly, "The bag contains wildflowers I found by the roadside. They caught my eye, so I thought to take them home." As she speaks, she slightly opens the cloth bag, allowing the woman a glimpse. Upon confirming that the bag contains little of value, the woman finally relents in her inquiry. The scrutinizing gazes around them dissipate. Feeling a sense of relief at having prepared for this encounter, Yi Qingzhu feigns curiosity and asks, "Auntie, your basket is brimming with wild vegetables. Where did you find them? As you mentioned, we should support each other in these difficult times." The crowd, hearing her words, resumes their inquisitive stares. The woman, initially intent on probing Yi Qingzhu, finds herself on the defensive and mumbles, "Oh, you must be mistaken. It's merely a few wild grasses." With that, she hastens away. Yi Qingzhu watches the woman retreat with a smirk, noticing several figures hastening in the same direction. Yet, a few eyes remain fixated on her. Sensing the lingering scrutiny, Yi Qingzhu hastens her steps toward the base. Once within its confines, the dynamics of robbery change significantly. If caught stealing or robbing, one risks expulsion from the community. Although everyone resides at the outer fringes of the base, it is still preferable to the wilderness. In the past, Yi Qingzhu would have dismissed the leering glances of those around her without concern. Such frail beings would have posed no threat, easily subdued. However, in her current state, she is as vulnerable as the rest, her body weakened and weary from the journey, making confrontation ill-advised. With urgency, Yi Qingzhu finally arrives at her original home just before sunset. She retrieves the key from the bag and opens the door in one fluid motion. Inside, she surveys her surroundings. The dwelling, no more than a modest structure of approximately 10 square meters, is constructed from wood and bamboo. The roof is half wooden and half made of a transparent material, the exact nature of which remains a mystery. In the original owner's impression, this place was quite solid. Such a design rendered the interior remarkably bright. The furnishings within were rather simple. Against the wall stood a bamboo bed, measuring 1.5 meters, adorned with a straw mat and a tattered cotton quilt. On the floor lay a somewhat worn bamboo basket. To the right upon entering, there was a chipped iron pot alongside 3 cracked bowls and 2 wooden barrels filled with water, one of which was nearly full. This water was fetched daily from the base's water source. Upon seeing the clean water in the barrel, Yi Qingzhu took a bowl and drank deeply from it, feeling the scratchiness in her throat ease somewhat afterward. To her left was a modest wooden table, accompanied by 2 stools fashioned from tree stumps. After surveying the meager contents of her home, Yi Qingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of hardship and poverty. The most valuable item in the household was likely the chipped iron pot. She placed the raspberries from her pocket onto the table, along with some low-pollution mugwort, discarding the rest of her excess belongings aside. The mutated mugwort had grown remarkably tall, some reaching 4 to 5 meters in height, with leaves that had become broad and robust. The stalk of mugwort she held was over 2 meters tall, with quite a few leaves. Yi Qingzhu intended to pluck a few leaves to chew and apply to her wounds, looking at her grimy self, and then outside at the still brightening sky. She decided to store the mugwort and raspberries in a cloth bag beneath the bed before heading out with the wooden barrel to fetch more water. Regardless, she needed to cleanse herself. The odor clinging to her was unbearable. Relying on her memory, she made her way to the water source, relieved that the base allowed water collection at any time, as long as it was not wasted. By now, it was late, and no one else was there to queue. She quickly filled her barrel to the brim. After laboriously hauling the water back home, she retrieved a clean cloth from a nearby bamboo rack and began to wipe herself down, initially contemplating whether to heat the water. She reconsidered due to the scarcity of firewood and the fact that she only had 1 iron pot. Thus, she decided a simple wash would suffice. After considerable effort, she finally managed to cleanse herself thoroughly. Next, she retrieved the mugwort from the hole in the ground, chewed a few leaves, and applied them to her wounds. By the time she completed these tasks, it was already quite late. Exhausted from the day's tribulations, Yi Qingzhu collapsed onto the bamboo bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. Before dawn had fully arrived, a faint rustling stirred her from her slumber. Slowly opening her eyes, she extended her right hand and glanced at the time displayed on her monitor, 5 o'clock sharp. Despite the fatigue from the previous day's exertions, her biological clock dictated her timely awakening. Stretching her aching body, she rolled out of bed, washed her face, and rinsed her mouth, feeling more alert. Upon opening the door to check the outside world, she found it still dim. Closing the door behind her, she took the raspberries from the hole in the ground, sliced one in half, and consumed it. Although she yearned for more, the scant provisions available in her home made it impossible to satiate her hunger, and she had to consider her next meal. After finishing the raspberry, she noticed the water in the barrel was nearly depleted. Seizing the opportunity of the early hour when fewer people were about, she decided to fetch another bucket of water. As she walked with the water bucket, she observed that many others were already venturing out. Yi Qingzhu quickened her pace toward the water source. Upon arrival, she found a line of people waiting to fill their containers. In this world where food was scarce, it was no surprise that people had grown accustomed to rising early in search of sustenance. The line was short, and soon it was her turn. Just as she filled her bucket and turned to leave, she heard someone address her. "Ah, Qingzhu, why are you out so early to fetch water?" It was a woman, Aunt Li, whom Yi Qingzhu recognized from her memories as one of the few acquaintances she could converse with. Aunt Li had a family of 6, including her in-laws, and her husband, Zhu Jun, was a skilled carpenter. They had 2 children, a daughter named Zhu Xiaohua, who was about Yi Qingzhu's age and occasionally foraged for food with her, and a son, Zhu Xiaolin, who was around 10 years old. Thanks to Zhu Jun's woodworking skills, their living conditions were significantly better than Yi Qingzhu's, though they still only managed to meet basic needs and avoid starvation. Since they were familiar, Yi Qingzhu politely replied, "The water at home has run out, so I thought I'd come fetch some while it was still early." Upon hearing her response, Aunt Li forced a somewhat strained smile and said, "Oh, you've already filled your bucket?" Then you should head back. Yi Qingzhu detected the insincerity in her words, but chose not to engage further. She lifted her bucket and walked away slowly. As she passed Aunt Li, she caught a faint murmur. How strange, she's suddenly so diligent. Though Aunt Li's voice was low, Yi Qingzhu's keen ears picked it up. However, she paid no mind to Aunt Li's comment. After all, the original owner had never been one to rise early for water, typically waiting until dawn to venture out. Yi Qingzhu felt indifferent about the original owner's habits. Each person lived their own life, and others were unlikely to care. Life was already challenging enough for her, without the energy to concern herself with the affairs of others. Understanding that survival in this desolate world was arduous, she realized she had to continuously strive and struggle for her existence. After returning home with the water, she found no further tasks awaiting her. The effort of carrying the bucket had left her breathless, a testament to her poor physical condition. Although her injuries prevented her from engaging in strenuous exercise, she felt the need for some movement. So she performed a simple set of Tai Chi. By the time she finished exercising, the sky was beginning to lighten. Inspecting her wounds, she noted that while they had not improved, they also had not worsened. Particularly, the bite from the mutated snake was merely swollen and showed no signs of infection, which was a positive sign. After assessing her condition, Yi Qingzhu resolved to leave early that day, both to search for food and to look for low-pollution soil. The mugwort she had brought back required such soil for planting. She contemplated that if she could not find any, she would return home early. Despite possessing the memories of the original owner, Yi Qingzhu remained unfamiliar with her surroundings. She resolved to explore and familiarize herself further. After making her plans, she set off, carrying a cloth bag filled with water and a half-broken blade. Before departing, she contemplated whether to take the remaining half of the raspberries she had for breakfast, ultimately deciding it prudent to bring it along. As finding food later that day was uncertain, the raspberry would stave off hunger, at least temporarily. The other half was hidden away in a burrow. Though there were patrols within the base area, there always existed individuals willing to take risks for easy gains, leading to frequent occurrences of homes being ransacked. Fortunately, the original owner's house had a lock, providing at least a semblance of security, albeit insufficient to deter determined intruders. Upon reaching the main gate of the base, Yi Qingzhu noted a multitude of early risers like herself, some alone, others in small groups, and even families venturing out together. She blended into the crowd, gradually making her way towards the outskirts. Upon reaching a fork in the road at the cliff's edge, the crowd began to disperse, each selecting their own path. Yi Qingzhu pondered her choices and ultimately decided to head towards the location where she had discovered low-pollution mugwort the previous day. Her earlier inspection of the mugwort had been rushed, leaving much unexamined, and beyond lay a stretch of wasteland dotted with wild grasses that warranted investigation. After more than an hour of walking, she finally arrived at the mugwort site. Wasting no time, she commenced her examination, eager to complete it before the sun's intensity rose too high, which could result in harmful radiation exposure. This wasteland world was fraught not only with viral infections, but also radiation pollution. Certain areas were so radiated that human entry was perilous. Prolonged exposure to such zones could severely impair bodily functions or even prove fatal. Yi Qingzhu meticulously tested a wide expanse of mugwort. It failed to find any moderately polluted patches. Stretching her aching back, she felt her lips crack from dehydration and took a sip of water before resuming her work. Alongside the mugwort, she also examined the soil. Listening to the beeping notifications, she strove to maintain her composure and focus on her task. Even as the sun rose higher, she still had not detected any edible low-radiation mugwort or usable soil. Realizing her skin was beginning to sting from the sun's rays, Yi Qingzhu understood it was time to seek refuge. Scanning her surroundings, she decided to head towards a nearby grove, where she found a suitable spot to rest. Not far from her, she noticed others sitting on the ground, hydrating themselves. After surveying the area, she leaned against a stone and closed her eyes, the morning's labor having intensified her aches. Yet, she knew she could not afford to cease her efforts. Even while her eyes were shut, she remained vigilant to the sound around her, refusing to fully relax. Among the resting individuals was someone she recognized, specifically the one who had saved her life. 2 years prior, After the death of her parents, Yi Qingzhu had ventured out alone in search of food and was unfortunate enough to encounter a pack of mutated wild boars. Fortunately, she had crossed paths with a mercenary group on a mission, who rescued her from certain doom. Though the group had saved her, it was the stoic and silent figure of Xie who had directly intervened. In this harsh world, assistance from mercenaries often came with expectations of repayment. At that time, Yi Qingzhu had nothing to offer, no credits, no valuables. Naturally, the wild boar she had encountered were claimed by the mercenaries, and her rescue was purely an act of kindness. A rarity in this desolate landscape. Yi Qingzhu tightened her grip on her bag as she observed the group before her. Eventually, one of them broke the silence, inquiring, "What do you have in your bag?" "It smells floral." The scent of the mutated locust tree blossoms was quite potent. In her haste to escape, Yi Qingzhu had neglected to mask it, having picked several clusters of blossoms during her flight. She glanced at the 5 individuals across from her, her gaze finally resting on Xie Bai, whose name she recognized from hearing his companions call him. In a soft voice, she replied, "Not far ahead. There's a locust tree in the grove. Its blossoms are edible, but there's a massive beehive in the tree." After a moment's consideration, she decided to share this information with them, not only out of gratitude for their past assistance, but also because they had already caught a whiff of the locust blossoms. Upon hearing Yi Qingzhu mention the edible blossoms, the group's attention swiftly shifted to Xie Bai, exclaiming, "Captain!" Their faces reflected excitement. In this wasteland, even mercenaries could not guarantee daily sustenance. However, when they learned of the beehive, their expressions changed, and they regarded Yi Qingzhu with newfound respect. Astonished that she had dared to gather blossoms from beneath a tree swarming with bees. It was well known that mutated bees were lethal. Xie Bai, perceptive to his team's thoughts, inquired, "Given your urgency, did you provoke the bees?" Yi Qingzhu was not surprised by his astuteness and replied honestly, "I didn't provoke them. I simply did not notice the bees at first. Once I did, I fled immediately." After a pause, she added, "The hive is enormous, and the bees are quite large." Xie Bai pressed further, "What do you seek in sharing this information?" Yi Qingzhu hesitated before responding, "I wonder if you recall saving me 2 years ago. This information serves as my gratitude for your life-saving actions." Upon hearing her words, a faint smile flickered at the corners of Xie Bai's mouth as he remarked, "You're quite clever." Without waiting for her to respond, he led his team towards the locust tree. As she watched them depart, Yi Qingzhu hurried back. In truth, the matter of the locust tree and honey was not particularly significant for them. After all, they could still harvest the blossoms and hunt the bees without her input, potentially acquiring low-pollution honey. In the wild, nothing truly belonged to anyone. The powerful claimed what they desired, even without revealing the information. Yi Qingzhu did not believe she could safeguard her discovery. Moreover, a formidable threat loomed from the tree, as it was impossible for her to single-handedly vanquish the swarm of bees. With their presence, the prospect of gathering acacia blossoms became exceedingly challenging. It was unlikely that she would always be fortunate enough to avoid provoking them. Li Qingzhu plucked some wild grass from the roadside, tucking it into her pocket, not only to conceal the acacia blossoms, but also to mask any lingering scents. However, as the hour was still early and the path home was sparsely populated, she successfully returned to her dwelling. Upon arriving home, Li Qingzhu secured the door and retrieved all the acacia blossoms, placing them into a subterranean cavity beneath her bed, alongside the raspberries for safekeeping. Afterward, she filled a bowl with water and drank it all in one go, finally feeling rejuvenated. Although her stomach grumbled with hunger, it was a discomfort she could endure. Glancing at the sky, Li Qingzhu hurriedly set out again, this time intending to explore the market at the base. While she possessed a general understanding gleaned from the original owner's memories, it was imperative to see it for herself. As the original owner seldom visited the market and thus had limited familiarity with it. In this desolate world, there existed a total of 12 bases, each overseen by a base leader who managed the entire facility and held ultimate authority. Li Qingzhu's base, designated as Base 8, was situated in the southwestern region. The entire compound was encircled by towering walls and composed of a unique material designed to thwart the invasion of mutated beasts. As for the identity of the base leader, It was beyond the knowledge of someone like Leaf Qingzhu, a peripheral figure who had no access to such individuals. The only authority she could interact with was the small administrator responsible for overseeing her living area, a figure she had only glimpsed from afar. Given that her residence was located in the most marginal and least secure part of the base. Nevertheless, the original owner possessed a home, which was a small mercy amidst the desolation. Following the contours of her memory, Leaf Qingzhu soon reached the market. In the center stood an official trading hall where various items could be exchanged. Surrounding this hall were private stalls and small shops, where individuals had set up makeshift stand to sell handmade or scavenged goods. The assortment was eclectic, primarily consisting of second-hand items. Leaf Qingzhu perused the trading hall and then entered a nearby shop, which was well-stocked, though all items required points for purchase. Points could be accrued by selling edible wild vegetables, fruits, animal pelts, crystals, or various scavenged materials. The shopkeeper, a portly man with a benevolent demeanor, was known as Bosley. He merely glanced up when Leaf Qingzhu entered, silently permitting her to browse, as those in need would call upon him. A quick survey revealed that the shop offered nutritional supplements, priced at 60 points each, with those nearing expiration at 30 points. These supplements were essential for satiating hunger in the Wasteland, yet regrettably, Leaf Qingzhu could not afford them. She had not a single point to her name. Realizing that all items here required points for acquisition, she checked her balance, 0. Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented her dire circumstances. With nothing to exchange for points, she could only observe. After meandering through the shop and gaining a general understanding, she decided to leave and continue her exploration elsewhere. In truth, her wandering was merely for the sake of familiarity, as she could not purchase anything nor had anything to offer in exchange for points. Oh well, at least this outing allows me to learn, Leaf Qingzhu consoled herself, recognizing the types of items that could be traded or acquired with points. After several laps around the market, she felt sufficiently informed and prepared to head home. In this market, goods could be exchanged directly or obtained through point redemption, with clear regulations governing the latter. Direct exchanges depended on individual needs and the assessed value of one's possessions. Leaf Qingzhu, however, found herself devoid of points. Left to ponder her limited offerings, a stalk of mugwort and a single raspberry, along with the acacia blossoms she had gathered, all of which were essential to her survival and thus not viable for point exchange. Despite this, she did not succumb to despair, as many others often went days without food, while she had been fortunate enough to gather sustenance for 2 consecutive days. Perhaps this was a sign of beginner's luck. She mused. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she arrived home. Once inside, she wiped her body with a cloth and chewed the mugwort, applying it to her wounds, particularly the one inflicted by the mutated snake. After carefully cleaning and dressing the injury, she noticed a slight reduction in the swelling that had previously been so pronounced. Leaf Qingzhu was uncertain whether the improvement was due to the mugwort or the resilience of those who survived in this harsh world. Such wounds would have been deemed severe even in a civilized society, lacking sufficient medical supplies and unable to suture. Survival relied solely on the body's natural healing, a situation that was, by all accounts, remarkable. Yet, Leaf Qingzhu was not alone in this struggle. Most people endured illness or injury through sheer willpower, and those who survived were deemed fortunate, while those who did not would await the next life. The entire stalk of mugwort measured around 4 to 5 meters in length, with approximately 30 to 40 leaves, ample supply for the time being. However, she longed to find suitable soil for cultivation. After all, if she could nurture it well, it would provide a sustainable resource rather than a fleeting one. Speaking of cultivation, an idea struck her. The original owner possessed the ability to manipulate wood, seemingly capable of planting and accelerating the growth of flora. Yet, it appeared the original owner had seldom utilized this power. How could it be activated? Would using this ability alleviate her worries about future food shortages? As she pondered, Leaf Qingzhu scrutinized the mugwort, contemplating how to harness this power. Was it as simple as reciting an incantation? But what words would she utter? Open sesame, she scoffed, smacking her lips in disbelief. Such nonsense. Perhaps it was akin to the ancient rituals she had seen in films, where one danced around seeds in supplication. She chuckled at her own absurdity, What was she even thinking? Surely, such notions were impractical. Frustrated, she pondered how the original owner had discovered their powers. It seemed to have occurred during a food-gathering expedition when, in a moment of panic, the original owner had clutched a wild vegetable, causing it to grow uncontrollably. This incident had startled her so much that she had dropped the vegetable and fled in terror. Returning home, she collapsed into bed, appearing utterly exhausted. Subsequently, the original owner had secretly experimented with wild vegetables but observed no reaction. Afterward, the original owner ceased her attempts, partly due to fear of being discovered, and partly because she did not comprehend how the wild vegetables had been stimulated to grow initially. Yi Qingzhu held a handful of mugwort, murmuring to herself, yet the herb remained unchanged. After much futile effort, she temporarily abandoned the task, reassuring herself that there was no rush and she would conduct her research gradually. Placing the mugwort back into the burrow, she retrieved raspberries and acacia flowers. Intending to concoct a soup, she washed the only pot in the house, lit a fire to boil water, and, recalling that the original owner had some firewood left, she found no trouble in preparing the soup. After slicing a third of the raspberries and cleaning a bunch of acacia flowers, she combined them in the pot to simmer. With no seasonings available at home, she simply cooked them until done and ladled the soup into a bowl. The flavor was neither particularly delightful nor distasteful. Given the current state of affairs, it was hardly the time to be picky. Anything that could fill her stomach was deemed satisfactory. After finishing the raspberry and acacia soup, Yi Qingzhu felt somewhat sated. This was sufficient. Consuming more might lead to a shortage of food later. Once she tidied up, the sky began to darken, and without the translucent roof, her home would have been shrouded in darkness. Contemplating her situation, she rushed to the space beneath her bed to rummage through the original owner's clothing. Among the items was a thick cotton jacket, quite old and patched in numerous places, yet it was clean and the only substantial garment available. The remainder consisted of thinner, worn clothes, all impeccably washed. Yi Qingzhu selected a set of clothing to change into before stepping outside to fetch water for washing. At this point, washing simply meant rinsing with water, as there were no soaps or detergents to be found. It was not that such products did not exist in this world. Rather, the original owner could not afford them, and neither could Yi Qingzhu at present. Sighing heavily, she hurried to collect water. Furthermore, she had yet to wash the clothes she had worn yesterday. Though now in tatters, they could still serve a purpose and were not to be discarded. After washing the clothes, she fashioned a makeshift drying rack from branches beneath the transparent roof, where the sun would eventually dry them. If these garments were left outside, even a scrap of cloth would likely be stolen. Having organized everything, Yi Qingzhu prepared to rest, conserving her strength for the next day's scavenging. The following morning, long before dawn, her biological clock roused her punctually. Despite her body aching, she gritted her teeth and rose. In the apocalyptic world she had previously inhabited, she had awakened at 5 each morning to maintain her physical prowess. Even after her soul had traversed into this new existence, that habit persisted. Although her current physique was ill-suited for vigorous exercise, some light movement was necessary to prevent deterioration. Survival in this world was more challenging, and possessing good physical fitness was paramount. If she could return to her former peak condition, encountering mutated creatures in the wilderness would not be entirely daunting. Yet for now, it was best to refrain from reckless thoughts. Survival was paramount. With a multitude of thoughts swirling in her mind, Yi Qingzhu completed her brief workout and began preparing breakfast. Again, raspberry and acacia soup. After consuming the soup, she tidied up and prepared to set out for scavenging. As she departed, the sky was just beginning to brighten, yet many scavengers were already on the move. Yi Qingzhu joined the throng and, upon reaching the gathering area, found the sun had risen. She decided to return to the acacia tree from yesterday, choosing a suitable distance to observe it. The beehive was gone, and the acacia flowers had been largely picked clean. The few remaining seemed inedible, prompting a sigh from Yi Qingzhu as she continued onward in search of other scavenging opportunities. Her current lack of strength prevented her from competing with others for resources. She needed to bide her time and gradually improve. After walking for about an hour, she arrived at the bank of a small river. The waterside was lush with vegetation, the grass towering 3 to 4 meters high, while enormous green grasshoppers leapt about in the underbrush. These grasshoppers, commonly known as locusts, are notorious agricultural pests that can devastate crops during a locust plague. Watching them made Yi Qingzhu drool. She wondered if these grasshoppers were edible. They seemed to be, as she recalled encountering various fried insects during her travels. At this point, she would not even disdain the flesh of mosquito legs. Resolute, she set about capturing these sizable grasshoppers, each measuring about a meter in length, their robust hind legs suggesting substantial meat. Fortunately, these grasshoppers, despite their size, were non-aggressive and preferred to munch on the lush grass. However, their remarkable jumping ability allowed them to spring 2 to 3 meters away, making them difficult to catch. After much effort, Yi Qingzhu managed to catch one, only to discover it was highly contaminated. Undeterred, she continued her pursuit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all equally contaminated. Frustration welled within her. Not only was it hard to catch them, but none were fit for consumption. Weary from her futile efforts, Yi Qingzhu leaned against a tree to rest and hydrate. While resting, she contemplated how to catch these leaping grasshoppers more effectively, as her current method was painfully slow. If only she had a net. Observing her surroundings, she noticed a palm tree nearby, its fronds large enough to weave into a simple net. Approaching the palm tree, she noted its impressive height and touched the trunk. This body had never climbed a tree before. She was uncertain if she could manage it, but decided to give it a try. After all, climbing had once been second nature to her. Embracing the trunk, she felt no awkwardness and swiftly ascended. However, the thicker leaf stalks were challenging to break. Reluctantly, she resorted to tugging and tearing the fronds, discarding several as she worked. When she encountered thinner stalks, she snapped them off directly. After some time, she had gathered a considerable amount of palm fronds on the ground and climbed down. Once on the ground, Yi Qingzhu began weaving the net, finding the manual task quite manageable. Although the loose-fitting attire may not be particularly appealing, its functionality remains paramount. Here, the grasshoppers are of considerable size, alleviating concerns of them escaping through the mesh. After skillfully crafting the palm net, Qingzhu found a suitable spot to place it, patiently awaiting the grasshoppers to take the bait. The verdant palm leaves closely resemble the wild grass, ensuring the grasshopper's attraction is not a concern. All that remained was the virtue of patience. With the net set, Qingzhu observed the sparse zongzi leaves on the ground, each exhibiting serrated edges. An idea sparked in her mind, binding these leaf stems with the remaining zongzi leaves, creating a makeshift weapon. After all, she currently possessed no real means of self-defense, so anything was better than nothing. Having fashioned a few, Qingzhu strolled to the riverside, peering into the depths of the water. The river appeared to be quite deep, leaving her uncertain if fish or shrimp inhabited its waters. However, lacking any fishing gear, she felt reluctant to venture into the river, uncertain of what lurked beneath the surface. Moreover, she suspected that the aquatic life had undergone mutations, possibly possessing formidable teeth. It would be unwise to court disaster. She might end up as someone else's meal rather than catching fish. Recognizing the futility of fishing, Qingzhu refrained from wasting time and turned her attention to foraging for other edible wild plants. To her fortune, an abundance of water celery thrived along the riverbank, boasting robust roots. If she could find a few edible stalks, it would be a boon. Without hesitation, she began testing the plants, the absence of onlookers allowing the detection device to emit its beeping signals. The persistent beeping, however, yielded no edible results. After a brief respite, she resumed her search, doubting that such a vast expanse of water celery contained nothing consumable. She continued testing until the sun reached its zenith, yet not a single edible specimen was found. With a sigh, Qingzhu sought a shaded area to rest, sipping water and nibbling on the remnants of raspberries from the morning, insufficient to satiate her hunger. Alas, apart from a few locust flowers, her home offered little sustenance. After her meager meal, Qingzhu glanced back at the adjacent forest, her curiosity piqued by the possibility of wild fruits within. Yet, Her detection device indicated that the woods ahead were classified as a high-pollution zone, rendering them off-limits. Thus, she resolved to organize the previously bound zongzi stems. Looking around, she noted the presence of towering trees and various thickets, some adorned with sharp thorns. These menacing thorns glimmered in the sunlight, appearing even more formidable. Reflecting on her pre-apocalyptic days, when she often roamed the mountains and endured countless pricks from thorny bushes, she found the memory both vivid and bittersweet. With renewed determination, Qingzhu set her sights on the now enlarged and sharpened thorns. She placed her zongzi stems aside and began to snap off the thorns from the bushes. Some particularly sturdy ones proved resistant, prompting her to abandon them in search of more pliable options. As she navigated the thickets, she stumbled upon a tree adorned with clusters of thorns. Curiously, she gazed upward and discovered it was a soap pod tree, laden with immature pods. Inspired, Qingzhu recalled that soap pods could be utilized for laundry. If only they were untainted, she could harvest a substantial amount. However, it was not yet the right time. She marked the location on her detection device for future reference. The thorns on the soap pod tree were impressively robust, reaching about half a meter in length. Without hesitation, Qingzhu selected the thorns from the tree. An hour later, she had amassed around 10 half-meter-long thorns. With this collection, she set out to craft a new weapon. This time, she envisioned a rudimentary version of a wolf-tooth club. Carefully, she wedged the thorns between the zongzi stems, securing them tightly with careful wraps. Although the concept seemed straightforward, the execution proved challenging, especially in ensuring the thorns were firmly affixed. After 2 hours of persistent effort, leveraging her commendable dexterity, Qingzhu finally fashioned a rudimentary but substantial wolf-tooth club. Should she encounter any ill-intentioned individuals on her travels, they would surely feel the weight of her creation. Satisfied, she admired her handiwork, wielding it with ease. The palm leaf wrapping provided a comfortable grip, devoid of painful pricks. With her homemade weapon secured at her waist, she made her way back to the spot where she had set the net. While a few grasshoppers had been caught, it was far from sufficient. She resumed searching the riverbank for water celery. Though meat was desirable, she would not forsake the wild greens. As she conducted her tests, the detection device emitted a warning of moderate pollution, advising limited consumption. A smile graced Qingzhu's face. At last, she had found an edible water celery. After collecting the contaminated celery, she continued her search. Suddenly, a noise resembling something crawling caught her attention. Instinctively, she rose, scanning her surroundings for the source of the sound. The rustling grew louder, and to her disbelief, a massive mutated flower snake was rapidly slithering towards her net. Even without seeing its entirety, the snake's considerable size was evident, flattening the grass in its wake. As panic surged, Qingzhu contemplated her ill fate, having recently endured a bite from a similar creature. Without delay, she darted left, prioritizing her escape over the grasshoppers, hoping the latter could distract the snake long enough for her to flee. As she sprinted, the sound of crushed grass echoed behind her, and a glance over her shoulder revealed the snake had closed the distance. Realizing the futility of relying on the grasshoppers to divert the snake's attention, she quickly adjusted her course toward a densely wooded area. The multitude of trees would likely impede the snake's movement, given its size. Racing between two closely spaced trees, she was shocked to see the snake extend its long tongue, maneuvering around to her right. Startled, she swiftly altered her direction, veering left while continuing to evade. Although the massive body of the giant snake hindered its movement, it effortlessly crushed the smaller trees in its path. Qingzhu ran desperately, dodging around, with the sound of the snake's flickering tongue echoing ominously behind her, nearly caught multiple times. As she leaped over a fallen log, she slipped, and in that fleeting moment of falling, her mind was consumed with despair, realizing that she might meet her end in the serpent's belly that day. Despite her thoughts, her body instinctively struggled to rise and flee once more. In a state of confusion, as she managed to get back on her feet and turned around, she was met face to face with the colossal head of the snake looming before her. Gazing at the approaching creature, an unexpected surge of courage welled up within Qingzhu. Grasping her makeshift wolf-fang club, She swung it fiercely at the serpent's head. To her astonishment, the club merely glided off the snake as hardened scales, leaving no mark. The mutated serpent was not only immense, but also possessed a skin that was remarkably tough. Although her blow inflicted no damage, it bought her a precious moment to turn and continue her flight. Spotting a massive boulder ahead, she sprinted towards it, only to discover that two enormous trees grew closely behind it, nearly blocking her path. Without hesitation, she dashed between the two trunks. Scaling the pile of rocks beside the boulder, she glanced back to see the giant snake pursuing her, its massive form wedged between the two trees. The snake thrashed violently, attempting to free itself, but the sturdy trunks held firm. In its frenzy, the giant serpent swung its body, uprooting smaller trees and sending rocks tumbling down, which struck its own form, further inciting its rage. From her vantage point atop the boulder, Yi Qingzhu observed the chaos unfolding around her. Suddenly, emboldened by her perilous situation, she raised her club and struck the snake's head with ferocity. With each blow, the creature grew more enraged, thrashing about wildly, its gaping maw snapping in her direction. Yet its constricted body limited its reach. Yi Qingzhu, undeterred, continued her relentless assault on the snake's head. She lost count of how many times she struck. The tough scales began to yield, and blood splattered onto her. It was only when the serpent lay still that she paused, gazing at the battered head before her. Her club reduced to a mere fragment. Still uncertain, she gathered nearby stones and pounded them against the snake's vulnerable underbelly, knowing well that striking at such a crucial point was essential. Exhausted and gradually regaining her composure, she finally ceased her attack. Perched atop the stone, she observed the lifeless form of the mutated snake and noticed a significant bulge in its belly, likely a sign that it had recently consumed prey and was yet to digest. After regaining her strength, she examined the serpent's remains, noting the high level of contamination rendering it inedible. Reluctant to abandon the dead creature, she rummaged through her pockets, retrieving a half-blade. However, realizing that breaking through the thick skin of the snake was beyond her means, she searched the area for sharper stones. Having previously been a mercenary, she was well acquainted with hunting snakes and skinning them, though the absence of proper tools posed a challenge. She concluded that accumulating points to exchange for a suitable weapon was imperative. Even a sharp dagger would suffice. During her visit to the market the previous day, she had noted that a decent dagger required at least 5,000 points, while crossbows ranged between 5,000 and 30,000 points. After a grueling effort, she finally managed to peel away the snake's skin. Though the process was arduous, the hide remained largely intact. She contemplated whether it could be exchanged for points or preserved for crafting armor. It was unfortunate that such a large serpent yielded no edible flesh. Suddenly, Yi Qingzhu noticed something glimmering at the snake's vulnerable spot, and upon inspection, she discovered a yellow crystal. Recalling her observations from the trading hall about the values of various crystals, she knew that crystals were classified into 5 levels. Level 1 white crystals, 3,000-6,000 points. Level 2 green crystals, 7,000-10,000 points. Level 3 yellow crystals, 10,000-13,000 points. Level 4 purple crystals, 14,000-16,000 points. And the rare special red crystals, over 30,000 points. The yellow crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 points. And Yi Qingzhu felt a surge of joy, nearly leaping in exhilaration, but restrained herself. Although it was her first encounter with a crystal, her surprise was tempered by memories of her previous life in a world overrun by zombies, where hunting mutated zombies yielded energy cores that enhance one's abilities. As a former ability user herself, she had possessed spatial powers, but upon her arrival in this world, her attempts to access those abilities proved fruitless, likely due to the change in her body. The discovery of crystals from mutated creatures in this wasteland was reminiscent of the energy stones she had known. After a moment of elation, she reached out again, finding nothing more. One crystal was already a stroke of luck, and it was unreasonable to expect multiple gems. Yi Qingzhu carefully stored the crystal and the snake's skin, along with the sharp stone she had collected, which could potentially be fashioned into weapons. Having nothing to rely on, Yi Qingzhu understood that everything was contingent upon her own efforts. After tidying up, she did not linger any longer, aware that the lingering scent of blood would surely attract other mutated beasts nearby. After wandering for a while, she realized she had lost her way. In her previous haste to escape, she had paid little attention to her surroundings. Ultimately, she retraced her steps along the trail left by the giant mutated flower snake and emerged from the forest. Once out, she disregarded the grasshoppers and hastened towards the base. The sun had begun to set, and the scavengers were making their way back. Upon reaching the intersection, Yi Qingzhu blended into the crowd returning to the base. This time, however, she was met with no prying eyes. Having been pursued by the mutated snake, her clothes were tattered, and her body bore various wounds, coupled with her pale complexion, presenting a dismal sight, one that evoked a sense of utter desolation. Yi Qingzhu quickly returned home, secured the door, and collapsed onto the floor, taking a moment to recover before rising to fetch a bowl of water. After quenching her thirst, she placed a cloth bag on the table to sort through the items she had collected that day. In addition to the yellow crystal, she retained the snake skin and some moderately contaminated water celery. She set aside the 2 sharp stones and the snake skin, placing the water celery in the cellar. As for the yellow crystal, she felt uneasy about leaving it at home. Instead, she tucked it into a small pocket sewn into her clothing for safekeeping, then stepped out to fetch water, knowing she must cleanse herself after the day's ordeal. Seizing the last moments of daylight, she hurried to the water source, where a long queue awaited her. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Qingzhu, I haven't seen you in days. Where have you been scavenging?" Upon turning, she recognized a girl behind her, about 20, carrying 2 buckets. This was Yi Xiaoyan, a familiar face from her memories, who often scavenged alongside her. Both shared the surname Yi, were of similar age, and lived on the outskirts of the base. Yi Xiaoyan's family resided in the western part of the base. Her parents were still living, and she had a younger brother. After recalling these details, Yi Qingzhu greeted her with a smile. "I was in the northern Wasteland, near the mountains. How about you?" Yi Xiaoyan leaned closer and whispered, "My family and I have been to the purple bamboo forest these past few days." Upon noticing Yi Qingzhu's injuries, she expressed concern. "Qingzhu, what happened to your face? Did you encounter a mutated beast?" Tattered clothing was commonplace among scavengers. Few could boast a full set of decent attire. The mention of the purple bamboo forest sparked memories in Yi Qingzhu's mind. It was roughly 2 hours from a base. An expansive bamboo grove known for its unique purple bamboo, which produced tender and flavorful shoots devoid of bitterness, a favored spot among scavengers. Yi Qingzhu responded with a smile. "I'm fine, just sustained a scratch in the woods. Are you going again tomorrow? I'd like to join you." The purple bamboo forest was well known among the scavengers of Base 8. Yi Xiaoyan nodded without hesitation. "Sure. However, there are many scavengers there now, so we might not find any edible bamboo shoots. My family spent the entire day looking and only found one." As they chatted, they moved with the crowd. When it was Yi Qingzhu's turn to collect water, she swiftly filled her buckets and bid Yi Xiaoyan farewell, making plans to meet for their expedition to the purple bamboo forest the following day. Upon returning home, Yi Qingzhu washed herself while meticulously tending to her wounds, old and new alike, leaving her somewhat numb from the pain. After cleaning up, she chewed and crushed some mugwort leaves, applying them to her injuries. Having yet to find suitable soil, the mugwort had begun to wilt. Despite the agony, she persevered, washing her soiled clothes, discarding the dirty water, and hanging them to dry. For dinner, she decided to prepare a water celery, which measured about 2 meters in length with thick, juicy stalks. She cut it into several pieces, boiling 2 segments to make soup for her evening meal. With everything in order, Yi Qingzhu retired early, allowing her battered body a night of rest. Before falling asleep, she glanced at the yellow crystal she kept close, feeling a sense of reassurance. At dawn, precisely at 5 o'clock, she awoke, rising swiftly without lingering in bed. Habitually, she checked her wounds, only to be startled by what she saw. Unbelievably, her arms and various bruised areas had nearly healed overnight, leaving only faint scars. She rolled up her pant leg to inspect the bite from the mutated snake, which had also closed up. Yi Qingzhu could hardly believe her eyes. What was happening? She felt somewhat dazed. No wonder she awoke without the previous aches and pains, even feeling a newfound lightness in her body. Upon a thorough examination, she confirmed that all her injuries had indeed healed. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she quickly retrieved the yellow crystal she kept close. Upon inspection, she gasped in shock. The yellow crystal had transformed into a white crystal. Her heart sank at the realization that her 10,000 points had vanished. Yet, with a moment's reflection, she understood it must have been the crystal that healed her wounds. She could absorb the crystal's energy directly. Torn between joy and sorrow, she regretted not using the crystal to exchange for points to obtain a more suitable weapon. After a brief internal conflict, she began to calm her thoughts. After all, expending the crystal's energy to heal her body was a fortuitous outcome. It prevented her from succumbing to infection, allowing her to expedite her physical training. As Yi Qingzhu pondered this, she began to move her body. At that moment, she sensed something emerging in her mind. She promptly closed her eyes to focus. When she opened them again, a wave of surprise washed over her. Her spatial abilities had returned. Eagerly, she reopened her space, carefully observing her surroundings. She discovered that although this space had been restored, it had become rather confined, approximately only 6 cubic meters. Despite this limitation, it was sufficient for Yi Qingzhu. She could store some essential items within, alleviating her concerns about them being stolen or lost. To place items into the space, Yi Qingzhu had to personally touch them with her hands. Thus, she first picked up the snake skin and stones that lay nearby, attempting to place them inside the space. Indeed, as soon as her hand made contact, they vanished from sight, entering the realm she had created. Subsequently, she collected the locust flowers, wormwood, and water celery from the pit, placing each into the space. Finally, she stored the now white crystal, worried that if she kept it on her person, it might eventually disappear. Having completed this task, Yi Qingzhu remembered to continue her physical training, as possessing good skills was vital for survival. With her health restored, she intensified her exercises today. After her workout, she prepared locust flour for breakfast. Once she finished eating, she stepped outside to wait at the intersection for Yi Xiaoyan. Qingzhu, came Yi Xiaoyan's voice from a distance. Xiaoyan. Yi Qingzhu waved in response. Today, Yi Xiaoyan's parents had decided against visiting the bamboo forest, having scavenged there for several days without much success. Initially, they intended for Yi Xiaoyan to remain home as well, but she insisted on meeting Yi Qingzhu. Consequently, her parents acquiesced, reasoning that with the two elderly at home, it was better than having Yi Qingzhu alone. The two girls joined the throng heading towards the bamboo forest. Eager for a fruitful outing, Yi Xiaoyan scrutinized Yi Qingzhu's face, commenting, "Qingzhu, I feel as though your injuries have healed. They appeared quite severe yesterday." In response, Yi Qingzhu chuckled lightly. "Yesterday, it merely looked worse due to the dirt. It wasn't as serious as it seemed. Besides, my body is resilient and has a good recovery capacity." Naturally, she would never disclose the secret of the yellow crystals and her ability to absorb their energy directly to anyone. It was her crucial assurance for survival in this world. If others were to discover it, the consequences would be dire. Yi Xiaoyan didn't press further, recognizing that injuries were commonplace in this wasteland, provided they were not due to radiation sickness or contamination. The two exchanged a few more words before falling silent, hurrying towards the bamboo forest, driven by the hope of finding something valuable. Observing the crowd, it appeared that most were also headed to the bamboo forest. Arriving early would allow them to secure a better spot, thanks to the healing properties of the yellow crystal. Yi Qingzhu not only found her wounds had healed, but also felt an enhancement in her physical condition, capable of walking briskly for an hour or two without becoming overly fatigued. Though slender, Yi Xiaoyan was also a quick walker, and together they soon reached the bamboo forest. Despite their early departure and swift pace, many people had already chosen their spots and begun testing the bamboo shoots upon their arrival. Some had not yet silenced the incessant beeping of their detection devices. Though they arrived together, the two instinctively chose separate areas to begin their assessments. The bamboo forest was brimming with large bamboo shoots, each estimated to weigh at least 50 to 60 pounds. yet finding edible ones was indeed a challenge. Yi Qingzhu selected a section slightly off to the side, looking up at the towering bamboo, which appeared to start at a height of 50 meters, with some reaching over 100 meters. Rubbing her sore neck, she focused on testing the bamboo shoots. Beep, beep, beep. High levels of contamination, not recommended for consumption. Yi Qingzhu turned off the detection sound and continued testing each shoot, but after examining that small area, none were deemed edible. Stretching her back, she glanced at Yi Xiaoyan, who had wandered further away, and decided to move to another location. Suddenly, she noticed large bamboo worms beneath the towering bamboo, plump and white. Yi Qingzhu gazed at them, her mind filled with thoughts of their savory potential, rich in protein, ideal for grilling or frying. Just a thought made her mouth water, prompting her to check the first bamboo worm. Beep, beep, beep. Moderate contamination, recommended for limited consumption. Hearing this, Yi Qingzhu could hardly contain her smile. She reached out to catch the bamboo worm when suddenly a massive gray shadow lunged towards her. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand, and thankfully, her swift reaction spared her from injury. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a gigantic gray rat, and she hastily drew a sharp stone from her space as a weapon. The enormous gray rat, having missed its prey, quickly turned around, baring its teeth and lunging at Yi Qingzhu once more. This mutated rat was enormous, comparable in size to a hunting dog, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson, reminiscent of flames. Its bristled fur stood erect, like hardened quills, shimmering ominously. The teeth gleamed menacingly, sharp as daggers, casting a cold light. As the mutated rat charged at Yi Qingzhu, she swiftly dodged to the side. Meanwhile, chaotic cries echoed around her. Mutated rat. There's a mutated rat here. Help! Someone save me. Why is there a mutated rat? My hand, everyone run. There's a mutated rat. The cacophony of terrified voices spiraled into an overwhelming panic, sending people fleeing in all directions. Yi Qingzhu's ears rang with the disarray of shouts, and she realized that there was likely more than one mutated rat in the vicinity. Her gaze fixed on the creature before her, she dared not let her guard down. Simultaneously, she wondered how Yi Xiaoyan was faring. However, her primary concern was her own perilous situation. One misstep could render her the rat's next meal. With another leap that she narrowly avoided, the mutated rat grew increasingly agitated, pivoting to continue its pursuit of Yi Qingzhu. As she evaded the relentless beast, her mind raced for an escape route when she suddenly spotted a burrow. It was sizable, yet she hesitated to enter, uncertain of what lay within. As she ran, she hurled the sharp stone she held towards the mutated rat. Although she had struck the mutated rat, it inflicted no harm. Instead, this act incited the creature's wrath, revealing its sharp teeth as it prepared to rend its prey. Yi Qingzhu could only dart through the bamboo forest, contemplating her next move. At this moment, she found herself in a disheveled state, covered in dust and scratches, with no suitable weapon at hand, forcing her to flee for her life. Suddenly, the distant sound of gunfire reached her ears, filling her with hope. The mercenary group had arrived. She immediately altered her course, running towards the source of the gunfire. The mutated rat relentlessly pursued her, its speed rendering her attempts to escape futile. Just then, she spotted a group of mercenaries clad in camouflage, armed and engaged in a fierce battle against the mutated rats. Thwarting their assault, a surge of hope welled up within her, and she summoned her last ounce of strength to hasten towards them. The mercenaries, locked in combat with the mutated rats, soon noticed Yi Qingzhu's presence. They were taken aback to see someone approaching with a mutated rat in tow. Swiftly, they adjusted their aim, directing their firearms at the creature behind her. A volley of gunfire erupted, and at last, the mutated rat was slain. Yi Qingzhu paused, gasping for breath, and turned to the mercenaries, secretly relieved to be safe and grateful for their assistance. As she turned, she recognized a familiar face. It was none other than the mercenary group she had encountered during her previous escape from the bees. The mercenary who had dispatched the pursuing rat was Xiaobai. Upon seeing a familiar figure, Yi Qingzhu managed a sheepish smile, expressing her heartfelt thanks. "Thank you," she said sincerely. Such cursed fate, Siebai remarked with a hint of mockery, raising an eyebrow. It's you again. It seems fortune smiles upon you. Without waiting for her response, he turned back to continue hunting the remaining mutated rats. Yi Qingzhu could only respond with a wry smile, thinking to herself, did he truly believe she desired this? Internally, she scoffed at her own luck, lamenting how she always encountered various mutated creatures, each time escaping by the skin of her teeth. After a moment of silent lamentation, she set off to find Yi Xiaoyan. Yi Xiaoyan had seen Yi Qingzhu being pursued by the mutated rat, and, upon witnessing the creature's demise, breathed a sigh of relief. She called out, Qingzhu, over here. Yi Qingzhu hurried over, concern etched on her face. Xiaoyan, are you all right? Are you injured? I'm fine, Yi Xiaoyan replied. When a mutated rat came, I didn't see you and didn't expect you to be chased. Thank goodness. I didn't think I would encounter a mutated rat either. The two found a safe spot and exchanged a few words. The hunt for the mutated rats had concluded, allowing everyone to resume their quest for bamboo shoots. With the threat of the mutated rats eliminated, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Some chose to remain in place to search for bamboo shoots, unwilling to return empty-handed after making the effort to venture out. Others, still shaken by the recent encounter, decided to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Those unfortunate enough to be bitten by the mutated rats returned to the base to tend to their wounds. Yi Qingzhu turned to Yi Xiaoyan and inquired, Xiaoyan, are you planning to return with them, or continue searching for shoots with me? After a moment of thought, Yi Xiaoyan replied, let us continue searching for shoots. It wouldn't be suitable to change locations now, and with the mercenaries having dealt with the mutated rats, we should be safe. With their agreement, they resumed their quest for bamboo shoots. Yi Qingzhu remained preoccupied with thoughts of the moderately contaminated bamboo shoot insect. After parting ways with Yi Xiaoyan, she hastened back to the location where she had spotted the insect. To her surprise, it was still there. Yi Qingzhu approached cautiously, rechecking with her detector, and upon confirming its safety, she carefully stored the insect in her space for safekeeping. She continued her search for bamboo shoots and insects, taking a break for lunch with Yi Xiaoyan before scavenging again. By the end of the day, Yi Qingzhu had detected a low-contaminated bamboo shoot in addition to the insect, while Yi Xiaoyan found a moderately contaminated shoot. Yi Xiaoyan exclaimed with joy, I thought we wouldn't have any luck today. Yet here, a sizable edible bamboo shoot. Yi Qingzhu shared in her happiness, but refrained from mentioning the insect, content with their findings. With the bamboo shoots in hand, the two made their way home, satisfied with their discoveries. Upon arriving, Yi Qingzhu meticulously laid out her findings, with 3 clusters of locust flowers and several segments of water celery. Alongside the bamboo shoot insect and bamboo shoot from today, she calculated that she had enough provisions to last a while. However, subsisting solely on these vegetables wouldn't suffice. She would need to exchange for some nutritional supplements to truly satiate her hunger. As she examined the locust flowers, Yi Qingzhu was pleasantly surprised to find that what had once appeared wilted now looked as fresh as if just picked. This revelation delighted her, for her original space had only served to store items. She hadn't anticipated it would possess the ability to preserve them as well. Contemplating the potential of her small space, she wondered if it had other functions, though she found nothing else apparent for now. Deciding to set aside her musings for the moment, she retrieved the mugwort, which had also regained its vigor, indicating it could be preserved for an extended period even without soil. She stored the bamboo shoots and insect, then packed her snakeskin into her pocket before setting off for the market. Upon arriving, Yi Qingzhu headed straight for the trading hall, where she noticed a considerable number of people present, many having come to trade items they had scavenged that day. After all, keeping their finds at home was not necessarily safe, and exchanging them for points was a more secure option. It was not easy to seize another's points, as each person's detector operation was recorded. If points were stolen, one could immediately alert the authorities. However, for scavengers living on the outskirts of the base, robbing them was rarely a profitable venture. After all, if they had few points on them, being caught meant not only returning the points, but also being expelled from the base or forced into servitude. Being ousted from the base essentially equated to a death sentence in the wilderness. The free labor force is likely to work until death. Observing the crowd, Yi Qingzhu stood at the end of the line. By the time she reached the counter, only a few individuals remained in the trading hall. Yi Qingzhu promptly placed the mutated snake skin from her pocket onto the counter and inquired, "How many points can I exchange for this mutated snake skin?" The staff member, astonished at the sight of the mutated snake skin, asked, "Did you hunt this mutated snake yourself?" His loud question drew the attention and curiosity of those around, who began to scrutinize Yi Qingzhu. Feeling somewhat exasperated by the inquiry, she reluctantly explained that she had indeed slain the mutated snake, omitting the details of the hunting process. Upon hearing that she had killed the mutated snake, the onlookers' expressions shifted. They regarded her slight frame with skepticism, doubting her ability to have defeated such a formidable creature. One bystander could not contain their curiosity, asking, "Where did you hunt it? Did you really manage to kill a mutated snake all by yourself?" Yi Qingzhu chose to ignore the question. Although scavengers may roam freely in search of resources, they guard the locations of their discoveries, such as wild vegetables or other edible finds, fiercely. She reiterated, "How many points can I exchange for this mutated snake skin?" With a hint of embarrassment. The staff member resumed his duties, stating, "Although your mutated snake skin is tough, it is highly contaminated and requires special processing before it can be utilized. You can only exchange it for 200 points. Hearing that it was only worth 200 points made Yi Qingzhu wince inwardly. Not to mention the life-and-death struggle she endured. All her efforts had culminated in a mere 200 points. However, with no points to her name and unable to process the contaminated skin herself, she reluctantly accepted the exchange. "Very well, I will take the 200 points," she replied. The staff member secured the snake skin and transferred the points to her account. The spectators, upon realizing that such a substantial piece of mutated snake skin could only be exchanged for 200 points, quickly abandoned any thoughts of seeking out a snake skin themselves. Recognizing the difficulty in hunting such a creature, normal individuals facing such a beast would prioritize fleeing for their lives. The reality of scavenging remained the more prudent course. After receiving her points, Yi Qingzhu spent 180 points to acquire 6 nearing expiry nutritional supplements, which were half the price of the original cost at 30 points each. Since they were not about to expire imminently, she readily chose the discounted nutritional supplements. Placing the 6 supplements into her pocket, she actually stored them in her spatial compartment. Noticing that the crowd had mostly dispersed, Yi Qingzhu, who had originally been at the back of the line, took advantage of the situation. Discreetly, she retrieved a white crystal from her spatial compartment, extending it towards the staff member with a hint of speculation. This first-level white crystal can be exchanged for 3,000 points. Correct? Given that this crystal had absorbed her energy, Yi Qingzhu was uncertain of its status and could only pose the question tentatively. The staff member, upon seeing the white crystal in Yi Qingzhu's hand, was taken aback. How could this seemingly frail and ordinary girl produce both a mutated snake skin and a crystal? Was her unassuming demeanor merely a facade? After all, crystals were typically only found among mutated beasts. The staff member scrutinized Yi Qingzhu, trying to discern any peculiarities. Yet despite her wide-eyed gaze, he could not identify anything extraordinary. Unfazed by his inspection, Yi Qingzhu remained composed. After all, she herself was still trying to comprehend her own circumstances. Having only arrived a few days prior, she had already danced perilously close to death multiple times. This was the official trading venue of the base, and no one dared to commit robbery here. However, as the staff member continued to stare at her, neglecting his duties, Yi Qingzhu coughed lightly to remind him. Upon hearing her cough, the staff member finally recalled his responsibilities, blushing with embarrassment as he said, "Please hold on. I need to conduct a test on this crystal." He hurriedly placed Yi Qingzhu's large crystal onto a larger testing device. Yi Qingzhu was not well versed in the specifics of the machine. The device detected that it was a first-level white crystal of superior quality, classified as a high-grade first-level white crystal. Realizing that crystals were categorized into 3 tiers of quality, high, medium, and low, Yi Qingzhu felt a surge of optimism. The staff member, having heard the device's confirmation, turned to her and announced, "This high-grade, first-level white crystal can be exchanged for 5,000 points." Yi Qingzhu had initially expected only 3,000 points, but was pleasantly surprised by the 5,000 points. Nodding happily, she readily agreed to the transaction. Yes, please convert it into points. With her newfound points, Yi Qingzhu began to explore weapon options, now holding a total of 5,020 points. After careful deliberation, she settled on a multi-functional dagger, capable of stabbing, slicing, hacking, sawing, and cutting, making it exceptionally practical. The dagger was compact and easily concealable, ideal for close combat. She requested the staff member to present it for her inspection. After trying out, she noted its sharp blade and comfortable grip. However, upon inquiring about the price, she learned it cost 20,000 points. With a heavy heart, she had to set it down. Her financial situation was far from favorable. Ultimately, she chose a simpler dagger that was still well crafted from iron and boasted a sharp edge. The price was exactly 5,000 points, and without hesitation, Yi Qingzhu completed the exchange. Though it was costly, possessing a means of self-defense instilled her with a greater sense of security. With her dagger in hand, Yi Qingzhu departed without a backward glance, having entered with no points and leaving with just 20. In her heart, she consoled herself, recognizing that at least she now had nutritional supplements to stave off hunger and a dagger for protection, potentially enabling her to capture more prey. Upon returning home as dusk began to fall, Yi Qingzhu commenced preparations for dinner, combining half a tube of nutritional supplements with acacia flowers to create a meal. As for the bamboo shoot worms and bamboo shoots that were just obtained today, Yi Qingzhu could not bring herself to consume them. The nutrient solution had a texture reminiscent of a thick paste, rather unremarkable in taste, yet it proved effective in satiating her hunger. After finishing the acacia flower porridge, Yi Qingzhu finally felt as though she had partaken in a substantial meal. Reflecting on her circumstances, she felt a pang of sorrow. It was indeed a challenge to secure even a decent meal. Before dawn, Yi Qingzhu awoke as usual. Ever since absorbing the yellow crystal, she had felt a refreshing vigor coursing through her. A single night's sleep had dissipated the fatigue of the previous day. She commenced her routine with regular exercise, and after freshening up, she began preparing breakfast. For breakfast, Yi Qingzhu retrieved the bamboo shoot worm, which measured approximately 50 centimeters in length and was quite plump. She sliced the worm in half and placed it over the fire to roast gradually. The roasted bamboo shoot worm emitted a delightful aroma and tasted quite pleasant. This was, in fact, the first meat she had savored in her days here. After breakfast, Yi Qingzhu resolved to explore a collection point further north. The original inhabitant had lived on the outskirts of base number 8 since birth and possessed little knowledge about the interior of the base. In life, she had only scavenged in the nearby areas and had never ventured further, leaving her ignorant about the outside world. Yi Qingzhu's understanding of her surroundings was primarily derived from the memories of the original owner. Thus, she decided to venture to a location somewhat more distant. With all essential belongings stored safely in her spatial compartment, and without concern for theft, Yi Qingzhu locked the door and set off. The destination she chose lay to the north, and after traversing for over 2 hours, she encountered several armored vehicles and modified trucks making their way outward. Each vehicle was filled with armed soldiers, part of an expedition dispatched by the base to eliminate mutated beasts. In this desolate world, there existed a total of 12 bases, each striving to expand their territories by eradicating or driving away these mutated creatures, thereby enlarging the area in which humanity could survive. Due to the mutations of flora and fauna, plants had grown to enormous sizes and produced bizarre fruits, while most animals had become colossal and highly aggressive, posing a significant threat to human existence. This perilous situation had drastically limited the habitable spaces for humanity, necessitating the continuous dispatch of squads akin to suicide missions to hunt or repel these dangerous mutants. Gradually, the space available for human survival began to expand. Although the territory was incrementally increasing, the aftermath of viral and radiation contamination had rendered the land and water severely polluted, making it increasingly difficult to cultivate normal crops. Even when crops were produced, they were often tainted with high levels of pollution and thus inedible. Consequently, people were left to survive by scavenging. Though it was rumored that the base could cultivate safe food, such prospects felt distant and impractical to Yi Qingzhu, who found scavenging to be a more tangible means of sustenance. Standing by the roadside, Yi Qingzhu watched the departing armored and modified vehicles, yearning for the day when she too could possess such advanced equipment and weaponry, complemented by her gradually recovering skills. Aside from high-level mutated beasts, she felt emboldened to face ordinary low-level or mid-level mutants without fear. Gazing at the retreating convoy and reflecting on the dagger she had exchanged for 5,000 points, she also contemplated the 20 points in her detection device. However, she dismissed such thoughts. Overthinking would only deepen her discomfort, so she resolved to focus on her scavenging efforts. The area she currently occupied was relatively safe, with few large mutated beasts present. Nonetheless, there were always exceptions, such as the mutated snake Yi Qingzhu had encountered previously. The closer one ventured to the outer regions, the fewer people there were, as the perils increased. Most scavengers opted for relatively secure areas, though there were always those like Yi Qingzhu, bold or seeking fortune in danger, who ventured to the outskirts. Individuals scavenged alone or in teams, with mercenary groups being the most prevalent, capturing undocumented mutated beasts to exchange for points. As Yi Qingzhu continued on her path, she realized that her detection device had reached the very edge of the safe zone and decided against proceeding further. Observing the towering trees surrounding her, she noted the absence of paths apart from the main road and veered right into the forest. After walking for a while, she stumbled upon a vast expanse of barren land. Amidst the tall weeds and wild vegetables, she spotted several fruit trees, notably a few bearing what appear to be loquats, their golden fruits visible from a distance. Yi Qingzhu stood in the wasteland, contemplating her next move without rushing towards the trees. Though the location was remote, it was not devoid of visitors. Anything so conspicuous and edible would have likely been harvested long ago. After surveying her surroundings, she discerned that apart from the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, there was no other sound. Kneeling, she tested the soil, which indicated high levels of contamination. Yet another unusable patch of soil, she lamented internally. Finding low pollution or uncontaminated soil was more challenging than locating food. After checking several spots that proved unsuitable, Yi Qingzhu began examining the wild vegetables. The expansive wasteland contained numerous wild plants, yet she was uncertain how many were edible. With no other scavengers in sight, she decided to activate the alert sound on her device, testing each wild vegetable she encountered. After a time, her back ached from the effort, and still, she found not a single edible plant. Taking a moment to rest, she observed the sun climbing higher in the sky and, unwilling to delay further, resumed her inspections. Unfortunately, even as the sun reached its zenith, making it unbearable to remain exposed, she still had not found a single edible wild vegetable. The sun's rays had grown intense, rendering it impractical to continue under its direct glare, prompting Yi Qingzhu to seek refuge in a shaded area. After some contemplation, she approached the loquat tree, which stood tall and lush, resembling a vast umbrella. Yi Qingzhu intended to rest beneath its branches while also checking for any edible loquats. Their golden hue was quite appealing. The fruits were substantial, each resembling the size of a sweet melon. Standing beneath the tree, she first looked up to ensure there were no other creatures or mutated animals lurking above, remaining cautious after her previous encounter with bees. Better safe than sorry, she mused. Satisfied that the loquat tree harbored no threats, she began testing the fruits within reach. Accompanied by a series of beeping alerts, she discovered that none were edible. This area boasted numerous loquat trees, and Yi Qingzhu continued her inspections until fatigue set in, forcing her to lean against a tree for respite. She retrieved water and the remaining bamboo shoot worm from her spatial compartment, taking a few sips and cutting a small piece of the worm to mix with the nutrient solution. After her modest lunch, Yi Qingzhu sat beneath the tree, gazing into the distance. However, there was nothing tangible in her gaze. She merely stared vacantly into the distance, uncertain of how long she had been lost in thought. Yi Qingzhu felt that her break had sufficiently replenished her energy and resumed her inspection of the loquats. Beep, beep, beep. Moderate pollution, suitable for consumption. Upon hearing the notification, Yi Qingzhu's face lit up with joy. At last, she had found one that was edible. Holding the golden, sizable loquat in her hand, she was tempted to take a bite, but restrained herself. Ultimately, she placed the loquat into her storage space and continued her examination. As she conducted her inspections, she contemplated the possibility of encountering more edible loquats, eager to taste them, while the remainder could be exchanged for points. After all, she still had a few edible items on hand. Fruits were a rarity. Exchanging these could yield a significant number of points, especially for those residing in the base, who were said to have a particular fondness for such delicacies. Even a single edible fruit could be exchanged for a considerable amount of points. Yi Qingzhu was in dire need of points, and acquiring more was always beneficial. With one edible loquat confirmed, Yi Qingzhu's enthusiasm for the task grew, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. As she diligently continued her inspections, before she realized it, she had examined all the loquat trees in her vicinity. In the end, she had gathered 5 moderately polluted loquats and 3 with low pollution. Placing the 8 loquats on a stone, she gazed at them in delight, counting repeatedly, 1, 2, 3. She could hardly believe her fortune in discovering such an abundance of edible loquats. After reveling in her joy for a moment, she swiftly stored the loquats in her space and cautiously scanned her surroundings for any signs of danger. After all, her streak of good luck was often accompanied by misfortune. Finding locust flowers led to encounters with mutated bees, catching grasshoppers resulted in encounters with mutated snakes, and discovering bamboo worms often brought forth mutated rats. Indeed, it was a tale of sorrow. Fortunately, although her physical form was frail, she was resilient. Perhaps this was an essential trait for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, as those who lacked such fortitude would likely have met their end long ago. After surveying her surroundings and finding no anomalies, Yi Qingzhu felt a sense of relief. She raised her gaze to the sun, which had lost its fierce intensity, and resumed her examination of the wild vegetables in the wasteland. Accompanied by the beeping of her detection device, Yi Qingzhu busily inspected the wild vegetables, which were quite diverse in this desolate area. Common varieties such as purslane, shepherd's purse, dandelion, and thistle were abundant, albeit in unusually oversized forms. As she continued her inspections, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Had the flora of this wasteland ceased to grow according to the normal seasons? According to her memories, these wild vegetables seemed to be available year-round, except during blizzards, much like certain fruits. While she had never harvested them herself, she had often witnessed others doing so. Some fortunate individuals even found low-pollution mutated fruits, which not only grew larger, but sometimes boasted different flavors or effects. Yet the specifics remained unclear to her. She had only heard tales. As Yi Qingzhu pondered these possibilities while continuing her inspections, she mused on how to determine the properties of mutated fruits should they exist on the trees. Would they also require official testing? If that were the case, could the loquats in her possession possess such qualities? Lost in thought, she was suddenly alerted by a rustling noise from the nearby bushes. Instantly, she drew her dagger, vigilant and focused on the source of the sound. She observed the swaying grass, yet no creature emerged. After a moment of scrutiny, she cautiously approached the thicket, parting the tall grass, and to her astonishment, discovered a mutated wild chicken hidden beneath the foliage. Yi Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had not anticipated encountering a wild chicken. This creature was remarkably large, roughly 10 times the size of a typical wild chicken, foraging in the undergrowth. When it noticed her approach, it merely tilted its head and emitted a series of clucking sounds, showing no inclination to flee or attack, instead resuming its search for insects. Watching the wild chicken's leisurely demeanor, Yi Qingzhu felt a twinge of envy for its carefree existence, though this thought was fleeting. Since she had encountered a non-aggressive wild chicken, it did not imply that she would be similarly passive. As the chicken turned its back to her, she seized the opportunity and lunged forward, firmly grasping its neck. The wild chicken, taken by surprise, began to thrash violently and squawk loudly. However, Yi Qingzhu did not afford it much opportunity to resist. With a swift motion, she severed its neck while simultaneously conducting a detection. Beep. Moderate pollution, suitable for consumption. Upon hearing the notification, Yi Qingzhu was overcome with exhilaration. Today had proven to be a bountiful day. Not only had she collected loquats, but she had also secured a wild chicken. She hefted the chicken, estimating its weight to be around 40 to 50 pounds. Ever since absorbing the crystal, her health had been restored, and her strength had significantly increased. Lifting a 30 to 40-pound wild chicken felt effortless. Gazing at the chicken in her grasp, Yi Qingzhu fashioned a makeshift pouch from the surrounding grass to carry it, then placed it into her storage space. However, as she had severed the chicken's neck, it had bled profusely. To prevent the scent of blood from attracting other predators, she quickly departed from the area and made her way towards the opposite end of the wasteland. It was still a bit early to return, and she wished to explore the surrounding wasteland and forest further. Along the way, she continued to inspect any wild vegetable she encountered while remaining vigilant for any disturbances. Eventually, she arrived at a hillside at the back, where the trees were abundant and strikingly tall. Yet, she noticed something peculiar. Trees of various colors, yellow, green, red, and white, grew on the same trunk, and several trees in the area exhibited this phenomenon. Intrigued, Yi Qingzhu approached, reaching for a branch to inspect with her detection device. Aside from a notification of no pollution, there were no further indications. It remained a mystery whether her detection device lacked sufficient capability or if it had simply failed to identify anything. Observing the device's indication of no pollution, Yi Qingzhu curiously plucked several leaves of different colors and examined them closely. Aside from their vivid hues, they resembled ordinary leaves. As she rubbed the red leaf between her fingers, a voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Mutated ginkgo leaf, edible, detoxifying. The unexpected voice momentarily bewildered Yi Qingzhu. What was this mutated ginkgo leaf? Who was speaking? Could leaves truly have detoxifying properties? As she absently touched the leaves in her hand, the voice repeated, mutated ginkgo leaf, edible, detoxifying. Listening to the voice while observing the leaf in her hand, Yi Qingzhu's muddled thoughts gradually began to clarify, though disbelief lingered. Was it possible she possessed an automatic detection ability? Yet, during her inspections of wild vegetables or the wild chicken, she had not received such notifications. Her previously clear mind began to spiral into confusion again. Unable to comprehend, she decided to set aside her thoughts and hastily rub the remaining white, yellow, and green leaves. But no further notifications arose. How strange. What was happening? Why did these leaves not elicit any responses? Yi Qingzhu plucked more leaves of various colors. It still received no notifications. Had she merely imagined the earlier auditory phenomenon? Yi Qingzhu could not resist the urge to take out the crimson ginkgo leaf and rub it between her fingers. As the sound of a notification echoed in her mind, the mutated ginkgo leaf is edible and possesses detoxifying properties. This was no mere figment of her imagination. It seemed that among the few leaves she had plucked, this one was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that this leaf, much like the legendary mutated fruits, held unique capabilities? With this thought igniting excitement within her, Yi Qingzhu pondered whether today was her day of fortune. Not only had she gathered loquats and caught a wild chicken, but now she had a ginkgo leaf that could detoxify. Most importantly, she had developed the ability to discern whether these mutated leaves possessed special functions. Embracing the trunk of the tree, Yi Qingzhu prepared to climb, intending to explore the myriad of colorful leaves. Without hesitation, she began her ascent, first examining the lowest leaves, but received no notifications. Undeterred, she continued climbing until she had touched every leaf within her reach, yet still encountered no further indications. Thus, she completed her exploration of the surrounding mutated ginkgo trees, ultimately satisfied with her solitary find, the initial red mutated ginkgo leaf capable of detoxification. After all, this leaf could serve as her talisman should she inadvertently consume something poisonous in the future. Having thoroughly examined several mutated trees, Yi Qingzhu realized that time was slipping away, and the distance to the base was considerable. Thus, she decided against further delay and set off. The path through the mountains was nearly deserted, requiring her only to remain alert for the sudden appearance of a mutated beast. Suddenly, She heard the sound of a branch snapping and a growl emanating from her right. Yi Qingzhu paused, scanning her surroundings with vigilance, and cautiously approached the source of the noise. Choosing a robust tree for cover, she extended her head to observe a short distance ahead, where a sturdy branch had been broken. There, a girl of slender build was locked in a standoff with a frenzied, mutated hair, its crimson eyes glaring and its powerful limbs equipped with sharp claws. The creature, having grown to an enormous size, bared its teeth at the girl wielding a long knife. Assessing the precarious situation, Yi Qingzhu quietly retreated and resumed her journey. Recognizing that a girl daring to confront a mutated animal in the wild was no ordinary character. As Yi Qingzhu turned to leave, she remained oblivious to the fleeting glance cast her way by the knife-wielding girl. Upon acquiring her own space, Yi Qingzhu found herself empty-handed. No longer attracting attention from the crowd she passed, she swiftly returned to the base and headed straight to the official trading hall. Eager to learn about the trading points for fruits and the points for the moderately contaminated wild chicken. Upon arriving at the trading hall, Yi Qingzhu noticed a massive display screen on the wall, showcasing the trading points for various common items. She scrutinized the list, but found no mention of fruit trading points. So she decided to queue up to inquire with the staff. The line was short, and she was soon at the front. The staff, noticing Yi Qingzhu's empty hands, presumed she was there to make a purchase and asked, "What would you like to buy?" Yi Qingzhu replied, "I would like to inquire about the trading points for fruits." The staff, observing Yi Qingzhu's humble attire, doubted her ability to afford fruit, but nonetheless responded, "You wish to buy fruit? Such items are quite precious and rarely available here." After a brief pause, they added, "If you wish to check the official trading points, you can upgrade your detector at the adjacent counter, which will allow you to query the points for various items." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu recalled that upgrading the detector had been a matter from 2 years prior. However, the upgrade required points, and the original owner had not accumulated enough to facilitate this. "I'm not here to buy fruit, but to sell. I have a loquat I wish to exchange and would like to know its value." Yi Qingzhu was aware that the official prices were generally modest, and to achieve a higher selling price, one would typically need to engage with intermediaries, such as shop owners with their own channels. Yet, she had no trusted acquaintances, making the official trading hall her most reliable option. Upon hearing Yi Qingzhu's words, the staff perked up, their eyes gleaming with interest. "What sort of loquat do you have? It better not be highly contaminated." Yi Qingzhu pondered for a moment, then retrieved a moderately contaminated loquat from her pocket and placed it on the counter, stating, "It is a moderately contaminated one." Seeing the loquat, about the size of a melon, the staff's smile widened. Moderately contaminated loquats are worth 300 points per pound. Such fruits are rare and often in high demand, so when received, they are typically prioritized for higher authorities. Of course, the selling price is significantly lower. Yi Qingzhu nodded and said, "Please weigh it. I wish to exchange it for points." The staff, beaming with delight, placed the golden loquat on the electronic scale and announced, "It weighs 5 pounds, which can be exchanged for 1140 points." After receiving her points, Yi Qingzhu turned to the detector upgrade counter, removing her detector and stating, "I would like to upgrade my detector." The staff promptly completed the upgrade, stating, "Upgrading the detector costs 100 points." After paying, Yi Qingzhu exited the trading hall, ignoring the gazes directed her way. Upon returning home, Yi Qingzhu first checked the official trading points for the loquat and wild chicken meat. The points were as follows: loquat, 1,000 points per pound for no contamination, 500 points for low contamination, and 300 points for moderate contamination. Wild chicken meat, 1,000 points per pound for no contamination, 700 points for low contamination, and 500 points for moderate contamination. She also took a moment to glance at the trading points for other fruits and meats, noting that the prices for common fruits, such as apples, pears, and loquats were similar, while watermelons, grapes, and strawberries commanded higher prices. Meat prices varied, with wild chicken and wild rabbit being comparable, while fish were even more expensive. Observing the parity in prices for fruits and meats, Yi Qingzhu mused that wealth was indeed abundant everywhere. Having reviewed this information, Yi Qingzhu took out the loquats she had collected today, gazing at them for a long while, ultimately resisting the temptation to eat one. After all, they represented points. And if she could find a reliable person, she could exchange them for even more. This thought left her feeling melancholy, as the original owner had few acquaintances, let alone trustworthy merchants. Fortunately, items stored in her space remained preserved for a long time, allowing her the opportunity to inquire around for reliable contacts. If she succeeded, she could accumulate a significant number of points. After grappling with her thoughts, Yi Qingzhu tidied her emotions. Noticing that her water supply was running low, she took 2 buckets and set off to fetch more. Upon returning home, she began preparing dinner, planning to cook the remaining bamboo worms, acacia flowers, and nutrient solution together. Alas, lacking any seasonings, she lamented that a touch of oil and salt would greatly enhance the flavor. Here, seasonings were not cheap. A bag of salt cost 50 points, and cooking oil was priced at 200 points per pound. Yi Qingzhu glanced at her remaining balance of 1060 points and decided against indulging in gourmet delights just yet, opting to wait until she had more points to spare. After finishing dinner and tidying up for the night, her detector suddenly alerted her to a new message. Curiously, Yi Qingzhu opened the detector to see who had sent the message, only to discover it was an announcement from the official channel. It is said that a convoy will depart tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock to gather from the officially planted potato fields, and those who wish to participate may queue up. Upon seeing this notice, Yi Qingzhu became quite excited. The authorities always organize several outdoor collection events, primarily for crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Each individual is entitled to 1 free collection opportunity, and for any food gathered that is of low or moderate pollution. A small portion must be surrendered as a collection fee, leaving the remainder for personal use. Consequently, families from the collection zones are eager to participate and arrive early to secure their place in line. As the number of participants is limited and each vehicle can only accommodate a fixed number of individuals, the time spent foraging in the fields are the happiest for the residents of the shelters, as it is both safe and often fruitful. Although there are instances of no yield, most individuals manage to gather a satisfactory amount. Upon reading the notification, Yi Qingzhu resolved to queue up by 4 o'clock the following morning. Being among the first to access the resources would undoubtedly be advantageous. With this thought in mind, she promptly set her alarm and went to sleep. At 3:30 in the morning, the alarm rang punctually, and Yi Qingzhu instantly opened her eyes, sitting up and shaking her head to clear her mind before hastily preparing. The journey to the collection site was quite lengthy, necessitating a full day's commitment. So she made sure to prepare breakfast, as well as some water and dry food for lunch. She retrieved the remaining water celery and a segment of bamboo shoots from her storage, boiled them, and mixed them with nutritional supplements to serve as both breakfast and lunch. With nimble hands and feet, Yi Qingzhu completed her preparations, and before 4 o'clock, she secured the door and set off for the assembly point. The meeting place was at the entrance of the base, and even before she arrived, Yi Qingzhu noticed 3 lines of people already formed. She was surprised to see so many had come so early. Some individuals even brought stools and blankets. Observing this, she hastily sought a less crowded line to join. As Yi Qingzhu stood in line, she scanned the crowd for familiar faces but did not recognize anyone. Her mind drifted to the girl with the knife she had encountered on her way back yesterday, and upon a more thorough examination of the throng, she found no sign of her. Silently contemplating, she wondered if they were not from the shelters, yet aside from the shelter residents. Few from the base ventured out to forage. The line continued to grow, and dawn began to break. The transport convoy arrived, consisting of 7 modified trucks, each capable of carrying 50 individuals. Thus, the maximum number of participants for the day was limited to just over 300. Yi Qingzhu assessed the line and estimated that, according to her position, she would likely have the opportunity to board. Nevertheless, even in this post-apocalyptic world, various connections would influence the order, and some individuals would inevitably receive preferential treatment. As the convoy approached, the crowd erupted in excitement, various discussions buzzing as everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the parked modified trucks at the base entrance. From the back of the trucks, a few individuals emerged. However, their attire did not resemble that of military personnel, but rather that of mercenaries. Yet, formidable mercenary companies often collaborated with the authorities. Silence. Form an orderly line. Those called should board the vehicle one by one. Do not create a disturbance. A mercenary shouted, silencing the crowd instantly. It became apparent that boarding was not conducted in the order of the line, but rather by the mercenary selection. Many individuals were permitted to board before the queue was reinstated. As Yi Qingzhu observed the increasing number of people boarding, a sense of anxiety crept in. Would she be stuck here? The thought was nearly unbearable. 1, 2, 3. Finally, it was her turn. You may board. Those who have not been called should return tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu felt an overwhelming rush of joy, nearly moved to tears. She had narrowly avoided having to wait until the next day. Those who were not selected dared not voice their disappointment and departed quietly, already contemplating an even earlier arrival tomorrow. Once aboard, Yi Qingzhu glanced around and noticed that the seats were already filled. Deciding against pushing further into the vehicle, she leaned against the door and settled in. As soon as she did, the truck jolted and set off towards the collection site. Yi Qingzhu discreetly surveyed her fellow passengers. Unlike the lively atmosphere in line, the truck was now enveloped in silence, each individual wearing varied expressions. Some appeared numb, others weary or vigilant, and a few, like her, were quietly observing. After a little over an hour, the vehicle halted and the doors swung open. The passengers disembarked, and just a few steps away lay the collection area, which was vast and filled with sprawling potato plants. The leaves of the potatoes were enormous, some already yellowing, while others remained green, and a few had lost their leaves altogether. Now form a line, proceed to the designated area, and refrain from crossing boundaries. You all know the consequences, a mercenary barked, brandishing a firearm. Once he finished speaking, everyone was directed to their assigned zones, marked by small flags to denote boundaries. Yi Qingzhu was led to a spot on the periphery, which appeared unpromising for gathering. Just as she contemplated asking to switch locations, she turned and spotted a familiar face, Xie Bai. To her surprise, this mercenary group was none other than the Tomorrow Mercenary Corps. Initially intending to speak, Xie Bai hesitated, but soon inquired, "Is this area not to your liking?" Yi Qingzhu, understanding his tone, realized he had guessed her desire to change locations, but sensed no willingness to assist her. Nevertheless, she pressed on, "This area seems to have very few potatoes. I've always had poor luck. Could you possibly help me switch? Poor luck? Yet you managed to gather loquats to sell?" Xie Bai leaned closer, whispering. At his words, Yi Qingzhu's gaze sharpened momentarily before she quickly concealed her surprise, pondering how he knew about her loquat gathering. Had he been nearby yesterday? As her thoughts shifted, she managed a wry smile and replied, "I only found one, and it took quite a trek to get it." Xie Bai, who had been closely observing Yi Qingzhu, noticed the fleeting glimmer in her eyes, which amused him. He reflected on how much she had changed in the past 2 years, shedding her previously timid demeanor. However, he chose not to confront her about it, stating, "Is one not enough? Others might toil for days without finding even one." Seeing that Xie Bai's demeanor had shifted from jest to earnestness, she quickly asked again, "So, can you assist me in changing this area?" "No," Xie Bai said with a smile, his tone warm and amiable, yet his words left Yi Qingzhu feeling utterly defeated. Watching Xie Bai walk away, Yi Qingzhu could only helplessly draw out her dagger, intending to carve a wooden stick into a pointed tool. To her surprise, Xie Bai returned after taking a few steps, leaning closer to her and whispering it would be best to avoid trading rare fruits like loquats at the official trading hall. Without waiting for Yi Qingzhu's response, he departed once more, this time truly leaving her behind. As she gazed at Xie Bai's retreating figure, Yi Qingzhu reflected on his words. It seemed that her frequent visits to the trading hall to exchange loquats had attracted unwanted attention. Perhaps her recent trips had been too conspicuous, especially since she had exchanged crystal stones last time, making it inevitable for someone to take notice. Henceforth, she would need to be more vigilant when venturing out, ensuring that no one was tailing her. However, without the official trading hall, she had no acquaintance with any reliable traders. It appeared she would have to seek an opportunity to inquire with Xie Bai, as his warning indicated a trustworthy character. Despite her swirling thoughts, Yi Qingzhu's hands remained steady as she skillfully shaped the wooden stick, sharpening one end to use for digging. The potatoes in this realm were no longer the ordinary kind. They were enormous and buried deep within the hard soil, making excavation quite a challenge. Moreover, she had no access to tools like hoes or rakes. While such implements could be procured, they were not inexpensive, and few chose to purchase them, as most preferred foraging for wild vegetables rather than farming. Consequently, the demand for these tools was minimal, and few were willing to exchange their points for them. Yi Qingzhu surveyed her surroundings and found that most others were in similar predicaments, lacking proper digging tools. Some even resorted to using mere twigs to unearth the earth. Yet, there were a few well-equipped individuals who had already uncovered potatoes buried deep within the ground. The plot assigned to Yi Qingzhu contained only a handful of potato plants. Upon counting, she found 5 in total. Among them was a wild grass, over a meter tall, with a robust stem and numerous green leaves, branching out at intervals. Upon closer inspection, Yi Qingzhu noticed it resembled the grayish-green plant from her memories. She took out her detection device, silencing the alert sound, and began examining the green leaves. To her astonishment, she discovered that 2 of the forked branches exhibited moderate pollution. Without hesitation, she collected the 2 branches and resumed her search for potatoes. Feeling fortunate, Yi Qingzhu believed that although the quantity of potatoes was scarce in her designated area, their quality might be exceptional. Thus, she dug with renewed vigor and eventually uncovered a potato, continuing to excavate until she unearthed a whole cluster. In total, she found 5 sizable potatoes, though regrettably, none were edible. With a sigh of resignation, she discarded them and continued her search. Just before the sun reached its zenith, Yi Qingzhu finally finished digging up all the potatoes, yielding a decent harvest. However, only 2 were fit for consumption, each weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. After accounting for what she needed to give to the authorities, she would still have enough for several meals. As the intense sunlight bore down, everyone sought refuge beneath the shade of large trees or in rocky caves. Yi Qingzhu glanced around and found a small cave just large enough for her to sit in. Settling down, she rested, drank water, and ate while waiting for the sun's intensity to wane. After her meal, she surveyed her surroundings. The gathering area formed a natural enclosure, with one side being the path everyone had traveled. In the distance lay barren land, while towering trees grew in the surrounding mountains. Yi Qingzhu meticulously scanned the area for the vibrant, mutated leaf she had encountered the previous day. However, after a thorough search, she found nothing of the sort. With her designated area for potato digging now exhausted, she recognized that each individual had their own section, and once it was depleted, there would be nothing left. The remaining time was designated for free exploration until evening, when everyone would regroup. Formulating a plan, Yi Qingzhu remained observant as the sunlight continued to blaze. At around 3:30 p.m., those who had not finished digging resumed their efforts, while Yi Qingzhu set off to explore the surroundings of the potato field. Beyond the area where potatoes thrived, the landscape was overrun with weeds and thorny bushes, leaving little room to navigate. Yi Qingzhu had to carefully tread along whatever paths remained, wielding her dagger to clear away any obstructive thorns or vines. Simultaneously, she remained cautious of her footing, wary of mutated insects, snakes, or ants. Although this area was deemed safe, one could never be too careful. After a while of stumbling through the underbrush, Yi Qingzhu realized that aside from wild grasses and thickets, there were no edible plants to be found. Resolutely, she abandoned this path and made her way towards the barren land. Although she considered climbing the mountain, her previous observations had revealed no mutated trees, and the likelihood of encountering animals was slim. The mercenary groups escorting them had extensively scouted the area beforehand. If there were any threats, they would have already been identified. Once the mercenaries had delivered everyone to their designated zones, only 2 or 3 remained on patrol, while the rest had vanished, likely off scavenging. After all, anything found during this time would either belong to the gatherers or be shared among the mercenary group. Choosing the path of least resistance, Yi Qingzhu proceeded towards the flat, barren land, which promised a smoother journey. Aside from the towering wild grasses and the occasional stone, there was little else to be seen. Upon reaching the edge of the barren land, Yi Qingzhu took a moment to observe her surroundings. It was evident that others had traversed this area, as evidenced by the flattened grasses, indicating a considerable number of visitors. Sighing softly at the sight, she realized there were no apparent rewards to be reaped here. However, plenty of wild vegetables still grew in the soil. Since she was already there, she felt compelled to conduct a thorough examination. She could not return empty-handed while waiting for others to dig up potatoes. Beep, beep, beep. High pollution detected. Consumption not advised. Why was the warning for high pollution issued? Because if one failed to find anything edible, they might find themselves in dire hunger, left with no choice but to consume highly polluted food, and naturally, no one would stop them. After all, everyone was struggling. Who had the capacity to concern themselves with the lives of others? Indeed, many would watch others perish, waiting to scavenge their remains for anything of value. Amidst the persistent alerts of high pollution, Yi Qingzhu remained undeterred, holding onto a sliver of hope for a stroke of good fortune. After all, just yesterday, she had plucked loquats and caught a wild chicken, both of which were still stored in her space. The mere thought of the wild chicken caused her to swallow hard, her mouth watering at the memory. Last night, she had exerted tremendous willpower to resist eating the chicken, even refraining from indulging in a single loquat. Stop. Enough of this. She could not allow herself to dwell on it any longer. The more she thought about it, the more uncontrollable her cravings became. Yi Qingzhu shook her head and focused intently on detecting the wild vegetables, striving to cast aside her yearning for food. It was only when fatigue set in from her relentless inspections that she finally paused and glanced back at the places she had already examined. Unbeknownst to her, she had ventured quite a distance without encountering a single edible find. In the distance, it appeared that others were also making their way towards the wasteland, presumably in search of other items after harvesting potatoes. Observing this, Yi Qingzhu resumed her focus on detecting wild vegetables in the soil. Beep, beep, beep. A moderate level of contamination was detected, indicating edibility. Only upon hearing the alert did Yi Qingzhu closely examine the wild vegetable in her hand, which turned out to be a wild sweet potato vine. She was aware that wild sweet potatoes were edible, but could the vines also be consumed? After a moment's hesitation, she decided to cut and collect the segment of vine that was indicated as edible, reasoning that if the vine itself was inedible, it might still be possible to cultivate wild sweet potatoes from it. After all, peeling back the vine revealed several hidden sweet potatoes nestled beneath the tendrils. The wild sweet potato vines grew in clusters. As long as one was present, there would be an abundance nearby. There were indeed many wild sweet potato vines, along with numerous sweet potatoes, some partially exposed above the soil, while others remained buried within. Yi Qingzhu glanced up at the others who had arrived at the wasteland. They were all scattered and keeping their distance from her, allowing her to hastily unearth the mature sweet potatoes for testing. Once she completed her analysis of that patch, she was pleased to discover a total of 5 moderately contaminated sweet potatoes and 1 with low contamination. Each sweet potato was quite sizable, roughly the size of an egg. As she gazed at the 6 sweet potatoes nestled in her storage space, she maintained a composed demeanor, while internally, she was overjoyed. Sweet potatoes could be considered a type of fruit, and this variety seemed rather rare. She wondered how many points they could be exchanged for. However, now was not the time to check. It was essential to continue detecting wild vegetables. Finding more would be even better. Her outing would not be in vain. Although the potato yield was meager, she had secured 2 additional finds: gray vegetables and sweet potatoes. After testing the sweet potatoes, Yi Qingzhu noted that there was still some time before the group was to reconvene. Thus, she resolved to continue her search for wild vegetables. At this moment, the wasteland had become quite crowded, with many individuals seeking edible items. Whenever someone approached, everyone instinctively maintained their distance. Watching the growing crowd, Yi Qingzhu contemplated her surroundings and ultimately decided to relocate. She meandered along the edge of the land, pausing to examine familiar plants whenever she spotted them. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a large area obscured by trees. Here, a gentle slope was covered with various plants and wild grasses. Yi Qingzhu stood at the edge of the wasteland, peering down the slope. Suddenly, she noticed something in the middle of the slope. She tiptoed and craned her neck for a better view, but still could not discern what it was. After some deliberation, she grasped her dagger and began to clear the tall grasses, which were intertwined with vines that resembled kudzu. These oversized vines were quite resilient and could serve as rope, but she had nothing to bind with. As for the kudzu roots growing beneath, she had little interest. They were notoriously difficult to excavate, and even if she managed to unearth them, she could not be sure they were edible. Besides, she simply did not have the luxury of time to dig leisurely. Deciding to disregard the kudzu, she pushed aside the leaves and continued down the slope. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The strong vines could indeed be fashioned into a fishing net. But then she reconsidered. The fish in the river were ferocious mutants, and no matter how sturdy the vines were, they were unlikely to ensnare such creatures. Most importantly, cutting the vines would be time-consuming, thick as an arm. It would take an eternity to slice through them with just her dagger. Ultimately, she decided it best not to dwell on it. If the idea was worth pursuing, she could revisit it later. Taking a brief pause, her mind raced with countless thoughts, but she refocused and continued her search. The journey went smoothly, and she encountered not a single mutated beetle. Upon reaching a cave entrance, she observed that it might be a rabbit burrow, or perhaps a snake den. Regardless, it was simply a hole in the ground. Yi Qingzhu picked up a stone from the slope and tossed it inside, accompanied by a rolling sound. It seemed the hole was quite deep, as the stone's clatter faded without anything emerging. She felt a mix of relief and disappointment. Nothing had appeared. No matter. Nearby, a wild vegetable grew alongside a cluster of blooming lilies, their fragrant blossoms captivating her attention. Yi Qingzhu admired the lilies for a moment, not intending to pick them. Some beautiful things are best appreciated in fleeting moments, preserved only in memory. After enjoying the sight of the lilies, she reached out to test the wild vegetable, only to find it was highly contaminated and therefore inedible. Continuing down the slope, she encountered a tree bearing immature soapberries, which were also highly contaminated. A missed opportunity. Suddenly, Yi Qingzhu noticed a hole beneath the soapberry tree. Could it truly be a rabbit burrow? A cunning rabbit has 3 dens, she mused. However, there were no rabbits. Only the hole. What good was that? It was nothing. Continuing on, she found little else and realized she had strayed quite far from the wasteland. Retracing her steps, she opted for a different route back. The return journey would not mirror her initial path. Traversing the same gentle slope seemed pointless, so she resolved to diverge from her original course. After strolling and stopping intermittently, she finally reached the edge of the wasteland without discovering anything beyond a profusion of kudzu. Having deviated from her planned route, she found herself on the opposite side of a grove. There, a hazel tree was entwined with vines bearing unknown fruits. Yi Qingzhu extended her detection device and scanned the fruits, only to receive the alert: high contamination, not recommended for consumption. Just as she completed the scan, she lowered her gaze and locked eyes with a pair of crimson orbs. Instantly, her senses heightened, and she stepped back, creating distance. Clutching her dagger tightly, she entered a state of heightened alertness. The previous sense of ease evaporated in an instant. The rabbit before her possessed red eyes, snowy white fur, long ears, and a mouth that appeared torn asunder, giving it an unsettling appearance. Its unusually sharp incisors resembled those of a vampire. Despite its eerie demeanor, its size was only slightly larger than that of an ordinary rabbit. Yi Qingzhu anxiously focused on the white rabbit, which suddenly sprang towards her with astonishing speed, mouth agape. Without hesitation, she swung her dagger at the exposed soft underbelly of the leaping creature. The blade sliced through, drawing forth a trickle of blood. But the wound was not deep. The rabbit, now agitated by the pain, prepared to lunge at her once more. This time, however, Yi Qingzhu did not give the white rabbit a chance. In a swift motion, she dashed forward and firmly grasped the rabbit's neck. Given its relatively small size, she found it easy to control. With her left hand pressing down on its neck, she wasted no time in using her dagger to swiftly sever its throat. Blood gushed forth, and she quickly dodged to avoid the splatter. Any blood that landed on her could attract unwanted attention from other creatures. The rabbit continued to thrash about, prompting Yi Qingzhu to deliver several more blows until it lay lifeless. As she gazed at the now dead white rabbit, she reflected that among the mutated beasts she had slain, this one while not particularly large, seemed less formidable than the rest. Its grotesque appearance, with a mouth that appeared to have been torn apart, was merely unsettling. She considered it the weakest of the mutated creatures she had dispatched. Not forgetting to test the rabbit with her detection device, she was met with the alert: low contamination. Recommended for consumption. What? Had she truly heard that? Incredibly, it is a low-pollution rabbit. Oh my goodness, what extraordinary luck has befallen me today. Is it a day of fortune for me? No, it seems it has been for the past couple of days. Just as Yi Qingzhu lifted the rabbit, a voice called out from nearby. Quickly put down that rabbit. I chased it here. Upon hearing the voice, she raised her gaze towards its source and saw a gaunt man in tattered clothes, glaring at her with furious eyes. This emaciated man had been foraging for wild vegetables nearby when he heard a commotion and approached out of curiosity. When he peered through the gaps in the leaves, witnessing a woman engaged in a fierce struggle with a mutated rabbit, fear gripped his heart. To his astonishment, the woman effortlessly dispatched the rabbit. Having witnessed the entire episode, the man's courage surged. He momentarily forgot the sight of the woman killing the rabbit and shouted at the diminutive figure before him. That is the rabbit I was pursuing, as if the creature truly belonged to him. Yi Qingzhu, unfazed, ignored him and prepared to leave with the rabbit. Unexpectedly, the gaunt man, emboldened by some unknown source of courage, attempted to block her path. I told you that rabbit is mine. Why can't you hear me? Yi Qingzhu cast a frigid glance in his direction, her eyes icy as frost, seemingly piercing through to his soul. She chose not to respond and continued on her way. However, her indifference did not deter the man. Instead, it seemed to fuel his audacity. His expression conveyed an air of arrogance, as though he believed victory was his. Just as Yi Qingzhu was about to pass him, the man suddenly reached out with his filthy hand, attempting to grasp her arm. Yet, as his hand neared her, she reacted with remarkable swiftness, thrusting her weapon towards him without hesitation. The dagger in her hand gleamed ominously, darting toward his wrist with astonishing speed. Clearly unprepared for such a quick and decisive counterattack, the man's face drained of color. As he saw the approaching blade, he hurriedly withdrew his hand, but not before the sharp edge sliced through his skin, blood oozing forth immediately. Despite his injury, he refused to concede, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he tried once more to seize Yi Qingzhu. Yet, she adeptly sidestepped his assault and delivered a sharp knee to his abdomen. The man doubled over in pain, agony etched across his face. Just as she contemplated further reprimanding this ungrateful man, she heard footsteps behind her and turned to see members of the mercenary team approaching, led by Xie Bai. Not wishing to cause a scene under the watchful eyes of the mercenaries, Yi Qingzhu decided to refrain from further confrontation. The gaunt man, upon seeing the mercenaries arrive, especially the team leader, shouted, "Mercenary captain, you've arrived just in time. This woman stole my rabbit and even attempted to kill me. You must help me." Listening to the man's outcry, Xie Bai regarded Yi Qingzhu with keen interest. Observing her expressionless face, he inquired, "This man claims you stole his rabbit. What do you have to say?" In truth, Xie Bai had been nearby when Yi Qingzhu dispatched the rabbit, though the trees had obscured his view. Nonetheless, he had witnessed the entire event unfold. Responding with an icy tone, Yi Qingzhu stated, "I caught and killed the rabbit." Furthermore, in foraging, possession is determined by who can claim it, not by who merely spots it. After a moment, she cast a disdainful glance at the gaunt man and mockingly added, "As if he could even catch a rabbit, let alone kill one." The emaciated man, hearing her words, flushed with indignation before retorting, "If it wasn't Timmy, then could it possibly be you, a diminutive and scrawny woman?" Yi Qingzhu felt a mixture of anger and amusement at his comment, eyeing him critically. With beady eyes and a gaunt frame like a stick, he dared to criticize her stature. She thought to herself, "I may appear thin due to hunger, but I am indeed a beauty. As for being short, well, let that remark slide. Considering the original owner's age, it was evident she had likely reached her full height." With a sigh, she reminisced about her former height of 168 meters and her curvaceous figure. No use dwelling on it. Overthinking only leads to tears. Xie Bai observed the subtle shifts in her expression, torn between amusement and exasperation. Yet, he maintained a composed facade, appearing as frigid as ever, making it difficult for anyone to discern his true feelings. Xiaobai chuckled inwardly, finding her amusing. Despite her internal turmoil, she managed to control her outward demeanor so effectively that it was nearly imperceptible. Yi Qingzhu sensed his unwavering gaze upon her, though she chose not to engage, as she had questions to pose and did not wish to offend him. After noting her emotional fluctuations, Xiaobai remarked casually, "You seem quite skilled. You dispatched that mutated rabbit with speed and precision." At his words, Yi Qingzhu paused, realizing he had indeed witnessed her kill the rabbit and had been close by. No wonder it arrived so promptly, yet with a controlled expression plastered across her face, she grinned and remarked, "What luck, what luck." Upon hearing Yi Qingzhu's words, Xiaobai chuckled softly but chose to remain silent. Observing his demeanor, Yi Qingzhu quickly took hold of the rabbit and made her exit. To her surprise, Xiaobai followed closely behind, exclaiming, "That mutated rabbit you have is likely one we overlooked during our last hunt. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. You arrive and immediately capture one. Seeing you hold it tightly, it must be quite edible. It appears your luck is truly exceptional." With that, he briskly strode past Yi Qingzhu. As she watched the prize that had ultimately fallen into her hands, a hint of pride flickered across Yi Qingzhu's face, a sentiment that Xiaobai caught in his peripheral vision. She placed the rabbit into her spatial pouch, gathered some wild grass, and hastened towards the assembly point. By the time she arrived, the others were lining up to board the vehicle, with Yi Qingzhu positioned at the end of the line. Once on board, she settled against the door. As everyone settled in, the vehicle began to move. This expedition had been devoid of any encounters with mutated beasts, marking it as the safest collection trip yet, and the most worry-free for the mercenary group. Consequently, spirits were high, save for those who returned empty-handed. Inside the vehicle, after a long day of foraging, fatigue set in, and the passengers fell into a quiet rest, except for a gaunt man who was restlessly casting glances at Yi Qingzhu's cloth pouch. Having suffered a setback in the Wasteland, the emaciated man harbored resentment. Upon spotting the pouch in Yi Qingzhu's arms, a greedy gleam ignited in his eyes. He shifted uneasily and boldly declared, "Today, Hall has been poor for everyone. Yet you seem to have struck gold, having snatched that mutated rabbit from me back in the Wasteland." His words drew the attention and scrutiny of the others in the vehicle, their gazes equally infused with avarice, as some were aware of the events that had transpired in the Wasteland. However, the specifics remained murky. It was clear someone had captured a mutated rabbit. In the wild, the identity of the captor or the nature of any theft was of little concern. Ultimately, the means by which one obtained something mattered less than the outcome. Possessing it ensured one would not go hungry that day. As the man's words sank in, and feeling the weight of the other passengers' greedy stares, Yi Qingzhu's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. She realized this man was intent on fixating on her, deliberately drawing attention to her. With a frigid expression, she retorted sharply, "I discovered and captured this. How does it become yours? If it were truly yours, the mercenaries should have allowed you to take it when they arrived. Your incompetence does not entitle you to benefits. Do you truly think I am easy prey? If you have the audacity, come and try to seize it from me." As she spoke, she stood, gripping a sharp dagger and advancing toward the gaunt man. Her gaze was icy, as if she had grown accustomed to such confrontations, radiating an air of lethal determination that sent shivers through those present. The onlookers shifted their gazes between Yi Qingzhu and the emaciated man, their eyes betraying a clear anticipation of the unfolding drama. They silently congratulated themselves for remaining uninvolved while eagerly awaiting a fierce conflict to erupt, thinking it best if a brawl ensued, perhaps yielding some benefit for themselves. Their eyes sparkled with greed, longing to witness a clash of life and death. Should the situation escalate too far, the mercenary group would likely expel them from the vehicle, which would almost certainly lead to their demise. As Yi Qingzhu approached menacingly, the gaunt man's complexion drained of color. The smug smile that once adorned his face vanished as he recalled the brutal scene of Yi Qingzhu dispatching the rabbit, panic surging within him. Regretting his impulsive behavior, he recognized he had provoked the wrong individual. Yet, Retreat was no longer an option. He could only steel himself to face the consequences. After all, his earlier provocation aimed to incite discontent toward Yi Qingzhu among the others. Now, witnessing their eager anticipation for a confrontation, he understood their intent was to watch him clash with her, leading to his expulsion from the vehicle, which would spell his doom. His body instinctively curled back, hands clenching nervously, a tremor in his voice as he stammered, What do you want? I warn you, if you dare to make a move in the vehicle, the mercenaries will certainly toss you out to feed the mutated beasts. Though the distance between Yi Qingzhu and the Gaunt Man was minimal, each of her deliberate steps exuded strength and purpose, enveloping the man in a palpable sense of dread. His heart raced with anxiety, causing his words to falter. Observing the man's cowardice, as he seemed to wish to shrink into nothingness, Yi Qingzhu discerned that he was merely a coward, one who thrived on stirring discord and spreading rumors from the safety of the crowd. With each step, she drew closer to the Gaunt Man, her fierce demeanor becoming increasingly pronounced, yet she remained silent. Suddenly, she raised her dagger sharply, mercilessly lunging at him. The remaining passengers, previously seated, instantly shut their eyes in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Simultaneously, a pungent odor filled the air. He had succumbed to panic and lost control. With his right hand gripping the edge of the seat beneath him, as if seeking solace, Yi Qingzhu's dagger fell like a swift wind, landing precisely beside his right hand. The blade's sharp edge grazed his skin, leaving behind a deep crimson line. Leaning slightly forward, her voice icy, she warned, "This strike serves merely as a small lesson. Should there be a next time, should you dare to speak so recklessly, the next blade will find its mark upon your neck." Hearing her words, the trembling man slowly dared to open his eyes, meeting the fierce gaze of the woman mere inches away. He felt no pain in his hand, merely a dazed nod as he stuttered, "I won't dare. I want to speak out turn again." Seeing the man cowed by her intimidation, Yi Qingzhu withdrew her dagger and returned to her seat, feigning rest. In truth, her action served not only as a warning to the provocateur, but also as a deterrent to the others. After all, the Gaunt Man's earlier remarks had attracted the interest of the other passengers. While their scrutiny was not overt, the underlying greed and malice in their eyes did not escape Yi Qingzhu's notice. The dagger she had thrust at the Gaunt Man was also a warning to any genuine threats among them, though it held little weight in a world where death was a commonplace occurrence. Once targeted by such individuals, one can only expect a continuous stream of troubles. With her eyes closed, Yi Qingzhu contemplated how to deal with these people. Once they fixate on someone, they are unlikely to relent easily. Quietly strategizing in her mind, she awaited their move, ready to counteract. The journey was somewhat unsteady, yet they arrived safely at the entrance of the base. The occupants of the vehicle disembarked in succession, queuing to pay the fee for potato harvesting. Yi Qingzhu had managed to dig up 2 potatoes, intending to share half of one with the mercenary group. Watching as a significant portion of her potato was taken away, she felt a slight pang of regret in her heart. Standing nearby, Xiebai observed the fleeting expressions of anguish on Yi Qingzhu's face, marveling at the rapid shifts in her emotions. One moment she was cold and indifferent. The next she was visibly pained. Recalling the scenes he had witnessed through the vehicle surveillance, he couldn't help but think how intriguing this woman was. Her face would occasionally display a fierce, calculating expression, then turn icy and expressionless, only to break into a triumphant smile or a heart-wrenching grimace. Such a complex and fluctuating emotional display was rare in this desolate land, where most faces were either numb or filled with ruthless cunning. After collecting her potatoes, Yi Qingzhu lifted her gaze and immediately spotted Xie by standing by the roadside. As she passed him, she softly inquired, "Do you know any familiar bosses who could recommend me?" Upon hearing her question, Xiebai instantly grasped her intention. He lowered his voice in response. "Are you looking to exchange points? I'm off tomorrow. I can come find you then." After contemplating his words, Yi Qingzhu extended a device to exchange contact information. Once they had exchanged their details, she departed, prioritizing her return home over everything else, anxious about the potential tale following her. A few steps behind her was the Gaunt Man who had been frightened earlier. Seeing Yi Qingzhu conversing with the mercenary leader ignited his resentment. It was clear they knew each other, which explained her preferential treatment. The thought that she possessed a mutated rabbit fueled his desires, overpowering his fear. Though he dared not openly confront her at the base, he could still discreetly follow her. If he could ascertain where she lived, an opportunity might present itself. This emaciated man lacked any real tracking skills, and Yi Qingzhu, without needing to glance back, was aware of his clandestine pursuit. Such individuals were truly detestable. But in the confines of the base, she could not act against him, nor could she reveal her home. Thus, she opted to move towards a more populated area, the marketplace. At that moment, the marketplace was bustling with traders, providing ample opportunity to lose her pursuer. The gaunt man was easily shaken off, but the other two individuals were not so easily dismissed. Yi Qingzhu meandered through the marketplace, ultimately entering a grocery store run by a well-built man. Although he presently appeared unwell, Yi Qingzhu suspected he might have been a mercenary in the past, forced to retire due to illness or injury. Inside the store, she noted a variety of items, mostly secondhand, including a vintage bicycle that seemed of little use in this wasteland. Remembering her dwindling supply of nutritional fluid at home, she approached the shopkeeper and said, "I'll take 5 bottles of nutritional supplements. Would you prefer those nearing expiration or the normal ones?" Yi Qingzhu considered her points, recalling the supplies in her space, and decided to indulge herself. "The normal ones, please." At 60 points each, totaling 300 points, she completed the transaction and then asked, "Do you have a back exit?" The shopkeeper glanced outside and, without further inquiry, replied, "Follow me." Exiting through the back of the grocery store, Yi Qingzhu finally managed to shake off her bothersome tale and felt a sense of relief as she made her way home, pondering how to discreetly deal with any lingering threats. Upon arriving home, she secured the door and retrieved a wild yam from her space. Gazing at the yam, which was about the size of an egg, she hesitated briefly before deciding to reward herself with a moderately contaminated one. Breaking the yam open and inhaling its fragrant aroma, Yi Qingzhu felt her mouth water in anticipation. Unable to resist, she took a small bite, savoring the delightful flavor, and couldn't help but exclaim how remarkably delicious it was, akin to savoring a culinary delicacy. After finishing the yam, she consumed a nutritional supplement as her dinner. Afterward, she fetched 2 buckets of water and tidied up, reflecting on her plans to consult with Xie by the next day before turning in for an early rest. The following day, at around 4 in the morning, Yi Qingzhu awoke punctually to exercise, then prepared breakfast. Considering the provisions in her space, she decided to treat herself well, opting to steam half a potato, which was high in starch and would provide a strong sense of fullness, negating the need for additional supplements. After breakfast, with time to spare, she thought Xie likely wouldn't arrive so early and decided to step out to a nearby area to see if she could forage for wild vegetables. To her surprise, she encountered Xie approaching her as soon as she stepped outside. "Are you heading out?" he asked, his gaze fixed on her. "I didn't expect you to come so early. I was planning to go out for a bit." Since he had arrived, Yi Qingzhu glanced around, contemplating, and ultimately decided to invite Xie inside for a conversation. "Let's talk inside," she said, opening the door without waiting for his response. Xie followed her in and closed the door behind them. With little to sit on in the modest home, Yi Qingzhu wasted no time and directly stated, "I have some items I'd like to exchange for points. Do you have a reliable channel?" Prior to visiting, Xie had anticipated a more nuanced exchange with Yi Qingzhu, but her straightforwardness caught him off guard. He smiled enigmatically and replied, "I do have a reliable channel, but what do you have to offer in exchange?" As a mercenary, Xie was indeed well connected. After all, members of the mercenary group often had their own items to trade discreetly. Yi Qingzhu countered, "What do you want me to offer? Points or food?" "Points? How many do you have that could procure information?" he retorted, his expression laced with playful mockery. Yi Qingzhu considered her points and, ignoring his subtle taunt, maintained her composure as she replied, "It's not much, perhaps 100 or so points." "Huh," Xie chuckled softly at her response. Yi Qingzhu, sensing his amusement, assessed him more closely. His laughter caused him to slightly bend forward, his dark hair falling over his forehead, obscuring his eyes. With fair skin and well-defined facial features, he possessed an undeniably handsome visage. As she observed his pale complexion, Yi Qingzhu found herself momentarily lost in thought, realizing that even in such a dire environment, there were those who retained a striking appearance. Once Xie Bai's laughter subsided, she pondered the source of his amusement. Was he laughing at her meager points? Umph. In the desolate world, those at the very bottom may possess only a few points. Laugh if you will, it matters not. I will undoubtedly never lack points in the future. With such a meager sum, one might struggle to exchange for valuable information. How about this? I can guide you through familiar channels, and in exchange, you accompany me on a scavenging trip today. Why should I accompany you? As an accomplished mercenary, wouldn't it be more advantageous for you to venture out alone? Yi Qingzhu inquired, perplexed. Xie Bai smiled faintly, a hint of mystery gracing her expression. It's nothing much. I simply believe you possess good fortune, and I wish to partake in your luck. Her demeanor oscillated between earnestness and casualness, her lips curling into a smile as she gazed expectantly at Yi Qingzhu, awaiting her response. Joining you in scavenging sounds agreeable, but only if you take me along. Yi Qingzhu replied, her gaze sincere. You truly know how to negotiate. It seems you will never let yourself be at a disadvantage. Xie Bai observed with a hint of resignation, yet she did not refuse. Everyone harbors their own private gathering spots, fiercely guarding them, and would not readily divulge such secrets. As a seasoned mercenary, Xie Bai too had her own clandestine collection points. Yi Qingzhu, of course, did not expect Xie Bai to reveal any secret locations. Nonetheless, there are some gathering sites that are comparatively more advantageous than others. Accompanying her would not be a loss. After all, the other party claimed to want to share in her good fortune. Although Yi Qingzhu's luck often came hand in hand with misfortune, she refrained from voicing this concern. Do you agree, then? Yi Qingzhu probed. Would you take me scavenging if you disagreed? She shook her head resolutely, indicating that there was no chance of that. Ultimately, it was unclear who would benefit from whom, but the arrangement was settled, and Xie Bai ceased her banter with Yi Qingzhu. They set off to their destination, with Yi Qingzhu ensuring she had the necessary items for exchange. Upon arriving at the familiar storefront, Yi Qingzhu was taken aback to realize it was the very shop she had visited just the day prior. She cast a sidelong glance at Xie Bai, suspecting that she might be toying with her. Xie Bai, noticing Yi Qingzhu's skepticism, chuckled. What? Do you doubt me now? Have you perhaps suffered a loss in this establishment before? As they entered the shop, the proprietor overheard their exchange. Yi Qingzhu quickly shook her head in response. No, I merely visited yesterday and was taken aback. After pausing, she added, the owner helped me evade a pursuer. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude. This was, of course, directed at the shopkeeper. Seeing Yi Qingzhu and Xie Bai enter, the owner recognized their purpose. He waved dismissively at Yi Qingzhu's remarks. It's a trifling matter. No need for thanks. He then turned to Xie Bai. Are you off today? What brings you here? Do you require assistance with something valuable? Xie Bai smiled. I didn't realize you two were acquainted. I'll keep it brief. This is Yi Qingzhu. She has some items she wishes to exchange for points. After the introduction, the shopkeeper directly addressed Yi Qingzhu. What do you wish to trade? Please, present your items for inspection. Since she was already here, and given the shopkeeper's former status as a mercenary captain, Yi Qingzhu felt no hesitation. She reached into her bag and began pulling out her items, but hesitated momentarily. Glancing at Xie Bai, Xie Bai, noticing the look, smiled. What? Do you not trust me now? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Qingzhu decided not to dwell on her doubts. She laid out loquats, wild chickens, wild rabbits, and sweet potatoes on the counter. As each item was revealed, both Xie Bai and the shopkeeper, Qiao Jigang, were taken aback. Qiao Jigang's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend the rarity of such goods. These items were typically scarce, especially the sweet potatoes, which were particularly striking. He marveled internally at how this seemingly frail girl had managed to procure such valuable and uncommon items. Despite his astonishment, his years of professionalism enabled him to swiftly compose himself. With a smile, he addressed Yi Qingzhu. Miss Yi, you are truly a master of concealment. This is quite an impressive haul. These items are exceedingly rare within the entire base, especially the sweet potatoes. I've never seen anyone bring them for trade before. As he spoke, he silently rejoiced at having encountered such a unique client. He thought to himself that scavengers like Yi Qingzhu were indeed rare. Establishing a good rapport with her could lead to more delightful surprises in the future. Xie Bai, meanwhile, mused that her good fortune was indeed manifesting. Accompanying Yi Qingzhu on this scavenging venture would surely yield bountiful results. She would not return empty-handed, even though mercenaries could often discover advantageous gathering points. It was not guaranteed they would always yield rewards. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, Yi Qingzhu simply recognized that her recent scavenging adventures had been fruitful, providing her with enough resources to sustain herself for some time. With a humble smile, she remarked, "I was merely fortunate, combined with a touch of desperation." This statement was not merely modesty, for good fortune often accompanies considerable risk and challenge. Without the requisite courage and strength to confront such trials, fortune could swiftly turn to misfortune. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Zhigang couldn't help but exclaim, "Such luck is indeed a rarity." He began assessing the items Yi Qingzhu had placed on the counter. Yi Qingzhu waited patiently, smiling as she anticipated the outcome. Before long, Xiao Zhigang completed his assessment of her items, confirming Yi Qingzhu's evaluations. Loquats, for medium pollution. 3 low pollution wild chickens. 1 medium pollution wild rabbit. 1 low pollution sweet potatoes. For medium pollution, 1 low pollution. After finishing his examination, Xiao Zhigang addressed Yi Qingzhu. The official price for loquats is 500 points per pound for low pollution and 300 points for medium pollution. Wild chickens with medium pollution go for 500 points per pound. As for sweet potatoes, no one has ever sold them before, so there is no official price. I estimate they might fetch similar prices to the loquats. The wild rabbit will be priced the same as the wild chicken. Such rare items are highly sought after among the affluent. Hearing Xiao Zhigang's appraisal, Yi Qingzhu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had initially feared that her items would not fetch a satisfactory price. However, it now appears that my concerns were unwarranted. Nevertheless, Yi Qingzhu did not exhibit excessive excitement. Instead, she smiled and nodded. She had verified the price provided by the authorities and found no discrepancies. The next step was to await Xiao Zhigang's offer. Xiao Zhigang glanced at Xie Bai, who leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, and continued to speak to Yi Qingzhu. "There are 2 methods for me to procure the items. One is for me to make a direct purchase. The other is for me to take them to potential buyers, and upon selling, I would retain a 15 commission from the total price. Which method would you prefer for the transaction?" Yi Qingzhu pondered thoughtfully before responding. "Boss Xiao, if I choose the second option, could you agree to one condition?" "What is it?" "Confidentiality about the source. I do not wish for others to know that these items have come from me," Yi Qingzhu stated, fixing her gaze on Xiao Zhigang's eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhigang confidently raised his hand and assured her, "Rest assured, Miss Yi, I can certainly uphold this agreement. After all, should we establish a long-term partnership, I would have no reason to disclose the identity of my benefactor, would I?" Yi Qingzhu chuckled softly. "All right, I trust the person Xie Bai recommended, and I also believe in Boss Xiao's credibility. Here's to a pleasant collaboration." With that, she extended her left hand. Xiao Zhigang paused for a moment before hastily reciprocating the handshake. "To a fruitful collaboration. Let us exchange contact information so you can reach me anytime if necessary," Xiao Zhigang suggested after retracting his hand. Yi Qingzhu lifted the detector on her wrist and added Xiao Zhigang as a friend. Once the connection was established, Xiao Zhigang continued, "I will send these items to my buyer group first, and once everything is sold, I will settle the payment with you. Let me weigh these items. It has been quite some time since I last used this scale. I would only use it when the mercenaries returned with goods." He then subtly gestured towards Xie Bai. Yi Qingzhu had no objections. "Then I will trouble you, Boss Xiao." Xiao Zhigang swiftly retrieved an electronic scale from beneath the table and weighed the loquats, wild yams, wild chickens, and mutated rabbits, stating, "For moderately contaminated loquats, weigh 16 pounds. 3 low-contaminated loquats weigh 12 pounds. For moderately contaminated wild yams weigh 3 pounds. 1 low-contaminated yam weighs half a pound. The wild chicken weighs 32 pounds, and the wild rabbit weighs 6 pounds. All right, I will leave the rest of you, Boss Qiao. Just let me know once you have any news, Yi Qingzhu said, preparing to leave as she remembered she needed to follow Xie Bai to his secret gathering location. Sensing Yi Qingzhu's anticipation, Xie Bai approached the counter and inquired, Boss Qiao, do you have any shovels? I need 2, and also 2 snake skin bags. We do have them, though they are not inexpensive, as there aren't many opportunities to use them these days. Thus, demand is low, 200 points for each shovel and 20 points for each snakeskin bag. All right, then I will take 2 shovels. After purchasing the items, Xie Bai followed Yi Qingzhu out of the store. Once outside, Yi Qingzhu remained silent, quietly trailing behind Xie Bai, who surprisingly led her to a rental agency. The agency was modestly sized but offered a variety of vehicles, including bicycles, modified motorcycles, tricycles, and pickup trucks. Xie Bai entered the agency and addressed the owner. I would like to rent a tricycle. Captain Xie, taking another day off? The owner chuckled, pointing to a tricycle parked nearby. Would you like the same one you often use? Xie Bai nodded, and the owner replied, Great, we'll keep the old price, 500 points for a day, plus gas, which will be another 100 points to fill the tank. Upon hearing that renting a tricycle for a day would cost 600 points, Yi Qingzhu thought to herself that if they returned empty-handed, it would mean a complete loss of 600 points. Surprisingly, Xie Bai agreed immediately. It seemed that as a mercenary captain, he certainly had points to spare, unlike her, who was frugal even with the smallest expenditures, opting only for nearing expiry nutritional supplements. Indeed, the comparison was disheartening. Although she no longer needed to buy nearing expiry nutritional supplements, she was still cautious with her points. Xie Bai noticed the changing expressions on Yi Qingzhu's face and could likely guess her thoughts. With a knowing smile, but no further words, he instructed the owner to fill the tank and then drove Yi Qingzhu towards the outskirts of the base. Sitting beside Xie Bai, Yi Qingzhu observed how thoroughly he was dressed in protective gear, including a special cap issued by the mercenary group. Without a cap or protective suit herself, she contemplated whether she, too, should invest in a set of safety gear. She asked Xie Bai, how many points does a complete set of safety gear and a cap cost? Xie Bai, focused on the road, replied, a full set of radiation and acid rainproof safety gear costs 10,000 points, while the cap is 3,000 points. After a moment of silence, he glanced at Yi Qingzhu, whose expression had grown numb, and added, if you opt for secondhand safety gear and a cap, it would only be 5,000 points. However, the quality may vary, and if there are any issues once purchased, the owner will not assist, so it's a gamble. But if you wish, I can ask Captain Xiao to help you find a reliable second-hand set. Yi Qingzhu pondered silently, calculating her current points, 1,060, realizing she could not even afford a brand new cap. If she chose second-hand, with some effort, she might be able to afford it, but the quality was uncertain, and any problems could pose a risk to her life. After careful consideration, Yi Qingzhu decided to follow Xie Bai's suggestion and let Captain Xiao assist her in finding a trustworthy second-hand safety suit and cap. As she mentally strategized, a sudden alert from the detector interrupted her thoughts. She quickly opened it to find an official message stating, a strong acid rain is expected tonight and through tomorrow. Citizens are advised to take protective measures and avoid going outside. Xie Bai, focused on driving, could not check the message, so he inquired, what did it say? Yi Qingzhu replied, it mentioned that a strong acid rain will occur tonight, advising caution and to avoid staying outdoors. Xie Bai acknowledged with a brief indicating he understood. He continued driving, and the modified tricycle sped along swiftly. As they traveled northward, Yi Qingzhu observed the landscape shifting. After more than an hour, they finally stopped. Yi Qingzhu stepped out to find herself surrounded by mountains and expansive wasteland, reminiscent of the place she had previously found loquats and wild chickens. Though it was not the same location. Once Xie Bai parked the vehicle discreetly among the trees and approached with the newly purchased shovels. Yi Qingzhu glanced at him and asked, Captain Xie, you didn't bring me here just to dig for wild vegetables, did you? Xie Bai chuckled softly, what is this? The fortunate Miss Yi has now turned her nose up at wild vegetables. You truly are fortunate to be able to pluck fruits and catch wild chickens and rabbits. Hearing Xie Bai's teasing tone, Yi Qingzhu couldn't help but roll her eyes and retort, "It's not that I look down on wild vegetables. I just wonder if they can cover the cost of your rental today." Xiaobai's cheerful laughter resonated in Yi Qingzhu's ears as he playfully led her forward, traversing the boundary where the wasteland met the mountains until they arrived at a fork in the path and paused. He remarked, "Thank you, Miss Yi, for your consideration. However, whether we can recoup the cost of the rental car today depends on your luck." After teasing Yi Qingzhu, without waiting for her response, he pointed ahead at the fork and continued, "We must proceed a bit further along this path up the mountain." With that, he pushed aside the wild grass and began to climb. The terrain was rugged and uneven, yet Yi Qingzhu, accustomed to mountain trails, managed to keep pace with Xiaobai. The two continued for approximately half an hour before stopping. "We've arrived," Xiaobai announced, halting his steps. Yi Qingzhu joined him, and before them lay a stretch of barren land halfway up the mountain, adorned with a sprawling expanse of verdant plants. Momentarily, Yi Qingzhu could not discern the type of vegetation. She turned to Xiaobai, awaiting his explanation. "Sweet potatoes," he replied succinctly, and those two words astonished Yi Qingzhu. Sweet potatoes, also known as yam beans or cold yams, can be consumed raw or sod edition sweet potatoes. She echoed, intrigued. "Indeed, I stumbled upon this patch while chasing a mutated goat, and it happens to be ripe for harvest now. I've already surveyed this vicinity and found no large mutated creatures." Xiaobai paused, chuckling, and continued, "The extent of our harvest today depends on whether your luck can lead us to more moderately or lightly contaminated sweet potatoes." Hearing this, Yi Qingzhu smiled gratefully. "Captain, you are indeed generous. I've never harvested in such a fine location before, and I sincerely hope we can gather a good number of the less contaminated sweet potatoes." After a moment's thought, she added, "However, Captain Yi, may I inquire how we shall divide the sweet potatoes once we harvest them?" Without hesitation, Xiaobai replied, "I discovered this place, but I brought you here so we can split the harvest evenly. Should you find another good location in the future, don't forget to include me, so I can partake as well." Yi Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback by Xiaobai's response. Though they had met a few times and he had saved her life, they were hardly close, let alone at a point where sharing food would be customary. In this desolate world, food equates to survival, and were she in his position, she would not be so magnanimous, even if he were her savior. Uncertain of how to respond, Yi Qingzhu's internal conflict was noted by Xiaobai, who dismissed her hesitation with a gentle suggestion. "Let us begin digging. We arrived a bit late, and soon the sun will be high, making it impossible to continue." With that, Yi Qingzhu set aside her inner turmoil and commenced the task of digging for sweet potatoes. It made sense now why Xiaobai had purchased 2 hoes from Boss Chiao and rented a tricycle. They were indeed intended for this very endeavor. The hoes made the digging significantly easier, and the tricycle would facilitate the transport of their haul. Both worked in silence, focusing on their task rather than wasting energy on conversation. They piled their finds together, intending to examine them further once the sun climbed higher and they took a break. The sweet potatoes varied in size, with a light brown skin and a flattened, round shape. The larger ones weighed around 10 pounds, while the smaller ones were about 5 or 6 pounds. Care was necessary to avoid damaging the larger specimens, making the work laborious despite the use of hoes. After 2 hours of digging, the duo had not amassed a substantial amount. Noticing the sun's intensity, they paused their efforts and moved the gathered sweet potatoes to the shade of a large tree. Once they had transferred everything, Yi Qingzhu sat down, wiped her brow with her sleeve, and exhaled deeply. She retrieved her water bottle and took a few sips, glancing at Xiaobai, who remained silent. After a moment, she asked, "Did you forget to bring water?" Xiaobai turned to her, smiling. "I left in such a hurry this morning that I forgot to bring any." Yi Qingzhu hesitated, then offered her water bottle. "If you don't mind, you can have some of mine." Xiaobai accepted her gesture gratefully, lifting the bottle to drink before returning it to her. Initially, Yi Qingzhu contemplated sharing the leftover potatoes from breakfast, but reconsidered, realizing that Xiaobai might not have brought any food either. "Shall we begin testing these sweet potatoes to see how fortunate we are? Let us see how many are edible," she proposed. Xiaobai nodded in agreement, picking up a sweet potato to begin the testing. With no one else around, they left the testing device alerts on, which emitted a continuous beeping sound. Beep, beep, beep. Moderately contaminated. Consumption in moderation is advised. Yi Qingzhu's device chimed. Beep, beep, beep. Highly contaminated. Consumption is not advised, Xiaobai's device responded. As they continued, Xiaobai's hand hovered in the air before slowly retracting. He chuckled wryly, saying, "It seems to rely on your luck to increase our chances of finding edible sweet potatoes. I shall assist by removing the leaves, while you place the edible ones into the sack." Yi Qingzhu, surprised by this exchange, smiled and agreed. The quantity of sweet potatoes they had initially harvested was modest, and they quickly completed the testing. In the end, Xiaobai held a low-contamination sweet potato, exclaiming, "We dug up a total of 21 sweet potatoes, of which 7 are moderately contaminated and 3 are low contamination. This yield exceeds normal expectations. It appears your luck is quite reliable." Yi Qingzhu, astonished by the numbers, realized this was significantly better than her previous attempts to gather wild yams. She instinctively surveyed their surroundings, relieved to find no threats. "I hadn't anticipated such fortune. Let us dig some more this afternoon. We might uncover additional edible ones." Xiaobai, observing her vigilance, shared her caution. He set down the low-contamination sweet potato and picked up a small, moderately contaminated one. After peeling it, he split it in half and handed one portion to Yi Qingzhu. "Here, have this. It can serve as our lunch. We must eat before continuing our work this afternoon." Yi Qingzhu gazed at the half of the sweet potato, its sweet aroma tempting her. She accepted it and, after a moment's pause, retrieved the leftover steamed potatoes from her bag, suggesting, "I still have some for breakfast. If you don't mind, let us share them." Xiaobai, eyeing the steamed potatoes, grinned and took his share, saying, "These must be the freshly harvested potatoes from yesterday. Now we can savor the taste of fresh produce." The two individuals finished their meal in silence, sipping water in the interim. It was still too early to resume digging for sweet potatoes, so they leaned against the grand tree to rest. Before that, however, Xiaobai had carefully placed the low and moderately contaminated sweet potatoes into a snakeskin bag. As the sunlight gradually dimmed, the two finally picked up their hoes and resumed their labor. This evening, acid rain was forecasted, which could potentially elevate the contamination levels of the sweet potatoes in the field. Furthermore, today was Xiaobai's only day of respite. Thus, the pair worked in unison, striving to extract as many sweet potatoes as possible before twilight. With vigorous swings of his hoe, Xiaobai remarked, "Let's take these sweet potatoes back and examine them thoroughly." Yi Qingzhu readily concurred. "Indeed, let us gather as many as we can, and we shall test them later." They continued until dusk, filling their snakeskin bags with their harvest. Yi Qingzhu carried the sweet potatoes that had already been tested, while Xiaobai shouldered a bag filled with untested ones as they retraced their steps along the path. Upon reaching the spot where the tricycle was parked, the sky began to darken. Not wishing to linger, they swiftly loaded the bags into the vehicle, settled in, and hastened back to the base. However, the return journey did not unfold as smoothly as their arrival. They encountered an unexpected obstacle: 2 mutated birds. Je vingzu remainet alert, observing her surroundings, and was the first to notice the 2 mutated birds swooping towards them. These birds were colossal, rendering their species indiscernible at first glance. Yi Qingzhu's expression changed dramatically as she urgently warned Xiaobai. "Mutated birds." Xiaobai, who was driving, glanced up to see the menacing birds hovering above, his heart sinking. "This is bad. They are mutated woodpeckers, and they are extremely ferocious," he said, contemplating how to evade the impending attack from the 2 creatures. Upon hearing the term woodpecker, Yi Qingzhu was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Woodpeckers? They were only a few dozen centimeters long, and now they've grown into beasts of 3 to 4 meters? Xiaobai nodded gravely. Indeed, many creatures have undergone mutations since the apocalypse, and woodpeckers are no exception. Not only have they grown larger, but they have also become aggressive and possess immense strength. We must proceed with caution. He accelerated the tricycle in an attempt to shake off the 2 mutated woodpeckers. Once merely interested in the insects within trees, they had now turned predatory. The former doctors of the forest had become ruthless predators. It was evident that in this wasteland, logic was a mere illusion, replaced by the chaos of mutation. As Yi Qingzhu pondered how to confront this predicament, while keeping her eyes fixed on the circling woodpeckers, she heard Xiebai shout, "Can you drive the tricycle? You take the wheel, and I will handle the woodpeckers." Without hesitation, Yi Qingzhu switched positions with Xiebai. Recognizing that her abilities were not on par with his, she wisely refrained from overthinking. Xiebai stood in the cargo area for better positioning to attack the woodpeckers. It was Yi Qingzhu's first experience driving a tricycle. After a brief explanation from Xiebai, she clumsily maneuvered the vehicle forward. Just as they had exchanged places, the two woodpeckers dove down aggressively. Xiebai had not brought any heavy equipment for this outing, armed only with a sharp dagger and a handgun. However, the handgun proved ineffective against the flitting birds, leaving him with no choice but to engage in close combat. He focused intently on the woodpeckers, anticipating the optimal moment to strike. Initially, Xiebai intended to draw the two woodpeckers' attention to himself, but to his astonishment, they seemed to have developed a cunning collaborative strategy. One bird charged at Xiebai while the other targeted Yi Qingzhu. Seeing this, Xiebai had no choice but to divert his attention from the woodpecker before him and warn Yi Qingzhu. However, the situation unfolded rapidly. As he shouted, "Be careful," the second woodpecker had already lunged at Yi Qingzhu's back. Instinctively sensing the imminent danger while concentrating on driving, Yi Qingzhu managed to evade the surprise attack. In a split second, she halted the tricycle, drawing her dagger to stab at the woodpecker that had attempted to ambush her. The assailant, taken aback by the failure of its surprise attack, became enraged, flapping its enormous wings in a furious attempt to charge at her once more. Having landed, Yi Qingzhu remained vigilant against the woodpecker's assault. Xiebai, who had intended to assist, was taken aback by Yi Qingzhu's swift evasion and counterattack. Recognizing her capability to handle the situation, he decided to focus solely on the woodpecker before him, hoping to resolve the conflict quickly so he could aid her. Yi Qingzhu scrutinized the mutated woodpecker, noting its massive form, formidable beak, and the long, sticky tongue that dripped corrosive saliva onto the leaves, which disintegrated upon contact. The tongue, once an adaptation for capturing insects from tree hollows, had transformed into a lethal weapon. "Beware, their saliva is corrosive," Yi Qingzhu shouted to Xiebai, who was engaged in combat with another woodpecker, as he distanced himself to avoid the dripping liquid. At that moment, the agitated woodpecker seized the opportunity presented by Yi Qingzhu's distraction to swoop down again. Ever vigilant, she deftly dodged the attack, narrowly avoiding the bird's talons. The mutated woodpecker, now more than just a beak, wielded claws as deadly as its mouth, necessitating utmost caution. As darkness descended, the situation grew increasingly perilous for both Yi Qingzhu and Xiebai. Although woodpeckers typically had poor night vision, it was uncertain whether the mutations had altered their capabilities. After another failed assault, the woodpecker's frustration mounted. Rarely had it encountered an opponent since its transformation, and it was accustomed to breaking through anything with its beak, even the toughest bark. Now, this small target proved remarkably elusive. The woodpecker adjusted its course, aiming for Yi Qingzhu's head. She raised her dagger to block, the clash of steel against beak resonating with a metallic clang. Inwardly, Yi Qingzhu cursed. Even the bird's beaks have become as hard as steel. Why hasn't the human body mutated into something as resilient? How am I to fight? Despite her grievances, her body instinctively responded with aggression. The woodpecker, adept at flying, would immediately retreat after each failed attempt, making the situation exceedingly challenging for the earthbound Yi Qingzhu and Xiebai. They could not afford to prolong this confrontation. They needed either to eliminate the threat or to escape. Otherwise, as night fell, the danger for both would escalate dramatically, potentially leading to their demise. Remaining calm, Yi Qingzhu contemplated her next move, determined to devise a strategy to strike with precision. Though their heads and claws appeared rigid, the feathered necks and bodies seemed untouched by hardness. Yi Qingzhu contemplated that perhaps this was a breakthrough, waiting for the opportune moment to strike at the bird's neck when it approached again. At last, the woodpecker launched another attack. Yi Qingzhu fixed her gaze on the descending woodpecker, and as it extended its neck for a forceful peck, she seized the moment to thrust her dagger fiercely into its neck. The blade pierced through the feathers covering the woodpecker's neck, and, as it cut through, Yi Qingzhu realized she had found its weakness. Blood gushed from the open neck, warm and vibrant. In that instant, while Yi Qingzhu successfully stabbed the woodpecker, she deftly dodged its hard peck, but her shoulder was exposed and suffered a deep gash. Yet, at that moment, she paid no heed to her own wound. She quickly called out to Xie Bai, "The bird's neck is its weak point." Unexpectedly, Xie Bai responded simultaneously, "The bird's belly is their weakness." Upon hearing each other, they exchanged a victorious smile, a fleeting expression of joy. However, that smile vanished in an instant as they regained their composure and swiftly delivered a few more strikes to the woodpecker, ensuring it was thoroughly dead before gesturing to one another. Meanwhile, Yi Qingzhu did not forget to assess the level of contamination of the mutated woodpecker, receiving a notification of moderate pollution with a recommendation for limited consumption. Upon hearing this, her heart raced with excitement. What extraordinary fortune she had today. Almost half of the sweet potatoes were edible, and after defeating the woodpecker, it turned out to be consumable as well. Oh, heaven, you have bestowed too much upon me. I might just weep from gratitude. On the other hand, Xie Bai also tested the woodpecker he had killed, only to find it was highly contaminated. After a brief pause, he skillfully opened the bird's belly to check inside, but found nothing, discarding the woodpecker with force. He then beckoned Yi Qingzhu to hurry into the vehicle and leave this perilous place. Watching Yi Qingzhu carry the edible woodpecker, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Why did others seem to have luck akin to a cheat code, while he felt as if he was cursed? Indeed, the comparison between people could be disheartening. Yi Qingzhu noticed Xie Bai's actions of probing the bird's belly and understood their implications, but she refrained from commenting, silently placing her own woodpecker in the back of the vehicle. Upon approaching, Xie Bai noticed the cut on Yi Qingzhu's left shoulder and immediately retrieved a small bottle from his pocket, handing it to her. "You are injured. Apply this ointment to your wound at once." Yi Qingzhu examined the ointment in her hand, recognizing it as a specially formulated remedy. "This must require a considerable number of points, right? What will you do if you get hurt next time?" She was about to return it to Xie Bai, believing she could find another solution for her wound, as she still had some mugwort left in her space to crush and apply. Xie Bai replied, "Use it first. This was issued by the mercenary group, and I can exchange for more once I return. Your wound is from a mutated bird. If not treated promptly, it could lead to radiation infection, which a simple ointment won't remedy. You would need to purchase an anti-radiation gene medicine, costing at least 50,000 points per dose." Upon hearing the exorbitant price for a dose of anti-radiation gene medicine, Yi Qingzhu's immediate reaction was that it was beyond her means. Determined not to spend that money, she decisively opened the bottle, releasing a fragrant aroma. She scooped out a portion and applied it to her wound, feeling a cool and soothing sensation. After applying the ointment, Yi Qingzhu pondered what she could offer in exchange with Xie Bai. She could not simply accept his kindness without reciprocation. On the journey back, Xie Bai drove the tricycle with remarkable speed, compressing an hour-long journey into just over 50 minutes. Indeed, human potential is boundless, and even a tricycle could exhibit the capabilities of a racing car. Upon returning to the base, the sky had darkened significantly. They had previously agreed to leave the sweet potatoes at Yi Qingzhu's home until they could assess them for trading. By the time they reached her doorstep, night had completely fallen. Xie Bai carried everything inside her home before heading back to return the tricycle and hurry back to the mercenary group. Although it was a break time, the mercenary group had strict hours. He needed to report back by 8:30 p.m. In a hurry to return the vehicle, Xie Bai reported to his team before finally reaching his dormitory. On the way back, he couldn't help but smile at the day's gains. Upon entering the dorm, he was immediately surrounded by his teammates. Jiang Yi, the one closest to him, grinned and asked, "Captain, you look so cheerful. Did something good happen?" Liu Peng, standing nearby, chimed in, "Yes, Captain, even when you rest, you usually don't disappear for the entire day." At that moment, Li Jia leaned in with a mischievous grin and teasingly asked, "Captain, you didn't go looking for that girl from yesterday's potato digging, did you?" Faced with their inquiries, Xie Bai flashed a rogue smile and replied, "Off you go. If you're all so idle, it seems the regular training ISNT sufficient, and your work ISNT arduous enough." Shall I send you all for extra training right now? Upon hearing this, everyone quickly conjured up excuses to evade the suggestion and then dispersed rapidly. Finally, Xiebai enjoyed a moment of peace, shaking his head as he picked up his belongings and headed to the washroom. Meanwhile, at Yi Qingzhu's home, she gazed at the sweet potatoes on the floor, contemplating placing them in her space until she could take them out tomorrow. She also checked her wound. Thanks to the ointment, it had stopped bleeding and was beginning to scab. What a miraculous ointment this was. She resolved to ask Xie how to procure it next time. Anticipating the impending acid rain, Yi Qingzhu hurriedly grabbed a bucket to fetch water. Knowing that after the acid rain, access to clean water would be a significant concern. Everyone would only be able to collect a limited amount daily. Upon arriving at the water collection site, she found a long queue, indicating that many were eager to store as much water as possible, for without food or water, survival would be dire. After filling her bucket, Yi Qingzhu hurried home, and as she arrived, the torrential acid rain began to pour. Some people still on the road rushed to find shelter. If caught in the acid rain, without points to exchange for anti-corrosive medicine, they would face a slow demise. Watching the sudden downpour of acid rain, Yi Qingzhu felt a wave of relief as she secured the door to keep the rain at bay. After placing the bucket down, she looked at the woodpecker and took her dagger to slice open its belly, reaching inside to feel around. To her surprise, there seemed to be something inside. As she pulled it out, she discovered a second-level green crystal. How delightful! This excursion had certainly borne fruit. Contemplating the crystal, Yi Qingzhu decided against trading it for now. Frequent exchanges might draw unwanted attention. Furthermore, she could absorb the crystal to heal her body. She also recalled the unexpected ginkgo leaves she had acquired, which could serve as an antidote, remembered from the automatic prompt in her mind. Though the exact circumstances remain unclear, it is undoubtedly related to the crystal. Ever since I absorbed the crystal, my body has undergone changes, the space has returned, and I have received prompts in my mind. Moreover, I have yet to comprehend the original owner's abilities, all of which may be tied to the crystal. After all, during my previous existence in another apocalyptic world, the ability core I acquired proved immensely beneficial, enhancing my strength, evolving my powers, and transforming my weaponry. Similarly, the crystals here must possess various functions. Retaining them could serve as a lifeline in emergencies, given that I can directly absorb the crystals. With myriad thoughts racing through her mind, Yi Qingzhu placed the crystal into the space, observing the bamboo shoots and the gray vegetables within, and glanced at the woodpecker on the ground. Ultimately, she extracted the bamboo shoots for dinner and set the woodpecker into the space. She prepared all the remaining bamboo shoots, savoring them while contemplating the necessity of acquiring some seasonings, as subsisting on saltless and oil-less fare would not be sustainable for her health. As Yi Qingzhu pondered her plans to visit Boss Qiao's shop for seasonings once the acid rain subsided, she received a message from him. Opting for a voice call, she answered and was greeted by Qiao's cheerful voice. "Miss Yi, you haven't rested yet, have you?" "Not yet, Boss Qiao. Do you have any news regarding the loquats and wild yams?" "Yes, indeed, and it's good news." Xiao Ji Gang's excited tone resonated through the device. They were sold at a high price. I share these items in my client group, and there was a frenzy to purchase them. Both the moderately polluted loquats and wild yams were priced at 500 points per pound, while the low pollution ones went for 700 points per pound. In total, I sold 19 pounds of moderately polluted produce for 500 points, and 12 pounds and 8 ounces of low pollution loquats and wild yams for 960 points. Upon hearing the prices, Yi Qingzhu felt a surge of excitement. Truly, the money of the affluent is easier to earn. Xiao Jigang continued with news about wild chickens and hares. The wild chickens and hares were also sold at high prices, 750 points per pound for the chickens and 200 points per pound for the hares, totaling 200 points. The high prices stem from a wealthy family in the base planning a birthday banquet, thus the inflated demand. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, Boss Qiao, for without you, such prices would not have been achievable, Yi Qingzhu sincerely remarked. There's no need for such formality. The higher the prices, the more I can earn as well. We are partners, Xiao Jigang replied, bursting into laughter. Hearing his mirth, Yi Qingzhu inadvertently smiled as well. After their laughter subsided, Xiao Jigang continued. The total is 49,660 points. After deducting my service fee of 7,449 points, I will transfer 42,211 points to you. I will initiate the transfer now. Please check your account. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingzhu received a notification of the points credited to her account. Opening it, she found 43,271 points, her heart racing with exhilaration. Just a minute ago, she had been a person with only 1,060 points. Now, she was on the path to prosperity, able to purchase seasonings without a second thought. Just as Yi Qingzhu reveled in her newfound wealth, Xiao Jigang's voice echoed from the device. Miss Yi, did you receive it? Yes, I did. Thank you, Boss Xiao, she replied. Stop calling me Boss Xiao. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Xiao. In that case, please refrain from calling me Miss Yi. Just call me Qingzhu. All right, Qingzhu. From now on, you can send anything my way first, and I assure you, I will sell it at a price that satisfies you. Hearing this, Yi Qingzhu pondered for a moment and said, Brother Xiao, I happen to have a mutated woodpecker. I wonder if you would be interested. I have tested it, and it is moderately polluted. What do you think? Before she could finish, Xiao Jigang's astonished voice came through the device. You actually hunted a mutated woodpecker? Yi Qingzhu silently nodded, realizing he could not see her, and replied, Yes, but I initially intended to consume it. I've already opened it up. Do you still need it in this state? Naturally, she could not divulge that she had gutted the woodpecker in pursuit of the crystal. Regarding the wild yams, that matter belonged to Xie Bai, and she would wait for him to arrive before discussing it. Qingzhu, hold on a moment. I will inquire in the group. Xiao Jigang said decisively before hanging up without waiting for her response. Yi Qingzhu chuckled at the abruptness, surprised that someone with a mercenary background could be so impatient. Contemplating, she sent a message to Xie Bai, and he quickly replied, Here. Yi Qingzhu promptly typed, I mentioned the woodpecker to Brother Xiao, and he's checking for buyers. I did not bring up the wild yams. Let me know when you can come to finish the testing. Xie Bai responded, I have a mission tomorrow. I will come to find you after it concludes, probably around 6 p.m. Just as she replied with a simple good, she received another call request from Xiao Jigang. Hello, Brother Xiao, do you have news? Ye Vingzu answered, Herr Tonicherfu. Qingzhu, someone is offering 50,000 points for the mutated woodpecker. Will you sell it? Xiao Jigang stated without preamble. 50,000 points? Yi Qingzhu queried uncertainly, recalling how she had struggled to exchange the skin of a mutated snake for only 200 points. A mutated woodpecker was worth 50,000 points? Yes, I informed the buyer that you had opened it up, and that prompted the offer of 50,000 points. If it were intact, the price would be even higher, but they require the skin as well. That works. Aside from gutting it, I have not harmed it. Yi Qingzhu agreed readily. Great. After the acid rain passes, please deliver it to me. And remember to store it properly. If it gets corroded by the acid rain, it will be worthless. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, I will take good care of it and ensure it is in perfect condition when I deliver it to you. After they concluded the call, Yi Qingzhu noticed a message from Xie by stating, a moderately polluted mutated woodpecker can fetch a considerable amount of points. Do not damage it. Yi Qingzhu replied, I have already opened it. I mentioned this to Brother Xiao, and he has found a buyer offering 50,000 points. After sending the message, she waited for a while before receiving Xie Bai's response, a simple okay. After dinner, she tidied up and gazed at the points on the device, reflecting on the impending sale of the mutated woodpecker, which would net her over 40,000 points. Satisfied with the resources in her space, she drifted off to sleep, even the sound of the acid rain pattering on the roof becoming less bothersome. Awakening at the usual time, Yi Qingzhu groggily listened to the rain drumming on the roof, realizing the acid rain had yet to cease. Nonetheless, she had no intention of lingering in bed. Rubbing her eyes, she turned over and got up. After completing a set of martial arts exercises, Yi Qingzhu looked up through the transparent roof to observe the sky outside, still shrouded in darkness. At this hour, the sky would typically be brightening. Perhaps due to the rain, the atmosphere remains dark and ominous. However, given the inherently unstable weather of this wasteland, Various unusual phenomena often occur, making it hardly surprising. Retracting her gaze, she began to prepare breakfast. Regardless of circumstances, a meal was essential. Now that she had a modest supply of provisions, there was no need for undue self-deprivation. She could afford to indulge a little. Yet in this moment, she yearned to prepare something delightful for herself, though her options were limited. The mutated woodpecker was reserved for sale, and the bamboo shoots had been consumed the previous evening. All that remained were potatoes and gray vegetables, leading her to settle on steaming a potato to accompany her nutrient supplement. After a leisurely breakfast, she noticed that the time on the detector read past 6 o'clock, yet outside, darkness still enveloped the landscape. An unsettling feeling crept into Yi Qingzhu's heart. As time progressed, the exterior remained shrouded in gloom, intensifying her anxiety. She surveyed her surroundings, realizing that in the event of danger, there were no adequate hiding places. Approaching the door, she contemplated pushing the table against it for some semblance of security, though a mere wooden door reinforced by a low table would hardly suffice. It provided her with a modicum of psychological comfort. Restlessly pacing within her abode, Yi Qingzhu occasionally pressed her ear against the door, straining to catch any sound from outside. Aside from the wind and rain, there was an eerie silence. After what felt like an eternity of listening, she detected a shift in the wind, which seemed to carry an unsettling odor, an acrid stench. Unsure if her imagination was playing tricks on her or if the smell was indeed real, she hesitated to inhale deeply, mindful of the potential dangers lurking in the air. The last thing she wanted was to inhale toxic particles. With this thought, Yi Qingzhu hurried to her bed. Rummaging through her supplies in the cellar, she found a tattered garment, nearly in shreds, yet she couldn't bear to discard it. Resolutely, she tore it into strips to cover her nose and mouth. While it might offer little protection, it was better than nothing. As she pressed the fabric against her face and approached the door once more, the foul odor intensified, accompanied by distant sounds of heavy objects crashing and desperate cries for help. The cacophony of trampling feet drew nearer, and the cries grew more harrowing. The stench was almost overwhelming. Holding her breath, she gripped her dagger tightly, eyes fixed on the entrance. Ah, a monster! Run! Help us! Someone save us! Run! The monster is coming! What kind of beast is this? Oh heavens, it's devouring people! Run! The air was thick with panic, punctuated by the sounds of destruction and anguish. As Yi Qingzhu sensed a colossal entity approaching her home, accompanied by the clamor of weaponry. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed above her. She instinctively looked up to see an enormous, hairy leg pressing down on her transparent roof, which promptly caved in, allowing acid rain to seep through the breach. With little time to ponder, she dashed to the undamaged side of her dwelling to shield herself from the acidic downpour. Once safely out of harm's way, she glimpsed the massive, hairy limb, its long claws having punctured her roof. In an instant, the claw withdrew, exacerbating the damage to the already compromised structure. And the acid rain poured in with renewed vigor. Anxiety surged within her. Should that monstrous claw strike again, she would have nowhere to escape the corrosive rain. The fierce winds and torrential downpour outside rendered escape impossible. She had no desire to experience the rain's corrosive effects. As she pondered her next move, sounds of heavy artillery erupted from outside. Though she could not see, the noise suggested that the shells were striking something tough and resilient, reverberating with deep thuds. Peering through a crack in the door, she beheld a titanic creature covered in disheveled fur, seemingly armed with numerous appendages. The limited view made it difficult to discern details, but it was evident that this beast loomed like a small mountain, its massive claws rising and falling as it wreaked havoc on surrounding shelters, leaving destruction in its wake. Amid the concentrated gunfire, the creature writhed and twisted, its claws sweeping in chaotic arcs. Attention! Surround the creature with firepower. Do not allow it to escape. Yi Qingzhu's home stood at the center of this assault, and she silently prayed that her modest shelter would not be obliterated. Though it was merely a hovel, it was her refuge. Losing it would leave her homeless amidst the ruins. As the bombardment continued, she lost track of time. Half an hour, perhaps an hour, before the cacophony finally subsided and the creature's movements came to a halt. Soon, A squad of fully armed mercenaries arrived to confirming monster deceased. Confirming monster deceased. After ensuring the beast was vanquished, they swiftly proceeded to sever its limbs. At that moment, Yi Qingzhu noticed that the acid rain had ceased, and daylight was breaking through the clouds. She pushed open the door and found herself face to face with the creature, which the mercenaries were still attending to. Upon hearing the door creak, they glanced up, surprised to see a young woman emerging from the shelter. Seeing Yi Qingzhu unscathed, they couldn't help but think, this girl is remarkably fortunate. Her home was nearly crushed, yet she remains unharmed, calmly stepping out to witness the commotion, unaware of their thoughts. Yi Qingzhu focused on the creature before her. Upon closer inspection, she identified it as a mutated spider. Its size was astonishing. The creature's head had not grown significantly larger, but its body and legs were disproportionately massive, adorned with eyes of varying sizes, the largest bulging as if they might pop. The sight was grotesque. After scrutinizing the spider, Yi Qingzhu surveyed her surroundings. Almost all the neighboring structures had collapsed, leaving many homeless. Her own shelter had sustained a significant breach in the roof on one side, but it was comparatively intact. The remains of nearby homes lay in ruins, some draped in corrosive webs, which had withered any vegetation that came into contact with them. Some collapsed huts still concealed individuals. While a portion of the mercenaries worked to rescue them, others patrolled the area. As Yi Qingzhu assessed the situation around her home, she lifted her gaze to see Xia Bai approaching. He spotted her and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a few holes in the roof." "You mentioned a mission yesterday. This wouldn't happen to be it, would it?" Yi Qingzhu inquired with a sense of confusion. "No, this is an unexpected incident. I never anticipated that a mutated spider would infiltrate the base during the acid rain." Xia Bai sighed and continued, "Fortunately, it was discovered early, and the official army collaborated with us mercenaries to eliminate it. Even if you're skilled, it would be best not to roam outside. Wait until it is completely safe before venturing out." After speaking, Xia Bai departed, leaving Yi Qingzhu to circle around her house before returning to her drafty home. Upon inspection, she noted that apart from the large hole in the roof, there was a significant gap on the right side and a smaller one on the left. In short, her home was now thoroughly exposed to the elements. Yi Qingzhu contemplated that she should first procure some materials from Qiao Jigang to repair the house. Otherwise, she would be unable to sleep peacefully at night. It seemed that the recent acid rain had delayed the sun's appearance, as it remained overcast even at noon. After the mercenary group cleared the aftermath and departed with the mutated spider, Yi Qingzhu hastened to Qiao Jigang's grocery store, accompanied by the mutated woodpecker. As soon as she stepped across the threshold, Qiao Jigang looked up, his face lighting up with a smile as he approached her, expressing genuine concern. "Qingzhu, you're here. I heard that there was an attack from mutated creatures in the east this morning. How are you? Were you injured? What is the extent of the damage to your house? Is it severely affected?" Yi Qingzhu sighed lightly, her voice tinged with helplessness. "I came here specifically to address that issue. My transparent roof is completely shattered, and there are significant holes on both sides of the house that need repairs. Brother Qiao, could you help me find 2 sheets of metal? Even if they are old, as long as they're usable. The transparent material on the roof is troubling me. I have no idea what it is made of. Do you know what this transparent material is?" Qiao Jigang quickly reassured her. "Do not worry. I have prepared thoroughly today. Upon hearing of the attack in the east, I promptly stocked up on various supplies. I have the metal sheets you need. As for the transparent material, it is actually acrylic. Many prefer to use it for roofs due to its excellent light-transmitting properties. Then please calculate how many points that would be." "Oh, and I also brought you this mutated woodpecker," Yi Qingzhu replied, placing the creature on the ground. Upon hearing that it was a mutated woodpecker, Qiao Jigang's eyes brightened, and he hurried over to examine it. He had expected that after being dead for a night, the woodpecker would be stiff, but to his astonishment, it appeared remarkably lifelike. Its feathers remained vibrant and glossy, as if it had just recently passed away. Curiosity piqued, Qiao Jigang asked, "Qingzhu, how did you preserve this mutated woodpecker? It looks almost identical to how it did when it died." Yi Qingzhu smiled softly, responding vaguely, "I just kept it in my cellar." At this, Qiao Jigang chose not to pry further. Picking up the woodpecker, He shifted the topic. I will message the buyer now. Once they transfer the points, I will pass them on to you. Yi Qingzhu nodded gratefully. Thank you, Brother Qiao. However, I am quite anxious about the state of my house. If I cannot resolve this today, I might not even have a place to sleep tonight, she admitted, her expression tinged with concern. All right, I will find that for you immediately. But can you install this yourself? Or would you like me to find someone to assist you? Xiao Jigang inquired. He had initially wanted to suggest moving closer to the inner circle of the base, but the closer the houses were to the base, the more expensive they became. If one had points, who would choose to live on the dangerous fringes? Yi Qingzhu promptly nodded. If you have someone in mind, it would be best if they could come today to help me install it. Yes. I will contact someone right away. Rest assured, they will be able to assist you today. After sending the message, Xiao Jigang turned to rummage through a pile of goods, and after a flurry of sounds, he finally unearthed 2 large sheets of metal and a sizable piece of acrylic. Qingzhu, I found you the 2 largest sheets of metal. They should cover half of your house. This piece of acrylic is also the biggest. Take them home and check if the sizes are sufficient. If not, I can find you other materials that are guaranteed to be sturdy and durable, Xiao Jigang informed her, tossing the metal and acrylic onto the ground. Thank you, Brother Qiao. How many points for these 3 items? Oh, and I also need some iron nails, she inquired. 2 sheets of metal will cost you 1,500 points. A piece of acrylic will be 1,000 points, and the iron nails will be 100 points. Qingzhu, I have calculated these at the lowest price for you. Upon hearing the prices, Yi Qingzhu realized he had indeed given her a favorable deal, as such old metal sheets are usually scavenged from outside, while newly produced sheets from the base are quite expensive. With a smile, she replied, Then I want to be polite, Brother Qiao. Please help me inquire about the installation worker. Xiao Jigang lifted the detector to check for messages and soon had a response. I have someone available. The labor fee is 300 points. Does that work for you? Yes. Brother Qiao, please contact him so that he can come right away. Let them know that once the job is done, I will transfer the points. Yi Qingzhu replied eagerly. After responding to the message, Xiao Jigang added, All right, they should arrive in about half an hour. Qingzhu, you won't be able to carry all this alone, will you? I have an old tricycle. Can you ride it? I can lend it to you to transport the metal and acrylic. Yes, Brother Qiao, thank you so much. You have been a tremendous help. Yi Qingzhu expressed her heartfelt gratitude, as transporting such large items back home would indeed be a challenge. After settling the points, Yi Qingzhu departed with the materials while Xiao Jigang attended to other customers. Given the recent attack in the east, many were in need of replenishing their supplies. On her way back, Yi Qingzhu observed more individuals resembling the walking dead, their faces expressionless, their clothes tattered, clearly victims of the recent calamity. Once, they had a complete shelter, but now only a few wooden frames remained, draped with rags or tarps. Such makeshift shelters would offer no refuge if another acid rain were to strike. Moreover, many bore severe injuries, most inflicted by the mutated spiders that had ravaged their homes, leaving them drenched in acid rain. If these individuals could not procure corrosion-resistant medicine in time, their bodies would gradually succumb to decay, ultimately leading to their demise. Throughout her journey, she was met with the sounds of countless wails and groans. Yi Qingzhu remained indifferent to the surroundings, for it was evident that everyone here faced their own struggles, unable to assist one another. Kindness is a luxury afforded only by a stable society, and good intentions do not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. They may even invite calamity. Upon returning home, Yi Qingzhu unloaded the metal sheets and acrylic glass from her tricycle and placed them on the ground, instantly attracting the attention of those nearby. A few curious individuals gathered around her, inquiring about where she had acquired such items and how many points were required for exchange. Among them was a woman, her face smeared with dirt and her eyes gleaming with greed, who directly asked, Miss, how many points did you exchange for these items? Look at your home. It can barely accommodate anyone, while my aunt's house is reduced to mere stumps. Could you kindly consider giving these items to us? Ye Vingzhu retorted, Your house has only wooden stumps left. Why not simply give them to me for firewood? After all, they serve little purpose. The woman, who had worn a facade of false kindness, instantly transformed into a figure of rage, her voice piercing the air as she exclaimed, "You little wretch! How dare you take advantage of me? You pitiful creature without parents! Who knows what means you employed to acquire these items? And now you dare to covet what belongs to my family." The woman's words drew the attention of others in her household, including two men who eyed Yi Qingzhu's metal sheets and acrylic glass with avaricious glints in their eyes. They advanced towards her step by step, clearly harboring intentions of forceful acquisition. Not only these two men, but others around them also gazed greedily, waiting for an opportune moment to seize what they could. As the two men approached, reaching out for the metal sheets, Yi Qingzhu unsheathed a dagger without hesitation, striking swiftly at the man closest to her. The sharp blade sliced through his arm, leaving a long wound from which blood gushed forth like a fountain. The man cried out in agony, utterly unprepared for Yi Qingzhu's weapon and her decisive response. The filthy woman, upon witnessing her son's injury, contorted her face into a mask of rage. With wide eyes, she screamed, "You vile bitch! How dare you harm my son? I will kill you!" As she cursed, she lunged at Yi Qingzhu, attempting to attack her. Yi Qingzhu deftly sidestepped and retaliated with her dagger, inflicting a gash on the woman's arm, causing her to scream in pain and continue her tirade. Yi Qingzhu coldly disregarded the woman's furious shouts and said, "This is the consequence of your audacity to attempt to rob me. Should you dare approach again, next time will not be an arm, but your heart. If you possess the courage, come and try." Hearing Yi Qingzhu's chilling words and seeing the bloody dagger glinting in the light, those who had intended to take advantage hastily retreated. Such is the nature of the world. There will always be those who prey on the weak and fear the strong. The woman's family, recognizing Yi Qingzhu's ferocity, fled in disarray, cursing under their breath. Continuing to quarrel would yield no benefit. They would seek to settle the score another day. Yi Qingzhu understood that this encounter might leave future troubles, yet in the base, she could not truly harm anyone. For now, she would remain vigilant and look for another opportunity. As she observed the crowd dispersing, Yi Qingzhu turned to retrieve her belongings and was about to bend down when a man inquired, "Is this the residence of Yi Qingzhu? We are here to install the metal sheets and acrylic glass for your roof." Yi Qingzhu looked up to see a short man accompanied by a taller one, both carrying wooden boxes, presumably toolboxes. To her surprise, these were the individuals sent to assist her. Earlier, she had noticed them standing outside the crowd, but as long as they could repair her home, it mattered little. Nodding, she replied, "Yes, I am. You were sent by Mr. Qiao, correct?" They nodded in affirmation. "Very well, this is my house. One metal sheet should be affixed to the right side, and the other on the left. The acrylic glass is for the roof." Yi Qingzhu instructed, pointing to her home. "Understood. We will begin immediately to ensure it is completed swiftly. The fee is 300 points, as you are aware," the shorter man stated. "Indeed, I will pay you immediately upon completion," Yi Qingzhu replied, pushing the tricycle aside to clear the area for their work. Observing the two men skillfully retrieve their tools without casting wandering glances into her home, she noted their understanding of boundaries. Having no further business to attend to outside, Yi Qingzhu took a seat on the tricycle, watching the men work. Sensing her gaze, the two men, reminded of her fierce demeanor, diligently focused on their tasks, not daring to slacken their pace. Perhaps influenced by her scrutiny, they completed the repairs in just over 3 hours. After inspecting their work and finding no issues, Yi Qingzhu promptly paid them. Grateful for the points, the men left without lingering. Once they departed, Yi Qingzhu secured her door and rode the tricycle to exchange it. Upon arriving at Xiao Jigang's grocery store, she found a considerable crowd. After returning the tricycle, she purchased various seasonings and nutrients before departing. Back home, Yi Qingzhu tidied her space. The area affected by acid rain was fortunately situated in the open, and with minimal belongings, she had managed to protect her few possessions, thus avoiding unnecessary expenses. Having organized everything, she noted the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Originally, she had arranged for Xie to come and inspect the sweet potatoes. But given the recent incident with the mutated spiders, the mercenary group would likely be preoccupied with the aftermath and unable to come. Yi Qingzhu decided to prepare dinner for herself. Looking through her supplies, she found only half a potato and a few wilted greens. Feeling a hint of regret, she thought that next time, She should retain some of the items she scavenged instead of exchanging them all for points, leaving herself without food. A miscalculation indeed. However, she consoled herself with the fact that she had procured some seasonings today, allowing her to avoid merely boiling wild vegetables. After washing the potato and greens, she prepared a stew, lamenting the absence of meat. It would have been perfect with some. Earlier in the afternoon, the points from selling the woodpecker had been credited to her account, bringing her total to 80,000 points. Such an amount would barely suffice for a modest home within the base. While observing the two repairmen at work, she glanced at the property prices on the detector. Even a 10-square-meter house on the outskirts commanded 500,000 points. Never mind, she mused, having grown accustomed to the periphery of the base, I can manage for now, as long as I'm not repeatedly confronted by mutated creatures. As for those coveting her possessions, she would remain vigilant against them. After all, there was nothing of value at home. The precious items were stored in the space. By the way, the iron pot used for cooking could also be placed in the space. Although the space was currently small, one could always make room by squeezing a bit. As Yi Qingzhu busied herself preparing dinner, she found solace in her thoughts when a knock echoed through the air. Accompanying the sound was the voice of Xie Bai. Yi Qingzhu, it's me, Xie Bai. Upon hearing his voice, Yi Qingzhu hurried to open the door and, seeing Xie Bai standing outside, smiled as she remarked, I thought your mercenary group would be too busy today to come. She stepped aside to allow him entry. After Yi Qingzhu closed the door, Xie Bai explained, Today we are assisting the officials. We are merely supplementary, while the main tasks are theirs. Observing Yi Qingzhu's culinary efforts, he continued, Have you already started dinner? He glanced around the room and added, Your place is quite fortunate. Most of the other shanties nearby have suffered severe damage, leaving many homeless. Yours has only a few holes. In response, Yi Qingzhu chuckled, I think I'm quite lucky as well. At least I have a home. I'm cooking dinner. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I made potatoes and wild greens. You should join me. Inviting Xie Bai to dinner reminded her that she had yet to properly thank him for the ointment he had given her. Although one meal could hardly be considered a proportional reward, it was her small gesture of goodwill, and she could always share something good with him in the future as a form of repayment. Xie Bai smiled brightly and nodded, Sure, I also brought some nutritional supplements. Stew paired with nutritional agents will surely be delicious. In the Wasteland, it was customary not to visit someone's home empty-handed. It was understood that everyone had their struggles. Thus, when dining together, individuals typically brought something to contribute. Yi Qingzhu understood this custom well and, smiling, gestured for Xie Bai to take a seat on the nearby stool while she continued to prepare the soup. Suddenly, Xie Bai inquired, Where did you put the sweet potatoes? I don't see them. Since I have time now, shall I fetch them and organize them? Upon hearing his words, Yi Qingzhu felt a jolt of realization. She had not anticipated Xie Bai's visit and had forgotten to retrieve the sweet potatoes stored in her space. After a brief pause, she replied, I placed them in the cellar. There aren't many, so we can check them after dinner. Xie Bai, understanding her reasoning, nodded in agreement. Soon, the potatoes and wild greens in the pot were ready, and the delightful aroma of the meal filled the room. Yi Qingzhu ladled 2 bowls and set them on the table. Xie Bai produced 2 nutritional supplements and placed them on the table, then accepted the stew from Yi Qingzhu, inhaling deeply before looking at her and saying, It smells wonderful. I didn't know you could cook. In response to Xie Bai's compliment, Yi Qingzhu smiled and said, It's just a simple stew. I traded the wild chickens and rabbits I caught for points, so I've been eating vegetarian meals every day. I've decided that, moving forward, I must set aside some for myself. Xie Bai, holding his bowl and taking a sip of the soup, exclaimed, This is truly delicious. Far better than any stew I've had before. Unable to resist, he took a piece of potato and continued, In the future, if you catch wild chickens or rabbits, you could sell some meat while keeping some for yourself. Boss Xiao buys them too, and you could sell at the market. I'm sure there will be buyers. Those living near the base's outer areas are often willing to spend points on meat. The closer one lived to the base, the safer it was. Even the outskirts were considerably better than more isolated areas. Homes near the base's perimeter were significantly more expensive. Generally, Those residing there were individuals who couldn't afford housing within the base, but had some points to invest in outer properties, where the living conditions were drastically better than in the more isolated zones. Yi Qingzhu pondered for a moment and remarked, that's worth considering. By the way, how did that mutated spider end up near the base's outskirts? Xiaobai replied, we haven't figured that out yet. It could be due to acid rain. We're still investigating. However, rest assured, patrols around the base's periphery will be intensified in the coming days to mitigate any issues. But the eastern area has sustained severe damage. Yours is still relatively intact. You should remain vigilant, as I noticed some suspicious individuals lurking nearby on my way here. Yi Qingzhu sighed, feeling somewhat resigned. I understand, I'll be cautious. Regardless of how others covet this place, I still have to live here. Moving is not easy. Even homes on the outskirts require 20 to 30,000 points. My meager points can only be a distant dream. Housing was a weighty topic, so Xiaobai shifted the conversation, saying, your mutated woodpecker sells quite well. Not only can it provide meat, but its claws and beak can also be fashioned into weapons. Recalling the points earned from the woodpecker, a smile returned to Yi Qingzhu's face as they chatted and enjoyed their meal in a harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, Xiaobai volunteered. I'll wash the dishes. It's the custom when visiting someone's home. Although Yi Qingzhu was unsure if this rule truly existed, she appreciated his offer and let him proceed. While Xiaobai washed the dishes, Yi Qingzhu pretended to fetch sweet potatoes from the cellar, but actually retrieved all the sweet potatoes from her space and placed them aside. Though Xiaobai might question how such a small cellar could hold all those sweet potatoes, she could not concern herself with that now. It was better than having 2 bags of sweet potatoes appear out of thin air in front of him. Once Xiaobai finished washing the dishes, he approached to help carry the bags of sweet potatoes, placing them in the center of the room. They each took a stool and prepared to inspect the sweet potatoes. Considering his own unfortunate luck, Xiaobai silently set down the bags, saying, you check them. I'll pack them once we know what we have. Seeing his gesture, Yi Qingzhu smiled and nodded, beginning the inspection. The first sweet potato was deemed low in pollution, prompting Xiaobai to exclaim, a fortunate start. The second was also low in pollution, deepening their smiles, but the third was moderately polluted, and by the time they reached the fifth, which was again moderately polluted, confusion crossed Xiaobai's face while Yi Qingzhu maintained her composure. However, a bold guess began to form in her mind. No matter how fortunate she was, it was improbable to have so many low and moderately polluted sweet potatoes all at once. Nevertheless, they remained silent as Yi Qingzhu continued her calm inspection. The next beep sounded. High pollution, not recommended for consumption. Yi Qingzhu had never felt such a sense of relief at that notification, and she exhaled discreetly. The two continued in their own thoughts until the inspection concluded. Xiaobai, still smiling warmly, remarked, it seems the title of Fortunate One suits you well. Out of 45 sweet potatoes, 11 are low in pollution and 14 are moderately polluted. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu controlled her expression and smiled, saying, well, this time we've had quite a bountiful harvest. We can keep some for ourselves and exchange a portion for points. Xiaobai, while collecting the heavily contaminated sweet potatoes, responded, indeed, they are quite good. There is still some to be unearthed in the field. I haven't had a moment's rest these past few days. If you have the time, you may go and dig them up. However, even if you manage to bring them back alone, I expect a fair share. After speaking, he paused his work and observed Yi Qingzhu's expression. Yi Qingzhu chuckled softly and teased, you want me to do all the work while we both reap the rewards? Captain Xia, your calculations are quite astute. But since this place is your secret base discovery, I shall graciously agree. Seeing Yi Qingzhu's playful demeanor eased the tension in Xiaobai, who nodded vigorously, saying, well, I must thank you for your generosity. He laughed heartily and continued, once you finish digging, feel free to message me. I will assist you in transporting them back. If I am unavailable, I can find someone trustworthy to help. Yi Qingzhu replied, all right, I shall dig the sweet potatoes tomorrow. I wonder how much the acidic rain will affect their mutation levels. Xiaobai responded, we'll see once they're dug up. I have faith that you will certainly unearth edible ones. From the recent inspection, along with the previously examined sweet potatoes, there were 20 with moderate contamination and 14 with low contamination. Xiaobai divided the contaminated and low-contaminated ones into 2 shares, stating, as agreed, "We shall split them equally, 10 moderate contamination for each and 7 low contamination for each." Yi Qingzhu had no objections and nodded in agreement. After dividing the sweet potatoes, Xiaobai took his share and departed. Once he left, Yi Qingzhu secured the door, contemplated for a moment, and retrieved the sweet potatoes she had tested 2 days prior to reassess them. To her surprise, one of the previously moderate contamination sweet potatoes had transformed into low contamination. Yi Qingzhu gazed at her space, astonished that it could purify contamination levels. If this continued, she need not worry about her food supply in the future. Yet, she pondered why the items placed in her space had not shown any signs of purification before. What could be the triggering conditions for this purification process? After considering for some time without a clear answer, she decided to let it go, placing all her allocated sweet potatoes into her space, intending to check them in the morning. Meanwhile, Xiaobai returned to the dormitory with his sweet potatoes. Seizing the moment while others were outside training, he re-examined the sweet potatoes he had tested 2 days prior, finding that one of the moderate contamination ones had also changed to low contamination. With a conjecture forming in his mind, he decided to keep 2 of the moderate contamination sweet potatoes and took the rest to Qiao Jigang's grocery store to exchange for points. After a quick wash, Yi Qingzhu retired to bed, feeling particularly fatigued. Before drifting off to sleep, she resolved to dig up the remaining sweet potatoes the next day, noting that Xiaobai had left the hoe he purchased at her home. The following day, Yi Qingzhu rose early to exercise, had breakfast, and set off for the sweet potato digging site. As she walked, she suddenly recalled that the last time Xiaobai had driven the tricycle, taking over an hour. If she walked, it would indeed take her 2 or 3 hours. Reflecting on Xiaobai's expenditure of 600 points for the tricycle rental and fuel, she thoughtfully decided to rent a tricycle herself to save time. Upon arriving at the rental shop and securing a tricycle, she hastily set off towards her destination. As she exited the base, Yi Qingzhu felt a sense of being watched. After formulating a plan in her mind, she altered her route at a fork in the road. She remembered that if she continued straight, she would encounter a grove with high radiation. If she could lure her pursuers into that area, it would be advantageous, sparing her the need to act. If they were not fooled, she would have to take matters into her own hands. But in the wilderness, it was not uncommon for people to meet their demise. Yi Qingzhu drove swiftly, and the individuals trailing her were closely following in another tricycle, brazenly shadowing her. Upon reaching the edge of the high-radiation forest, she parked the tricycle and swiftly slipped into the trees. Shortly, her pursuers arrived, spotting the parked tricycle. They exchanged glances and disembarked. "Damn it, this woman runs surprisingly fast. Let's find her and see where she is hiding. She can even afford to rent a tricycle. She must have found some valuable items. Capturing her will ensure we never lack food again." While they cursed, they searched for Yi Qingzhu. They believed that since she was merely a woman, the 2 of them, being strong men, could easily subdue her. Hiding behind a large tree, Yi Qingzhu watched as they approached, glancing at the cliff nearby, formulating a plan in her mind. As they drew near, she intentionally made a noise, prompting them to rush over. Yi Qingzhu pretended to be frightened, running towards the cliff's edge. The 2 men felt a chill as they saw her direction. The high radiation zone was perilous, yet they thought, having come this far, they could not let her escape. They exchanged determined looks and decided to continue the pursuit, shouting, "You little witch, stop right there." Yi Qingzhu sprinted along the cliff's edge, and the 2 men relentlessly chased after her. Just as they were about to catch up, she abruptly halted and turned to confront them. This unexpected turn of events caught her pursuers off guard. By the time they reacted, it was too late to halt their advance. A loud crash echoed as all 3 collided with one another. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qingzhu exerted all her strength and forcefully pushed one of them off the cliff. With a scream, he vanished from sight. The other man quickly realized he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. He launched a rapid attack, each strike vicious. However, he underestimated Yi Qingzhu's capabilities. With a swift movement, she evaded his onslaught and counterattacked with blinding speed. Each blow was lethal, showing no mercy. Before long, the man was overwhelmed and began to retreat. Ultimately, Yi Qingzhu executed a flying kick that sent him plummeting off the cliff. With two screams echoing in the air, silence returned to the cliffside. Watching the two tumble down, Yi Qingzhu sighed in relief, knowing that it would be challenging for them to climb back up, especially in a high-radiation area. Even if they managed to ascend, survival was far from guaranteed. Realizing the urgency of her situation, Yi Qingzhu did not linger. The high radiation posed a significant threat, and every second counted. She swiftly exited the hazardous area, checked herself for any adverse effects, noting only a fleeting breathlessness, which improved once she left. Thinking about potential issues, she recalled her antidote and mutated leaf, reassuring herself that she should be fine. She hurriedly drove the tricycle away, leaving the men's vehicle behind, presuming it was rented and that someone would come looking for it. Yi Qingzhu sped back onto the original path, constantly vigilant for any signs of pursuit. Although there were curious glances cast upon her during her journey, the speed of Yao Qingzhu, riding her tricycle, far surpassed that of those traversing on foot, quickly vanishing from their sight. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she parked her vehicle and, concealing herself with a branch, proceeded into the sweet potato field with a snakeskin bag and a hoe. The recent acid rain had rendered the mountain path muddy and treacherous, requiring careful footing to avoid an embarrassing slip. After a laborious trek, Yao Qingzhu arrived at the sweet potato field, meticulously observing the surroundings. As before, there were no signs of animals having visited. The soil remained damp and loose. She set down the snakeskin bag and began to cut away the sweet potato leaves, discarding them as they were inedible and would serve as future fertilizer. Due to the delay caused by dealing with two persistent followers, the sun was now high in the sky. Despite the time lost, she believed she could still unearth a few sweet potatoes. So she grasped her hoe and commenced her digging. Though the soil was soft, it was not easy to excavate. The mud clung stubbornly to the hoe's head. Yao Qingzhu had to constantly shake off the wet clumps as she worked. Eventually, when the sun's rays became too intense for labor, she had managed to retrieve only 3 sweet potatoes. Seeking shade, she inspected them only to discover that they were all heavily contaminated and inedible. What could be the reason for this? Had her good fortune run out yesterday? Discarding the inedible sweet potatoes, she received a message from Bai. Have you arrived at the sweet potato field? Yao Qingzhu replied, yes, I rented a tricycle and dug up 3 sweet potatoes. But none are edible. Bai responded, it's normal to find only 3 inedible sweet potatoes. I'll cover half of your tricycle rental fee. Yao Qingzhu replied, there's no need this time. I didn't contribute to your rental fee last time either. Next time we rent together, we can share the cost. Upon reading her message, Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Sitting nearby, Jiang Yue noticed Bai's delight and playfully nudged him, asking who he was messaging that made him so happy. Nothing. Just focus on your own rest, Bai replied dismissively, though the smile on his face remained. After sending his message, he ignored Jiang Yue's antics and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Yao Qingzhu saw Bai's reply, okay, and then turned her attention to the sweet potatoes in her space, rechecking them, yet finding no changes. Perplexed by the lack of variation, she pondered the situation. Was it not related to her space? However, she had not engaged in any unusual activities yesterday. Where had the discrepancy originated? Entering her space, she scrutinized it, finding it a simple cubic structure. Aside from the items within, there were no remarkable alterations. After contemplating for a while, she decided not to dwell on it. Instead of fixating on the space, it was more prudent to consider how to utilize her wood-based abilities. With such a unique ability at her disposal, it felt like a waste to be unable to harness it. Yao Qingzhu took a medium contaminated sweet potato and cut it into 4 pieces, saving the smaller portion for lunch. Planning to experiment with her abilities after her meal, peeling the sweet potato revealed its tender, white flesh, emitting a sweet aroma that brought an unexpected sense of tranquility to her mind and body. As she held the sweet potato, just as she was about to take a bite, she noticed a faint green glow emanating from her palm. Startled, she nearly dropped the sweet potato, but managed to catch it just in time. Opening her palm, she felt the gentle green light, which seemed vibrant and alive. But soon it vanished. What happened? Where did it go? She wondered, recalling the sensation and focusing again. Gradually, the green light reappeared in her palm, filling her with excitement as she realized it was her wood-based ability, albeit one she could not yet fully control. Yao Qingzhu continued to experiment, striving to maintain the green light in her hand until she could summon it at will. However, her stomach soon growled with hunger. The sweet potato in her hand seemed even more appetizing. Remembering something, she took out her detection device and scanned it. Beep, beep, beep. No contamination, safe to eat. What? She could hardly believe her ears. This was a medium contaminated sweet potato, now declared uncontaminated. After another scan confirmed the absence of pollution, she felt a surge of exhilaration. What a remarkable ability! She recalled the original owner's unexpected manipulation of plant growth. To her astonishment, her powers not only stimulated plant growth, but also purified contamination. With such a remarkable ability, could she ever fear a lack of food? It felt as if she could conjure sustenance at will. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that her power could not be wielded without limits. That would be truly unprecedented. Eager to continue her experimentation, she was interrupted by her persistent hunger, prompting her to consume the sweet potato in her hand. Yet, even after eating, her stomach continued to protest, as though it had not been fed at all. Reluctantly, Yao Qingzhu retrieved the remaining sweet potatoes, peeled them, and decided to use her ability to purify them as well. After testing again, the results indicated a lower level of contamination than before, which, even so, was a considerable improvement. After finishing the entire sweet potato, weighing 4 to 5 pounds, along with a nutritional supplement, she finally felt satisfied. Reflecting on her typical appetite compared to now, the difference was striking. With this realization, Yao Qingzhu retrieved the previously discarded sweet potatoes, attempting to control her abilities to purify them. Through her continued efforts, she deduced several key points. Firstly, the more she utilized her powers, the hungrier she became, accompanied by noticeable fatigue, indicating an energy threshold for her abilities. Secondly, during purification, the varying shades of green light represented different levels of contamination. Dark green indicated medium contamination, transitioning to light green for low contamination, and finally, tender green denoted no contamination. These insights regarding contamination levels were clear, but she needed further experimentation regarding plant growth, which she planned to pursue at a later time. After feeling fatigue from her current tests, she recognized the risk of overexerting her abilities, which might leave her too drained to dig for more sweet potatoes. Originally highly contaminated, her 3 sweet potatoes had transformed into medium, low, and uncontaminated levels due to her experiments. Yao Qingzhu decided to keep the uncontaminated one in her space, as it would surely raise suspicions if taken outside. Considering her exhaustion from the previous night, she surmised that the prevalence of low and medium contamination might have inadvertently stemmed from her use of abilities, which Xiaobai might also speculate upon. However, as long as both parties do not expose the underlying tensions, they may indeed be considered worthy collaborators. For now, let us coexist peacefully. Yi Qingji took a sip of water, feeling somewhat fatigued and a bit hungry. After some contemplation, she decided to cut a half of the pollution-free sweet potato from her storage to eat, as she could not afford to delay her afternoon excavation of sweet potatoes. After drinking water and consuming the sweet potato, Yi Qingzhu rested until the intense radiation from the sun subsided, feeling revitalized, as if her energy had been replenished. With a hoe in hand, she energetically resumed her digging in the sweet potato field, her pace significantly quicker than in the morning. Initially, she had intended to detect the soil while digging, but recalling her ability to purify pollutants, she resolved to finish digging first and then purify the sweet potatoes all at once, hoping to increase the quantity of edible sweet potatoes. Once she had unearthed the remaining sweet potatoes and noticed that it was already 4:30 p.m., she packed all the harvested sweet potatoes into a snakeskin bag and placed it in her storage when she received a message from Xiaobai. Xiaobai, how many did you dig? Do you need help transporting them? Yi Qingzhu, I've dug them all. I can carry them back by myself. Just wait for me at the base entrance. Xiaobai, all right. Yi Qingzhu hoisted the hoe onto her shoulder and began her descent down the mountain. As she was walking, she suddenly caught sight of something beneath the leaves by the roadside. Curiosity piqued, She pushed aside the foliage and exclaimed, "Oh, it's a small mushroom." After inspecting it, she noted that it was highly polluted and toxic, so she stepped on it, crushing it. Finding one mushroom naturally led her to discover more. As she scoured the woods, she indeed found several more. Upon testing them, she discovered that they were non-toxic and quite fresh, although one was a moderate pollution. She decided to take them all, planning to purify the remaining ones at home. Since she was back home, she thought she would just rest after her tiring day. However, it was getting late, and after finding a few mushrooms, she chose not to continue her search. Although foraging for mushrooms brought her joy and she wished to continue, she managed to restrain herself. The journey home was long, and returning too late could lead to unforeseen dangers. On her way down, Yi Qingzhu resolved that her scavenging mission for the following day would focus on collecting mushrooms. After pushing her tricycle onto the road, she unloaded the sweet potatoes from her storage onto the cart and set off towards the base. Upon arriving at the base entrance, she spotted Xie Bai waiting for her. With a smile, he remarked, "You're quite fast. It seems you've gotten the hang of the tricycle." Glancing at the large bag of sweet potatoes in the cart, he continued, "Your efficiency is impressive. You managed to carry back such a hefty bag all on your own." With a proud grin, Yi Qingzhu replied, "It's just a small tricycle. It's nothing to me. Come on, get on. I need to take the sweet potatoes home before returning the cart." After Xie Bai hopped onto the vehicle, Yi Qingzhu maximized the power and drove home. Once they arrived, she instructed Xie Bai to help unload the sweet potatoes from the cart while she opened the door to bring them inside. Yi Qingzhu then said to Xie Bai, "My rental time is running out. Please return the cart first, and I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Although the rental time was not pressing, Xie Bai complied, driving off with the tricycle. Once inside, Yi Qingzhu secured the door and took out a few mushrooms to begin purifying. 3 mushrooms were of moderate pollution, while 2 were low pollution. Afterward, she placed her hands on the snakeskin bag for purification, feeling the fatigue set in and knowing her energy was nearly depleted. She stopped. By the time Xie Bai returned, Yi Qingzhu had begun washing the mushrooms in preparation for dinner. Having indulged in a sweet potato earlier, she decided to treat Xie Bai to another meal. Upon entering, Xie Bai was taken aback to see Yi Qingzhu washing mushrooms. "Did you find edible mushrooms?" he asked in surprise. "Well, after the rain, mushrooms tend to grow on the mountain, and everyone goes foraging. However, since these grow in acidic rain, it's rare to find any that are safe to eat." Yi Qingzhu continued with her task, speaking over her shoulder. "I only discovered them while descending the mountain, but I did come across quite a few that were highly polluted, and I crushed a whole bunch." She turned to glance at Xie Bai, smiling as she added, "I plan to go mushroom foraging on the mountain tomorrow, but based on what you said, there will likely be many people there. Do you think these mushrooms could fetch a good price if sold?" Xie Bai approached and asked, "What do you need help with now?" Yi Qingzhu held up the mushrooms, lamenting, "If only I had potatoes, I could make a stir-fry dish with mushrooms and potato slices." She then offered Xie Bai a sweet potato, saying, "Could you peel this for me? I bought some white sugar last time I sold spices, so tonight we'll indulge a little and make sweetened sweet potatoes." Xie Bai took the sweet potato and replied, "I still have some potatoes. I'll bring you some next time." These wild mushrooms are certainly valuable, especially among those in power and wealth at the base. They would snatch them up. Even our mercenary group would have any edible mushrooms taken by the higher-ups. I recall someone sold an edible mushroom for a staggering 3,000 points last year. What? 3,000 points for a single mushroom? If I manage to find several edible ones tomorrow, I could be in for a windfall. Yi Qingzhu exclaimed, excitement lighting up her face. Seeing her eager expression, Xie Bai chuckled and pointed at the mushrooms nearby, saying, "I thought you were going to save these for points." Yi Qingzhu shot him an exasperated glance, responding, "I promised to treat you to dinner. I wouldn't be stingy over a few mushrooms. Besides, how could I take your potatoes without offering something in return?" A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she regarded Xie Bai. At her words, Xie Bai burst into laughter, and once he calmed down, he assured her, "Rest assured. Since you said that, I won't let you suffer any loss." During dinner, Yi Qingzhu inquired, "By the way, do you have any more of that ointment you gave me last time? I'd like to purchase a few bottles." Xie Bai pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, "Sure, I'll keep an eye out for you." Yi Qingzhu understood that the ointment must be quite rare. remembering that she had used it previously when she needed it urgently. While she contemplated how to repay this favor, Xiaobai added, "Oh, our mercenary group is getting a new batch of safety gear. When the old ones are up for sale, have you mentioned to Captain Xiao that you want some? If you haven tea, I can help you keep an eye out and buy you a good one if I find it." Yi Qingzhu's face lit up with excitement at the prospect, exclaiming, "Not yet. If you manage to find one, please buy it for me first. I can transfer the points to you in advance." Xiaobai shook his head, saying no rush. "I'll let you know once I've bought it." Yi Qingzhu nodded, and after finishing their meal, Xiaobai took on the task of washing the dishes. Meanwhile, Yi Qingzhu emptied the snake skin bag of sweet potatoes, curious about how many edible ones remained after her earlier purification. She sat on a small stool and began testing the sweet potatoes. Xiaobai, having finished washing the dishes, also brought over a stool to help collect the ones Yi Qingzhu had tested. Yi Qingzhu smiled and said, "You can test them too. Since we've dug them up, it's unlikely they'll be any different now. You should trust yourself." They both laughed, and Xiaobai agreed, "True, since you did all the digging, they must be fine." In total, they unearthed 56 sweet potatoes, of which 30 were deemed edible. Xiaobai looked at the pile of sweet potatoes and remarked, "The odds of this happening were unheard of before. It's as if we've gained a cheat." Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Yi Qingzhi silently mused, "Isn't this akin to having a cheat code? Especially since I am such a reliable cheat." With a smile on her lips, she suggested, "Perhaps we shouldn't exchange all the sweet potatoes at once to avoid raising suspicion." Xiaobai pondered for a moment and replied, "Taking them to Captain Xiao would be fine. He is a discreet and reliable person, and since he will also earn points by helping you sell these, he will certainly keep your secret." Yi Qingzhi nodded in agreement. Understanding his point, the two of them divided the sweet potatoes, with Yi Qingzhi taking 8 moderately contaminated ones and 6 low-contamination ones, leaving the rest for Xiaobai. He had no objections and, as he departed, left 2 low-contamination sweet potatoes behind, saying, "This way, I can return without feeling guilty about mooching a meal." Without waiting for Yi Qingzhi's response, he strode away with the sweet potatoes in hand. After a moment's thought, Yi Qingzhi decided to keep the 2 sweet potatoes Xiaobai had left her, storing them in her space. After washing up, she allowed herself some rest, knowing she would need to rise early to forage for mushrooms the next day. As she drifted off to sleep, she prayed for a bountiful harvest in the morning. Awakening refreshed, Yi Qingzhi wasted no time in lingering in bed. She swiftly got up, completed her usual exercise routine, and proceeded to freshen up. Realizing they were low on water, she planned to fetch some today. Seizing the early morning light, she hurriedly grabbed her water bucket to collect water, aware that long queues awaited at the well. Sure enough, despite her early arrival, a lengthy line greeted her. As she stood in line, a voice called from behind, "Qingzhi, it's been ages since I last saw you." It was Yi Xiaoyan. Turning around with a smile, Yi Qingzhi replied, "Yes, Xiaoyan, are you here to fetch water too?" Their conversation was light and devoid of mention about their recent scavenging exploits. In recent days, most scavengers had ventured into the mountains to seek mushrooms, each with their preferred spots, often foraging alone or with family, rarely bringing along outsiders. After fetching her water, Yi Qingzhi bid farewell to Yi Xiaoyan and set off home. Upon returning, she devoured a piece of sweet potato for breakfast, shouldered her cloth bag, and embarked on her journey. Ideally, carrying a backpack or bamboo basket would be more convenient for mushroom foraging, but times had changed. Unlike the pre-apocalyptic days when one could find mushrooms aplenty, now even those found could be inedible, and the edible ones were scarce. Today, she planned to walk, not venturing far, as the mountains beyond the base were over an hour's journey away. Along the way, she encountered numerous scavenging groups and quickened her pace to distance herself from them. Arriving at a relatively safe mountain base, she observed many trampled mushrooms at its foot, indicating that others had already passed through. Continuing her trek, she finally discovered a less frequented area. Opting for a path less overgrown with wild vegetation, she bent down to scan the ground, cautiously brushing aside sharp grass blades that could easily cut her hands. She resolved to inquire about purchasing gloves upon her return. After a diligent search, she managed to find a few mushrooms, only to discover they were toxic. Without a chance to purify them, she crushed them underfoot and pressed on. As she searched, she remained vigilant against the potential emergence of mutated creatures. Unfortunately, Instead of encountering a mutated animal, she stumbled upon a hostile family, the same one that had attempted to seize her iron 10 days prior. Both parties locked eyes, igniting a spark of animosity. The previously disheveled woman, now with a washed face, revealed a gaunt and sickly visage as she glared menacingly at Yi Qingji. Nearby stood her son and husband. With a venomous tone, the woman spat, "You little wretch. One day, you shall pay for injuring my son and me. Just wait until I tear you apart. No one will hear you scream in these desolate mountains." As she spoke, her two male companions closed in, encircling Yi Qingji. One held a wooden club, while the woman brandished a serrated kitchen knife, their confidence bolstered by the thought of their impending victory, seemingly forgetting their previous defeat. Yi Qingji cast a cold glance at her aggressors, remaining silent while contemplating, "Indeed, in such a remote wilderness, no one would know if I were to perish here. But it certainly won't be me who meets that fate." As the woman's taunts concluded, the trio lunged toward Yi Qingji. In response, she swiftly bent down and evaded their encirclement, dashing into the depths of the forest, determined to remain hidden from their view. Upon witnessing her escape, the woman and her family cursed and gave chase. Realizing her breath was becoming labored, Yi Qingji recognized she had entered a high-radiation zone. "Stop, you filthy woman. Aren't you so capable? Why run now? I swear, I will skin you alive." The woman shouted, their pursuit fueled by rage. As they closed in, Yi Qingji halted, aware that while there were no cliffs to exploit, the high-radiation area provided a different kind of safety. Even if they spotted her, few would venture into such a hazardous zone to search for her. Seeing Yi Qingji come to a stop, the leading man quickly closed the gap, raising his club to strike. However, his momentum caused him to lose balance, allowing Yi Qingji to sidestep and send him crashing into a nearby rock, dazed and disoriented. The woman, witnessing her companion's fall, let out a chilling cry of "Son," and charged at Yi Qingji with her knife raised. The other man followed suit, swinging his club menacingly toward her head. Yi Qingji narrowly avoided the blow, but the woman's knife nearly grazed her face. In a split second, Yi Qingji seized the opportunity, yanking the two attackers toward each other. Caught off guard, they collided, their weapons inadvertently inflicting injury upon one another. Taking advantage of their momentary confusion, Yi Qingji propelled them deeper into the forest. The couple's son, still dazed from his earlier encounter, found himself pinned beneath his own parents, unable to move. Yi Qingji felt her breath growing increasingly labored, and red rashes began to appear on her skin, signaling that she had lingered too long in the high-radiation zone. Glancing back at the tangled trio, she realized there was no hope of escaping the area, and she turned to flee back to safety. Having ventured deep into the high-radiation zone and stayed for an extended period, Yi Qingji knew she needed to act quickly. By the time she reached a safe area, she struggled to breathe, her limbs feeling icy, and a sense of dread washed over her. Hastily, she retrieved a crystal from her space and nestled it in her palms to absorb its energy. Only after fully absorbing the crystal's energy did she begin to feel her breath ease and the rashes fade away. After confirming that the trio had no chance of escaping the high-radiation zone, Yi Qingji departed. This extreme measure was taken to prevent any connections leading back to her. Should a series of disappearances be investigated? While fatalities in the wild were not uncommon, being traced back to her actions would spell disaster, potentially placing her under scrutiny. To continue scavenging discreetly and safely in the future, she understood the necessity of exercising greater caution, even if such dangerous tactics could lead her into peril. However, Yi Qingji felt no fear in the face of such challenges. Rather, she harbored a secret anticipation for these life-and-death trials. After resolving her troubles, Yi Qingji decided against foraging for mushrooms in that location any longer and opted to change her surroundings. However, seeing that time was not on her side, she sought a nearby area instead. Just before the strong radiation hit, she moved to a hill adorned with pine trees, where she soon found a non-toxic mushroom at the foot of the mountain, a moderately contaminated green-headed mushroom. As she rummaged through the woods, the effects of the strong radiation were minimal, allowing her to fervently collect any edible, non-toxic mushrooms within the safe zone. "Hey, Xiaoya, are you here picking mushrooms too?" Upon hearing the voice, Yi Qingzhu looked up to see a familiar figure, Aunt Li. I just came to check after the acid rain, she said, tossing aside a toxic mushroom with a smile. Ah, everyone thinks the same, Yi Qingzhu replied, subtly shifting to another area. After all, they were all there to forage for mushrooms. Crowding together would yield no benefit. Yi Qingzhu quietly changed her direction toward another path. After all, Aunt Li's family was headed the same way she had already traversed, but there was no need to mention that detail. Given the recent acid rain, most of the mushrooms that had sprouted were either toxic or highly contaminated. For Yi Qingzhu, the highly contaminated ones were not a significant concern due to her ability to purify pollutants. However, toxic mushrooms had to be discarded without hesitation. She discovered a tiny pine mushroom hidden beneath the pine needles. Unable to resist, Yi Qingzhu extended her detection device, only to find it was non-contaminated. Though it was exceedingly small, merely the size of a pinky finger. If she left it to grow overnight, it might become highly contaminated, but if she picked it now, it was simply too diminutive. Yi Qingzhu hesitated, contemplating the tiny pine mushroom before her. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Her ability was to accelerate plant growth. Why not take this opportunity to experiment? Without further ado, she focused on her powers, releasing energy instinctively, though it was her first attempt at growing something, and she struggled to control it. The tiny mushroom suddenly swelled, transforming into a sizable specimen resembling a small umbrella, startling Yi Qingzhu. Oh my, has it mutated? Can it still be eaten? Hearing her own voice, she quickly covered her mouth, aware that others might be nearby. In her mind, she chanted as she quickly scanned with her detection device. Fortunately, it had merely enlarged and remained low in contamination, suitable for consumption. After ensuring there were no other mushrooms in sight, she swiftly stored it in her spatial domain. After all, such a large mushroom would attract attention, and she would have to fight for it. Reflecting on her recent experience with her powers, Yi Qingzhu sought more mushrooms, eager to experiment further, yet unfortunately, she could not find another suitable target. After wandering the mountain for most of the day, she had only collected 8 non-toxic mushrooms, all of which were highly contaminated. She intended to take them home for purification later. Checking the time, it was only a few minutes past 3, and she could continue foraging. Glancing back at the woods she had traversed, Yi Qingzhu decided to press onward. As she maneuvered through the mountain, she finally stumbled upon a vast expanse of pine forest. The moment she stepped onto the soft pine needles, she beheld a spectacular array of mushrooms before her. Among them were 2 September fragrances partially buried beneath the needles. A large green-headed mushroom nearby, and further ahead, a cluster of pine mushrooms. Heavens! Yi Qingzhu could hardly believe her eyes. This entire area was teeming with mushrooms. What a miraculous place, she exclaimed inwardly. Her lips curled into an uncontrollable smile as she hurriedly approached the nearest 2 September fragrances to test them. Discovering they were low in contamination. Elated, she stored them away and reached for the next one. Just as her hand neared another mushroom, an unfamiliar liquid dripped down. Yi Qingzhu quickly recoiled, raising her gaze, only to be met with a sight that nearly made her eyes pop out. What kind of monster was this? Alarmed, she leaped back, swiftly drawing her dagger in defense. But the creature was relentless, lunging toward her. Before she could fully comprehend its form, it unleashed a torrent of webbing in her direction. Yi Qingzhu deftly dodged, glancing up to see the trees ensnared by the web, accompanied by a hissing sound of dissolution. Realizing the danger, she quickly distanced herself, mentally cursing the vile creature that sought to dissolve her. Could it possibly be a spider? As she glanced back, her fears were confirmed. A colossal spider, its 8 legs scuttling as it bore down on her, its weight snapping branches beneath it. With 6 watchful eyes fixed on her, it prepared to spew more silk. Yi Qingzhu swiftly altered her escape route, weaving in an S-shaped pattern to evade its attacks. Just as she narrowly avoided it, green venom erupted from a tree nearby, smoke billowing from the trunk. To her horror, the spider could also spray toxins. Panting and running for her life, she thought how treacherous this spider was, capable of both silk spitting and venom spraying. Desperately sprinting, she soon found herself engulfed in a thick, gray-black mist ahead. indicating a high radiation area with corrosive properties. Instinctively, she turned to flee, realizing the spider was a threat she could not confront, and the black mist was even more perilous. If she ventured into that, she feared she might emerge as nothing but a skeletal remnant. In a panic, she changed direction, darting to the right. However, the pursuing mutated spider could not halt its momentum and plunged into the black mist. Yi Qingzhu, already distanced, heard the chilling sound of flesh dissolving, sending shivers down her spine. She dared not look back, focused solely on her escape. In the rightward forest, she eventually found herself in an expanse of wasteland. Having run so far, she hoped the mutated spider would be deterred by the corrosive mist. As she surveyed the barren land, her pace slowed, contemplating the possibility of foraging for wild vegetables. Just then, the sound of snapping branches echoed behind her. Dismayed, she realized the wretched mutated spider had followed her. Without needing to turn around, she knew from the ominous crackling that the spider was hot on her heels. It was astonishing how resilient this creature was, hastening her pace. She dashed through the woods, aware that venturing into the wasteland would leave her completely exposed. Despite her frantic run, the sound of snapping branches grew ever closer. Unable to resist, Yi Qingzhu glanced back and gasped. What monstrous creature is that? Originally, 6 eyes had dwindled to a solitary one. The front half of its body corroded by a sinister black mist, its flesh a grotesque mash, with some areas even revealing bone. Despite such a dire state, it remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing Yi Qingzhu, who mused upon the extraordinary vitality of creatures in this wasteland world. Resilient and tenacious, indeed. A glimmer of relief emerged from the fact that the head of the mutated spider had suffered minimal corrosion. Though it could still spin webs and spray venom, its accuracy had been compromised. It seemed to strike erratically, sometimes failing altogether. Yi Qingzhu had nearly circled the desolate land, yet the mutated spider continued its relentless chase. In its wake, trees lay shattered, wild grasses flattened, and the corrosive liquid oozing from its decaying body dripped ominously. Yi Qingzhu dared not tread where the spider had passed, especially where the unknown liquid pooled on the ground. Observing the indefatigable monster in pursuit, she pondered the futility of mere flight. If this continued, regardless of the spider's stamina, her own strength would surely wane. It appeared that the only solution lay in confronting the mutated spider, lest she become its next prey. Her sole weapon was a dagger, rendering a direct confrontation impossible. She needed a strategy. As she ran, Yi Qingzhu diligently scanned her surroundings for anything useful. Ahead, she spotted a tree trunk as thick as her arm and seized it, dragging it along. The barren land formed a basin-like terrain amidst the surrounding forest. And after surveying her surroundings, she hurled the trunk forcefully onto the slope. Along the way, she gathered additional sturdy branches, piling them together. As she collected the branches, the distance between her and the mutated spider narrowed perilously, and several times she narrowly avoided its lethal claws. A single strike could cost her a chunk of flesh. At last, having traversed the forest, Yi Qingzhu adjusted her course toward the wasteland. Noticing her change in direction, the mutated spider mirrored her movements. As she sprinted into the open field, she made a beeline for the slope she had designated. Ascending halfway, she seized the moment, leveraging the height differential to thrust the makeshift wooden stake into the spider's body. Its once formidable form, ravaged by the black mist, had lost its skin on the front half, exposing a gruesome mass of flesh. Yi Qingzhu aimed to pin the mutated spider to the ground using the wooden pole, hoping to exploit the terrain to her advantage. However, it was unsuccessful, merely resulting in a stick being thrust into the body of the mutated spider. The sudden intrusion of the stick into its already wounded flesh caused the creature to emit a hissing, crackling sound of pain. Its massive form writhed in agony, becoming even more enraged, intent on devouring its prey. It disregarded everything, spitting silk and venom at Yi Qingzhu, who had no choice but to dodge left and right. Furthermore, the colossal spider wreaked havoc as it rolled, destroying the wild grasses, shrubs, and thorns surrounding the wasteland, dislodging dirt and stones from the slope that tumbled into the barren land, some even landing on the spider itself. Seeing that its silken venom could not harm Yi Qingzhu, the mutated spider extended its formidable claws to strike at her. In a swift motion, Yi Qingzhu seized a dry branch piled nearby to defend herself. However, upon contact, the branch shattered into two under the force of the claw. With no other option, she hurled the remaining half toward the spider, indifferent to where it landed. Simultaneously, she picked up another branch and jabbed at the spider's unprotected areas. When the branches were spent, she resorted to hurling stones from the slope at the creature's head. Various makeshift projectiles flew toward the spider, inciting it to become even more frenzied. While it thrashed about, its 8 legs relentlessly attacked Yi Qingzhu. Her already tattered clothing became even more ragged as the battle raged on. At last, she managed to pick up the last remaining log from the ground. This time, she aimed for the spot on the spider where the bone was already exposed, the hole widening further from the barrage of debris. Seizing the moment, Yi Qingzhu summoned all her strength to thrust the stout log into the spider's gaping wound, pinning it to the ground like a skewer. Yet, the spider's immense size meant that this was merely a temporary measure. As it struggled, the stick began to topple. After inserting the log into the spider's body, Yi Qingzhu quickly scavenged around for more broken branches and stones, continuing to strike with force. The spider's already grotesque upper body, particularly its head, became increasingly hideous in its rage, finally freeing itself from the impaling log. It pursued Yi Qingzhu with fervor, who had to keep fleeing, utilizing the terrain and surrounding debris to counterattack. By now, her body was riddled with wounds from thorns and spider strikes, her face pale, and her strength nearly depleted. Nevertheless, Yi Qingzhu refused to surrender, devising strategies as she ran, utilizing everything around her. While she fought, the spider's body became pockmarked, its lone remaining eye barely connected, its speed diminishing and its limbs slowing. Aware of the spider's decline, Yi Qingzhu recognized they had reached a crucial juncture. Spotting a boulder ahead, she sprinted toward it. Upon seeing the scattered stones around the boulder, a surge of determination welled up within her. It felt like her arena now, and she was resolved to vanquish the terrifying spider. Seizing the stones from the ground, regardless of their size, she hurled them at the spider, targeting its front half. The sharp-edged stones battered the advancing creature, causing its wounds to expand grotesquely, with no intact flesh remaining. Time became a blur until the mutated spider finally ceased its thrashing, and Yi Qingzhu mechanically continued to lift stones and hurl them at the creature. As the last stones in her vicinity dwindled, she paused, realizing the spider lay motionless. Exhausted, she leaned against the boulder and slowly sat down, examining her bloodied and trembling hands, now numb from pain. Staring blankly for a moment, she recalled the water and sweet potatoes she had prepared before departing. Hastily, she retrieved them, gulping down the water and slicing the sweet potato in half with her knife. Devouring one half voraciously, feeling a renewed sense of strength. Noticing the sky darkening, Yi Qingzhu understood that even a safe zone could become perilous, urging her to leave promptly. Glancing at the now motionless mutated spider, she gathered a few branches and, following the ruined area, inserted the branches into the spider's abdomen. After rummaging for a while and finding nothing, she felt disheartened, lamenting the near-death experience and the lack of spoils. Resolving to leave, she took a few steps but, still unsatisfied, returned to continue her search, determined to comb through the spider's remains thoroughly before giving up. As she meticulously searched, she finally discovered something in the spider's mangled head, a crystalline shard. It was a small purple crystal, roughly the length of her pinky. Seeing the crystal, Yi Qingzhu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her, letting it tumble to the ground. The spider's body seemed to exude corrosive properties, and the newly unearthed crystal was coated in slime, rolling in the dirt. She tore a piece of fabric from her tattered sleeve and wrapped the crystal, stowing away. With the crystal secured and eyeing the spider's formidable claws, Yi Qingzhu pondered before using her knife to sever the connecting joints, ultimately leaving with 8 claws in hand. This wasteland was unfamiliar terrain for her, so she retraced her steps back, moving tirelessly until she finally exited the forest before darkness fell. However, She realized she still had over an hour's journey to the base. With the dimming twilight, Yi Qingzhu gritted her teeth and pressed onward towards the base. After a few steps, she received a video call request from Xie Bai. The sudden sight of his face brought a lump to her throat, and she promptly answered. Upon connection, Xie Bai's worried voice came through, asking, "Where are you?" "I'm at her doorstep." "You're not back yet?" Yi Qingzhu waved her detector around before replying. Still in the wild, approximately an hour away from the base. Despite the encroaching darkness, she could sense Xie Bai's concern through the device as he ran, asking, "In which direction?" Yi Qingzhu replied, "North." "Good. Head along the main road towards the base. Do not linger in the mountains. I'll rent a car to come get you." With that, Xie Bai did not end the call. The detector's battery, powered by photovoltaic cells, could last 5 to 6 days when fully charged, so she need not worry about losing power. Yi Qingzhu silently nodded, gripping her knife tightly as she swiftly made her way towards the base through the dark, silent woods, where the night was eerily devoid of any insect sounds, creating a chilling stillness. Although the two individuals did not terminate their video communication, silence enveloped Yi Qingzhu while Xie Bai was bustling with activity. First, the sound of Xie Bai running could be heard, followed by his conversation with the owner of the car dealership, and finally, the rapid movement of a tricycle. As Yi Qingzhu listened to these sounds, a sense of calm unexpectedly washed over her in the desolate wilderness, making even the pitch-black night seem less intimidating. Yet, this was merely a fade. Danger still lurked in the surroundings. Suddenly, she sensed a noise piercing the stillness of the night, and two large, eerie green lights emerged not far off. Yi Qingzhu's heart tightened as she realized that danger was imminent. She refrained from immediately informing Xie Bai of her circumstances, instead holding her breath and staying vigilant. In the inky darkness, only the ghostly green lights were visible, leaving her uncertain of what lay ahead. Contemplating whether to flee, Yi Qingzhu weighed her options. Visibility was virtually nil in the night, making escape seem futile and a mere waste of energy. However, surrendering was not an option. With her eyes fixed on the green lights ahead, her mind remained exceptionally clear and composed. Although Yi Qingzhu chose not to disclose the current situation to Xie Bai, he sensed her tension and inquired anxiously, "Yi Qingzhu, have you encountered something?" He accelerated despite being on a tricycle, which, having been modified, could reach speeds comparable to a car. Yi Qingzhu nodded silently, and Xie Bai's voice crackled through the communication device. Initially, he intended to advise her to find a hiding place, but in this pitch-black night, where could she possibly conceal herself? She might inadvertently end up as prey. After a brief pause, he continued, "Hold your dagger defensively. I will arrive shortly." Yi Qingzhu responded with a simple, "Okay." Just as her words fell, she sensed something lunging at her. Instinctively, she dodged while swinging her dagger, feeling as though she had struck something furry. As Xie Bai rushed towards her, observing the shaky video feed, he understood that Yi Qingzhu was grappling with some entity and did not dare to speak, fearing it might distract her. Although the assailant was no longer discernible, it landed quietly, leading her to suspect it might be something of a predatory nature. Yi Qingzhu silently cursed her luck, lamenting that she had ventured out without a proper plan, having been chased by a mutated spider in the afternoon and now facing a ferocious creature at night. Uncertain if it was a mere mutation or something as fearsome as a lion or tiger. These were typically carnivorous animals that preferred to prowl at night. Even if it were a mere mutation, it would not be harmless. In her inability to see, Yi Qingzhu found herself in a passive position, forced to defend rather than attack. For nocturnal creatures, the darkness served as their camouflage, providing the perfect opportunity for ambush. As she awaited another assault, Yi Qingzhu launched a swift counterattack, thrusting her dagger towards the entity. Through this encounter, she gleaned a rough understanding of her assailant. It was not particularly large, but incredibly fast and agile. The sound of claws clashing with her blade echoed, accompanied by a howl and a low growl emanating from its throat. Indeed, it was a mutation. Its weapons were its retractable claws and sharp teeth, and with this realization, Yi Qingzhu felt a degree of reassurance as she grasped what she was up against. However, a sudden slash reverberated as her left arm was deeply cut. and she was instantly met with excruciating pain, forcing her to stifle any cries. She retaliated fiercely with her right hand, driving her dagger into the creature, feeling it pierce flesh and hearing the sickening sound of skin tearing. Fortunately, the creature's mutations were primarily in speed and claws. Its flesh was not exceptionally tough. A piercing howl erupted, and Yi Qingzhu sensed the creature retreating momentarily, though it did not flee far, seeking a hiding spot to wait for another chance to strike. The sound of the tricycle racing nearby and the flickering beams of light reached her ears. Xiaobai, be cautious. This mutated creature has been injured and is lying in wait, she warned. Understood, Xiaobai replied while carefully scanning their surroundings, the headlamp on his helmet illuminating the area as he turned. Qingzhu, watch out. The mutated creature is behind you, he shouted. In an instant, Yi Qingzhu whirled around, parrying the incoming attack with her dagger. Following the beam of light, she finally caught a glimpse of the creature attacking her. It was tenfold the size of a normal creature, a size that was hardly significant in this post-apocalyptic world. Its round head, pointed ears, and abnormally large eyes reminded her of other mutated animals she had encountered. It seemed that enlarged eyes were a common trait among these mutations, perhaps enabling them to see further or with greater detail. Besides its eyes, the mutated creature's limbs were muscular and robust, with claws that appeared dangerously sharp, creating a stark contrast to its rotund body. A wound on its right side, where Yi Qingzhu had struck, oozed blood. Particularly alarming were its canine teeth, elongated and curved like those of a saber-toothed tiger. A single bite would likely mean losing a chunk of flesh, a thought that sent chills down her spine. Thankfully, she had only been clawed, not bitten. As Yi Qingzhu faced off against the mutation, Xiaobai arrived, expertly parking the tricycle and drawing the crossbow slung across his back, aiming it at the creature. With a swift whoosh, the arrow sliced through the night air, targeting the mutation. Sensing the impending threat, the creature attempted to flee, but the arrow seemed to have a mind of its own, pursuing it relentlessly. A sickening thud echoed as the arrow pierced through its throat. Observing this, Yi Qingzhu rushed forward, delivering several decisive strikes until the creature lay lifeless. The two shared a silent understanding, their words unnecessary. Yi Qingzhu hoisted the mutation and made her way back to the tricycle, while Xiaobai started the vehicle, whisking them away from this perilous place. Rather than sitting beside Xiaobai, Yi Qingzhu took her place in the cargo area of the tricycle, using her dagger to eviscerate the creature. Reflecting on the afternoon's encounter with the spider, which she had smashed to pieces, she was reminded of the small green crystal she had discovered within its innards. She presented the crystal to Xiaobai, remarking, "Fortune has smiled upon us. This mutated flesh is inedible. Is there anything of value on it?" Xiaobai chuckled. "Indeed, we're fortunate. This mutation is of little use. Let's dispose of it." "All right," Yi Qingzhu replied, throwing the creature as far as she could. The two traveled back to their base in silence, the clock striking 8 in the evening. "We should return the tricycle and crossbow first," Xiaobai suggested. Yi Qingzhu nodded naturally. It was already quite late, and the entire perimeter of the base appeared eerily quiet, shrouded in darkness devoid of any illumination. At night, the outskirts were devoid of lighting facilities, making it unlikely for anyone to loiter outside after dusk. In the stillness of the night, the sound of a tricycle echoed distinctly, and one could palpably sense the gaze of prying eyes. However, at that moment, the two were too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. Upon arriving at the auto shop, they found it already closed. Xiaobai messaged the shop owner, Lu Wan, who then arose to unlock the door. Upon seeing Xiaobai, Lu teased Captain Xia, in such a rush to borrow a vehicle, a crossbow, and a headlamp. "Is it all for this young lady behind you?" He glanced at Yi Qingzhu with a smile. Continuing, "You certainly have a knack for survival, returning alive from the wilds at night." "Impressive." Xiaobai chuckled. "Thanks, old Lu. I'll transfer the rental fee to you shortly. I won't disturb you any longer at this late hour." Yi Qingzhu quickly inquired, "How many points is it?" "I can cover it." Lu Wan, casting a glance at the jovial Xiaobai, replied, "Since he borrowed in haste, and the crossbow and headlamp are my personal belongings, let us call it 700 points. Without further ado, Yi Qingzhu promptly transferred the points. By the time they finished, it was already 8:30 p.m. Yi Qingzhu glanced at the time, recalling Xie Bai's mention of the mercenary group's closing hours, and asked, "Can you still return to the mercenary group at this hour?" Not receiving an answer, she continued, "If you can't, would you like to stay at my place for the night?" Xie Bai smiled and replied, "Sure." As the hour grew late, they made their way to Yi Qingzhu's home, still acutely aware of the prying eyes from all directions. They ignored the gazes and hurried to her doorstep, where she swiftly retrieved her keys to unlock and enter. Once inside, the house was engulfed in darkness, as there were no lights. At that moment, Xie Bai turned on the flashlight feature of his detection device, illuminating the room. Curiously, Yi Qingzhu inquired, "How does your device have a lighting function?" Xie Bai detached the device from his wrist, explaining, "This is a modified version, enhanced with lighting and navigation features. If you desire, you could have yours upgraded as well. Our teammate Jiang Yiwei is quite adept at such modifications." Yi Qingzhu nodded, glancing at her tattered clothes, and called out to Xie Bai to make himself comfortable as she headed to the cellar for clothing. She discovered that apart from an old cotton jacket, she had only one shirt and a pair of trousers left. It seemed that her wardrobe had suffered greatly since arriving in this wasteland. She would need to visit Boss Qiao tomorrow to purchase more garments, lest she find herself with nothing to wear. Retrieving the clothes, she turned to find Xie Bai seated nearby, feeling a sudden embarrassment. She and T considered the implications of inviting him over, especially with no spare bed available for him. For a moment, Yi Qingzhu felt overwhelmed. Sensing her intention to change, Xie Bai stood up awkwardly and said, "I'll step outside. Let me know when you're ready." Yi Qingzhu nodded in agreement, recognizing the lack of privacy in her home. Once Xie Bai had exited and closed the door, she quickly changed her clothes and called out, "All right, you can come back in now." After Xie Bai re-entered, Yi Qingzhu asked, "Have you eaten dinner yet? I can cook something." He shook his head with a smile. "Not yet. I originally brought 2 potatoes for you, but given the circumstances, I ended up giving one to Lu when borrowing the vehicle and crossbow." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu realized why Xie Bai had managed to borrow the items so late and why Lu charged him only 700 points. He had already provided a substantial payment. Afterward, Xie Bai pulled out a large potato from his pocket and offered it to her. Yi Qingzhu grinned. "Wash the potato. I found an enormous mushroom today. We can make potato slices stir-fried with the mushroom." Xie Bai nodded, bending down to wash the potato, while Yi Qingzhu retrieved a bag containing the oversized mushroom she had cultivated. Upon seeing the colossal mushroom, Xie Bai was taken aback and eventually remarked, "I've never seen a mushroom this large before. If you let Team Xiao sell it, there would surely be a frenzy." He refrained from questioning how such a large mushroom fit into her tattered bag without any damage. Yi Qingzhu chuckled, "Since it's a first for you, I might as well enjoy it myself and celebrate my survival." She looked into Xie Bai's eyes and sincerely said, "Thank you for rescuing me, Xie Bai. Otherwise, I might have perished in the wilderness." Xie Bai smiled, "Just remember that." He then tossed the washed potato in the air and asked, "Should this be sliced? I notice your hands are quite sore. You should tend to them first. Do you still have any of the ointment I gave you last time?" He inquired about the method for preparing the potato slices with mushrooms. Yi Qingzhu felt warmth at Xie Bai's concern. In such a harsh world, being cared for was a precious blessing. "Yes, slice the potato, wash the mushroom, and blanch it, then tear it into smaller pieces. Stir-fry them together with the seasonings on the table." After explaining, she meticulously cleaned her wounds and applied the remaining ointment to her hands and arms. Given the limited ointment, she applied a thin layer as best she could. As she reflected on the possibility of her condition worsening the next day, she hoped to use crystal stones for treatment if necessary. Just as she finished tending to her wounds, Xie Bai had already prepared the dish. "Come, let us eat," he said, bringing the stir-fried dish to the table. He then reached for a nutritional supplement, but Yi Qingzhu quickly interjected, "I'll treat you to this meal. I have nutritional supplements too, so don't worry about it." As she turned to retrieve her versatile bag, she pondered for a moment before pulling out 3 supplements and handing 2 to Xie Bai, saying, "Here, I have enough." Xie Bai chuckled, not contesting her offer, and accepted 1 supplement, remarking, "1 is sufficient. Although the taste isn't great, it's filling, especially with this large bowl of food. All right, let us eat." As we worked ourselves to the point of hunger, Yi Qingzhu said, tucking away the other supplement and sitting down. She sampled the potato slices stir-fried with mushrooms and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be quite the cook. You have a talent." Bai, finishing his bite, replied, "It's my first time cooking. It's not particularly good. You set your expectations quite high." Yi Qingzhu teased. "Does this mean I can always request you to cook when I treat you to a meal? If you invite me to dinner, that would certainly be delightful." Bai nodded slightly. After the two finished their meal, it was still Bai who washed the dishes. Once everything was tidied up, Bai sat on a stool and inquired, "Why did you linger in the wilderness for so long today? Did you encounter some danger?" Noticing Yi Qingzhu's pallor, he continued, "Most of those who ventured into the mountains today to gather mushrooms faced attacks from mutated creatures. Some even lost their lives on the mountain. I encountered a mutated spider," Yi Qingzhu replied, presenting the severed claws she had brought back. "These claws are quite sharp. I thought I could possibly fashion them into weapons." "What? You actually encountered a mutated spider and managed to kill it?" Bai exclaimed in astonishment. That was only because the mutated spider had already been severely injured due to corrosion from the high radiation zone. Otherwise, how could I possibly be sitting here talking to you? Even so, the size of the mutated spider is no small matter. It's not something an ordinary person could easily handle. "You truly are remarkable," Bai remarked with admiration. This mutated spider was slightly smaller than the ones that attacked the base. Regardless, slaying it involved a considerable amount of luck, Yi Qingzhu said before changing the subject. "Can you help me figure out what kind of weapon I could make from these claws?" Seeing that Yi Qingzhu did not wish to delve further into the topic, Bai also refrained from asking more questions, examining the claws thoughtfully. "These could potentially be crafted into flying claws. Do you have any ideas of your own?" "Yes. I was thinking along similar lines. Once these claws sink into flesh, they're not easily removed. I thought they might be useful for catching something in the water. However, I've never done this before, so I can only try and see." After a moment, Bai suggested, "How about you let me experiment and research this for you?" Yi Qingzhu looked up in surprise, her eyes sparkling. "You can do that? Then take these claws with you. You can use the leftovers to make something for yourself." Then, Yi Qingzhu produced a green crystal and handed it to Bai. "This was extracted from the belly of the mutated creature. It's for you." Bai glanced at the crystal and then back at Yi Qingzhu. "This is a crystal. Are you truly willing to give it to me? This mutated creature was slain by you, so it rightfully belongs to you. Please take it," Yi Qingzhu insisted, her expression indicating that she would retract her offer if he hesitated. "Very well. I shall accept this green crystal," Bai replied, nodding as he thought to himself. "I also possess a purple crystal." Bai then remarked, "Today, someone approached our mercenary group seeking assistance to locate a missing person. They reported that the individual had not returned since venturing out yesterday. Using their detection device, we found that the target was located within a high radiation zone, with only a tricycle found abandoned by the roadside. Since it was in a high radiation area, they would need to pay a substantial amount of points or equivalent goods for us to rescue them. Moreover, based on the timing indicated by their device, the individual had been missing for at least 20 hours, making it likely that they had succumbed. Ultimately, the family members declined due to the exorbitant costs." He then looked at Yi Qingzhu, teasingly saying, "You must be careful not to wander into high-pollution zones in the future, or I might not be able to rescue you." Yi Qingzhu smiled wryly and replied, "How could I, a person who values life so dearly, venture into a high-radiation area? I would avoid it at all costs." Bai nodded in agreement. "That's wise. High radiation zones are no laughing matter. Well, it's getting late. You should rest early. We have a task tomorrow. Are you still planning to go mushroom hunting?" Yi Qingzhu responded resolutely, "Of course. I must continue my search for mushrooms. Each one is worth 3,000 points. I cannot afford to miss out." Observing her unwavering determination, Bai could not help but chuckle. "The mushroom we had for dinner tonight must be worth over 10,000 points. You've truly missed out this time. That's different. Consuming it provides us energy." "Yes, that is how I rationalize it," Yi Qingzhu murmured to herself in comfort. At that moment, Bai burst into hearty laughter, while Yi Qingzhu shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "As you can see, my home has only one bed and no extra blankets, so you'll have to make do sleeping at the table tonight." With that, Yi Qingzhu walked to the bedside and climbed into bed, having exhausted herself from the day's harrowing events. Before falling into a deep slumber, she pondered whether her abilities from today could accumulate into tomorrow. Seeing Yi Qingzhu fall asleep, Xiebai turned off the flashlight on the detection device and found a comfortable position to rest his head on the table. Despite his fatigue, Yi Qingzhu's biological clock ensured she awoke on time. She opened her eyes and got out of bed, only to discover that Xiebai had risen even earlier than she had. His back turned as he practiced his exercises, seemingly having not slept at all. Hearing the movement, Xiebai glanced back and greeted her with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be up so early. How are your wounds? Have they worsened?" Yi Qingzhu first examined her palm, noting that it had not deteriorated, but it had not healed as it had the previous time when ointment had been applied overnight. Perhaps the dosage had been insufficient. She checked her other injuries, which were stable as well, neither worsening nor improving. Shaking her head, she said, "No deterioration, but no improvement either." Upon hearing this, Xiebai approached to inspect Yi Qingzhu's palm. "I will inquire about the ointment again today. Your hand injury is quite severe. Are you really going to venture out to gather mushrooms?" Yi Qingzhu nodded firmly. "Yes, I must go. This minor injury will not hinder me." As she spoke, she began her own exercises, prompting Xiebai to cease his inquiries and continue his training. After their workout, the two had sweet potatoes for breakfast. Once they finished eating, Xiebai returned to the mercenary group, while Yi Qingzhu, nursing her injuries, packed her cloth bag and set off to gather mushrooms. This time, Yi Qingzhu headed north towards the area where she had previously discovered loquats, a place sufficiently distant and sparsely populated, connected by several mountains. Although most of the areas were high in radiation, Yi Qingzhu had a strong instinct that she would find valuable items there. Along the way, she noticed many people outside, most appearing listless. Yi Qingzhu recalled Xie by mentioning that many who had gone mushroom hunting the day before had faced attacks. Nevertheless, the allure of mushrooms was potent. Some individuals, fully aware of the dangers, chose to take the risk, while others, having suffered setbacks, opted for a more prudent search for wild vegetables. Despite her injuries, Yi Qingzhu's speed remained unaffected. She almost jogged forward, treating it as a means of exercise to reach her destination sooner. This action piqued the curiosity of those around her. As they observed Yi Qingzhu running, it seemed as though she had stumbled upon something extraordinary, prompting some to join her in the sprint, while others, seeing the crowd, assumed something exciting was happening and followed suit. Feeling pursued by the gathering crowd, Yi Qingzhu was momentarily perplexed, wondering what could possibly be so intriguing about her tattered appearance. In a bid to escape, she accelerated, and those following her matched her pace, resulting in a chaotic scene as dust rose from the ground. While this throng raced forward, the mercenary group's vehicle arrived, observing the commotion with confusion, wondering if something dire had occurred. Hastily inquiring of those trailing behind, "What has happened?" The runners, upon noticing the mercenaries brandishing firearms, were seized by trepidation and stammered in response, "We don't know either." Unaware? "Then why are you fleeing?" One mercenary retorted impatiently, "We saw others running and thought something was amiss, so we followed suit." Seeing that these individuals were of no assistance, the mercenaries ordered the driver ahead to accelerate and investigate. One mercenary banged on the vehicle door, calling out, "Fatty, speed up and go check ahead." The driver, without further ado, pressed the accelerator and honked the horn to alert those in the road to clear the way, swiftly advancing to block the path. Yi Qingzhu halted abruptly upon encountering the modified vehicle that had suddenly appeared in her way. What was going on today? First, a throng had pursued her in a frenzy, and now a mercenary group was obstructing her path. Suddenly recalling Xie Bai's mention of someone seeking out mercenaries, she wondered if her prior actions had been discovered. Yet, those incidents had occurred in the wilderness or high radiation zones, and she was certain no one else had been present at the time. In an instant, myriad thoughts swirled in Yi Qingzhu's mind. If this truly stemmed from that situation, what should she do? With that thought, she warily observed the mercenaries disembarking from a vehicle. Their attire and insignia indicated they belonged to the Hope Light mercenary group. Due to the truck's obstruction, the group of runners was forced to halt abruptly. Some, unable to stop in time, collided with those in front, resulting in a chaotic tumble of bodies, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts. The mercenaries had no choice but to intervene, pulling the outermost individuals to their feet while shouting, What is going on? What are you doing? Get up. One of them, spotting Yi Qingzhu blocking the way, commanded the others to assist in disentangling the fallen. Despite their emaciated appearances, the weight of those piled atop one another was considerable, leaving those at the bottom gasping for breath. Yi Qingzhu, witnessing the scene, was tempted to slip away unnoticed, but the mercenary blocking her had clearly fixated on her. Thus, she could only maintain a facade of calm as she observed the chaotic crowd. After considerable effort, the fallen were finally disentangled, and those rescued expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, mercenaries, for saving us. As the crowd appeared unharmed, He Tiankong, the captain of the Hoplite team, called out, "Where are you all running from? What happened?" His inquiry left those present exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Even Yi Qingzhu found herself momentarily dazed by the question, mentally scoffing, "Who knows why this group is chasing after me?" After a prolonged silence, one person finally pointed at Yi Qingzhu and stated, "We were running after her." In an instant, all eyes shifted to Yi Qingzhu, and an unusual silence enveloped the scene. The pointed at Yi Qingzhu stood in a daze, blankly staring at the crowd. "What? You followed me? Why would you do that? What do I have to offer in this ragged state?" Seeing her confusion, He Tiankong stepped toward Yi Qingzhu. At that moment, the sound of approaching vehicles reached their ears. It was the Tomorrow mercenary group. Understanding the implications, He Tiankong realized that Tomorrow's mercenaries were likely on a similar mission. Before long, the truck from Tomorrow's group arrived, and a throng of individuals disembarked. Xia Bai, accompanied by his team members, quickly scanned the area. First noticing Yi Qingzhu and a member of He Tiankong's team at the forefront, followed by He Tiankong and the confused crowd. After surveying the situation, Xia Bai smiled and asked, "Captain He, what brings so many people together?" The members of the various mercenary groups were familiar with one another, especially since the Hoplite and Tomorrow groups had collaborated numerous times, fostering a closer relationship. He Tiankong and Xia Bai were well acquainted. In response, He Tiankong's expression tightened slightly, though he maintained his stoic demeanor as he explained, "Captain Xia, these individuals are not under my command. We merely happened upon them as they were fleeing and are currently trying to ascertain the cause." He Tiankong was known for his impassive expression, remaining indifferent regardless of the situation. Yet, he was genuinely a good person, always willing to lend a hand rather than remain a passive observer. Xia Bai, having worked with him multiple times, understood this well and continued to smile, inquiring further, "What have you learned? What could have prompted such a frantic escape?" Although directed at He Tiankong, Xia Bai's gaze was fixed on Yi Qingzhu, pondering how such a significant commotion could arise in such a short time apart. He Tiankong did not respond to Xia Bai's question, but instead approached Yi Qingzhu directly. Xia Bai, noticing this, followed suit, and other mercenaries converged around them. In an instant, Yi Qingzhu found herself encircled by the crowd. Instinctively, she assumed a defensive posture, warily regarding He Tiankong before casting a sidelong glance at Xia Bai. With a mixture of humor and exasperation, she explained, "I truly have no idea why they decided to chase after me." Upon hearing this, He Tiankong frowned slightly and turned to the curious onlookers, demanding, "Why were you following her?" The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly unable to answer the question. After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke up, "We just saw her running and followed suit." He Tiankong's gaze returned to Yi Qingzhu, and before he could voice his inquiry, she proactively clarified, "I merely intended to walk faster to scavenge." At that moment, a voice from the crowd questioned, "That was no mere brisk walk. You were clearly running." Hearing this, Yi Qingzhu nearly lost her temper but managed to suppress her emotions, forcing a tense smile as she retorted, "Even if I was running, what business is it of yours? Why did you all follow? Do you think I possess something worth stealing?" Another voice chimed in, "But your demeanor suggested you had discovered something valuable, which is why we followed." After all, he glanced at the surrounding mercenaries, lowering his voice, "Who would be interested in someone dressed so raggedly? Simply because I was running quickly, you blindly followed, hoping to see if there was something worthwhile? In this desolate wilderness, beyond the fearsome mutated beasts, what valuable treasures could there possibly be?" Yi Qingzhu, of course, would not divulge her true intention of foraging for mushrooms further afield. Then why were you running so fast? Yi Qingzhu could no longer contain herself. I am exercising, she declared. The crowd responded with silence. Nearby, the mercenaries listening to Yi Qingzhu and a group of blindly following individuals were utterly speechless, their expressions conveying a myriad of unspoken words. Even He Tiankong, typically stoic, could not suppress a frown, while Xiaobai wore a conspicuous grin directed at Yi Qingzhu, thinking to himself that she truly was the chosen one, managing to create such a comical blunder. Eventually, it was He Tiankong who spoke up. All right, since we are all scavenging here, let us disperse. What do we hope to find by crowding together? After a brief pause, he continued, do not simply follow others blindly. Must you always run just because someone else is? Aren't you tired after running such a distance for no reason? Those who had followed the commotion realized their folly, their faces displaying mild regret. A number of them began to drift away, heading towards their original destinations, grumbling amongst themselves. Isn't this a waste of our time? What a pointless trip. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to join the fray. Amidst the rising tide of complaints, the majority chose to leave. However, not all were willing to concede defeat. Some remained skeptical of Yi Qingzhu's claims, convinced that if she was running, there must be something worthwhile to discover. Exercise? Who would believe that? Surely she had stumbled upon something valuable and was concealing it from others, prompting thoughts of shadowing her closely. As the crowd gradually dispersed, He Tiankong chose not to linger. They had set out for a mission and had already lost precious time due to the blunder, so it was imperative to proceed with their task. He swiftly departed with his team. At this moment, Xiaobai leaned in and whispered to Yi Qingzhu, I never expected you to be so diligent, even exercising while scavenging. Truly, you are someone who can slay mutated beasts. Without waiting for her response, he cheerfully beckoned his team to board the vehicle and leave. The members of Xiaobai's team were no strangers to Yi Qingzhu, and each encounter seemed to transform their captain, who always sought to engage her in conversation. Seeing their captain sharing hushed words with her, the rest of the team wore expressions filled with curiosity and intrigue. Once inside the vehicle, except for the driver, the other four crowded around Xiaobai, exchanging knowing glances and unspoken implications. In response, Xiaobai merely smiled and said, settle down and focus on our mission. He Tiankong's team must also have received the same assignment, and they have already gotten ahead of us. Aren't you anxious? Upon hearing the mention of the mission, the team members immediately shifted back to serious expressions. As their vehicle passed by Yi Qingzhu, Xiaobai slightly turned his head to glance at her before continuing with the distribution of tasks. The others, having been watching him, did not miss this action. Although their faces still bore a hint of gossip, they refrained from pressing further and instead listened attentively. Yi Qingzhu could not help but roll her eyes at Xiaobai's words, choosing to ignore him as she turned away and continued toward her destination. Aware of the individuals trailing behind her, she understood their intentions but chose not to engage. After walking for a while, she randomly selected a hillside to ascend, and those who had followed her promptly trailed behind, remaining vigilant, for the mountains could harbor many unforeseen dangers. The slope Yi Qingzhu chose appeared to be a frequently traversed area, evidenced by the trampled weeds and overturned toxic fungi. Nevertheless, she feigned seriousness, seemingly engrossed in her search for mushrooms. Those following her recognized her pretense. Some had visited this very location the previous day and knew it held nothing of value. Not only was this hill devoid of mushrooms, but the surrounding hills had also been thoroughly searched. Realizing this, some quietly withdrew, leaving the area. Although most departed, Yi Qingzhu sensed that one person continued to watch her covertly, the annoyance of being scrutinized weighing on her. She pressed deeper into the area, nearing the high radiation zone, while her followers observed her meandering in circles before ultimately deciding to abandon the pursuit. Once the two pairs of eyes had vanished, Yi Qingzhu slipped away from the mountain's opposite side, returning to the main path and continuing toward the spot where she had previously harvested loquats. The further north she ventured into the forest, the sparser the population became, until she found herself sprinting alone, truly racing against time. The earlier blunder and the unwanted following had cost her too much time, and she needed to hurry. Otherwise, She would be in trouble if she did not reach her destination before the strong radiation set in. Finally, after a frenzied dash, Yi Qingzhu arrived at her destination, panting and drenched in sweat. As she wiped her brow, she peered into the woods at the loquat trees in the barren land below, contemplating a return to check for edible fruit when time permitted. Upon reaching her location, she retrieved a water container from her spatial storage, preparing to drink. Observing some impurities in the water, she suddenly recalled her ability to purify pollution and wondered if it would work on this water. As she pondered, she gripped the flask and began attempting to purify it. Watching the liquid transform into clearer water, a smile of delight spread across her face. She eagerly drank a third of the freshly purified water, savoring its slightly sweet flavor reminiscent of mountain spring water. With a contented heart, she stored the remaining water and began her earnest search for mushrooms. This particular mountain clearly bore no signs of human presence. Towering trees created a dense canopy, and the ground was blanketed with thick layers of decaying leaves, save for the newest layer of foliage on top. The lower leaves had become damp and rotten, and lifting them released a distinct, pungent odor of decay. The first mushroom Yi Qingzhu discovered was a vividly bright red one adorned with white spots. Without needing to test it, she recognized its toxicity and promptly kicked it aside, continuing her search for the next one. However, whether due to environmental factors or some other reason, this vast area, despite its abundance of mushrooms, yielded only a variety of colorful toxic fungi. Red, white, purple, black, yet not a single edible specimen could be found. Faced with the absence of any consumable mushrooms, Yi Qingzhu had no choice but to seek another location. Avoiding areas of high radiation and pollution, she wholeheartedly immersed herself in the quest for mushrooms, yet regrettably spent half the day without encountering a single edible one. Doubts began to creep into her mind about whether she had chosen the right place for foraging. However, now that she had come this far, it would be unwise to abandon her quest. Even if she were to change locations now, it would be too late. She had no choice but to continue her search. Wandering through the woods, she had lost track of time, with only the flickering light filtering through the treetops to mark its passage. Yi Qingzhu stood tall, clenched her fists, and pounded her sore lower back before stretching her limbs. As she surveyed her surroundings, it became evident that trees surrounded her, as far as the eye could see. After resting for a moment, she resumed her diligent search for mushrooms, moving slowly, stopping frequently, glancing left and right. Suddenly, Yi Qingzhu felt a sense of familiarity with her surroundings. Looking up, she spotted several trees adorned with leaves of varying hues, realizing she had inadvertently returned to this spot. With a landscape of vibrant foliage before her, and finding no mushrooms, she thought it prudent to examine these unusual leaves instead, pondering what new discoveries might await her. Resolutely, she began to touch the leaves one by one, but after a lengthy search, she found nothing of interest and lowered her weary arms. Upon closer inspection of the trees, she noted they were all old leaves, devoid of new growth. Perhaps, she mused, these were merely the ones she had already examined. Deciding not to continue this futile endeavor, she resolved to seek mushrooms instead, as she had yet to make any significant finds that day. Glancing at the time on her detector, she noted it was nearly 3 o'clock, prompting her to hasten her pace. Following the mountain's incline, she quickened her steps through the areas devoid of mushrooms, pausing only where she detected potential finds. At last, her efforts bore fruit. She discovered a non-toxic mushroom with moderate pollution, a prize boletes. Observing the mycorrhizae left on the ground, she tested the surrounding soil, which also revealed moderate pollution. After deliberation, Yi Qingzhu decided to excavate both the soil and the mycorrhizae, intending to take them back for cultivation, hoping they might yield more mushrooms in the future. If her hopes materialized, she would never again have to worry about a lack of mushrooms. Having thoroughly cleared the moderately polluted soil, she continued her exploration. As she ascended, the thought of the low-pollution mushrooms she had found the previous day crossed her mind. She regretted not having taken the time to test the soil and carry away the mycorrhizae. Continuing her ascent, she stumbled upon 2 more edible mushrooms, a chicken of the woods and a blue cap, again excavating the surrounding soil and mycorrhizae. As she walked, the light before her brightened significantly. Upon reaching the forest's edge, she was astounded to discover a large sunken lake nestled within the woods. The lake, surrounded by towering trees, formed a basin-like depression, its waters shimmering with clarity. Apart from the small, level area where she stood, the rest of the lake was hemmed in by steep cliffs. Yi Qingzhu was left to wonder how such a lake had come to be. When the wind swept across its surface, the emerald waters sparkled like a fantastical realm. After gazing at the lake for a while, she descended the slope to its edge. The clear water beckoned her to dip her hands in, but she ultimately restrained herself, opting instead to assess the water's pollution levels with her detector. The results perplexed her, fluctuating between high, moderate, and low pollution without a definitive reading. Fearing her device might be malfunctioning, she hurriedly tested a nearby weed, which confirmed high pollution, reassuring her that the anomaly lay within the lake itself. With that realization, Yi Qingzhu decided not to waste any more time. Just as she turned to leave, a thought struck her, prompting her to reconsider. If there was a lake, could there not also be fish and shrimp? Given the lake's peculiar nature, perhaps its aquatic inhabitants were edible. However, the lake appeared quite deep and without proper tools. She could not venture into the water to catch any. She sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness at the tantalizing prospect just out of reach. Yet, she was loath to depart. The sunlight shone gently upon the lake, casting a mesmerizing golden veil that danced with the ripples of the water. Suddenly, a fish leaped from the depths, affirming her suspicions of aquatic life within. But shortly after, a larger fish sprang forth, seizing the smaller one and dragging it back beneath the surface. Yi Qingzhu witnessed the brutal reality of life underwater, realizing that danger lurked even there. Observing the fish's predation, she glanced around the lakeshore, noting numerous holes in the sandy soil. Fixating on these holes, she pondered whether they might be crab burrows. As she contemplated, she picked up a twig and began to probe the first hole. It yielded nothing. The second was similarly barren, but on her third attempt, she felt movement. To her delight, she unearthed a crab, yet as she reached for it, the creature burrowed deeper, ultimately escaping her grasp. Determined, she turned over a nearby stone, only to lock eyes with a sizable crab. It did not appear particularly large, leading her to wonder if it was simply a smaller specimen or if it had not mutated much. Regardless, she resolved to seize the opportunity. With practiced agility from her childhood, spent crabbing by the river, she swiftly captured the crab. After a quick assessment, revealed it to be moderately polluted. Yi Qingzhu bound it with a nearby weed and placed it into her storage. It seemed that flipping stones was a more effective method than digging for crabs. Abandoning her previous approach, she began to turn over stones along the lakeshore. With a heave, she dislodged a large rock, revealing a plethora of crabs beneath. Startled, they raised their pincers and scurried in all directions. Yi Qingzhu targeted the largest among them, but to her surprise, it was quite fierce, nearly pinching her before she could withdraw her hand in time. She circled around to capture it from behind and assessed it, discovering it too was highly polluted. Without hesitation, she smashed it against a nearby stone, shattering its shell. She continued her pursuit of the smaller crabs, but alas, none were suitable for consumption. Contemplating the crab she had discarded, she decided to toss it back into the lake. As she continued her search, she remained vigilant, glancing back at the spot where she had thrown the crab. Soon, she noticed commotion at the water's edge. Approaching cautiously, she saw a group of fish, their mouths lined with sharp teeth, fighting over the remnants of the crab. Yi Qingzhu hesitated, torn between the desire to intervene and the fear of becoming prey herself. After much deliberation, she decided to take the risk. If the fish were edible, it would be a delightful feast. For a long time, I had not tasted the flavor of meat. Yi Qingzhu, grasping a dagger, approached the lakeside, keenly eyeing an opportunity to swiftly stab at a peculiar-looking fish. The dagger pierced the fish's body, and the scent of blood instantly permeated the air. The surrounding fish seemed to be stimulated by the scent, wildly opening their toothy mouths to bite at the wounded fish. Witnessing this, Yi Qingzhu quickly withdrew her hand, only to see the fish swiftly torn apart. After consuming their kind, the group of fish did not disperse, but continued to fight among themselves, drawn by the scent of blood. Observing the ferocity of these fish, Yi Qingzhu contemplated that a different approach would be necessary for fishing. Ideally, she would use a net to catch them on the shore. Just as Yi Qingzhu prepared to turn away, unexpectedly, a fish leapt from the water and landed on the shore. She quickly kicked the fish farther away to prevent it from returning to the water. Although these fish were not particularly large, weighing about 2 pounds, they possessed considerable strength, especially with their fiercely sharp teeth. Yi Qingzhu picked up a nearby stone and struck the peculiar fish to stun it, then proceeded to conduct a swift assessment. The results indicated moderate pollution, which delighted Yi Qingzhu. She had originally set out to gather mushrooms, but had managed to catch an edible crab and a fish. Deeming herself fortunate, after placing the fish into her storage space, she glanced at the time, 4:30 p.m. Yi Qingzhu marked the location of the lake on her detection device, intending to return the next day with the necessary tools. After marking it, she hastily departed and descended the mountain, reaching the Wasteland just after 5 p.m. Not daring to delay further, she decided to postpone her plan to assess the loquats for another time. Exiting the Wasteland and arriving on the main road, Yi Qingzhu entered a sprint towards the base. Since it was getting late, she encountered very few people along the way. Passing by the spot where she had previously witnessed a girl battling a mutated beast, she instinctively glanced over, but the area was eerily silent. While running, she received a message from Xie, inquiring if she had returned to the base or if she was still en route, and whether their mission had concluded. As she typed her response, her feet never faltered. "Why are you so late again? The wilderness has been unsafe lately. Do not linger too long. The mission continues, and it may take several days before we can return to the base." Yi Qingzhu paused momentarily at Xie message, then replied, "Okay, please stay safe as well." She continued her relentless pace and was fortunate enough to return to the base just before it grew completely dark. Checking the time, she noted it was already 6:50 p.m. Typically, it should have been dark by this hour. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but ever since the acid rain, the onset of darkness seemed to be arriving later and later. Upon returning to the base, despite the late hour, Yi Qingzhu headed straight for Qiao Jigang's shop. Qiao Jigang was tidying up, preparing to close for the day. Upon seeing Yi Qingzhu rush in, he paused his actions and curiously asked, "Qingzhu, why are you in such a hurry? Are you here to purchase something? Or do you need me to sell you something?" Panting, Yi Qingzhu replied, "Brother Qiao, I need several sets of clothing, new or used. It matters not. Do you have any? Also, I need fingerless gloves." Qiao Jigang nodded eagerly. "Yes, I have some. I thought you were in a rush for something important. Please, take a seat and rest. I will fetch them for you." He mentioned that he had just received a new batch of clothing and turned on the lights in the shop. The houses near the base had electricity. Living within the base provided not only power but also water, along with well-maintained daily amenities. Only the shanties where Yi Qingzhu resided lacked electricity. Gazing at the bright lights, she pondered whether she should accumulate points to move into the base. Even the outer circle near the base would be preferable. "Brother Qiao, do you have any candles? Please find me a few, and if you have matches or a lighter, I would like those as well." Yi Qingzhu called out to Qiao Jigang, who was busy with the light bulbs above her head. "Certainly," came Qiao Jigang's voice, accompanied by the sound of clattering items. After a considerable time, he returned, carrying a pile of clothing and a pair of fingerless tactical gloves, placing the garments on the counter. He handed the gloves to Yi Qingzhu, explaining, "It took me so long to find these. Though secondhand, they are well-crafted and of excellent quality. However, they are somewhat expensive and designed for women, which is why they had remained in storage." Yi Qingzhu accepted the gloves and examined them closely. They were impressive, a pair of black fingerless gloves, seemingly made from waterproof and durable material, complete with straps and Velcro. Trying them on, she found them perfectly fitting, allowing for agility of her fingers and wrists. Satisfied, she nodded and asked, "Brother Qiao, how many points for these?" 2,500 points, he replied. Though somewhat costly, Yi Qingzhu was content with their fit and nodded in agreement. She then selected several thick, durable long-sleeve shirts and jackets along with pants, and asked Qiao Jigang to tally the total cost. Qiao Jigang sincerely informed her, "The total for the clothing you selected comes to 3,000 points. These items are not inexpensive. Have you noticed how unstable the weather has become since the acid rain? A cold wave or snowstorm seems imminent, causing prices for clothing, especially warm garments, to rise. Hearing Xiao Jigang's remarks, Yi Qingzhu smiled and replied, I too find it rather peculiar. Brother Xiao, do you have any thick cotton jackets or pants? I would like a set. Xiao Jigang shook his head. I do not have any thick clothing at the moment, but I will inform you as soon as new stock arrives. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Additionally, do you have any sturdy nets? I would like those as well. Yi Qingzhu set her selected clothing aside. Xiao Jigang pondered for a moment, then said, I have 2 nets. Let me fetch them for you. He turned to rummage through the warehouse once more. As she watched Xiao Jigang search for items, Yi Qingzhu stretched her hands, testing the gloves again. They felt quite comfortable. She reflected on Xiao Jigang's earlier words. If a cold wave and snowstorm were truly on the horizon, she would need to stockpile food in addition to acquiring warm clothing. Recalling the memories of the original owner, she remembered that a few years back, the base had experienced an extreme weather disaster, a sudden cold wave followed by consecutive days of heavy rain, culminating in a snowstorm. This left many already struggling individuals in utter despair, with nearly 1/3 of the population perishing after the calamity, especially those living in the shanty areas. However, within the base, there were indeed those who could not endure. After all, in the face of extreme weather, the lack of adequate food and water would lead to death by starvation or thirst, even if one managed to avoid freezing. Most critically, following that catastrophe, the number of edible resources available had diminished further. Many had resorted to consuming highly contaminated substances, ultimately leading to their demise through severe bodily decay. With this in mind, Yi Qingzhu resolved to seek out more edible items. This would serve a dual purpose: to sustain herself and to accumulate points for exchange. She needed sufficient points to secure better housing, as her current dwelling would surely collapse under heavy snowfall. Additionally, during such blizzards, mutated creatures might also emerge to hunt for food, as they too required sustenance. When Xiao Jigang emerged from the warehouse once more, Yi Qingzhu had already delineated her primary tasks. Xiao Jigang dragged out 2 nets, stating, these are the only 2 available, one larger and one smaller, both crafted from robust nylon rope. However, the smaller net has some frayed edges, yet it contains steel wire within the ropes, making it even more durable. Yi Qingzhu examined them closely. Both nets were indeed sturdy, and the minor damage to the smaller net was negligible. Furthermore, the inclusion of steel wire would serve her well against the razor-toothed fish. Brother Xiao, I'll take them all. I also need a few candles and a lighter. Please calculate the total points for me. Not overly surprised by Yi Qingzhu's sudden request for so many items, Xiao Jigang quickly calculated the cost. The larger net is 5,000 points, and the smaller one is even more expensive at 6,000 points, he concluded, glancing at Yi Qingzhu. Taken aback by the steep prices, she nevertheless resolved to purchase the nets, convinced that the lake harbored plenty of edible fish. If she could catch some, it would surely yield a good profit. All right, Brother Xiao, please continue your calculations. I want everything. Gloves are 500 points, clothing and trousers 3,000 points, 1 lighter, and 2 boxes of matches 50 points, 7 candles 140 points, and the 2 nets 11,000 points. The grand total comes to 16,690 points. You can charge me 16,600 points. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu smiled and said, thank you, Brother Xiao. I will transfer the points to you. Xiao Jigang received the points and helped Yi Qingzhu organize her items, saying, Qingzhu, you have quite a collection here. I'll lend you the tricycle again. By the way, those fruits you bought last time were excellent. I've had customers inquiring when they can get more. What do you think? Yi Qingzhu contemplated, Brother Xiao, I'll continue searching for fruits tomorrow, but I can't guarantee I'll find any. If I do, I'll be sure to bring them to you. Xiao Jigang beamed at her response, saying, good. I'll await your good news. Last time, that guy Sieb, I brought a few sweet potatoes, and they sold for a great price. Yi Vingzhu posit, recalling the sweet potatoes in her space and some fungi. After deliberating, she decided to keep them for herself. Smiling quietly, she loaded her purchases onto the tricycle and bid farewell to Xiao Jigang. Brother Xiao, I'll return this tricycle first thing in the morning. It's getting late. Take your time. Just return it tomorrow, he replied. By now, it was nearly 8 p.m., and the streets were deserted. The market seemed to mark a boundary. Beyond it, darkness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any lights. Yi Qingzhu pedaled swiftly home, unloading her items despite the narrow entrance, which took some effort. Once inside, she retrieved the lighter and candles to ignite them, finally illuminating the space. It became evident that she needed to find time to modify the detection device for at least a basic lighting function, which would require Xie Bai's assistance. Thinking of Xie Bai, she wondered how he was faring on his mission, as being away for an extended period did not seem to indicate an easy task. Yi Qingzhu prepared her dinner with the water and sweet potatoes from her space, while the crabs and fish were stored away for later. As it was too late to cook, after her meal, she placed the newly acquired clothing into the cellar, along with the lighter and candles. Next, she took out all the fungi from her space, along with the soil and mycorrhizae. After surveying her home, she decided to place the soil and mycorrhizae on the side with the acrylic glass, sprinkling some water over it. The nets were crammed into her space to ensure easier transport the following day. Suddenly, Yi Qingzhu remembered that she needed a large wooden barrel. Otherwise, what would she do with the fish she might catch? After some reflection, she resolved to take the barrel used for holding water tomorrow, contemplating whether she might need to buy an additional bucket or basin if she caught many fish. Having completed her tasks, Yi Qingzhu gazed at the fungi on the table. The day prior, she had collected 3 edible fungi, having consumed the largest one, leaving 2 low-contamination September mushrooms. Adding today's 3 fungi, she had a total of 5 edible ones. The remaining 4 were non-toxic but highly contaminated, which she intended to purify. With determination, Yi Qingzhu attempted to purify the 4 non-toxic but high-pollution fungi, feeling the green light in her palm gradually transform. She ceased her efforts once the fungi had reached a moderate level of contamination, joyfully placing them into her space. Sensing that her abilities were still available, she focused on the mycorrhizae, attempting to encourage their growth. However, by the time her powers were exhausted, she had not observed any noticeable change. Uncertain whether her inability to accelerate the growth of the mycorrhizae stemmed from the mycorrhizae's nature or their potential to produce fungi, she decided against discarding them just yet, opting to observe them for a couple of days. Currently, Yi Qingzhu had a general understanding of her wood-based abilities, capable of promoting plant growth and purifying pollution. Nevertheless, the daily use of her powers was limited, necessitating careful planning. Overextending her abilities in one area would invariably reduce her capacity in another. Exhausted from her activities, Yi Qingzhu washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, she rose early, dedicating half an hour to her usual exercises, followed by her morning routine and breakfast, preparing to return the tricycle to Jigang. Before leaving, she took a moment to check on the mycorrhizae, which remained adequately moist without needing additional watering. Setting out early, the streets were almost deserted. After returning Jigang's tricycle, Yi Qingzhu rented a motorized tricycle and headed north. Upon arrival, the tricycle could not ascend the mountain, so she concealed it in a safe spot before carrying the wooden barrel along the mountain path toward the lake. Arriving at the lake, Yi Qingzhu noted that it was still early, only 7 a.m., and surveyed her surroundings for any potential dangers. The lake remained serene. She retrieved the net from her space, shaking it out and preparing to test the waters with the smaller net, as this was her first attempt at fishing. Reflecting on previous observations of others fishing with nets, she contemplated the steps, casting the net into the pond or river, and then what? She lamented not having studied the technique more diligently, realizing that she should have anticipated her own fishing endeavors. With a resigned sigh, Yi Qingzhu dragged the net to the lake's edge and made a vigorous attempt to cast it into the water. Despite Yi Qingzhu's considerable strength, the net was merely tossed aside, remaining a tangled mass rather than spreading out as intended. Moreover, the thrown net failed to sink into the water. Reflecting on his prior observations, Yi Qingzhu recalled that fishing nets typically had lead weights on their edges. Lacking weights, he resorted to gathering appropriately sized stones to bind to the net's perimeter, adjusting larger stones by striking them until they fit. He also sought out resilient vines nearby to transform the 2 nets into a pouch-like structure. After hefting the now considerably heavier fishing net, he cast it once more. It was unsuccessful. Retrieving the net after yet another failed attempt, he adjusted it and cast again, repeating this process several times. At last, through a series of failures, Yi Qingzhu gleaned some experience, and on his seventh attempt, he successfully cast the net. Having mastered the technique, he secured the small net's rope and proceeded to fasten stones to the larger net. Casting it into the opposite side of the lake, he surveyed his work. Except for the absence of bait, he found everything satisfactory, now left to wait a few hours to see the results. Before departing, he meticulously checked everything once more, confirming that all was well, and then made his way to the desolate land at the foot of the mountain. Upon reaching the barren land, he noted little had changed. Wild grasses and plants mingled together. After a cursory glance, he headed straight for the loquat tree. Beneath the tree, many loquats had fallen and spoiled, with numerous insects and ants gnawing at them. Fortunately, these insects appeared to be merely enlarged in size and lacked aggressive tendencies. Nevertheless, Yi Qingzhu exercised caution, carefully examining the golden loquats on the tree. After nearly 2 hours of thorough inspection, he collected 7 moderately polluted loquats and 3 lightly polluted ones, utilizing his abilities to purify 15 highly polluted ones, transforming them into moderately polluted. Content with his efforts, he gathered a batch of highly polluted loquats into his space, which possessed preservation capabilities, intending to take some out daily for purification in the future. Subsequently, he inspected wild vegetables in the desolate land, collecting any tender, non-toxic specimens to store for later purification. Beneath the intense radiation, Yi Qingzhu turned back to the forest to forage for mushrooms. Although the variety of mushrooms available was limited, he thought it better to explore than remain idle, hoping to find some rewards. After wandering the forest for the better part of the day, he discovered 2 edible mushrooms, albeit still highly polluted. However, with his ability to purify contaminants, he did not let them go to waste. Once the radiation subsided, he returned to the desolate land to continue inspecting wild vegetables. He retained all non-toxic, tender specimens, yet faced a dilemma. Space was becoming insufficient. Yi Qingzhu pondered how to expand his storage. Previously, the space had manifested after absorbing crystal energy, indicating that crystals were the key. He looked at the sole purple crystal in his possession. Crystals were vital for survival. The last time radiation affected him, he had narrowly avoided serious harm by using a crystal. Yet, after absorbing the last crystal, his space had not expanded. Could it be that the energy absorbed was insufficient? Yi Qingzhu resolved to absorb some more crystal energy and assessed that since he bore numerous injuries, healing them while enlarging his space was worthwhile. With this determination, he settled down, took out the crystal, and began to absorb its energy. When the purple crystal had transformed into a green one, he ceased the process. Upon storing the crystal away, he discovered that all his wounds had healed, and he felt an enhancement in his physical condition. Most importantly, he sensed a shift in his abilities as though his energy had multiplied. Upon entering his space, he was elated to find that it had indeed expanded, now approximately 12 cubic meters, doubling in size. Yi Qingzhu was thoroughly pleased. The crystal's power was formidable, capable of not only healing and enhancing his physical prowess, but also enlarging his storage capacity. He recognized that collecting more crystals in the future would be beneficial. With the crystals, he could accomplish more, purifying a greater number of highly polluted foods, alleviating concerns about sustenance. Perhaps he would even possess the means to assist those deserving of help. After all, even in this wasteland, Yi Qingzhu did not wish to remain a lone wolf. He yearned for friends and comrades with whom he could share trust and mutual support. Contemplating friendship, his thoughts turned to Xiebai, who had provided him with warmth since arriving in this desolate world. Xiebai had helped him repeatedly, even fighting alongside him. Surely, they shared a bond akin to brotherhood. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Qingzhu sent Xiebai a message inquiring about the status of his mission. However, after waiting for a while without a response, he assumed Xiebai was busy and that he would reply once he had the chance. Yi Qingzhu resumed his inspection of wild vegetables. Now that his space had expanded and his abilities enhanced, he was determined to make the best use of these advantages. Finally returning to the lakeside around 3 in the afternoon, Yi Qingzhu noticed movement in the net he had cast. Thrilled, he attempted a haul in the net. Slowly pulling it back, he felt increasing resistance, suggesting a sizable catch was struggling within. Yi Qingzhu braced himself against the net's force as he dragged it ashore. Accompanied by a loud splashing sound, he could clearly see that the net contained numerous fish, each of significant size. As he approached the shore, the struggles of the fish intensified, compelling him to exert even greater effort to control the net. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to drag the catch onto the sandy soil. After all, as long as they remained in the water, the fish had a greater chance of escaping. Gazing at the multitude of fish in the net, Yi Qingzhu felt a surge of excitement, nearly dancing with joy. However, he quickly regained his composure and first subdued the toothy fish to prevent them from harming the others. He then swiftly began assessing his catch, discovering a total of over a dozen fish. Given that this first haul yielded such an abundance without any bait, he felt immensely satisfied. After a rapid assessment, he was fortunate to find 3 lightly polluted and 5 moderately polluted fish among them. As for the remaining highly polluted ones, he did not rush to toss them back into the lake or dispose of them. Next, he pulled in a second net and noticed it felt considerably lighter. He swiftly dragged it to shore, revealing only a few fish inside. Yet, Yi Qingzhu did not give up. He pulled the net onto the beach. This catch contained no toothy fish, allowing him to inspect each one. In total, there were 7 fish, 2 of which were moderately polluted. He placed the edible fish into a wooden barrel while stowing the others into his space, as the barrel was too small to accommodate many fish. Gazing at the highly polluted fish on the ground, Yi Qingzhu hesitated, pondering whether to store them all in his space. Although the space has expanded, a considerable quantity of wild vegetables has already been harvested. After much deliberation, I decided to retain a portion while dispatching the rest, intending to use them as bait. Having prepared the fish, I noticed the day was waning and cast the net back into the river, tossing the recently dispatched fish in as bait. With everything in place, I made my descent down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, I checked the detection device, only to find that I had yet to receive any word from Xiaobai, which prompted a sense of unease within me. Could something have gone awry? I sent another message. When will you return to the base? After messaging Xiaobai, I reached out to Qiao Jigang as well. Brother Qiao, today's harvest is quite good. I'll come find you before nightfall. Shortly thereafter, Qiao Jigang replied, All right, I'll be waiting for you. I retrieved the concealed tricycle and hurried towards the base. By the time I arrived, it was only 6 o'clock and the sun had yet to set, so I decided to visit the vehicle shop to exchange my vehicle. While there, I inquired, Boss, how much for a tricycle? Although the oil-powered tricycles are fast, their fuel consumption poses a significant issue. Renting one daily would be excessively costly. Lu Wan, the shop owner, looked at me and said, Are you considering purchasing a tricycle? I have a second-hand one, though its frame is rather worn. It's still usable, priced at 10,000 points. A new one, however, costs 35,000 points. As he spoke, he gestured for me to follow. Upon seeing the second-hand tricycle, I immediately dismissed it. It was not merely old. It appeared on the verge of collapse with a rusted body and gaping holes. It hardly seemed functional. Unable to contain myself, I remarked, This is riddled with holes and still costs 10,000 points? The wheels are the only things that seem intact. Lewin chuckled and replied, This old one was scavenged from elsewhere and sold here. The wheels have been replaced. If you're not interested, you may look at the new one beside it, priced at 35,000 points. My gaze shifted to the brand new tricycle, which was considerably smaller and constructed of steel, yet the price was undeniably steep. I shook my head and honestly replied, The new one is too expensive. I can't afford it. I'll come back to you once I've saved enough points. Lewin smiled and nodded. All right, Miss Yi, best of luck. With his encouraging words, I departed, the sun still illuminating the sky. I considered the inconvenience of waiting for nightfall to seek out Qiao Jigang, so I sent him a message. Brother Qiao, is your shop busy right now? Almost instantaneously, he replied, No one is here. Everyone has gone home. Great, I'll head over now. After messaging him, I made my way to Qiao Jigang's shop, stopping at a discreet corner to repurpose the sack I had used for sweet potatoes to carry the fish. I then shoulder the fish and enter the grocery store. Noticing my arrival, and seeing that the shop was relatively empty, Xiao Ji Gang turned on the lights and closed the door, asking Qingzhu, "What do you have today?" "I can smell fish." With a smile, I replied, "Brother Xiao, your nose is accurate. It is indeed the scent of fish." As I opened the sack to reveal the lively fish within, the long journey had roused them from their stupor. Seeing the fish, Xiao Ji Gang appeared incredulous, exclaiming, "Qingzhu, you are truly impressive. I never imagined you could catch so many fish." Having once been a mercenary and now a shop owner, Xiao Ji Gang was well aware of the unspoken rules, such as inquiring about the source of the fish. Before I could respond, he continued, "If we sell these fish, we could make a significant profit." I smiled and replied, "Since these fish have come to your shop, they are indeed meant for sale. As for the pricing, that will depend on your negotiation skills, Brother Xiao." Our relationship was one of collaboration. The more I sold my goods for, the greater the commission he earned. Rest assured, Qingzhu, I will ensure we fetch a high price," he assured me, turning to retrieve his detection device. Approaching the sack, he added, "Let me check how many fish we have." I nodded in agreement, patiently waiting as he tallied the catch. Initially, I contemplated purifying some of the fish, but reconsidered. 10 fish were already a considerable amount. After all, it is rare for scavengers to procure such catches. Encountering even one is a stroke of luck. It was wise to limit the quantity. We have a total of 10 fish, 3 with low pollution and 7 with moderate pollution. I will inform my clients shortly. Qingzhu, rest assured, these fish will command a good price," Xiao Ji Gang said cheerfully, placing the fish in a wooden basin and adding some water. He returned the sack to me, and I smiled, saying, "Brother Xiao, in addition to the fish, I also found some loquats today." Upon hearing about the loquats, Xiao Ji Gang's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he urged, "Quick, show me how many you have. You don't know how many customers have been asking since the last time I sold fruit." I pulled out the loquats from the bag, placing them on the counter as I announced, "There are 22 with moderate pollution and 3 with low pollution." Gazing at the golden loquats, Xiao Ji Gang eagerly took out his detection device, confirming, "Excellent. Truly, it is you, Qingzhu." After he secured the fish and loquats, I decided it was time to head home. As I reached the door, a thought crossed my mind, and I turned to ask Brother Qiao, "Have you been in touch with Xiebai today?" I sent him a message, but he hasn't. He replied, and I could use his assistance. Xiao Ji Gang paused before responding. "I haven't contacted him in the past few days. If you need to reach him, I can inquire on your behalf." "Thank you, Brother Qiao. If you hear from him, just send me a message." After receiving his nod, I turned to leave. Upon returning home, I organized the items from the storage space, sorting them into categories of high pollution and edible goods. I took out the fish and crabs caught yesterday, muttering to myself, "You shall be tonight's dinner." It's a pity Xiebai won't enjoy this feast. Noticing the water supply was running low, I grabbed the wooden bucket to fetch water. Currently, only one bucket was available for this purpose, as the other was occupied with fish. As I stepped outside, I spotted a man lurking suspiciously near my house. Instantly, I recognized him as the scrawny fellow who had attempted to steal my rabbit previously. Having been so busy in the past few days, I had forgotten about him. Yet here he was again, appearing unexpectedly. The man, equally startled by my presence, turned to flee. "What are you doing loitering outside my door?" Yi Qingzhu swiftly dashed behind the man, pinning his hands behind his back with an impassive expression, her gaze fixed on him as she inquired. The man, taken aback by Yi Qingzhu's sudden aggression, found himself immobilized and could only shout, "Who's watching your home? Let me go. Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you know the mercenary group." With a derisive snort, Yi Qingzhu coldly retorted, "If no one is watching my home, then why did you flee upon seeing me?" The man, defiantly jutting his chin, insisted, "I'm not fleeing. I'm merely heading home." "Home?" Yi Qingzhu questioned incredulously. "You, hailing from the eastern shanty town, claimed to be heading home in the northern district?" Upon hearing her mention his origin, the man's heart raced with fear, his body tensing up. How could she possibly know he was from the east? Had he unwittingly drawn attention to himself? In truth, Yi Qingzhu was unaware of the man's origins. She had merely ventured a guess, which appeared to have struck true based on his reaction. The man, his bravado faltering, stammered, "What do you want? If you dare to cause trouble, I'll report you to the inspection team. Report me for what? Yi Qingzhu countered. For discovering a suspicious man lurking about? Besides, you were caught in the act. A resident of the East wandering about in the northern district at night. Who do you think the inspection team will reprimand? As she spoke, she tightened her grip on him. The inspection team was responsible for maintaining order in the shantytown's periphery. However, they seldom patrolled the area unless summoned, as the residents were the most marginalized individuals, offering little to exploit. The man, trembling with fear, realized that while there was no official prohibition against nighttime movements, he was still a resident of the eastern sector, now found in the northern fringes. If questioned, he would have no plausible explanation, especially given his dubious intentions. With that thought, a surge of desperation propelled him to break free from Yi Qingzhu's grasp, fleeing without a backward glance. Yi Qingzhu, observing his escape, felt no inclination to pursue him. After all, within the confines of the base, she could not truly harm him. At most, she could hand him over to the inspection team, which might inadvertently draw attention to herself. Moreover, there was nothing of value in her home, so the fear of theft was unwarranted. Should he dare to follow her into the wilderness, she would be ready to deal with him then. Picking up the bucket on the ground, she resumed her task of fetching water. The night had long settled in, and the streets were deserted, allowing her to fill her bucket without delay. Once she had drawn the water, Yi Qingzhu used a dagger to remove the scales from the fish and cleaned out its insides, wrapping the entrails in a piece of highly contaminated wild vegetable leaves to store at her space, intending to use them as bait for fishing the next day. The crabs were rinsed and prepared for steaming. While lacking a steamer, she ingeniously fashioned a bridge with 2 chopsticks to hold the crabs above the water. The fish would be cooked into a soup alongside the wild vegetables. After a busy day, Yi Qingzhu finally completed her dinner preparations. Inhaling the delectable aroma of the food, she eagerly sampled her culinary creations. "Delicious," she exclaimed, savoring the sweet flesh of the crab. Next, she tasted the fish, which, despite its peculiar appearance, turned out to be remarkably tender, perhaps the most succulent fish she had ever encountered, though she could not identify it. This meal, consisting of a crab and a fish, was undoubtedly the most delightful feast since her arrival, although she decided to save half the fish for the following day. After dinner, she purified the highly contaminated vegetables, fungi, and fish, ceasing her efforts only when her energy for the day was exhausted. The remaining contaminated vegetables were not returned to her space. Surely, no one would be interested in such refuse. If anyone were to discover her hoarding such highly contaminated items, they might think her completely deranged, reduced to scavenging even the most tainted of vegetables. Having tidied up, Yi Qingzhu took one last glance at the fungi on the ground before retiring to bed. Lying there, she checked her detection device, still receiving no messages from Xiaobai. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Something must have gone awry. Yet, feeling powerless to assist, she could only whisper a silent prayer for his safety before succumbing to slumber. The following morning, after her usual exercise and breakfast, Yi Qingzhu placed the wooden bucket into her space and slung a cloth bag over her shoulder, setting off towards the north. This time, she chose not to rent a vehicle. The daily rental costs were becoming burdensome. With her space now expanded, she could carry a good deal more. Energized after a satisfying meal, Yi Qingzhu hastened her pace towards the north, arriving at her destination 2 hours later. Glancing at the time, she realized that without a vehicle, the journey had indeed consumed considerable time, but rental fees were accumulating points. A dilemma indeed. Reaching the summit and arriving at the lakeside, Yi Qingzhu first inspected the fishing nets. They were still intact, though she was uncertain of the catch. As she untangled the net, she felt an unsettling lightness, a stark contrast to the expected weight. When she finally dragged the entire net ashore, her worst fears were confirmed. It was completely empty, and the net itself was torn, riddled with large holes, rendering it useless. Her immediate reaction was one of dismay at the realization that the 5,000-point net was disposable. What an exorbitant cost. Though she lamented the loss, there was no recourse, and she reluctantly abandoned the damaged net to retrieve a smaller one. As she pulled the smaller net, it felt far more substantial than the first, igniting a flicker of hope within her. With each inch of the net emerging from the water, The anticipation grew until, with a determined effort, she finally dragged it onto the shore. What she beheld within left her utterly astonished. Good heavens! What on earth is this? Observing the peculiar creature ensnared in the net, Yi Qingzhu promptly cast aside her fishing net and drew her dagger, eyeing the being before her with caution. Its body swelled like an enormous balloon, covered in long, protruding spikes. With a small mouth and a round head, its eyes were disproportionately large, fixed upon Yi Qingzhu with an unnerving gaze. Its abdomen was a deep black, and it sported broad, spiny fins on either side. After being dragged ashore, it thrashed violently, yet its spiny exterior rendered it incapable of freeing itself from the net, becoming even more entangled. Yi Qingzhu regarded this creature, which resembled a pufferfish yet was distinctly different, uncertain of how to proceed as it remained ensnared by the wire-laden net. The more it struggled, the more it became ensnared, and with its body bristling with spikes, Yi Qingzhu found herself at a loss. Should she abandon it? Yet, with a net valued at 5,000 points already lost, discarding it would result in a staggering loss of over 10,000 points. The thought of such a loss made her heart ache. Faced with the dilemma of how to manage the bizarre fish and unable to retrieve the net, anxiety began to cloud her mind. Ultimately, she resolved to assist in disentangling the creature from the net, grasping the net and carefully pulling to separate it from spikes. After considerable effort and time, Yi Qingzhu finally succeeded in liberating the fish. The moment the net was freed, the creature seemed to awaken, rolling its body and hastily making its way back into the lake. Yi Qingzhu watched in astonishment, pondering whether this peculiar fish had gained some semblance of awareness. Regardless, its spiny exterior rendered it inettable, and if it wished to flee, so be it. As she observed the creature plunge into the water, she noticed two other fish, pierced and bleeding, lying where the creature had once been. Both were wounded, still writhing, yet lacking the strength to return to the lake. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qingzhu quickly picked up a rock and hurled it at the two fish, instantly halting their movements. Upon inspection, one was moderately polluted while the other was low in pollution. Elated, Yi Qingzhu thought of it as a reward for liberating the strange fish. With joy, she tossed both fish into her storage space, recalling the fish entrails she had stored there the previous day, disposing of the entrails into the lake. She was taken aback to see that the creature had not yet swum away, its small mouth eagerly consuming the discarded innards. As Yi Qingzhu observed the entrails being devoured, she found herself at a loss for words to express her feelings. Ignoring the creature in the lake, she contemplated whether to continue casting her net with the wire still intact. The presence of bite marks indicated that there were likely more ferocious mutated fish within the lake. Additionally, the creature akin to a pufferfish was of no use, as it was inettable. After much deliberation, she decided to cast her net, reasoning that it would be a waste not to utilize it, and perhaps fortune would favor her. Having cast the net, Yi Qingzhu began to search beneath some stones along the lakeshore, hoping to find crabs. Although she encountered several, only one was suitable for consumption, and she chose not to squander her purification abilities on the highly polluted crabs. Ultimately, she left one moderately polluted crab and discarded the others into the lake. Before turning to leave, unbeknownst to her, the crabs she had thrown into the lake were swiftly consumed by the strange fish. As she descended the mountain, Yi Qingzhu continued her search for wild vegetables across the vast wasteland, which yielded a fair number despite their high pollution levels. However, with her purification abilities, she could salvage the tender ones. She also recalled her previous discovery of wild chickens in this area and wondered if she might encounter them again. After searching for a considerable time, as the strong radiation approached, Yi Qingzhu retreated into the forest to seek out other resources. Though the chances of finding mushrooms were slim, she still hoped to stumble upon something worthwhile. Familiar with the terrain after several visits, she mentally divided the forest into 3 distinct zones, one populated by mutated trees, another dominated by pines, and the third filled with various shrubs. Previously, she had explored the pine and mutated tree areas, leaving the shrub zone largely unexamined. As she gazed at the shrub zone across from her, Yi Qingzhu made her way through the pine forest to the area of shrubs. The trees here were comparatively shorter, the soil harder, and stones were abundant. Observing the landscape, she found herself uncertain about what she was searching for, recognizing that even mushrooms would struggle to thrive in such an environment. Nevertheless, having traversed the extensive forest to arrive at this point, she felt compelled to explore. The variety of trees was impressive, including pines, cypresses, alders, palms, and oil trees, along with many species unfamiliar to Yi Qingzhu. After a thorough inspection, she lamented the absence of fruit trees. Discovering one would have been a delightful stroke of luck. With such thoughts occupying her mind, she continued to meander through the area, noting the sparse wild grasses and robust thorns. Wearing gloves, she felt less apprehensive about the sharp vegetation. After wandering for a considerable time, without success, Yi Qingzhu pressed onward, climbing higher up the slope and reaching the summit, where she spotted another hillside below. This slope, however, was distinct, for it harbored a cluster of chestnut trees that Yi Qingzhu had been eagerly anticipating. Not merely a few, but a substantial grove of chestnut trees awaited her. Filled with excitement, she descended the slope, standing beneath one of the chestnut trees and gazing up at the immature chestnuts, though they were not yet ripe. Yi Qingzhu marked the location on her detector, knowing that when the chestnuts matured, it would be her time to reap the rewards. With her heart brimming with anticipation, she continued downwards, only to discover that she had reached a high radiation zone. Redirecting her path, she traversed along the mid-slope to the right. After a lengthy journey, she found nothing but various trees. As she ascended the forest's edge, she encountered another connected mountain range. But in the middle of this slope lay a sunken area of woods. Yi Qingzhu surveyed her surroundings, climbing upwards until she returned to the area of chestnut trees, then descended the mountain once more, ultimately arriving back at the wasteland after the high radiation period had passed. While she began her search for wild vegetables, she received a message from Qiao Jigang. Qingzhu, I've inquired about Xie Bai's condition. He was gravely injured and poisoned during the mission and is currently in the hospital at the base. A second message followed. The fish and loquat sold for a good price. I'll provide you with the details when you return from foraging. Upon reading these messages, Yi Qingzhu found herself at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. After a moment's reflection, she replied to Qiao Jigang. Thank you, Brother Qiao. After responding to messages, Yi Qingzhu continued to inspect wild vegetables for a while before returning to the lakeside to retrieve her net. With a firm grip, she pulled the net upwards, and as it gradually emerged from the water, she was able to clearly see the lively fish wriggling within, dragging the net onto the sandy soil by the lake. The fish, large and small, struggled even more vigorously. Noticing fish with sharp teeth, she picked up a stone and struck them repeatedly until they were stunned, then emptied the net of its catch. She examined each fish individually, prioritizing those that were particularly resilient, still flopping despite their injuries. All edible specimens were placed into her storage space, while those with thorny mouths were kept separately. Although these fish appeared somewhat unattractive and ferocious, their flesh was undeniably tender, and Yi Qingzhu was certain they would appeal to her clients. In total, she caught 27 fish, 7 moderately contaminated, 5 lightly contaminated, and 1 pristine specimen. Given the peculiar water quality of this lake, the yield of edible fish was quite significant. If this lake remained undiscovered by others, she was confident she could gather even more fish before anyone else noticed, ensuring her points would not be a concern. After placing the remaining heavily contaminated fish into her storage, she realized she hadn't yet utilized her purification abilities for the day. With everything organized, she cast the net back into the lake and turned to leave, intent on returning early to visit the injured Xie Bai at the hospital. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yi Qingzhu quickly made her way along the main road towards the base. Since she was returning early, there were hardly any people on the route, alleviating her worries of being targeted. Arriving at the base just after 5 o'clock, she headed straight to Qiao Jigang's grocery store to deliver her catch. Seeing Yi Qingzhu return so early, Qiao Jigang was momentarily taken aback, then stood up with a smile and remarked, Qingzhu, you're back quite early today. That snakeskin bag you're carrying looks quite full. Yi Qingzhu smiled in response. Yes, today's haul consists of fish, 7 moderately contaminated, 5 lightly contaminated, and one pristine. Upon hearing about the pristine fish, Qiao Jigang was momentarily incredulous. There are still pristine fish available? Your luck is simply extraordinary, he exclaimed, running over with excitement, opening the bag to continue. This pristine fish will surely fetch a high price at auction. After inspecting the contents of the bag, he poured the fish into a nearby wooden basin filled with water and continued. The fish and loquats you brought yesterday sold for an excellent price, all taken away by the highest bidders. Returning the snakeskin bag to Yi Qingzhu, he leaned in closer and whispered, I heard that one of those buyers is a high-ranking official from the base. Yi Qingzhu merely smiled in response, showing little surprise. In such an environment, it was primarily those in power or wealth who could afford to pay exorbitant prices for such items. Qiao Jigang was indeed impressive, being able to tap into the interests of the base S elite. The rarity of these goods was evident. Otherwise, their opportunity to sell would not have arisen. The loquats and fish were sold by weight. 22 moderately contaminated loquats weighing 80 gene and 3 lightly contaminated ones weighing 12 gene, totaling 47,200 points. Qiao Jigang cheerfully shared the pricing details of the fish. Fish is a delicacy, and given its rarity, the prices are even higher. The 3 lightly contaminated fish sold for 12,000 points, while the 7 moderately contaminated ones fetched 2,400 points. Hearing the prices, Yi Qingzhu wore a satisfied smile. Regardless of any losses incurred through the net, the fish had indeed proven valuable. Brother Qiao, I owe you for selling these loquats and fish so successfully. As we agreed before, please deduct the handling fee from the points earned and transfer the rest to me. Qiao Jigang nodded amiably, tapping a few times on the detection device, and Yi Qingzhu received a notification of the points credited. 660 points have been credited. After receiving the points, Yi Qingzhu pondered, Brother Qiao, can you find me a fishing net with steel wire? I need 2 more. Understanding her intentions, Qiao Jigang paused before responding, Qingzhu, this type of net, isn't very common. Since you need it, I'll do my best to find one for you. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. Thank you, Brother Qiao. I'll leave these fish in your capable hands. Afterward, Yi Qingzhu glanced at her worn-out shoes, extending one foot and asking, Do you have any durable shoes available? Qiao Jigang, noticing her tattered footwear, replied with a smile. A new shipment of clothing will arrive in a few days, which will include shoes. I'll set aside a good pair for you. Gratefully, Yi Qingzhu retracted her foot and said, That sounds great. By the way, do you know where the hospital where Xie Bai is located? Since arriving here, she had never visited a hospital, and with no recollection from the original owner's memories, she had to ask for directions. Upon hearing Xie Bai's name, Qiao Jigang's expression grew serious, and he sighed. The hospital is within the base. To reach it, you must first enter the base. Turn left at the exit, follow the market, and continue straight until you reach a large gate with a guard station beside it. You'll need to register there to gain access to the hospital. The hospital was rarely frequented by those from the Shak district, as the fees were exorbitant and beyond their means. Those suffering from serious pollution-related illnesses or radiation sickness will buy treatment potions if they had points. Otherwise, they would simply wait in despair. If someone were particularly desperate, there was an unreliable quack doctor in the Shak district they could consult. The original owner had once endured severe stomach pain and, unable to bear it any longer, sought out this doctor. The physician had asked a few cursory questions, then handed her a bottle filled with a murky green liquid, claiming it would cure her. Instead, it only intensified her suffering, depleting her points, leaving her to languish in pain. As for what transpired afterward, the original owner could scarcely recall. Yi Qingzhu mulled over her thoughts while following the direction indicated by Qiao Jigang. After more than half an hour of walking, she finally arrived at the gate Qiao had mentioned. Though referred to as a gate, it was merely a small iron door, upon which the faded characters of hospital could be discerned. Inside was a small structure, where soldiers stood guard with a firearm. Yi Qingzhu informed the soldier of her intent to visit the hospital. Please present your identification, the soldier said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu pondered briefly before activating her scanner, displaying her information interface for the guard to see. The soldier scrutinized it closely, then pressed a few buttons on his device before opening the iron door and saying, "You may enter." Upon stepping inside, Yi Qingzhu found the area spacious enough. After inquiring, she learned the location of Xiebai's ward. The hospital's layout resembled that of typical medical facilities, but as she proceeded to the other side, she found the arrangement simpler. The entrance bore the inscription "Special Ward." Upon entering the special ward area, she was met with rows of various sized rooms, all visible through glass-paneled doors. Each room was equipped with numerous devices, housing patients with peculiar conditions, such as contamination from pollutants or radiation, which had severely compromised their bodily functions. The residents here primarily relied on various machines or specialized medications to prolong their lives, contingent upon having sufficient points to sustain such treatments. Yi Qingzhu pushed open the door to room 203, only to find it occupied. Upon hearing the door creak, the occupants turned to face her, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. Standing at the threshold, Yi Qingzhu observed several individuals, all of whom bore visible injuries. Those gathered around the bedside fixated their gazes on her, and a silence enveloped the room until Yi Qingzhu eventually broke it. "I am here to see Xiebai." At the sound of her voice, the group seemed to regain their composure, with one of them exclaiming, "Oh, you're the girl from the scavenging path the other day." "My name is Yi Qingzhu. How is Xiebai?" she inquired, deliberately disregarding the man's previous remarks. "I am Jiang Yiwei. Our captain is currently in a comatose state." Jiang Yiwei replied, his gaze downcast as he looked at Xiebai lying on the bed. "Ye Vingzu Aprurochit," and the individuals surrounding the bed instinctively stepped back to grant her space. Gazing at Xiebai, who lay unconscious, she softly asked, "Could you tell me about his current condition?" Xiebai's complexion, already pale, now appeared alarmingly ashen, with dark circles under his eyes, and his physique seemed frilier than when she had last seen him just a couple of days prior. Jiang Yiwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he responded, "The captain's condition is dire. He has suffered prolonged exposure to intense radiation and has been poisoned by a mutated scorpion. The doctor administered an anti-radiation serum and an antidote. Yet the antidote has proven ineffective against the scorpion's venom. The doctor said that if this continues, the captain's fate may be left to chance." Upon hearing Jiang Yiwei's words, Yi Qingzhu fell silent for a moment before asking, "Has he remained in a coma without waking?" Jiang Yiwei shook his head, stating no. He did regain consciousness in the morning, but it was short-lived, and he quickly fell back into unconsciousness. "If he remains this way, our captain is in grave danger." Yi Qingzhu nodded silently, her heart heavy as she watched the comatose Xiebai. She contemplated the mutated ginkgo leaves she had stored in her space, wondering if they could alleviate the poison affecting him. Regardless of their efficacy, she felt compelled to give them a try. After all, Xiebai had saved her on several occasions, fought alongside her, and was someone she trusted deeply in this desolate world. Moreover, she could not reveal the mutated ginkgo leaves in front of these people. The group silently observed Xiebai, and after a while, Jiang Yiwei addressed Yi Qingzhu, saying, "Thank you for visiting the captain. He will be very pleased to know you came." Yi Qingzhu merely nodded in acknowledgement, her mind racing with thoughts of how to discreetly retrieve the ginkgo leaves for Xiebai without drawing attention. Suddenly, she recalled that the antidote from her space needed to be ingested to take effect, and she pondered how to administer it to the unconscious Xiebai. The group maintained their silence around Xiebai until Jiang Yiwei finally announced, "Yi, our team's gathering time has arrived. We must return now. Would you like to come with us?" Yi Qingzhu shook her head, replying, "You go ahead. I will leave shortly." As they prepared to depart, she recognized her opportunity and decided not to accompany them. Once the group exited the ward, Yi Qingzhu glanced at the surroundings. Since this was a special ward, each patient had an individual room, and the corridor was devoid of others. She closed the door securely and approached Xiebai's bed. "Xiebai, can you hear me?" she murmured. There was no response from him. She gently shook his arm, calling Xiebai, "Wake up," perhaps disturbed by her voice. The comatose Xiebai furrowed his brow, but did not awaken. Realizing she had no other recourse, she cautiously checked the doorway for anyone approaching, then scanned the room to confirm its solitude and the absence of surveillance. From her space, she retrieved a vivid red, mutated ginkgo leaf, preserved remarkably well despite having been stored for several days, maintaining the appearance of freshly picked foliage. As she held the vibrant leaf, its cool texture exuded a silky sensation. With one hand clutching the ginkgo leaf, she gently grasped both sides of Xie Bai's face to coax his mouth open. She carefully inserted the entire leaf into his mouth, ensuring it fit snugly before closing his lips. Xie Bai, you must chew and swallow the ginkgo leaf, she urged, squeezing his cheeks gently. After a prolonged interval with no sign of swallowing, she pinched his face to check on the situation. To her astonishment, the leaf she had placed in Xie Bai's mouth had vanished without a trace. What was happening? He did not swallow, yet the leaf is gone. Could it have dissolved? Yi Qingzhu pried open Xie Bai's mouth, examining it thoroughly, and indeed, the leaf was nowhere to be found. How peculiar! Where did the leaf go? Did you consume it? Xie Bai? She mused aloud, unsure if she was speaking to him or to herself. Xie Bai offered no response. Observing this, Yi Qingzhu could only comfort herself, believing that the miraculous leaf had dissolved upon entry. She hoped that the leaf would be beneficial to Xie Bai. Gently closing Xie Bai's mouth and adjusting the covers, she spoke softly, Xie Bai, rest well. I shall return tomorrow. With that, she turned and left, carefully shutting the door behind her. Unbeknownst to Yi Qingzhu, Xie Bai's throat was subtly moving. After leaving the hospital, Yi Qingzhu hurried home. Upon reaching her doorstep, she noticed the lock had clearly been tampered with. Vigilantly scanning her surroundings, she found nothing amiss. Entering her home and securing the door, she conducted a thorough inspection of her belongings. Discovering that there was little of value, she concluded that even if a thief had come, they would have left disappointed. There were evident signs of disturbance, particularly among the hypolution wild vegetables that had been disordered, no longer arranged as neatly as before her departure. Noticing that nothing else had been lost, Yi Qingzhu rushed to examine the mycorrhizae resting against the wall, finding them untouched. Relieved that the mycelium had remained undisturbed, she recalled how it had shown signs of growth that morning and could not afford to let it be damaged now. After confirming that nothing was missing in her home, Yi Qingzhu proceeded to encourage the growth of the mycelium, observing 3 flourishing mushrooms. She sprinkled some water to ensure the soil remained moist. The disheveled wild vegetables had also escaped destruction, and she tidied them up, placing them aside. As she surveyed the items in her space, Yi Qingzhu retrieved sweet potatoes and leftover fish to prepare dinner, contemplating that if she did not consume the mushrooms, she could trade them for points, as more points were always advantageous. After a simple meal, she continued to purify the loquats and fish from her space. By the end of the day, she had purified 20 moderately polluted loquats, 20 moderately polluted fish, and a jug of clean water, setting it aside for easy access later. Completing her tasks, Yi Qingzhu retired early to bed, contemplating her plans for the following day, to check the lake for nets and search for crabs, followed by a foray into the wild for vegetables. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she drifted into slumber. At dawn, Yi Qingzhu awoke, instinctively raising her arm to check the time on her device, only to be startled by an unread message. Clicking to view the message list, she discovered it was from Xie Bai, time-stamped at 1 o'clock in the morning. Her heart raced as she quickly sat up to read the message. Thank you. My poison has been cured. The brief words brought a sigh of relief from Yi Qingzhu. Originally intending to reply, she inadvertently tapped on the video call, and just as she was about to end it, she realized the call had already connected. The moment the video connected, she saw Xie Bai, still pale but smiling. Did I wake you? She asked, her tone light. How are you feeling now? No, I'm accustomed to waking early. I feel much better, Xie Bai replied, shaking his head, a smile gracing his pale face. That's wonderful. Be sure to rest well. I will return to check on you this evening, Yi Qingzhu said, and Xie Bai nodded in agreement before ending the call. Yi Qingzhu then began her regular exercise routine and prepared breakfast, mentally planning to bring a fish for Xie Bai later. After finishing her meal, she checked the mycelium on the ground, which had sprouted 3 small mushrooms. Remembering the previous day's disturbance, she utilized her growth ability to accelerate their maturation. Harvesting the 3 mushrooms, she habitually conducted a purity test, and hearing the confirming beeps. She smiled at the untainted, edible fungi, noticing that the plants she had nurtured with her abilities seemed to possess exceptional quality. She placed the mushrooms into her space. After tidying up and securing the door, she set out, taking note of her surroundings before departing, finding nothing unusual. However, shortly after leaving the base, Yi Qingzhu sensed someone stealthily following her. Maintaining her composure, she continued walking as if unaware. After a considerable distance, she arrived at a fork in the path and turned right, meandering along the base of the hill. Upon reaching a corner, she suddenly quickened her pace and concealed herself, awaiting the approach of her pursuers. "Are you absolutely certain that woman is hiding treasures?" Before long, two men's voices reached her ears. At that moment, Yi Qingzhu was concealed behind a large rock, closely observing the two followers. One was the thin, monkey-like man who had escaped last time, and the other was a robust, dark-skinned man. "I guarantee you, that woman possesses something valuable. I even snuck into her home yesterday to search," the thin man boasted. "Did you find anything of worth?" The other inquired. "Nothing yet, but I've been watching her for quite some time. She visits a particular grocery store daily, but the owner is quite formidable, so I dare not approach. However, I'm certain she has sold everything at home to that shop." The thin man chuckled slyly. "If you manage to capture her, you'll definitely find something worthwhile. Even if nothing else, her points must be plentiful." The man known as Brother Strong nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "If she truly has treasures, you can expect a reward." A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. As they continued their conversation, their laughter, laced with lewdness, painted a picture of what they envisioned acquiring from Yi Qingzhu. Their voices grew nearer, drawing closer to her hiding spot. Yi Qingzhu, fully aware of their impending approach, silently picked up 2 stones, weighing them in her hands as she awaited the perfect moment. The large rock where she hid was positioned perfectly at the bend in the path, providing her with an advantageous vantage point. Just as the 2 men rounded the corner, one remarked, "That woman runs quite fast. Where could she have disappeared to? Perhaps she is hiding?" The other scoffed, "I know this area well. There's nowhere for her to hide. Let's keep searching." Yi Qingzhu, peering from behind a rock, watched intently as they turned. Without hesitation, she hurled one of the stones at the head of one man with precision. With a dull thud, the stone struck its target, knocking the man to the ground before he could utter a sound. The other man, just a few steps away, sensed the disturbance. Before he had the chance to turn around and assess the situation, a colossal rock hurtled towards him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him no time to react. Ultimately, he could only widen his eyes in disbelief and fear as he slowly succumbed to the ground. Yi Qingzhu observed the 2 fallen men with a glint of coldness in her eyes. She swiftly leapt down from the boulder and approached them to ensure they were unequivocally deceased. Once confirmed, she turned on her heel without hesitation, her movements swift and resolute, as if the preceding events had merely been a fleeting interlude. Soon, Yi Qingzhu navigated another path back to her intended route, heading northwards, leaving behind a silent, desolate battlefield. Although she had delayed her journey, she hastened to the lakeside. Upon reaching the shore and surveying the tranquil surroundings, she commenced her fishing endeavor. Dragging the net, she noted that it felt significantly heavier this time, speculating on the quantity of fish she might catch while keeping a wary eye on the net as it surfaced. Apprehensive of encountering anything peculiar once again, as the fishing net emerged from the water, revealing a lively assortment of fish, Yi Qingzhu's heart settled. After dragging the net ashore and placing it a safe distance from the lake, she released it, spotting a particularly large grass carp, estimating its weight to be at least 20 pounds. This hefty fish flailed vigorously, compelling her to deal with it first. She subdued it by striking its head until it lay still, only to discover it was highly contaminated. Regretting that such a rare catch was tainted, Yi Qingzhu set it aside to continue inspecting the other fish. To her relief, she noted that none of the other fish bore sharp teeth. Regardless of the species, any edible fish was a welcome find. Upon completing her inspections, she found that although the haul was plentiful, only 3 fish were low in contamination, while 5 were moderately polluted, significantly fewer than her previous catches. Despite her disappointment, The thought of being able to purify the contaminated fish lightened her heart. After placing all the fish into her storage space, she realized it was nearly full, prompting her to forego further fishing for now. She could not afford to catch more than she could carry, especially with the risk of attracting unwanted attention on the busy paths ahead. With this in mind, Yi Qingzhu surveyed her surroundings and chose a tree atop a slope to hang her net, ensuring it wouldn't be taken or damaged by any unforeseen circumstances. Just as she descended the tree, she received an official notification from the base. Residents of the base, on May 6, 3034, a hunting event will be organized. Teams of at least 3 may participate, and interested individuals should submit their applications. Momentarily perplexed, Yi Qingzhu pondered the nature of this hunting activity, noting the absence of specifics regarding the target. Such tasks had not been common previously. The base's organized efforts had primarily revolved around farming and gathering. She resolved to gather more information upon returning to the base. Shutting off the notification, Yi Qingzhu made her way to the barren land at the base of the mountain, intent on completing her assessments of the remaining wild vegetables. Upon arriving, she headed to the furthest point of the wasteland, where the weeds towered higher, though the edible plants were scarce. Sighing at the sight, she began her inspections, knowing that venturing further would lead her into highly radioactive territory, with mountains encircling her, making relocation difficult. She grasped a shepherd's purse and resignedly conducted her tests. The results were disheartening. High contamination, not recommended for consumption. After a series of inspections, she found that most of the wild vegetables were similarly tainted. Due to spatial limitations, she discarded all the contaminated plants. As she continued testing until the radiation became severe, she had yet to find even a single edible wild vegetable. Gazing up at the sun, she decided to ascend the mountain and find a place to rest. She discovered a robust tree whose leafy canopy resembled a grand umbrella, with ample flat ground at its base. A stone, half buried in the earth, served as an ideal seat. After brushing off the flat stone, she settled down, leaning against the tree and retrieving purified water from her storage to quench her thirst. Following her drink, she took out sweet potatoes for lunch, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she surveyed her well-stocked supplies. Although a significant portion consisted of contaminated items, her ability to purify them rendered these concerns trivial. After her meal, she contemplated the efficacy of her purification abilities and wondered whether they applied universally. Thus far, she had only utilized them on plants, fish, and fruits, leaving other items untested. However, she understood that her powers likely could not directly cleanse human bodies. If they could, she would not need to rely on crystal absorption for healing from radiation exposure. Nevertheless, consuming food and water she had purified indeed aided her body in eliminating impurities. She felt markedly better since incorporating purified food and water into her diet, noting the distinct difference compared to the effects of crystal absorption. As Yi Qingzhu sat beneath the tree, her mind swirling with thoughts, she eventually felt revitalized and resolved not to waste any more time idling. She decided to explore the forest instead. Just as she stood up, she received a message from Bai. "How was your scavenging today? Did you encounter any dangers?" Seeing the message, she sat back down to respond. "It went well, with some gains, and it was quite safe. How about you?" Bai replied. "I could be discharged from the hospital tomorrow." Yi Qingzhu expressed her surprise. "So soon? You're being discharged? Your recovery must be remarkable." Bai clarified. "It's just a discharge, not a full recovery. The toxins have been neutralized, and I've received radiation treatment. I was merely lying in the hospital. Now I can return to the mercenary group and recuperate." Understanding Bai's situation, Yi Qingzhu realized that even in the hospital, one had to expend points daily. As a mercenary, Bai couldn't afford to squander points recklessly. She recalled that Bai likely didn't have a home yet, which unexpectedly brought her comfort. Even a capable mercenary like him lacked a residence, while she at least had a humble shelter. With a smile, she texted back, "Is it convenient for you to recuperate at the mercenary group?" Bai quickly replied, "Even if it's inconvenient, I have to return. I don't have a house after all." Yi Qingzhu entertained the notion that Bai might have sensed her thoughts, prompting her to respond slowly, "Very well. Take care while recuperating at the mercenary group. To celebrate your recovery, I'll prepare a feast for you tonight. Sounds good, Xiaobai replied immediately. Although she had traversed the mountains extensively without uncovering anything particularly special, Yi Qingzhu felt a sense of fulfillment. However, one must always take a chance. Based on my numerous experiences roaming these mountains, as long as I avoid heavily polluted areas, there is little danger. After searching for quite some time and finding nothing, Yi Qingzhu had no choice but to gather firewood on the mountain. After all, cooking at home requires fuel, and people in a shanty town rely on burning firewood or dry grass. Of course, if one is affluent, they could purchase charcoal, but the residents of the shanty town are impoverished and would not waste their points on charcoal. Instead, they gather firewood themselves. It is said that those in the base cook using electricity or charcoal, and the thought of this made Yi Qingzhu curious to see what life was like inside the base. After all, the original occupant had never set foot in the base, and the only time she had entered was to visit the hospital, which is located within the base. After bundling a large heap of dry wood and dragging it down the mountain, she realized that the time of high radiation had passed. She returned to the wasteland to check for wild vegetables. The remaining wild vegetables were scarce, and soon Yi Qingzhu had finished her examination, finding no edible plants. Looking at the barren land that had yielded nothing, she could not help but wonder if her luck had abandoned her. Despite such thoughts, she continued to sift through the weeds, hoping to uncover something else. Regrettably, after much effort, she found nothing. Glancing at the detector, she noted that it was only a little past 4 o'clock. Although there was still time, there was truly nothing left to search for here. So she began her trek toward the base with the bundle of firewood. After all, she had already promised Xiaobai that she would prepare a grand meal. So it was best to return early to prepare and inquire about hunting. With her space severely limited, Yi Qingzhu had no choice but to tie the firewood with rope and carry it on her back as she walked toward the base. The bundle was quite substantial, and from a distance, she resembled a moving pile of firewood. Although the load was heavy, Yi Qingzhu possessed considerable strength, and carrying the bundle did not hinder her progress. Upon returning to the base, she hesitated over whether to go home first or to visit Xiao Jigang's grocery store. Noticing the odd stares from passers-by, she opted to return home and properly stow the firewood. As Yi Qingzhu arrived at her doorstep, she spotted someone standing there. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Xiaobai. Upon seeing Yi Qingzhu carrying the enormous bundle of firewood, Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, but he greeted her with a smile, saying, "You're back." Yi Qingzhu approached and pulled out her keys, asking Xiaobai to help her unlock the door. She then inquired, "Didn't you say you were being discharged tomorrow? Why are you here now?" After unlocking the door and stepping aside, Xiaobai chuckled. "Didn't you say you were going to cook a grand meal? I came to find you." Yi Qingzhu was momentarily speechless at his response. Due to the narrow entrance and the size of the bundle, she had to set it down and split it into 2 halves before finally managing to bring it inside. Once the firewood was inside and the door was securely closed, she turned to Xiaobai, scrutinizing him with curiosity. "What is your body made of? You were unconscious in a hospital bed yesterday, and today you can come to my home?" As she circled around him, she continued, "You're not joking about being exposed to strong radiation or being poisoned, are you? The radiation exposure is real, and the poisoning is too," Xiaobai replied as he took a seat on a nearby stool. "However, I did not sustain any serious external injuries. After receiving the radiation medication and consuming the detoxifying leaves you provided, I was able to move by this morning." Upon hearing Xiaobai mention the detoxifying leaves, Yi Qingzhu's expression changed immediately, and she hurriedly asked, "Does anyone else know about you taking the detoxifying leaves? Were you actually awake when I fed them to you?" Seeing her anxious demeanor, Xiaobai reassured her, "I promise, this matter is known only to you and me. The hospital merely assumed I had a special constitution and that the antidote was gradually taking effect. When you fed me the detoxifying leaves, I was somewhat aware, but not fully conscious. I heard you telling me to chew the leaves, but I couldn't control my body, not even my teeth." "Special constitution?" Yi Qingzhu pondered for a moment before asking. "Yes, but the hospital's understanding of special constitution differs from what I mean," Xiaobai said slowly as he stood up, retrieving a stick from the pile of firewood. "Recently, I've noticed changes within my body. Specifically, I felt it during the last time I came to find you for hunting mutated creatures. As he tossed the stick and controlled its trajectory, he added, looking earnestly into Yi Qingzhu's eyes, I realized I might be awakening an ability, the power to manipulate objects. After a pause, he continued, Qingzhu, no one else knows about my ability. Perhaps due to this power, my physical condition has improved, allowing me to recover quickly from my illness. Yi Qingzhu met his gaze and responded, if you prefer not to disclose this to others, you need not share it with me. Moreover, my use of the detoxifying leaves to save you was in gratitude for your saving me. I still appreciate your willingness to keep the matter of the detoxifying leaves a secret. Rest assured, as long as it's something you wish to keep private, I will guard that secret for you. As for revealing my abilities, I merely wanted to earn your trust. I would never harm you. You're someone worthy of trust. Xia Bai assured her. Yi Qingzhu nodded. Yes, I believe you. Hearing her words, Xia Bai's smile returned as he looked at the pile of firewood scattered on the ground, asking, did you really gather such a large bundle of firewood today? Yi Qingzhu shook her head, saying, the firewood was just a side task. As she spoke, she reached into the bag, still hanging on her body, and pulled out a lively fish, declaring, as I promised to treat you to a grand meal. Here is tonight's feast. Please clean it up. She then retrieved some wild vegetables from her pocket, adding, we can make a dish of fish stew with wild vegetables. Xia Bai stared in astonishment as Yi Qingzhu produced a fish and the wild vegetables from her pocket, unable to contain his curiosity. Is your pocket a space? Yi Qingzhu hesitated before responding, I have a space, but the pocket is not. Xia Bai paused for a moment and said, you truly are unique. Your ability is exceptional. Although there are many ability users in the base, space abilities are rare. I have heard they are well protected by the officials, as they lack combat power. Upon hearing Xia Bai mention abilities, Yi Qingzhu became intrigued and asked, do you know much about abilities or ability users? Xia Bai shook his head. I was not an ability user before, and my understanding of them is limited. The only ability user I have encountered is our mercenary group's leader, He Daoqi. He is a mid-level metal ability user whose body can transform into metal. I have only seen him use his ability once, during the repulsion of a beast tide. As Yi Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement, Xia Bai pondered and decided to share everything he knew with her. He had heard that supernatural abilities came in various peculiar forms, and there was a specialized department for these abilities within the base, filled with individuals possessing extraordinary powers. Some could transform water into ice, some could control fire. Others exhibited immense strength, while some had powers related to plants, alongside abilities related to space and mental manipulation. Upon hearing about the plant-related abilities, Yi Qingzhu immediately inquired what they entailed. Have you heard of them? He replied that he had heard they could control the growth of plants, and there was a farm within the base managed by several individuals with such powers. However, the yield was reportedly low, with the produce only meant for those in higher positions, leaving the common folk deprived. Once Xia Bai finished his explanation, Yi Qingzhu asked, is there more? Xia Bai chuckled and said, that's all I know. However, it said that each base has its own supernatural beings, though most information about them is confidential. Yi Qingzhu nodded and replied, all right, but you must not mention that I possess spatial abilities to anyone. Understood, Xia Bai affirmed. Ye Vingzu Ase Ji Bais de Manor. Noticing he seemed to be in good spirits, and continued, I need to visit Brother Qiao's grocery store. You can handle the cooking. Prepare some wild vegetables with fish and a cold dish of sweet potatoes. With that, she produced a sweet potato and handed it to Xia Bai. He accepted it reluctantly, saying, all right, you go ahead. I'll take care of the meal. Hurry back. Yi Qingzhu nodded and turned to leave for the grocery store. Upon reaching the store, she found customers still shopping. Hence, she opted to approach through the back door and sent a message to Qiao Jigang, informing him of her arrival. After receiving her message, Qiao Jigang waited for the customers to depart before promptly opening the back door. He smiled upon seeing Yi Qingzhu, who was carrying a snakeskin bag, and exclaimed, Qingzhu, come in. I heard that 2 people were killed by falling rocks in the wild today. Are you all right on your way back? Yi Qingzhu, maintaining her composure, replied, I'm fine. By the way, Brother Qiao, did you sell yesterday's fish? Yes, we sold all of it at a high price, especially that one pristine fish, which fetched 20,000 points. As Yi Qingzhu poured the fish from her bag into a wooden basin, Xiao Jigang continued cheerfully. 7 moderately polluted fish sold for 12,600 points, and 5 low-pollution ones for 12,000 points. Hearing the high prices brought a smile to Yi Qingzhu's face. Today, I also brought you 25 moderately polluted fish and 3 low-pollution ones. After that, she took out 10 loquats from her pocket, adding, and here are 10 moderately polluted loquats. Once Xiao Jigang transferred the points from yesterday's fish sale to her, he accepted the loquats with a grin. All right, expect some good news from me. By the way, did you see the official hunting notice? Yes, I did, but I'm not very familiar with this task and was just about to inquire about it. Xiao Jigang explained. I asked some friends, and they said the official intention is to explore the southern mountains to hunt mutated animals for research purposes. Therefore, this hunting task is not simple. Although it was sent out to the entire base, only mercenary groups or certain capable search teams can truly participate. After sharing this, Xiao Jigang observed Yi Qingzhu's expression and asked, "What else on your mind? Do you wish to join?" Yi Qingzhu chuckled. "I'll gather more information before deciding." Changing the subject, she asked, "By the way, Brother Xiao, are the shoes and fishing nets I requested available?" Xiao Jigang went behind the counter and retrieved a pair of shoes, saying, "The special ones haven't arrived yet, but these are decent. Would you like to try them on for now? I'm still searching for the fishing nets." Yi Qingzhu examined the shoes closely. They were slightly worn, but of good quality. And compared to her own pair, which was falling apart, they were a welcome upgrade. "How many points?" she inquired. 230 points, he replied. After completing the transaction, Yi Qingzhu donned her new shoes and departed, contemplating that Xie Bai should be finishing the meal at home. Upon her return, she found Xie Bai had indeed prepared a steaming pot of wild vegetable fish and sweet potatoes that wafted an enticing aroma, igniting her appetite. Xie Bai greeted her with a smile while setting the table. "Come and taste my cooking. Let me know how it is." Yi Qingzhu sat down, picked up her utensils, and began to eat. You truly have a talent for cooking. It's delicious." Xie Bai, pleased by her praise, pulled a nutrient supplement from his pocket and said, "I didn't return to the dormitory and only have a few nutrient supplements left. I'll buy ingredients next time." Yi Qingzhu nodded in agreement, a smile on her face. "Curious," Xie Bai asked, "how did you catch these fish?" After savoring some tender fish meat, Yi Qingzhu replied, "I used a net. I discovered a lake teeming with fish. When you have time, I can take you to catch some, and we can split the point from selling them." She thought it wise to gather as much as possible before others discovered the lake, and having Xie Bai join her would surely increase their catch. "However, I will need your help to find some proper fishing tools. The lake is vast, and I'm sure there are larger fish that a regular net cannot catch." Xie Bai raised an eyebrow. "All right, I'll prepare the tools. But let us hold off on fishing for now. You've seen the hunting activity announcement from a base, right? Any thoughts?" Yi Qingzhu responded, "How much do you know about the hunting activity?" "I overheard Brother Xiao saying it involves hunting mutated animals. This hunting activity requires teams of 3 or more, indicating specific equipment and abilities are necessary. Generally, ordinary individuals would be of little use. The expedition to the southern mountains aims to hunt mutated animals, as officials discovered new species there and urgently need certain resources. However, the southern mountains are perilous, and the base lacks the capacity to resolve the situation swiftly. Hence, they've invited more participants to assist in locating what they seek, turning it into a competition to slay mutated beasts." Yi Qingzhu explained. "Indeed, every mutated beast killed can be exchanged for points at the base, the amount depending on the size and level of the creature. The base has specialized detection equipment for assessing the level of mutated animals." Yi Qingzhu mused, feeling somewhat aggrieved that this task seemed primarily directed at mercenary groups. Xie Bai, noticing her expression, chuckled. "The mercenary groups have been collaborating with the base for a long time. This announcement was originally aimed at them and some spontaneously organized search teams. Those involved usually have connections with the base, so they often seek information through various channels to prepare in advance. Then your mercenary group will surely participate in this activity, right?" Yi Qingzhu gazed at Xie Bai and inquired. Xie Bai nodded and replied, "Indeed, our mercenary group will certainly participate, and we will send several teams to join. Other mercenary groups will do the same." Will you be taking part this time? Upon hearing this, Xie fell silent for a moment before saying, I was injured this time, and our captain has given me a break to recuperate for a while. I just received a message this afternoon. Did you not inform your captain that you can now get out of bed and move around? Yi Qingzhu teased. Xie chuckled and shook his head. It's a rare opportunity for rest. Why would I not take advantage of it? Moreover, this task is undertaken in the name of the mercenary group, and the points earned from the hunt will largely go to the group as compensation for the weapon support. If I form my own team, I want to have to share the points with the mercenary group. But how will you handle weapons if you form your own team? Yi Qingzhu asked curiously. We can rent weapons. If I participate in hunting the mutated creatures on my own, I can decide whether to exchange them for points. However, if the mercenary group organizes it, all mutated creatures must be turned in for points. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu immediately thought of the crystals that some mutated beasts possess and eagerly asked, do the mutated beasts exchanged for points need to be intact? Xie shook his head. No, and hunting mutated animals requires heavy firepower to kill. It is nearly impossible to ensure they are whole. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu silently resolved to participate, planning to seize any creatures with crystals. If they were edible, she would keep them. Anything remaining would be exchanged for points at the base. With this thought, Yi Qingzhu promptly said to Xie, a team needs at least 3 members. If you participate, you must bring me along. We can split whatever we obtain, but we still need one more person. Do you have someone in mind? Yes, I have someone in mind, but I need to ask for his personal consent first. If he agrees, we can form a 3-person team. Xie responded as he quickly finished his meal. Seeing Xie finish his last bite, Yi Qingzhu began to clear the dishes and said, then you should message him quickly. Once confirmed, we will register. Xie nodded with a smile and sent a message using his detector. He then stood up and said, leave the dishwashing to me. Yi Qingzhu remarked, it's getting late. Will you return to the hospital or the mercenary group? The mercenary group. Are you going scavenging tomorrow? Xie asked. Yi Qingzhu immediately replied, I want to be scavenging tomorrow. I will prepare to participate in the beast hunt with you. After they agreed, Xie departed into the night. Once he left, Yi Qingzhu took out the highly polluted fish and loquats from her space, as per routine, to use her purification abilities for the day. She prioritized purifying over 20 pounds of large grass carp, and subsequently purified 30 fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds each. With the remaining power, she purified 5 loquats, which she intended to keep for herself. After using her purification abilities, Yi Qingzhu assessed how many highly polluted fish and loquats remained in her space. Planning to use all her purification abilities tomorrow, she aimed to sell them at the grocery store, thus freeing up space for her upcoming hunt. Yi Qingzhu noted that there were still a few sweet potatoes, some mushrooms, wild vegetables, and a single crab left in her space. However, the nutrient supplements were running low, necessitating a restock for easy consumption while out. Observing that her space was nearly filled with vegetables and lacking staple foods, Yi Qingzhu mused about when she might eat rice or flour again. This led her to reflect, realizing that once a person escapes the constraints of basic needs, they begin to pursue higher quality. She had once been satisfied with merely finding an edible wild vegetable, but now that she had both vegetables and meat, she craved rice and flour. She wondered what rice and wheat looked like in the Wasteland world. Had they mutated and grown larger? If so, would a few grains suffice to fill her? These thoughts floated through her mind as she continued to organize her supplies. Eventually, she watered the mushroom roots, realizing that all her abilities had been consumed in purification, leaving no energy for growth. She simply sprinkled some water as a substitute. Having completed her tasks and noticing the time, Yi Qingzhu sent a message to Xie before sleeping, inquiring about how the contact was going. Xie quickly replied, I made contact. It's Jiang Yiwei from our team. He has the day off tomorrow, and we can discuss things in detail when we meet. Upon seeing Jiang Yiwei's name, Yi Qingzhu instantly recalled the young-faced mercenary she had encountered at the hospital, who introduced himself as Jiang Yiwei. All right, she responded, feeling reassured and ready to rest. Early the next morning, Yi Qingzhu rose on time to exercise and prepare breakfast. After finishing her meal, she contemplated meeting with Xie and Jiang Yiwei to discuss the hunt, deciding to purify all the remaining fish in her space before they arrived. Just as she was about to take out the fish, she received a message from Xie Bai. "We'll come to find you at 10 o'clock. Since Xie Bai and Jiang Yiwei wouldn't arrive until 10, and it was still not yet 7, Yi Qingzhu took the opportunity to gradually purify the remaining highly polluted fish. She counted 20 polluted fish, 12 loquats, and a pile of wild vegetables. However, she decided to set the wild vegetables aside for later purification when she had excess energy, as the fish and loquats were meant for point exchanges. Focusing her abilities, she brought her hands close to the fish and loquats. As the dark green energy in her palms transformed into a deep green, the highly polluted fish became moderately polluted. By the time all the highly polluted fish and loquats were purified, it was already past 9 o'clock. Yi Qingzhu planned to take this opportunity to visit the grocery store. She packed all the purified fish into a snakeskin bag and stored the loquats as well, deciding not to sell them just yet. First, she messaged Xiao Jigang to inquire about the store's status. He quickly replied that no one was there, prompting Yi Qingzhu to close her door and hurry to the grocery store. Upon entering with the snakeskin bag, Xiao Jigang greeted her with a smile. "Qingzhu, why are you here so early today? I set out at dawn, worried that someone might discover these. I brought them straight to you," she explained, placing the bag down. Xiao Jigang lifted the bag and noticed it was considerably heavier than usual, nearly struggling to lift it. He dragged it aside and poured the contents into water, saying, "Qingzhu, this is quite a catch. It must have taken a lot of effort." Yi Qingzhu chuckled. "Yes, it was indeed a challenge. Did you sell yesterday's fish and loquats?" "Yes, they sold out. As soon as these fish and loquats arrived, I sent them to my clients. They had all pre-ordered. I'll transfer the points to you shortly," he replied. This batch of fish was larger than any previous deliveries, and one basin was insufficient to hold them all. Xiao Jigang went to the warehouse to fetch a large stainless steel basin to accommodate all the fish. Looking at the largest grass carp in the basin, he remarked, "What a pity that such a big fish died. It's not good to have it wasted. I need to contact my clients to see who wants it." While speaking, he held the detector and sent a message. After sending the message, he turned to Yi Qingzhu and said, "The 25 moderately polluted fish you delivered yesterday weighed a total of 75 gene and were sold for 45,000 points. The 3 low-pollution fish weighing 10 gene brought in 8,000 points, and the 10 loquats weighing 35 gene sold for 10,500 points. In total, that amounts to 63,500 points. After deducting the service fee, I need to transfer you 53,975 points." Yi Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Once Xiao Jigang finished speaking, he promptly transferred the points to Yi Qingzhu. Upon receiving the points, Yi Qingzhu remarked, "Brother Xiao, there won't be any more fish delivered in the coming days. I'll come to you when I have other items later. Also, please give me 20 nutrient agents." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jigang immediately inquired, "Are you planning to participate in the hunting activities?" As he asked, he turned to fetch the nutrient agents for Yi Qingzhu. Yi Qingzhu smiled and replied yes. Xiao Jigang acknowledged this and thought for a moment, saying, "All right, I'll sell all the fish you brought today as soon as possible, and once the points are in, I'll transfer them to you. If you need anything, I can also help you inquire." Xiao Jigang handed the nutrient agents to Yi Qingzhu, who completed the points transfer and carefully placed the agents aside. "Thank you, Brother Xiao. If I need your help with anything, I'll send you a message." After saying this, Yi Qingzhu turned and hurried home, guessing that Xie Bai and Jiang Yiwei would soon arrive. Indeed, before she reached her doorstep, she spotted a car parked in front of her house. She rushed over and saw Xie Bai looking down as if preparing to send a message, with the baby-faced Jiang Yiwei standing beside him. She called out, "Xie Bai, Jiang Yiwei, you're here." Xie Bai, who was about to message her, looked up and said, "You went out?" Yi Qingzhu approached and opened the door, saying, "Yes, I visited Brother Xiao's grocery store. Come in quickly." As Yi Qingzhu pushed the door open and turned around, she saw Xie Bai and Jiang Yiwei unloading items from the car. After bringing everything inside and closing the door to shield themselves from the curious gazes outside, they were aware that everyone in this shed district knew about the woman living here. She appeared small and frail, but was not to be trifled with. The family that had previously caused her trouble had not been seen for a long time. Although everyone harbored various speculations, it was ultimately none of their concern, and no one dared to approach her. After all, it was common to see a mercenary entering this woman's home, which naturally led many to speculate that she must be relying on this mercenary to act so boldly. After Xie Bai and Jiang Yiwei brought the items inside, Xie Bai pointed to Jiang Yiwei and introduced him to Yi Qingzhu, saying, "This is Jiang Yiwei, our team's sniper, who is also skilled in various equipment modifications." As soon as Xie Bai finished speaking, Jiang Yiwei cheerfully added, "Captain, I've met Miss Yi at the hospital. We know each other. Not only me, but the other brothers in our team also know Miss Yi." He then turned to Yi Qingzhu and said, "Miss Yi, when I saw you at the hospital, or rather, when I encountered you on the road, I knew you must be extraordinary. I didn't expect to team up with you for hunting this time." Yi Qingzhu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, holding her detector, she said, "Xie Bai mentioned that you are skilled in equipment modifications. Can you modify this detector for me? I'd like to add a lighting and navigation function, and I can pay you with points." Yi Qingzhu knew that skilled mercenaries often took on private jobs to earn points, as everything in this foundational life required point exchanges. Although mercenaries earned substantial points for each mission, these points were paid for with their lives. If something were to happen, they would have to rely on the points accumulated throughout their lives. In case of severe radiation exposure, they would need to purchase anti-radiation agents. Just as Xie Bai had to use his points for medication after facing strong radiation and poisoning during a mission, Jiang Yiwei was indeed very adept at equipment modifications, often taking on private jobs to earn points. He happily responded, "Sure, no problem. However, the modification will take some time. If you're not in a hurry, I can do it for you later." "All right," Yi Qingzhu replied, as it wasn't something she urgently needed. Seeing that Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yiwei had finished their conversation, Xie Bai stepped forward and said to Yi Qingzhu, "Last time I mentioned that our mercenary group needs to replace a batch of anti-pollution and acid rain protective suits. Our team has already switched to new ones, and I picked a good quality one for you. Take a look." As he spoke, he picked up the safety suit from the ground and handed it to Yi Qingzhu. Upon receiving it, she immediately examined the suit, looking it over carefully. The suit was entirely black, relatively heavy, had a hood, and appeared to be in excellent condition, showing no signs of wear, clearly indicating it had hardly been used. Jiang Yiwei excitedly told Yi Qingzhu, "Miss Yi, this safety suit was personally requested by our captain from the commander. Although it is labeled as used, it is actually a spare and has barely been used at all. Look, there is not a single scratch on it." Hearing Jiang Yiwei's words, Yi Qingzhu noticed Xie Bai's previously pale face seemed a bit embarrassed, and she happily said, "Thank you, Xie Bai. How many points is it? I'll transfer them to you. You've helped me a lot. Consider this safety suit a gift," Xie Bai replied, his expression turning slightly distant upon hearing Yi Qingzhu mention points. Yi Qingzhu shook her head, saying, "A deal is a deal. You've helped me considerably, and I will transfer these points to you. Rest assured, I'm not short on points." Thinking about the over 200,000 points currently stored in her detector, she felt quite secure. Xie Bai looked at Yi Qingzhu, who seemed to embody the essence of a wealthy lady, and a smile spread across his face as he said, "All right, then take a look at this helmet and combat boots as well. We'll tally up the points together." Upon hearing there were combat boots as well, Yi Qingzhu's smile brightened even more. She picked up the boots to examine them, squeezing them to check their quality, and expressed her satisfaction, saying, "Xie Bai, you've really outdone yourself. You've chosen everything perfectly, and I just happen to need shoes, so you've brought them at just the right time. You are truly my timely rain." After inspecting the boots, Yi Qingzhu also looked at the helmet, thoroughly satisfied, and even tried on the boots, which fit perfectly, while the helmet was just the right size as well. Xie Bai watched with tenderness as Yi Qingzhu joyfully tried on the boots and helmet. Jiang Yiwei, observing his captain's gentle demeanor, which was a stark contrast to his usual self, felt inspired and began to imagine writing an 800-word essay on the scene before him. Naturally, Xie Bai noticed Jiang Yiwei's expression and shot him a cool glance. Immediately, Jiang Yiwei returned to a serious demeanor, standing quietly as an unobtrusive backdrop. After trying on the boots and helmet, Yi Qingzhu excitedly exclaimed, "Xie Bai, you are amazing. Everything fits just perfectly. Ha ha, I'm truly delighted. Please tell me how many points it costs. I'll transfer them to you right away. Observing Yi Qingzhu's radiant smile, the matter of her offering points seemed less significant to him. He replied, the safety suit and helmet are about 80% new. The team leader gave me a friendly price of a total of 10,000 points. Upon hearing this price, Yi Qingzhu realized that Xie Bai's team leader had truly provided a generous deal. A second-hand safety suit and helmet would typically cost at least 5,000 points. Moreover, this set was hardly considered old, and the addition of a pair of shoes made it an exceptionally good bargain. Without hesitation, she happily transferred 10,000 points to Xie Bai. Receiving the notification of the points transfer, Xie Bai moved aside and said, all right, now we need to discuss the hunting expedition. Upon hearing the mention of hunting, both Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yiwei sat attentively, listening to Xie Bai. For this hunt, the three of us will form a small team. We will need to rent weapons and vehicles, Xie Bai continued, glancing out the door. The vehicle we will use is the modified truck we arrived in today. I've thoroughly inspected it. Its performance and defense are both excellent, and it offers ample space for transporting the mutated beasts we hunt. Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yiwei nodded in agreement without any objections. Xie Bai continued, regarding weapons, I need to make decisions based on each of our capabilities. Both Jiang Yiwei and I are familiar with firearms. Particularly, Jiang Yiwei is a sharpshooter and was initially going to rent a sniper rifle. However, since this hunt involves close combat with mutated beasts, I suggest we exchange the sniper rifle for a more suitable weapon for close quarters. Qingzhu, do you know how to handle a gun? After speaking, Xie Bai looked at Jiang Yiwei and Yi Qingzhu. Having fought alongside Xie Bai countless times, Jiang Yiwei had developed an unspoken understanding with him. As soon as Xie Bai finished speaking, Jiang Yiwei replied, Captain, you know I can handle various firearms besides the sniper rifle. I will follow your lead. Yi Qingzhu chimed in with a smile, Xie Bai, I've actually been wanting to ask if you could help me acquire a gun. Rest assured, I can handle it. I am proficient with all types of firearms. Observing Yi Qingzhu's confident demeanor, Xie Bai, though curious, chose not to pry further. He simply nodded and said, very well. I will take charge of renting the firearms and ammunition. Jiang Yiwei will use a submachine gun, and Qingzhu, you will use a handgun. Both Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yiwei nodded in agreement, and the three continued to discuss other matters related to the hunt. Once they had reached a consensus, Xie Bai used the detection device to register their participation with the base. Soon, they received confirmation that their application had been approved. After receiving the notification, Jiang Yiwei left to gather supplies for Yi Qingzhu to modify the detection device. Xie Bai turned to Yi Qingzhu and said, the spider claws you gave me, I have fashioned into flying claws for you. I will calibrate them further when I return, and I can bring them to you this evening. You can test their effectiveness then, and if any adjustments are needed, I can make those as well. Really? Thank you, Xie Bai. Ye Vingzhu exclaimed excitedly. After a moment, she playfully added, you could say you've crafted a weapon for me. How many points will you charge for the crafting fee? Xie Bai raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Qingzhu. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he replied leisurely, let's forego the crafting fee. Just treat me to a few meals, and that will suffice. All right, that sounds fair. Yi Qingzhu responded generously, noting that she had plenty of food but was in need of staples. Furthermore, we should split the cost for renting weapons and vehicles for this hunting trip. This is agreeable, he said. We will need to camp out in the wilderness for approximately 3 or 4 days. Yes, I will prepare accordingly, she affirmed. After concluding their discussion, Xie Bai stood up and walked towards the door, remarking, I have some potatoes. I will bring them along this evening. Naturally, Yi Qingzhu would not refuse food. She cheerfully replied, great. If you bring the potatoes, I have some mushrooms that we can stir-fry. As Xie Bai reached the door, he paused and glanced back at Yi Qingzhu, asking, aren't you going to exchange your mushrooms for points? No, she replied. Good things are meant to be enjoyed by oneself. Jiang Yiwei will come over later to help me modify the detection device, and we can cook dinner together tonight. Yi Qingzhu waved her hand, expressing that since she could purify pollution now, she was no longer lacking in food and could afford to host a meal. Seeing Yi Qingzhu's sincerity, Xie Bai readily agreed. All right, we will have dinner together tonight. I will stop by the market on my way back to buy some groceries. Yi Qingzhu welcomed the suggestion, knowing that while her abilities allowed her to eat well, she should not overindulge. After Xie Bai departed, Yi Qingzhu contemplated the upcoming journey, realizing she needed to prepare food and water. Cooking in the wilderness could prove challenging. She decided to bring along some nutritional supplements and purified water. Ding dong! A message from Xiao Jigang arrived. Qingzhu, we sold all the fish today. Although the big grass carp died, it still fetched a good price. 23 pounds sold for 13,800 points, and 50 fish totaling 150 pounds sold for 90,000 points. The second message confirmed that 88,230 points had been credited to her account. Yi Qingzhu happily replied to acknowledge the messages, glancing at her detection device displaying 304,116 points. Suddenly, she felt that purchasing a house in the base's outer district might be a possibility. Elated by her points, she considered the upcoming dinner and took out the mushrooms and wild vegetables from her space, also deciding to bring out the crabs to steam for dinner. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from outside, accompanied by Jiang Yiwei's voice. Miss Yi, I brought the supplies. Yi Qingzhu quickly rose to open the door, smiling as she said, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Isn't it the peak radiation time? Are you all right? Jiang Yiwei shook his head and pointed to the mercenary suit he wore, explaining, our mercenary suits provide some degree of radiation protection. As long as we don't stay in high radiation areas for too long, we are generally fine. As he spoke, he removed his hat upon entering the house. Given the thickness of the mercenary suit and the high temperatures, Jiang Yiwei was sweating profusely from walking. He wiped his brow and said, Miss Yi, please hand me your detection device. I will begin the modifications now. He then produced 2 leaves of wild vegetables. Somewhat shyly stating, Captain said we would have dinner together tonight, so I brought these 2 leaves of wild vegetables to cook with the nutritional supplements. Yi Qingzhu pondered for a moment, then reached out to accept the wild vegetables, smiling as she replied, all right, we will make a porridge with the wild vegetables and supplements. Here, let me hand over my detection device for you to modify. Jiang Yiwei, somewhat bashful, assured Miss Yi, rest assured, I will ensure everything is done perfectly. After a brief pause, he continued, the cost for modifying the detector is 500 points. With a hint of apprehension, he glanced at Yi Qingzhu, uncertain if she would find the price acceptable. Yi Qingzhu readily nodded, indicating her agreement. Very well, once the modification is complete, I'll transfer the points to you. Sitting beside the table, Jiang Yiwei began to disassemble and reassemble the detector, while Yi Qingzhu, unfamiliar with the process, quietly waited nearby. Just as he was nearing the completion of the modification, Xie Bai arrived, carrying supplies. Upon entering, Xie Bai handed the flying claw to Yi Qingzhu and elaborated on its functions and usage. Quickly, try it out and see how it feels. Yi Qingzhu accepted the flying claw without hesitation and began her attempts. Directing Xie Bai, she instructed, please grab a few sticks of dry wood from the ground and lean them against the wall. I'll try to retrieve them with the claw. Xie Bai silently complied, placing several sticks as she requested, then stood back to observe her practice. The flying claw, crafted by Xie Bai, was adjustable and resembled a tiger's claw, with joints that could loosen or tighten. It was connected to a long cord at the rear, allowing for distant retrieval of objects. The claws contained mechanisms for control, making them versatile for both capturing items and engaging in combat. On her first throw, the claw struck the wood but fell to the ground. After several attempts, she managed to grasp the wood effectively and successfully retract the claw. With newfound skill, she continued to practice enthusiastically. Observing her progress, Xie Bai instinctively moved aside, turning his attention to the ingredients on the table, mushrooms, wild vegetables, and crabs. As he quietly began preparing dinner with the potatoes and greens he had brought from the market. As he gazed at the sizable crabs, Xie Bai couldn't help but think, I never expected to catch edible crabs. He turned to Yi Qingzhu and asked, how do you plan to cook the crabs? Before she could respond, Jiang Yiwei, freshly finished with his task, exclaimed excitedly, what? Crabs? Are these the ones Miss Yi caught? Without looking back, Yi Qingzhu replied, let's steam them, and resumed her practice with the flying claw. Xie Bai, feeling a sense of embarrassment at Jiang Yiwei's naivety, nodded in acknowledgement, thinking not only can she catch crabs, but also fish. However, he quickly realized that Jiang Yiwei's astonishment was understandable. Both crabs and fish were aquatic creatures, and while there were rivers nearby, they were often polluted, making it rare to find edible seafood. Jiang Yiwei stared at the crabs with fervent intensity, his gaze burning as if to pierce through them. He restrained himself from commenting further, but the admiration for their captain's prowess lingered in the air. Ahem! A sudden cough interrupted Jiang Yiwei, pulling him back to reality. Realizing his earlier slip, he glanced at Xie Bai, then turned to Yi Qingzhu, who was still focused on her practice. Miss Yi, that's truly impressive. It's my first time seeing edible crabs. Surely, they would yield quite a few points if exchanged. After speaking, Jiang Yiwei stole a glance at Xie Bai, whose expression remained indifferent, and inwardly lamented his fate, thinking, I'm definitely in for a rough time from the captain later. Hearing Jiang Yiwei praise Yi Qingzhu, Xie Bai maintained his outward composure, though a sense of inexplicable joy swelled within him. He coolly stated, since you've completed the modification of the detector, kindly assist with washing the vegetables. Obliging, Jiang Yiwei fetched water to wash the vegetables while addressing Yi Qingzhu. Miss Yi, your detector is ready. You can try it out shortly. Yi Qingzhu, still engrossed in her practice, turned with a smile. Thank you. I will transfer the points to you soon. In truth, she had heard Jiang Yiwei's interrupted comment about Xie Bai, but pretended not to, pondering, does Xie Bai have feelings for me? What do I feel towards him? Am I fond of him? I'm uncertain. However, I undoubtedly trust him, and I don't mind his proximity. As Yi Qingzhu practiced diligently, her thoughts meandered through her feelings for Xie Bai. Meanwhile, Xie Bai and Jiang Yiwei focused on preparing dinner. Once the meal was ready, Yi Qingzhu paused her practice and beamed at the bountiful spread on the table. Your culinary skills have indeed improved. I can tell it will be delicious just by the aroma. Noticing a plate of greens, she curiously inquired, these are greens, right? Did you buy them at the market? Xie Bai replied with a smile, yes, I passed by the official trading hall on my way and picked up some greens. Recognizing that these were likely farmed within the base, Yi Qingzhu understood they must be fresh and thus not inexpensive. She tried a piece of green with her chopsticks, finding it quite palatable, albeit not as delightful as the smaller greens from before, with a notably bitter taste. Yet, in the desolate world they inhabited, having fresh greens was a rarity. Jiang Yiwei, glancing at the spread, felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had contributed only a few wild vegetables while Yi Qingzhu provided rare mushrooms and crabs, and Xie Bai brought potatoes and greens. Sensing Jiang Yiwei's discomfort, Yi Qingzhu encouraged him. Do try these dishes. They are prepared by your captain himself. Moreover, this meal is a celebration of our upcoming hunt, hoping we secure the most mutated creatures. Yi Qingzhu was aware of Jiang Yiwei's circumstances, having heard from Xie Bai that he had parents and an 8-year-old sister. Originally residing in a shantytown, he had moved to rent a place on the outskirts of the base after becoming a mercenary. Despite the challenges, his family maintained a harmonious relationship, relying on him for their livelihood. Xie Bai added, the official hunting event organized this time has rewards. The team that hunts the most mutated beasts will receive an additional 3,000 points. Enjoy this hearty meal before we embark on our hunt, and make sure to give it your all. Jiang Yiwei understood that both Yi Qingzhu and Xie Bai were trying to comfort him, and he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. With misty eyes, he declared, Missy, Captain, I know you both are exceptional. Rest assured, I will not hold you back and will strive to hunt as many mutated beasts as possible. With a diverse array of dishes, Yi Qingzhu, along with her companions, enjoyed a delightful and fulfilling meal. In the end, she left some sauteed potato slices with mushrooms for Jiang Yiwei to bring home for his family to taste. After the meal, Yi Qingzhu tested the modified detector, which now boasted flashlight and navigation functions. Jiang Yiwei had also rectified some minor issues with the device, prompting Yi Qingzhu to generously transfer 500 points to him. That evening, Yi Qingzhu researched the price of bok choy, which was shockingly high. Moderately polluted bok choy cost a staggering 800 points per pound, surpassing the price of meat. Moreover, these vegetables could only be pre-ordered, indicating that Xie Bai's supply of bok choy was not something one could casually acquire. Gazing at the exorbitantly priced bok choy, Yi Qingzhu pondered whether she could find vegetable seeds. If she could obtain seeds, perhaps she could attempt to cultivate them herself. The following day marked the beginning of the hunting expedition, and Yi Qingzhu retired early for the night. Before departing, Xie Bai and Jiang Yiwei arranged to meet Yi Qingzhu at the base gate at 6 a.m. the next morning. Xie Bai would handle the weapons, ammunition, and truck. While the timing for the hunting mission was confirmed, the exact departure time was flexible, allowing each team to decide based on their circumstances. The destination was a mountainous forest to the south, where the objective was to hunt mutated beasts. Calculating her time, Yi Qingzhu donned her safety suit and equipped herself with the flying claws as she made her way to the base entrance. Before leaving, she packed some seasonings, as they would be in the wilderness for 3 to 4 days, engaging in battles with mutated creatures that would demand considerable physical exertion and energy. Under favorable conditions, she hoped to prepare a proper meal. At 5:50 a.m., Yi Qingzhu arrived at the base gate, only to find that others had chosen a similar departure time. The open area at the gate was filled with various modified vehicles, and the occupants were all fully armed, yet an air of quiet vigilance enveloped them. Spotting Xie Bai and Jiang Yiwei, Yi Qingzhu climbed into the vehicle and remarked, "I didn't expect so many participants in the hunting activity." Jiang Yiwei greeted her first, saying, "Sister Qingzhu, rest assured, no matter how many teams participate, we will be the squad that hunts the most mutated beasts." After sharing a meal, Jiang Yiwei's address for Yi Qingzhu shifted from Miss Yi to Sister Qingzhu. He silently resolved to cultivate a good rapport with her, confident that it would lead to more meat for him. Jiang Yiwei's words were not subtle. Upon hearing him, others in the vicinity cast scornful glances at the trio. However, Yi Qingzhu and her companions paid them no mind, and she smiled in response, saying, "Indeed, I believe we will certainly hunt a considerable number of mutated beasts." As the trio conversed, other members of Xie Bai's mercenary team approached to greet them. "Captain, we can't accompany you on this mission," Lu Peng exclaimed, clinging to the vehicle door with a hint of grievance in his tone. "Jiang Yiwei, you're quite fortunate to team up with the captain for the hunting mission," Lu Hao added. "Alas, we can only be assigned to other teams," lamented the brothers Li Sun and Li Lin. Xie Bai had chosen to form his own team for this hunting expedition, which everyone in the group was aware of. However, as members of the Tomorrow Mercenary Corps, they couldn't all take leave to join him, leaving them to vent their frustrations. Though they directed their complaints towards Xie Bai, their eyes frequently darted toward Yi Qingzhu, who noticed their gazes. With poise, she smiled and greeted them before returning to fidgeting with the handgun Xie Bai had just given her. Xie Bai, maintaining a calm demeanor, interjected, "All right, you all should return to your respective teams. We are about to set off. Any matters can be discussed later." With that, he signaled Jiang Yiwei to start the vehicle. The remaining 4 exchanged glances before retreating to their own teams to prepare for departure. The destination, the southern mountain forest, was known for its vastness and rich resources, although it also harbored the highest levels of radiation and pollution, making the mutated animals there particularly fierce and violent. Typically, only well-equipped exploration teams or mercenary groups would venture into these mountains, as others rarely dared to tread there. As Yi Qingzhu sat in the vehicle, observing the scenery recede behind them, she asked, "Xie Bai, have you been to the southern mountains before? I've heard that the fog there is particularly dense and quite dangerous." Xie Bai, busy checking his gear, looked up and replied, "I've been there a few times, primarily for hunting mutated animals. The area is indeed shrouded in fog year-round, and the mutated creatures are more numerous and ferocious, making the hunt quite challenging. Specially designed thermal weaponry is more effective against the mutated beasts there." Jiang Yiwei, who was driving, added, "Sister Qingzhu, the trees in the southern mountains are towering. Entering the forest feels like stepping into a primeval wilderness. The paths are treacherous, and vehicles can only reach the foothills. The rest must be traversed on foot." Yi Qingzhu nodded thoughtfully, considering that such a mountainous region would likely harbor toxic miasmas and a plethora of insects, including mutated variants that could potentially be lethal with a single bite. However, reassured by her companion's safety gear, high-topped boots, helmets, and securely fitted suits, she felt confident that they would manage any challenges that arose. The vehicle sped along the road, followed by several other teams, and they encountered no mutated creatures during their 2-hour journey, finally arriving at the entrance to the southern mountain forest. Since vehicles could not venture further into the mountains, all hunting vehicles were parked at the base of the entrance, where several modified vehicles of various styles were already lined up when Yi Qingzhu and her companions arrived. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Xie Bai was the first to jump out, declaring, "We've arrived. Let us gather our gear and head up the mountain." Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yiwei followed suit, each taking up their weapons. The path up the mountain was relatively wide, with sparse vegetation, clearly marked by countless footsteps. As they ascended, the trail narrowed, eventually allowing only a single person to pass. After approximately half an hour, the trio agreed to take an unexplored fork in the path. They treaded on thick layers of decaying branches and leaves, surrounded by towering trees whose sprawling branches nearly blocked out the sun, allowing only occasional beams of light to filter through. The entire forest appeared unusually dim as they walked cautiously, listening for any signs of movement while searching for mutated beasts. Xie Bai, carrying a handheld rocket launcher and an ammunition pack, led the way, scanning the surrounding woods. "Be cautious, there are large animal tracks ahead. Stay alert to your surroundings," he advised. Jiang Yiwei and Yi Qingzhu, upon hearing the sounds, became increasingly cautious, observing their surroundings with heightened vigilance as they moved carefully. Suddenly, a crunching noise emanated from behind a large tree ahead. The three exchanged glances and slowly approached. As they drew near, each selected a tree for cover and peered out, only to discover a colossal black bear, measuring at least 3 to 4 meters in length, feasting on an indistinguishable animal. The bear's acute hearing and sense of smell were remarkable. As soon as they approached, it lifted its head, glancing in their direction. Yi Qingzhu felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of the immense creature. Realizing how unfortunate their luck was to encounter such a formidable black bear right away, its sharp teeth and claws glistening, eyes a menacing crimson. Upon detecting movement, the bear abandoned its meal and ambled toward their hiding spot. Yi Qingzhu, Xie Bai, and Jiang Yiwei exchanged knowing looks, swiftly vacating their cover while simultaneously launching an attack on the bear. This mutated black bear was not only massive but also had tough, resilient skin. Bullets fired at it seemed to inflict minimal damage. Xie Bai exclaimed, "The bear's hide is too thick. Standard bullets are ineffective. Qingzhu Yiwei, you two must divert its attention while maintaining your distance. I will find a suitable spot to strike with a rocket launcher." "Understood," responded Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yiwei as they quickly distanced themselves, targeting the bear's more vulnerable areas. Although a couple of bullets did not significantly harm a bear, the successive assaults caused it considerable pain, prompting it to rise on its hind legs and charge at Yi Qingzhu. "Be careful, Qingzhu. The bear is coming for you," Jiang Yiwei shouted, alerting her as the bear lunged. With quick reflexes, Yi Qingzhu dodged behind a massive tree, which was too thick for several people to embrace, providing excellent cover. Failing to catch her, the bear quickly redirected its pursuit, swiping at Yi Qingzhu with its claws. Had she not evaded swiftly, she would have surely sustained deep gashes. Due to the dense trees and the bear's constant movement, Xie Bai struggled to adjust the rocket launcher's aim while ensuring the safety of his companions. "Qingzhu, lead the bear to a more open area," he instructed. "All right," Yi Qingzhu acknowledged, aware that Xie Bai needed a suitable opportunity. As she fled, she searched for an appropriate place, while Jiang Yiwei continued to target the bear's eyes. With a sharp twang, he finally struck the bear's right eye, transforming it into a bloody cavity. The bear, now enraged, began uprooting a nearby tree in its fury. Seeing this, Xie Bai shouted, "Qingzhu Yiwei, get out of the way." The pair swiftly dodged as Xie Bai seized the moment to fire a rocket at the bear's head. With a resounding explosion, the rocket struck true, splattering blood as the bear collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling still. Once it ceased moving, Yi Qingzhu, Xie Bai, and Jiang Yiwei cautiously approached the slain beast. Fixating on the lifeless bear, Xie Bai remarked, "I'll snap a photo and share in the group to see if we need to bring it back." He utilized a detection device to capture an image of the bear, posting it in the hunting task information group. This group comprised not only the official overseers, but also the leaders of various teams, detailing the mutated beasts each had slain. Timely updates were crucial for exchanging points, ensuring nobody could meddle with others' kills, and allowing officials to determine which specimens needed retrieval. The black bear they had slain was specified to be brought back. Upon receiving confirmation, Siebai stated, "We must take this bear back to the base." Before he sent the photo, numerous teams had already reported their catches, predominantly mutated snakes, rabbits, and rats. Consequently, the sight of the mutated bear drew significant attention. Although no other team member spoke, all were undoubtedly on the lookout for larger mutated beasts, as they yielded higher points. Yi Qingzhu examined the bear with her detection device, noting its severe contamination. Though the black bear is a solitary creature, its blood will undoubtedly attract other mutated beasts. "We must hasten to take it down the mountain," she advised, reaching into the bear's shattered skull to find a yellow crystal. Recalling their agreement to share any acquired items, holding up the crystal, she asked, "Should I keep this, or do you want it?" Siebai replied, "You can have it." Jiang Yue added, "Qingzhu, you should keep it," with both encouraging her to retain it. Yi Qingzhu promptly concealed the crystal in her pouch. Although Siebai was aware of her spatial abilities, Jiang Yue was not, so she maintained the pretense. Siebai assessed the situation. This bear weighs at least 400 or 500 pounds. One person can't manage it alone. We will need to carry it down together. Despite Siebai's enhanced physical abilities since awakening, transporting such a hefty creature alone presented considerable challenges. Dragging a decapitated bear would undoubtedly exude a strong odor, potentially drawing other predators, necessitating a companion for safety. Yi Qingzhu suggested, "Why don't you, in a way, take the bear down, while I continue searching for mutated beasts up here?" Jiang Yue, accustomed to following Siebai's directives, remained silent, awaiting his decision. After contemplating the current scenario, Siebai concluded that it would be best for him and Jiang Yue to transport the bear down together. Yi Qingzhu was far from a weakling in need of constant protection. As long as she avoided encounters with larger predators, she would be fine remaining on the mountain. "All right, Yue and I will take the bear down, while you stay here and keep safe," he affirmed. As the three reached an agreement and bent to lift the bear, they suddenly heard rustling nearby, accompanied by the snap of branches. Something of considerable size was approaching. Instantly, they assumed defensive postures. Siebai rose, retrieving another submachine gun from his back. "Stay alert. Something is drawing near," he cautioned. Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yue quickly sensed the presence of 4 wild boars, a small one accompanied by 3 adults, clearly a family unit. Observing the approaching boar herd, Yi Qingzhu lamented, "Our luck is truly abysmal. We've just dealt with a bear, and now a family of wild boars appears." Jiang Yue turned to observe the herd of wild boars and remarked, "Indeed, in the past, our encounters with ferocious mutated beasts during hunts were never this intense. After all, these creatures possess a keen sense of territoriality." Siebai interjected, "Enough with the lamentations for now. As 3, we must not act impulsively against 4 wild boars. Let us disregard the young ones for the moment. The 3 adult mutated boars are formidable adversaries." As the wild boars approached, Yi Qingzhu noted, "The large boar in the center appears to be significantly injured, and the other 2 also bear various wounds." Upon hearing her observation, both Siebai and Jiang Yue took heed. Siebai scrutinized the boars and concluded, "It seems these creatures have just emerged from a fierce battle. The claw marks and bite wounds suggest they have recently clashed with another mutated animal." In the midst of their conversation, the herd had closed in to merely a few meters away, possibly drawn by the scent of the black bear's blood or driven here by some other force. The 3 faced the 4 wild boars, and the neck bristles of the 3 adult boars stood erect, a clear sign of their anger. Both parties were poised for confrontation. Siebai stated, "Let's first deal with the 3 adult boars, leaving the young one aside." "Agreed," replied Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yue in unison. With that, the 3 launched their assault against the adult boars. Yi Qingzhu aimed her pistol at the visibly injured area of the central boar, while Jiang Yue targeted the one on the left. Without hesitation, Siebai switched his submachine gun for a rocket launcher. Although the rocket launcher was powerful, it contained only 3 rounds, having already expended one in the previous encounter with the black bear, leaving them with 2 that must be used judiciously. The 3 adult mutated boars were of considerable size, their fur exceedingly tough, and their skin thick as that of the black bear, making them resilient opponents. As Yi Qingzhu and her companions unleashed their firepower, The three female boars charged forward, attempting to ram their heads into the attackers. The young boar remained timidly on the sidelines, seemingly either frightened or commanded by the larger boars. Upon realizing that their charges were ineffective, the adult boars shifted to biting, opening their jaws wide to strike at their respective targets. Fortunately, Yi Qingzhu and her companions, quick on their feet, dodged the attacks, for being bitten would have dire consequences. As they evaded the boar's charges and bites, the trio devised a strategy to counterattack, skillfully targeting the wounded areas of the boars. After several rounds of pursuit and retaliation, Xie finally seized an opportunity to fire the rocket launcher, hitting one of the boars. Despite its thick hide, the boar was knocked down, prompting Xie to switch back to his submachine gun to ensure it was finished off. Seizing another chance, he fired the last round at another boar, leaving only one that was already severely injured and bleeding profusely. With just one adult boar remaining, Yi Qingzhu declared, "Xie, Yi Wei, you handle this last boar while I take care of the young one." Both nodded in agreement. And as Xie and Jiang Yiwei continued their assault on the adult boar, Yi Qingzhu sprinted towards the young one. The frightened young boar, witnessing its larger counterparts fall and seeing Yi Qingzhu rushing towards it, panicked and fled blindly, only to collide with a large tree, falling to the ground. Without hesitation, Yi Qingzhu drew her pistol and shot the young boar in the head, killing it instantly. Habitually, she then used a detection device to assess it. Beep, 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 low pollution. Edible. Elated, Yi Qingzhu dragged the young boar back to where Xie and Jiang Wei stood, only to find the three adult boars lying defeated. They exchanged smiles, and Yi Qingzhu raised the small boar, announcing, "Fortune smiles upon us. This is a low-pollution young boar." Xie and Jiang Yiwei smiles widened at her words, and Jiang Yiwei immediately crouched to assess the adult boars. Beep, beep, beep. Highly polluted, not recommended for consumption. Before Xie could intervene, Jiang Yiwei efficiently checked the other two boars, discovering they too were highly polluted. Realizing this, Xie sighed in resignation and grabbed Jiang Yiwei, who was eager to continue inspecting the carcasses, saying, "Yiwei, perhaps you should leave this to Qingzhu." Jiang Yiwei, slightly sheepish, chuckled and called out to Yi Qingzhu, "Sister Qingzhu, come over and see if these three boars have any crystals." As Yi Qingzhu approached and set down the young boar, she examined the three adult boars thoroughly, ultimately finding a green crystal within the belly of one. Even though it was merely a single green crystal, both Xie and Jiang Yiwei were thrilled, as it was rare to find crystals in the mutated beasts they had previously hunted. In just a few hours, they had acquired 2 crystals, which they considered a stroke of great fortune, leaving them both immensely satisfied. However, Yi Qingzhu still bore a hint of disappointment, lamenting that only one of the 3 mutated adult boars yielded a crystal. Observing her expression, Xie could only shake his head with a smile as he took a photograph of the 3 fallen boars to share in their group chat. Though the forest was vast, a considerable number of teams were engaged in the hunting mission, 26 teams in total. Each team comprised 3 to 5 members. And despite their unspoken understanding to spread out, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed intermittently through the air. After all, every team had come prepared with an array of powerful firearms, well aware of the dangers that lurked in the southern mountains. The mutated beasts were fierce, and no one was willing to gamble with their lives, thus ensuring they were as well equipped as possible. Before long, messages began to circulate in the group chat, instructing that all 3 boars be brought back. Upon receiving the message, Xie glanced at the 3 adult boars and the black bear not far away, momentarily at a loss as to how to transport the massive mutated beasts down the mountain. He rubbed his forehead in contemplation and noted the time. It was already 4 p.m. Turning to Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yiwei, he proposed, "We need to transport these 3 boars and the black bear back. The hour is getting late. Let's carry them down together." Jiang Yiwei surveyed the boars and the black bear, scratching his head in confusion. Adding them all up, they must weigh over 1,000 pounds. Without a vehicle, how on earth are we going to get them down the mountain? Yi Qingzhu sighed in exasperation. If we hadn't hunted any mutated beasts, we would be anxious, yet now that we've captured too many, we are equally troubled. After much discussion, The trio ultimately decided to carry their haul to the edge of the cliff and roll them down. Although they considered using logs to assist, the numerous obstacles on the mountainside rendered that impractical. Rolling the prey down the slope proved to be the most feasible solution. After all, the authorities had not mandated that the creatures be returned unscathed, and given the rugged nature of the mutated beasts, they were durable enough to withstand the descent. Once their plan was finalized, the three hoisted the wild boars and the black bear onto the path they had traversed earlier, rolling their quarry down the slope. Xiaobai led the way, closely observing, while Yi Qingzhu positioned herself in the middle, and Jiang Yiwei brought up the rear. As the wild boars and the bear tumbled down the slope, the trio helped navigate any impediments, pulling and pushing them through gaps as they continued to roll downward. However, the sheer size of the mutated boars and the bear meant that they encountered challenges on steeper gradients. In the gentler areas, the trio of Yi Qingzhu had to manually push their way down. As for the Lopolution wild boar, weighing over 100 pounds, it was hoisted by Xiaobai. Yi Qingzhu initially intended to store the boar in her space to preserve its freshness. However, Jiang Yiwei was unaware of her spatial abilities, and it would be difficult to explain if the boar suddenly vanished. While descending the slope, they unexpectedly encountered a team led by He Tiankong, consisting of 5 members who had also gathered a substantial bounty, each carrying over 100 pounds of mutated animals down the mountain. He Tiankong, shouldering a mutated tiger weighing over 300 pounds, glanced at Xiaobai and remarked, "Your method is rather unique." Xiaobai, observing the spoils of He Tiankong's team, chuckled. "It's certainly advantageous to have more people." All teams were required to take photographs of their mutated animal captures to share in their group, allowing for a rough tally of each team's bounty. He Tiankong's team had evidently captured the most mutated animals that day, followed closely by Li Yinhua's Dawn mercenary group. Yi Qingzhu's team, while lacking in numbers, was fortunate enough to have captured 4 enormous mutated wild boars and a black bear after considerable effort. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they noticed many teams had descended ahead of them, already sorting through their impressive spoils. Yet, there were also numerous injuries, some with missing arms and others with severe leg wounds, each displaying their own grim fate, punctuated by groans of pain. As Yi Qingzhu's team descended, though their haul was modest in quantity, the sheer size of their catch drew many curious glances. Finally, they managed to load the creatures onto the modified truck, an exhausting endeavor that proved more strenuous than the hunt itself. Standing beside the vehicle, Yi Qingzhu wiped the sweat from her brow, exclaiming, "This transport is more tiring than the hunt." Jiang Yiwei, having arranged the 4 mutated animals in the truck, placed the edible wild boar in a corner and commented, "Indeed, but compared to other teams, we are fortunate to remain unscathed. While our numbers are few, our size is impressive. I wonder how many points these will earn us at the base." Xiaobai, seated in the truck as he reloaded ammunition, stepped out and said, "We'll find out how many points we can redeem once we reach the base. It's getting late. Let us eat something before we spend the night outdoors. We'll need to take turns keeping watch." The night in the wild belonged to the mutated beasts, with many nocturnal creatures emerging in greater numbers than before. They needed to remain vigilant, rotating shifts to ensure the safety of their team. Yi Qingzhu produced purified water and offered it to Xiaobai and Jiang Yiwei, saying, "This is the water I brought. You must have finished yours today. Drink mine, I brought plenty." Xiaobai and Jiang Yiwei accepted the water, expressing their gratitude before gulping it down eagerly, their thirst evident. Jiang Yiwei, astonished, remarked, "Sister Qingzhu, this water tastes remarkably better than what we brought. It has a sweetness to it. This is the first time I've tasted such delightful water." His eyes sparkled with surprise. Xiaobai, also sensing the difference in the water, had his suspicions but kept them to himself, calmly replying, "If it's good, drink as much as you like. No need for so many questions." His voice was deep and commanding, as if he wished to deter further inquiries from Jiang Yiwei. Not one to be easily deceived, Jiang Yiwei, having interacted with Yi Qingzhu several times, sensed she harbored secrets but chose not to press further. He scratched his head and laughed. "I was just making an offhand comment. Thank you for the water, Sister Qingzhu. I feel much better after drinking it." Xiaobai glanced at Jiang Yiwei and then at Yi Qingzhu, smiling silently, reflecting on how much more invigorating he felt after consuming Yi Qingzhu's food and water, realizing they possessed a certain purifying quality. Hearing Jiang Yui's words, Yi Qingzhu merely smiled and said, "I still have more water. I'll refill your containers once you finish." "Thank you, Sister Qingzhu," replied Xie Bai, producing a nutrient pack, stating, "For dinner, we'll have nutrient packs. With so many people around, it's not convenient to cook." "All right," agreed Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yue, each retrieving their own nutrient packs. The three of them sat in the truck, consuming their meals while observing their surroundings. Suddenly, Lu Pengzi, Li Sun, Li Lin, and Lu Hao approached, each with a nutrient pack in their mouths, surrounding the trio's truck. Lu Pengzi asked, "Captain, how was your haul today?" Li Sun added, "Captain, you must have taken down some big game today." Seeing his team members gazing expectantly at him, Xie Bai finished his nutrient pack and nodded. "Not much, just 4 mutated animals. How about you? Any injuries?" They all shook their heads, indicating they were fine. Lu Hao stated, "No, although we encountered several mutated animals while ascending, we managed to stay safe for some reason." Jiang Yue, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Even though we only got 4, they're all substantial." He pointed at the black bear and wild boar in the truck, encouraging them to take a look. Lu Pengzi and the others eagerly climbed onto the truck, marveling at the massive black bear and wild boar. They exclaimed, "Indeed, the captain is impressive. All of them are quite large." Jiang Yue added, "You all are lucky. You'll surely earn a lot of points this time." He then inquired, "How did your team fare?" Lu Pengzi exchanged glances with Lu Hao before boasting, "We did all right. We encountered a den of mutated rabbits and hunted them all down, including one that was moderately polluted. We'll split the rabbit meat among our team." Hearing of the edible spoils, Li Sun and Li Lin instantly felt envious. Li Sun remarked, "Wow, Pengzi, Haozi, your team hit the jackpot. Not only do you have food, but our team barely killed anything today, and we have injuries to tend to." Upon hearing Lu Pengzi's mention of their edible catch, Jiang Yue felt a surge of pride, thinking, "We also have edible animals, and they're low in pollution, plus we have crystal stones too." However, he kept this information to himself to avoid inciting jealousy. As they continued their banter, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from the nearby mountains, causing the faces of all teams at the foot of the mountain to grow serious. Xie Bai turned to Lu Pengzi, Li Sun, Li Lin, and Lu Hao, instructing, "Quickly return to your team and arm yourselves. Something is amiss." Understanding the gravity of the situation, the 4 nodded and swiftly made their way back to their team. Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yue, who had been leisurely eating, immediately finished their food and readied their weapons, their eyes fixed on the source of the noise. Though distanced, the sound of trees snapping underfoot echoed in the air, and a colossal mutated beast emerged before the onlookers. Jiang Yue could not help but exclaim, "What manner of creature is this? It appears to be a moving mountain. I have never witnessed such a gargantuan aberration." Yi Qingzhu gazed at the behemoth, resembling a titan, and felt as if a great weight pressed upon her heart, instilling a profound sense of dread. Before long, the creature closed the gap between itself and the crowd at the mountain's base. Faced with the imminent threat, many hastily boarded their vehicles to flee. Xie Bai shouted towards Jiang Yue, urging him, "Yue, start the car." In the midst of his command, he handed his submachine gun to Yi Qingzhu. "Qingzhu, take this and fire." Afterward, Xie Bai turned to collect all the ammunition from the vehicle and placed it at his feet, then readied a rocket launcher to aim at the approaching monstrosity. As the creature advanced relentlessly, those not driving seized their weapons to shoot at it, while the unfortunate souls still atop the mountain emitted piercing cries of terror and despair. Despite the number of individuals present at the mountain's base, they were seasoned veterans of wilderness combat, maintaining an orderly retreat amidst the chaos, though panic lingered in the air. The cacophony of collapsing trees and discharging weapons intertwined, sending shivers down the spines of those who listened. The concentrated firepower failed to halt the creature's advance. Rather, it continued to close in. Staring at the immense beast before her, Yi Qingzhu found herself at a loss for words. Its enormous, flesh-pink body resembled something scalded, adorned with numerous protruding lumps, from which a strange black liquid oozed. Its massive head seemed almost engulfed by its own form, sporting two appendages that resembled antennae. Whether they serve as eyes was uncertain. There was no neck, nor could any feet be discerned, and numerous writhing tentacles flailed about, toppling trees with each motion. Bullets fired at the creature seemed to be absorbed into its flesh, eliciting no response, save for the occasional impact of a rocket. Others, like Bai, wielded rocket launchers, unleashing their own barrage against the beast. Several armored vehicles belonging to mercenary groups joined the fray, unleashing heavy firepower upon the creature. However, as the hunting expedition had been meant for the mountainous terrain, the available ammunition, even for the armored vehicles, was limited. Alongside Bai, Tiankong and his team retreated in their armored vehicle. After exhausting his ammunition, Bai called out, "Captain how much ammo do you have left?" Tiankong responded while firing, "Not much. We brought only 2 boxes of heavy artillery, and now we have 5 rounds left, though we still have plenty of regular bullets. Could you lend us some of those?" Bai inquired. Tiankong glanced at the rocket launcher in Bai's hands and Yi Qingzhu's submachine gun. "I have no rockets to spare, but I can lend you 100 rounds for the submachine gun." "Agreed. I will repay you double later," Bai replied, relinquishing the rocket launcher while taking up Jiang Yiwei's submachine gun. Tiankong nodded slightly and instructed his team, "Give them 100 rounds. One member swiftly produced a box containing 100 bullets and handed it to Bai. After receiving the ammunition, Bai and Yi Qingzhu resumed firing. Yet they understood this was but a drop in the bucket, unable to alter their dire predicament. The creature loomed ever closer, resembling an insurmountable mountain that suffocated the onlookers. The last squad, trailing behind, was crushed along with their vehicle, producing a bone-chilling sound. Their comrades did not have time to scream before being mercilessly devoured by the beast. Witnessing this harrowing scene, despair and terror filled the hearts of the remaining team members. In light of the carnage before them, their only course of action was to intensify their fire and urge the drivers to accelerate. They recognized this might be their final stand, yet they clung to hope for a miracle. As the creature approached, the ammunition brought by the hunting teams began to dwindle. The palpable fear and anxiety among the crowd thickened the atmosphere, suffocating them. Each face paled, reflecting despair and helplessness. "What on earth is this creature?" Someone cried in terror. "We've exhausted our ammunition, and it seems utterly unfazed." Another lamented, "Is this how we meet our end today?" Someone murmured, "I don't want to die. Is there anyone who can save me?" Another pleaded through tears. Amidst the cacophony of panic and anguish, a barrage of gunfire rained down upon the monster. The ground it traversed was slick with a peculiar black substance, emanating a nauseating stench. Despite the concentrated firepower causing it some disturbance, it merely paused momentarily, failing to truly impede its relentless approach. As Bai's borrowed ammunition from He Tiankong's team neared depletion, he glanced at Yi Qingzhu and the driving Jiang Yiwei, stating, "We're running low on bullets. Without firepower to hinder it, the creature will surely accelerate. Engaging it in close combat is out of the question. All we can do is pray our vehicle outruns the others." His recently acquired control abilities would prove negligible against such a beast. Yi Qingzhu discarded her empty weapon. Her gaze locked onto the monstrous entity, determination flashing in her eyes. "Then let us give it our all." She understood that in this life-or-death moment, they must exhaust every effort to seize a sliver of hope. The creature had pursued the convoy for quite some distance, and the group realized they could not lead it back to their base. Doing so would spell disaster for their stronghold. They could only navigate a winding route to evade it. As ammunition dwindled, the surrounding firepower began to weaken, casting a pall over the group. Facing such a colossal beast made close-quarters combat impossible, and the unknown liquid dripping from it deterred everyone from making contact. "Are we truly going to perish here today?" Someone despondently remarked. "What are we going to do now?" A voice filled with panic cried out. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, a thunderous roar pierced the air. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to behold a convoy of armored vehicles advancing in perfect formation from a distance, each equipped with formidable rocket launchers. These armored beasts, reminiscent of iron titans, surged through the fog, racing towards the monstrous threat. On each vehicle stood several individuals, among whom was a familiar face to Xie Bai, Hidaochi, the captain of the Tomorrow Mercenary Corps. It appeared that a considerable number of supernatural beings had arrived. As the armored vehicles drew closer, they unleashed a barrage of firepower, enveloping the monster in a storm of might. Rockets rained down like a torrential downpour, the explosions reverberating through the ground, shaking it to its core. On one particular armored vehicle, a man donned in a white suit rose to his feet, flanked by another man in a black coat. Both men gazed impassively at the creature not far away, then glanced at the hunting team, who were in a state of disarray as they fled from the beast. The man in white waved his hand and shouted, "Leave this to us, you must depart at once." Though the roar of artillery drowned out his words, the intent was clear. The hunting teams, filled with relief, urged their companions to hasten their escape. Yu Qingzhu observed the man in white, noting his refined appearance and graceful demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of superiority, particularly as he regarded the panicking hunting teams with disdain. The man in black, possessing striking features and a chiseled jaw, exuded masculine charm. His deep-set eyes swept across the fleeing hunters before resuming their focus on the monster. Xie Bai recognized the man in white, turning to Yu Qingzhu. The one in the white suit must be Bai Zhanlin, the head of the supernatural department at the base. It is said he is a high-level supernatural being, commanding the others, holding a status nearly equal to that of the base leader. The one beside him is Fang Jin, also a high-level supernatural being. It is rumored that they share a remarkably close bond, always acting in unison. Yu Qingzhu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "High-level supernatural beings?" Xie Bai nodded. "Indeed. After I awakened my powers, I sought information and discovered that Base 8 hosts around 20 to 30 supernatural beings, categorized into junior, intermediate, and high-level. Only two are high-level, Bai Zhanlin and Fang Jin, though their specific powers remain unknown." While departing, upon hearing Xie Bai's introduction of the two men, Yu Qingzhu's interest peaked. She glanced at Xie Bai and then at Jiang Yue, as if she wished to say something but hesitated. Xie Bai, noticing her expression, chuckled and tapped the vehicle roof, addressing Jiang Yue, "Drive a little further ahead and turn around to park in the open space. The supernatural beings are engaging in battle. Don't you want to see?" Jiang Yue, grinning, replied, "Captain, I was thinking the same. I've never witnessed supernatural beings in combat up close." He maneuvered the vehicle to a suitable distance, mindful of safety while enjoying the spectacle. Upon finding a vantage point that allowed them to observe while remaining secure, the trio stood in the truck bed, their eyes fixed on the unfolding conflict. As they stood there, Xie Bai and Yu Qingzhu surveyed their surroundings, discovering other teams' vehicles parked nearby. Clearly, they were not the only ones intrigued by the supernatural beings' battle. Exchanging glances, they acknowledged the high interest in witnessing such a rare event. Yu Qingzhu watched as various fiery and supernatural assaults converged on the colossal creature. Bai Zhanlin conjured flames in his hands, hurling massive fireballs at the monster, which let out a terrifying roar as it was engulfed in flames. Following the fiery onslaught came a barrage of sharp ice shards, as Fang Jin summoned a multitude of gleaming ice blades that flew towards the beast. The creature, relentlessly swinging its numerous tentacles, attacked indiscriminately, uprooting trees in its wake. With a tentacle, the monster seized a tree trunk and hurled it at the attackers. Those unable to dodge cried out in anguish. Alongside the flames and ice, bolts of lightning and shards of metal joined the fray, different powers harmonizing to assault the beast, forcing it to retreat from its pursuit of the hunting teams. Yu Qingzhu noticed someone controlling the surrounding broken trees to attack the monster and elbowed Xie Bai, whispering, "There must be a control-type supernatural being among them. Look at how the trees are being directed towards the creature." Xie Bai replied softly, "Indeed, judging by the number of objects controlled and their attacking capabilities, this individual is likely an intermediate supernatural being." Though their voices were subdued, Jiang Yue, standing beside Xie Bai, was captivated by the battle, his excitement evident as he remarked, "I've only heard stories of supernatural beings. This is my first time witnessing so many acting together. I wonder what kind of monster this is. If only I could awaken powers myself, I could hunt more mutated beasts and perhaps find more edible resources." Yu Qingzhu and Xiebai merely smiled at his enthusiasm, remaining silent. As Yu Qingzhu continued to observe the clash, she pondered the level of her own powers and how such levels were evaluated. Amidst the chaos of artillery and dust, she suddenly exclaimed, "Look! The black liquid on the monster seems to be flowing more profusely. Its body appears less massive than before." Jiang Yiwei quickly concurred, "Yes, Qingzhu, Captain. I've noticed the monster seems to be shrinking." Xiebai scrutinized the creature and confirmed, "Indeed, its size is diminishing. Our attacks are evidently effective. Moreover, the black liquid it sheds shows no signs of reaction." Yu Qingzhu added, "It seems the monster is attempting to flee." Xiebai reassured her, "With such overwhelming firepower and numerous supernatural beings, it will not escape." As anticipated, the supernatural attackers soon realized the creature's intention to retreat into the mountains, and a portion of them swiftly encircled it, blocking its escape route. After all, it was not easy to lure it out. How could they let it escape so easily? The three of them watched and discussed as various attacks were unleashed in succession. The fierce battle, illuminated by bursts of flames, lasted for over 2 hours before it finally concluded. As they observed the colossal monster's form gradually diminish, it eventually collapsed. Even after its fall, the monster continued to be assaulted by the ability users until they confirmed its complete demise before ceasing their attacks. Witnessing the creature's death, Bai Zhanlin gestured for the monster to be loaded onto a vehicle for removal. Only after the personnel from the base had departed did Yi Qingzhu and the others follow suit back to the base. Although the monster was vanquished this time, many hunting teams had suffered significant losses, and naturally, no one would remain to continue hunting. On the way back, Xiebai saw the message posted in the hunting team group, stating that due to the emergence of deformed variants, hunting missions had been suspended. The prey captured during this hunt could still be exchanged for points with the authorities. Deformed variants? Yi Qingzhu echoed in confusion. Xiebai nodded, saying that that's what the officials stated. Additionally, all hunting personnel injured by the deformed variants can receive free treatment at the base hospital. Upon hearing Xiebai's latter remark, Yi Qingzhu fell silent for a moment before saying, "Perhaps the base intentionally sent us south to hunt, possibly related to these deformed variants." Jiang Yiwei, who was driving, could not help but express his indignation, saying, "Are they using us as bait?" In previous official activities organized by the base, if someone got injured, there was never any free medical treatment. It was always out of pocket. Xiebai's expression darkened as he calmly replied, "We should wait until we return to the base to understand the specifics. Even if the base did this intentionally, what can we do? At least we have free treatment for our injuries this time, but I wonder what those who perished due to the deformed variants would have to say." Xiebai's words left Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yiwei in silence. Indeed, even if the base intended for them to serve as bait, what could they do? This mission was voluntary. No one was coerced by the base. In the Wasteland world, human life was not valued, especially in the eyes of those managing the base, where the lives of the lower classes might be regarded as inconsequential as that of ants. The three of them returned to the base silently, following the official convoy. By this time, it was quite late. However, due to the hunting team's ambush, the hospital within the base was brightly lit and bustling with efforts to treat the injured. Yi Qingzhu, fortunately unscathed, did not need to go to the hospital. Upon arriving at the base, Xiebai and Jiang Yiwei prepared to return to the mercenary group. Given the special circumstances, the access control for the mercenary group would naturally be handled differently at this time. Knowing that Xiebai and Jiang Yiwei were heading back to the mercenary group, Yi Qingzhu said, "Then I'll head home first. Should you take these items back to the mercenary group, or should I take them home?" Xiebai pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's drop you off first. The wild boar can stay at your place for now. We will handle the few that need to be submitted to the authorities and take them back to the mercenary group. After the transactions tomorrow, I will come find you." Yi Qingzhu and Jiang Yiwei had no objections to this arrangement and quickly dropped her off at her doorstep. Xiebai got out of the car and carried the wild boar into Yi Qingzhu's home before departing. Before leaving, Yi Qingzhu prepared a jar of purified water for the two to take back with them. Xiebai and Jiang Yiwei expressed their gratitude happily. And as Xiebai stepped out, he said, "Our group leader also participated in the encirclement of the deformed variants. I will ask him about the specifics once I return and share the details with you later." Yi Qingzhu nodded, and once the two left, she closed the door, placed the wild boar into her storage space, drank some water, consumed a nutrient bar, and began to tidy up before collapsing into sleep. After a day filled with hunting and intense combat, she was utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, upon arriving back at the mercenary group's dormitory, Lu Peng, who had returned earlier, immediately approached them, looking distressed. "Captain Iwei, you're finally back. Li Sun was injured and is in the hospital. Li Lin and Lu Hao want to keep him company." Hearing this, Xiaobai anxiously asked, "Where was Li Sun injured? Is it serious?" He spoke while heading outside. Jiang Yiwei followed suit, and Lu Peng accompanied them, explaining the situation as they walked. Li Sun was hit by a tree trunk thrown by the monster, striking him in the chest. The doctor said he has a fractured sternum and needs to stay in the hospital for treatment. The three arrived at the hospital and inquired about Li Sun's current condition, learning that he was already undergoing surgery, so they hurried to the operating room. They found Li Lin sitting in a chair in the corridor, looking despondent, and immediately called out Li Lin, seeing Xie Bai and the others approach. Li Lin's eyes reddened as he called out, "Captain Iwei Pengzi, you are here." Xie Bai looked at Li Lin and asked, "What exactly happened?" Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Li Lin's face, and with trembling lips, he said, "Captain, Li Sun was injured by the flying tree trunk while trying to protect me. If he had pushed me away, I might not be here now." Li Lin and Li Sun were brothers, deeply bonded after losing their parents to severe radiation pollution during their childhood. They had supported each other through life's difficulties and later joined the mercenary group together. Xiaobai comforted Li Lin, saying, "Don't worry, the doctors here are trustworthy, and he will be fine." The others also stepped forward to console Li Lin. The group leaned against the corridor wall, waiting anxiously as seconds turned into minutes. Finally, when the doctor exited the operating room, Li Lin immediately approached him, asking, "Doctor, how's my brother?" The others also turned their gazes toward the doctor. The fractured bones in his chest have been repaired. Now it's just a matter of waiting for him to heal. He will need to remain in bed for the next few months. The doctor informed them before leaving after providing the updates. Shortly after, Li Sun, having completed surgery, was wheeled into a two-person ward, where another injured patient from the recent hunt already lay in one of the beds. Looking at the unconscious Li Sun, Li Lin told Xie Bai and the others, "Captain, Pengzi Rat, you should head back. Today has been exhausting, and there will surely be much to deal with tomorrow. I can stay here alone." Xie Bai glanced at Li Sun and replied, "All right, we'll head back then. Contact me if anything comes up." The three returned to the mercenary group dormitory, where it was already past 3 a.m. After a quick wash, they all collapsed into sleep. The next morning, Yi Qingzhu woke up early, adhering to her routine of exercise and breakfast. After finishing her meal, just as she was about to message Xie Bai for updates, she received a message from Xiao Jigang. "Qingzhu, I heard your hunting team encountered an attack by deformed variants yesterday. Are you all right? Were you injured?" "We're all fine and returned safely," she replied. "That's good to hear. If you need anything, feel free to message me." "All right. Thank you, Brother Qiao." After finishing her conversation with Xiao Jigang, Yi Qingzhu sent a message to Xie Bai. "Have you found out anything regarding the deformed variant monsters?" "Soon," Xie Bai replied. "I haven't asked yet, but I will let you know when I do." Yi Qingzhu pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Little wild boar, do you plan to keep it for meat or sell it for points?" After a while, Xie Bai responded, "I asked Yi Wei, and he wants to keep some meat for himself and exchange the rest for points." Yi Qingzhu considered the small wild boar, which weighed over 100 pounds. The three of them could each receive more than 30 pounds. The official price for low-pollution wild boar meat was 800 points per pound. Keeping some for themselves and exchanging the remainder for points would yield a considerable sum. With this in mind, Yi Qingzhu replied, "All right, then let me know when you have time to handle it." After a pause, she added, "If you plan to exchange the crystal stones for points, I would like to trade with you for some." Yi Qingzhu needed the crystal stones to enhance her abilities and also wished to expand her limited space as soon as possible. Upon receiving Yi Qingzhu's message, Xie Bai understood her desire for the crystal stones. He was aware that there were only 2 stones, and if divided among the 3, they would have to sell them to share the points. Nevertheless, he inquired Yi Wei's opinion. "Yi Wei, we have only 2 crystal stones. Should we follow the previous rule and exchange them for points to split?" Yi Wei responded without hesitation, "Captain, Keeping the crystal stones is of no use to us. We should exchange them for points, just like before. Xiebai quickly relayed this to Yi Qingzhu. All right, you can keep the crystal stones and exchange them for points. Although Yi Qingzhu already knew that selling the 2 crystal stones for points was the best option, receiving confirmation brought her joy. She replied, good. Do you have a place to assess the quality of the crystal stones? The value differs with quality levels. And I need to clarify this to avoid being taken advantage of. Yes, I'll check them when I come to find you in the evening. Okay. Knowing that Xiebai and Yiwei wouldn't be available until the evening, Yi Qingzhu glanced at the clock. It was just past 8 a.m. With nothing pressing to do at home, she decided to venture out in search of wild vegetables. Carrying a cloth bag, she set off, recalling the riverside where she had previously found plenty of water celery, a place she hadn't visited in a while. As she passed an area filled with raspberries, she took a moment to see if any ripe ones remained. Unfortunately, all the mature raspberries had fallen, and those that remained had been nibbled by insects, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed. Arriving at the small riverbank where the water celery grew, she noticed another presence, a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old. The girl looked up cautiously as Yi Qingzhu approached, her thin, dirty face barely discernible, clad in tattered clothing with her pants cut short and her bare feet exposed. Yi Qingzhu quietly moved to the other side. Seeing Yi Qingzhu's intention to avoid confrontation, the girl resumed inspecting the water celery. This area had once been teeming with grasshoppers, but now it seemed devoid of them. Though Yi Qingzhu had moved away, she kept an eye on the little girl, who was diligently examining the vegetables. The sight of the quiet, industrious child reminded Yi Qingzhu of her own childhood. When she was very young, her parents had tragically perished in a car accident, leaving her alone in the world. Subsequently, she was shuffled among various relatives before ending up in an orphanage. However, her strong-willed nature ensured that even in the orphanage, no one dared to bully her. If any child attempted to pick on her, she would retaliate fiercely, quickly establishing herself as someone not to be trifled with. In this desolate wasteland, it was unlikely for a girl of her age to venture out alone in search of food unless she were an orphan without any support. At that moment, Yi Qingzhu noticed the little girl observing her with curiosity, while the girl secretly marveled at the seemingly gentle older sister who had boldly dispatched 2 assailants with just 2 stones. Indeed, the little girl had witnessed Yi Qingzhu's remarkable display of strength firsthand. After a brief reign, she had intended to gather mushrooms, but had hidden upon seeing a woman followed by 2 men. The little girl instinctively sought refuge, only to witness the woman deftly eliminate her pursuers. As she observed the 2 men lying dead, the girl felt no fear. Rather, she admired the bravery of the older sister who could vanquish 2 men. She silently vowed to grow strong, so no one would dare to steal from her or take her food again. Meanwhile, Yi Qingzhu sensed the girl's curious gaze, yet remained puzzled as to its cause, wondering if she possessed something of interest. After scanning her surroundings and finding nothing unusual, she was simply here to forage for wild vegetables without even wearing her safety gear. She decided to focus on her task. Prioritizing the search for edible plants, she resolved to keep any particularly tender, albeit high pollution options, knowing she could purify them later in her space. Engrossed in examining the water celery, she and the little girl gradually closed the distance between them. Just a few steps away, the girl noticed Yi Qingzhu placing some high pollution water celery into her bag and, after a moment of hesitation, spoke up, "Big sister, I checked that spot for water celery too, and it's all high pollution. You can't eat that." Surprised that the girl had spoken to her, Yi Qingzhu smiled at the well-meaning warning. "Yes, I know. I'm just keeping it for now and will throw it away later." Unable to divulge the truth, she fabricated a reason. Although the little girl didn't understand her motives, she said nothing further and returned to her own examination on the other side. Seeing the girl walk away, Yi Qingzhu continued her search in silence. This area yielded no edible finds either, so she surveyed her surroundings and decided to check closer to the riverbank. The celery growing near the water was healthier than that in the barren land nearby, but it was also surrounded by thickets and brambles, requiring careful extraction for inspection. After some time examining the riverbank, she realized it was approaching the hour of high radiation, prompting her to seek shade to rest. Choosing a spot beneath a few large trees, she sat down and took a few sips of water, noticing that the little girl was also squatting a short distance away under the same tree. Observing the little girl's slightly cracked lips, Yi Qingzhu pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Dear child, would you care for some water? I can pour you a bit." Upon hearing Yi Qingzhu's words, the girl's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again. She lowered her head, gently shaking it, her voice hoarse as she replied, "Thank you, big sister, but I haven't brought anything to drink. I think I'll wait until I get home." Her gaze revealed a tenacity and resilience. Encountering such a sensible and heart-tugging child, Yi Qingzhu felt her heart soften instantly. "It's all right. You can drink from my water bottle. It's still early before dusk on such a hot day," she reassured. Typically, those who scavenge do not return until the sky darkens. The thirsty and hungry little girl hesitated upon hearing Yi Qingzhu's words. She glanced at the water bottle, licked her cracked lips, and after a moment's thought, slowly approached the shade of the large tree. As the girl drew near, Yi Qingzhu extended the water bottle to her, smiling as she said, "Here, drink up. There is plenty of water inside." "Thank you, big sister," the little girl responded gratefully, taking the bottle. She tilted her head back, holding the bottle slightly away from her lips, and sipped the water slowly. Perhaps it was the sweetness of the water, something she had never tasted before, that compelled her to indulge a little more than intended. Once she finished, she returned the bottle to Yi Qingzhu and looked up with her large, glistening eyes, shyly exclaiming, "The water you brought is so delicious. This is the first time I've ever tasted such delightful water," she added, lowering her head, a hint of bashfulness evident as she fidgeted with her small hands. Receiving the bottle back, Yi Qingzhu chuckled, "No worries, I still have more water. You've had enough." Upon hearing this, the little girl's previously downcast gaze brightened, shining like a crescent moon, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Thank you, big sister. My name is Gu Xiaoying. What is your name?" Yi Qingzhu replied, "Xiaoying, you can call me Sister Yi." "Sister Yi," Gu Xiaoying sweetly called out, glancing around with a hint of mystery. "Sister Yi, you are so kind to share your sweet water with me. I have a secret to tell you." Yi Qingzhu, noticing the mysterious expression on Gu Xiaoying's face, inquired with a smile, "What secret?" "When I was searching for wild vegetables in the south, I overheard a few men talking about a mulberry grove over there. I quietly followed them but dared not get too close, only able to watch them from afar as they took a small path, leaving someone behind to guard," Gu Xiaoying recounted. As Yi Qingzhu contemplated Gu Xiaoying's words, she considered the veracity of the tale. Although the girl spoke with sincerity, trust could not be given so freely, particularly since they had only just met and did not know each other well. Noticing Yi Qingzhu's hesitation, Gu Xiaoying quickly added, "Sister Yi, if you don't believe me, I can take you there to see it for yourself. However, I too cannot approach too closely, as there are always people watching." Seeing Gu Xiaoying's earnest demeanor, Yi Qingzhu felt a flicker of doubt. "Xiaoying, why are you telling me this?" she asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xiaoying replied, "Because I know Sister Yi is very capable and must have a way to get a look inside." Curiously, Yi Qingzhu pressed on, "Xiaoying, how do you know I am capable? Do I seem like a formidable person?" Although her current form was no longer the fragile one of the past, it was hard to associate herself with strength from any angle. Her appearance leaned towards being gentle and demure, perhaps conveying a sense of softness and grace. "I just know," Gu Xiaoying responded, but then abruptly paused, realizing Yi Qingzhu's expression had subtly shifted. She sensed she might have misspoken and fell silent, anxiety creeping into her demeanor. Yi Qingzhu, perceptive to Gu Xiaoying's unease, swiftly adjusted her expression, offering a gentle smile as she softly asked, "What did you see, Xiaoying?" Perhaps due to Yi Qingzhu's seemingly deceptive nature and the recent act of kindness, Gu Xiaoying hesitated, then slowly began, "Sister Yi, I once saw you use a stone to kill 2 men. After a brief pause, observing Yi Qingzhu's unchanged, gentle expression, she continued, "I think Sister Yi is very powerful. I secretly decided I want to be strong like you, so that no one dares to come to my home to steal or take my food." Her dark little face reflected a mixture of resolve and seriousness. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoying's earlier words, Yi Qingzhu immediately recognized that the girl had witnessed the moment she killed those two men. A plan began to form in her mind on how to ensure the girl kept this a secret. Listening to Gu Xiaoying's next words, she noted the sincerity in her expression, confirming the truth of the girl's statement. In a world of desolation, life and death often hinge on a mere instant. Killing is not an uncommon occurrence. However, resolving issues discreetly without drawing attention is undoubtedly a more favorable option. Being discovered and subsequently blackmailed could lead to endless troubles. Though Yi Qingzhu did not fear such matters, she preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. As she regarded Gu Xiaoying, her mind raced with thoughts on how to proceed. Sensing the shift in Yi Qingzhu's demeanor, Gu Xiaoying grew frightened and timidly assured, "Sister Yi, I haven't told anyone about this. I promise I won't speak of it to anyone." Her earnest gaze was fixed intently on Yi Qingzhu. Yi Qingzhu, moved by the sincerity in Gu Xiaoying's eyes, felt a ripple of emotion stir within her. Reflecting on Gu Xiaoying's earlier good-natured warning against consuming highly contaminated food, her trust in the girl deepened further. After careful consideration, Yi Qingzhu smiled and said, "All right, Sister Yi believes in Xiaoying. However, this matter must remain our secret. It cannot be disclosed to anyone else, all right?" Upon hearing Yi Qingzhu's words and witnessing her expression returning to normal, Gu Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with joy. She nodded vigorously, affirming her commitment, and solemnly replied, "Yes, Xiaoying understands. I will keep this secret and never tell a soul." Yi Qingzhu and Gu Xiaoying exchanged contact information and, after resting until the intense radiation subsided, each resumed their task of examining the water celery. Although other wild vegetables might occasionally be encountered, the majority found were water celery. Along the riverbank, after thorough inspection, only a single low-pollution water celery, approximately over a meter in length, was discovered, sufficient for several meals. Yi Qingzhu divided it into several sections and stored them in her space. After completing the inspection of the water celery, and noting that the time was still early, she circled to the other side of the river to continue her search, while Gu Xiaoying remained in the wasteland, avoiding the riverbank. The river originated from the mountains above, flowing through vast stretches of barren land until it reached the valley below, though its precise length had never been meticulously measured. The lower half of the river belonged to a high radiation zone, which naturally deterred any exploration. A simple wooden bridge spanned the river, and Yi Qingzhu crossed it to the opposite bank, where wild grasses grew even taller and more luxuriantly. The soil by the river was quite moist, and small puddles formed every few steps. Carefully avoiding these puddles, she continued to inspect the tender water celery, but after examining most of it, still found nothing edible. Suddenly, Yi Qingzhu noticed the wild grass ahead swaying, as if something was stirring. Cautiously, she approached, picked up a stick from a distance, and began to clear the grass. To her astonishment, a gigantic lobster had crawled up from the river. Sensing Yi Qingzhu's intense gaze, the lobster, measuring over a meter in length, immediately raised its two massive claws to deter any retreat back to the water. Yi Qingzhu prodded the lobster's tail with her stick, attempting to push it forward, but it merely recoiled and moved backward. She had no choice but to circle around and, wearing gloves, seize the lobster's two large claws at the opportune moment. However, the claws were quite formidable and difficult to grasp, and after some struggle, Yi Qingzhu kicked the lobster aside into the barren land. She picked up a stone and began to smash its claws. Eventually, after breaking one of them, she examined it only to find it was still highly polluted. Glancing at the lobster, which now only had one claw raised, Yi Qingzhu contemplated whether to take it back for purification. Realizing the lobster's considerable size, she decided against hesitation, crushed the remaining claw, and swiftly stored the creature in her space before Gu Xiaoying could notice its sudden disappearance. Afterward, she continued inspecting the water celery and wild vegetables by the river, yet reached the end without discovering anything edible, merely collecting a few tender but highly polluted stalks of water celery to store. Upon checking the time and realizing it was nearly 4 o'clock, she thought that the information she had asked Xie by about should soon yield results, so she prepared to return early. Glancing back at the diligently inspecting Gu Xiaoying, Yi Qingzhu called out to her before leaving. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoying had an exceptionally fortunate day. She had successfully found a moderately polluted water celery. This unexpected delight left her beaming with joy, as it was her greatest harvest in recent days. When she heard Yi Qingzhu mention returning, she unhesitatingly followed in his footsteps, her heart brimming with happiness over her bountiful find. Yi Qingzhu walked for a while before realizing Gu Xiaoying was trailing behind him. Had he not turned to glance back, he might have never noticed her presence so close. Perhaps it was a skill honed through years of solitary living, but he observed that Gu Xiaoying had a remarkably subtle presence. Even though she followed closely, unless he specifically turned around, he wouldn't have sensed anyone behind him. In contrast, he could easily detect those who trailed him in the past. Yet, Gu Xiaoying's quiet presence puzzled him, although he did not dwell on it for long, merely noting it in his mind. Turning to Gu Xiaoying, he remarked, "Xiaoying, if I have time tomorrow, I will message you." They had already agreed that once Yi Qingzhu was free, Gu Xiaoying would take him to see the bayberry grove guarded to the south. Gu Xiaoying nodded with a smile and quickly caught up to Yi Qingzhu as they returned to the base together. Upon reaching the entrance, they parted ways, with Yi Qingzhu heading toward the northern edge and Gu Xiaoying towards the eastern greenhouse area. Noticing the water celery in Gu Xiaoying's pocket, he inferred it was edible. Before separating, he advised her that if she wished to exchange wild vegetables for points, she could visit Xiao Jigang's grocery shop, where prices were fair, and he specified its exact location. "Thank you, Sister Yi," Gu Xiaoying replied before dashing off in the direction indicated by Yi Qingzhu. She understood that if she returned home with edible water celery, it would certainly draw attention. So she decided to leave a small portion behind and exchange the remainder for points. As soon as Yi Qingzhu returned home, he received a message from Xie Bai. "Are you home? Yi, and I will come find you shortly." Yi Qingzhu responded promptly, "I'm at home," while taking out the small wild boar he had stored in his space and placing it on the ground. Before long, Xie Bai and Jiang Yi arrived at Yi Qingzhu's home on a tricycle. Yi Qingzhu greeted them with a smile. "Yi, you don't have any missions today?" Jiang Yi replied. "Due to the issue of deformed mutant species, the team will be assisting with patrols around the base for the next few days. Therefore, everyone is quite free, and the brothers in the team are taking turns. I was assigned to patrol in the morning." Yi Qingzhu nodded in understanding, sitting on a stool as he asked Xie Bai, "Is there more to this hunting mission than meets the eye? What is the situation with the deformed mutant species?" Xie Bai, also seated, slowly explained, "This hunting mission was indeed orchestrated by the base as a deliberate bait. It is said that the base possesses an ability related to prediction, although its accuracy is uncertain. They forecast that fully matured monsters will attack the base, originating from the southern mountains, but the exact timing remains unclear. Aware of such monsters, the base chose to take preemptive action against those not yet fully grown. They have previously dispatched troops to the south for searches, but with no success. However, it has been confirmed that there is indeed a monster lurking in the southern mountains. Since the creature remains hidden, someone needs to lure it out, which is why this hunting mission was initiated. All participants are essentially bait." Curious, Yi Qingzhu inquired, "How does the base know that we can draw out the monster?" Xie Bai's expression grew solemn as he replied, "In truth, the base does not have absolute confidence that we can draw out the monster. They are merely taking a chance, sending more people into the mountains to hunt mutant animals and create some commotion. Who would have thought our luck would be so poor that we actually drew out the monster?" He paused before continuing, "Moreover, this enormous creature is merely in an immature state. As for why it has transformed into a deformed mutant species, the base has yet to ascertain the cause. It is reported that similar deformed mutants have emerged not only here, but in other bases as well, and efforts are underway to eliminate them. Should they fully mature, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for us." Upon hearing Xie Bai's account, Yi Qingzhu found herself at a loss for how to judge the base's actions. Despite the fact that lives were staked in this endeavor, it was ultimately for the safety of the entire base. So, what explanation does the base offer regarding the significant losses and even fatalities among these hunting teams? After a moment of silence, Yi Qingzhu inquired. Xie Bai replied, "All participants in the hunt will receive reward points from a base. Each survivor will be granted 10,000 points, Those injured will receive free medical treatment in the hospital, and the families of the deceased will receive 30,000 points if they have relatives. He continued, the creatures we hunted can still be exchanged for points. Today I, along with Jiang Yiwei, exchanged the 4 mutated animals we transported back for 5,000 points. Furthermore, the cost of the vehicles and ammunition used during this hunting mission will ultimately be covered by the base. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu felt her emotions become increasingly difficult to articulate. Such an outcome was relatively favorable for those who survived. However, it was far from satisfactory for the deceased. Those capable of participating in hunting missions were undoubtedly the pillars of their families, and without them, life would only become more challenging. Even with the points provided by the base, they would only offer temporary relief. Nevertheless, no one could voice their grievances. After all, participation in the mission was voluntary, and encountering danger was a natural occurrence. In any case, the compensation offered could provide some measure of solace. Having concluded their discussion about the hunting mission and the grotesque, mutated creatures, the 3 gathered to deliberate over their spoils, a small wild boar and 2 crystals. Yi Qingzhu pointed at the wild boar and said, "How shall we divide this?" Jiang Yiwei gazed at the wild boar and replied, "First, let us remove the bristles. The boar's bristles can be exchanged for points or kept for our use. As for the meat, we'll weigh it and split it evenly." Curiously, Yi Qingzhu asked, "Do you know how to butcher a pig? Is it easy to remove the bristles?" Xie Bai chuckled. "We have handled wild boars ourselves in the past. We're quite experienced now. The only thing is, we need to borrow a space from the slaughterhouse to make the process more convenient. We can boil water there. The rental fee is 200 points per hour, and using their hot water costs an additional 100 points. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu immediately said, "Where is the slaughterhouse? The sky isn't dark yet. Shall we go now?" Xie Bai nodded. "It's not far. Let us head there now." He then lifted the wild boar and placed it onto the tricycle parked outside. The sight of the boar instantly attracted the greedy gazes of those nearby. Yet they dared not approach, sensing that the trio was not to be trifled with. Ignoring the prying eyes around them, Yi Qingzhu, Jiang Yiwei, and Xie Bai climbed onto the tricycle, making their way to the slaughterhouse. Observing the glances directed towards them, Xie Bai said to Yi Qingzhu, "If you accumulate some points, it would be best to rent a house on the outskirts of the base for safety. You have become a focal point for those in the nearby shantytown." Yi Qingzhu smiled in response. "I am aware. I have some points now and plan to change locations. Will you continue to rest for the next few days? If you have time, could you help me look for a suitable house? I can also ask Brother Qiao." Xie Bai inquired, "What kind of place are you looking to rent?" Yi Qingzhu replied, "Ideally, an independent house with a small yard would be perfect. It doesn't matter if it's a bit out of the way." Xie Bai remarked, "Such houses are not easy to find. I will keep an eye out and can also mention it to Team Qiao. He has extensive connections and should be able to help expedite the search." Jiang Yiwei, who was driving, added, "Sister Qingzhu, I will also keep an eye out when I have free time." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu nodded and promptly sent a message to Qiao Jigang, expressing her desire to rent a house in the outskirts of the base and detailing her requirements. Soon, Qiao Jigang replied, assuring her that he would earnestly assist in the search. Before long, the trio arrived at the slaughterhouse. As it was getting late, they found no one else there and approached the owner to request the use of the facility. The owner stated, "The rental fee is 200 points per hour. If you need to use hot water to scald the pig, that will be an additional 100 points. Should you require assistance with butchering, there is a fee of 300 points." Xie Bai responded, "We will handle the butchering ourselves, but we will need the hot water and tools." After paying the points, the owner led them to a section equipped with large iron barrels and various tools, saying, "This area is yours to use." With that, he turned and left. The slaughterhouse had dedicated water boilers, and after filling a barrel with hot water, they placed the boar inside and turned on the heat, waiting for the water to cover the animal before beginning the process of removing the bristles, which they intended to keep. The trio worked efficiently, and soon the wild boar was completely free of bristles. They then placed it on the workbench, and Xie Bai picked up the butcher's knife, methodically beginning to dissect the boar, ensuring to retain all the internal organs. The stomach, lungs, and liver were all kept. Though the large intestine posed a challenge, if not cleaned properly, it would be inedible yet cleaning it was cumbersome. Observing the greasy intestines, Yi Qingzhu asked, Xia Bai Yiwei, do you want to keep these fatty intestines? They are a hassle to clean. Xia Bai replied, let's sell them. Jiang Yiwei concurred. They want to yield many points in exchange. They have a strong odor and are difficult to manage. After some contemplation, Yi Qingzhu decided to squeeze out the waste from the large intestine and give it a quick rinse in the hot water, setting it aside for future point exchange. Before long, Xia Bai had divided the wild boar into several portions, weighing them on a nearby scale. The pure pork totaled 102 pounds, the internal organs 32 pounds, and the bristles 5 pounds. The three of them each kept 10 pounds of the wild boar meat, while the remaining meat, offal, and bristles were taken for point exchange. Jiang Yiwei, observing the pork in his hands, chuckled. It has been a long time since we had any meat at home. Now we can enjoy a hearty meal. Once they had packaged their share of the wild boar meat and tidied up the tools they had used, they made their way to Qiao Jigang's grocery store. Although they could have sold the processed pork at a stall, the quantity was small, and they lacked the time for that. It was more practical to sell it directly at the grocery store. Upon seeing Yi Qingzhu and her companions enter the store, Qiao Jigang greeted them with a smile. It seems you had a fruitful hunting trip. I wonder if you're selling wild boar, wild rabbits, or wild chickens. Xia Bai placed the sack containing the wild boar meat on the ground and said, we caught a small wild boar this time, which is low in pollution and already processed. Please take a look and give us a price for the meat and offal. Qiao Jigang approached immediately, inspecting the wild boar meat in the sack, confirming its low pollution status. Although the quantity was limited, the quality was excellent. He nodded in satisfaction, stating, the hunting teams this time have indeed made some good gains, but only your catch is low in pollution. Rest assured, the pricing will be favorable. After discussing, he weighed the wild boar meat, pig offal, and wild boar hair, then turned to the three individuals and stated, the pork weighs 72 pounds, the offal 32 pounds, and the hair 5 pounds. Placing the items on the long table beside him, he continued, the official price for low-pollution wild boar meat is 800 points per pound, while I am offering 830 points per pound. As for the offal, you know it goes for 70 points per pound and the hair for 10 points per pound. The three nodded in agreement, showing no objections. Seeing their consensus, Qiao Jigang quickly calculated the points and transferred them to each of the three. Upon receiving the points, their faces broke into smiles. After closing the notification of the points received, Yi Qingzhu inquired, Brother Qiao, do we have any news regarding the house? Qiao Jigang replied, I was just about to discuss this with you. According to your requirements, there are currently 3 houses that fit your criteria. 2 of them are being sold by individuals who have moved out of the base, and 1 is an official storage facility that was previously used for storage, covering an area of over 200 square feet. However, the price is also quite steep. You can go and take a look when you have time. Yi Qingzhu nodded happily, saying, thank you, Brother Qiao. I will go to see them tomorrow. Could you send me the addresses? Are these houses being sold by the owners themselves, or are they entrusted to others? Qiao Jigang responded, the 2 private houses have just been vacated and are being sold by the owners themselves. The official property has designated personnel handling it. You can directly apply to view the house through your detection device, and the official will contact you once they receive the request. Following Qiao Jigang's instructions, Yi Qingzhu immediately used her detection device to apply for the property rental section, and after completing this, the 3 departed. What remained was the untested crystal stones. After leaving the general store, Jiang Yiwei addressed Yi Qingzhu and Xia Bai, saying, Sister Qingzhu, Captain, just let me know once you have exchanged the points for the remaining crystal stones. My family is waiting for the wild boar meat to cook, so I will head home now. All right, once you have exchanged them, transfer the points to me, Yi Qingzhu replied with a smile, waving her hand. Xia Bai nodded in agreement, saying, let me take you home first. Jiang Yiwei shook his head, stating, Captain, my home is nearby. I can walk back quickly. You 2 go ahead. After waving goodbye, he left, and Xia Bai rode the tricycle back with Yi Qingzhu. Upon returning home, Yi Qingzhu curiously asked Xia Bai, are you keeping 10 pounds of pork to treat your team members to a meal? This wild boar meat won't keep well in this weather. Unlike her, Xia Bai didn't have a space to store it indefinitely without concern for spoilage. Xia Bai replied, yes, I plan to treat the team members. Li Sun was injured during the hunt and is still in the hospital, but I won't use all 10 pounds for a feast. Since you have a space, we can store the wild boar meat there for now, and I can come to retrieve it when I want to eat, given that he often dined at her place. Yi Qingzhu had no objections. She then asked, "Is Li Sen's injury serious?" Xia Bai explained, "He suffered a broken rib from falling tree trunk. He has already undergone surgery and is now in recovery." Yi Qingzhu nodded in understanding and took out the crystal stones, saying, "You mentioned being able to check the quality of the crystals. Here, take this and see what you can find." Taking the crystal stones, Xia Bai utilized his detection device for testing. Yi Qingzhu was surprised and remarked, "Has your detection device been upgraded? It can now assess the quality of the crystals." Xia Bai smiled. "Yes, the personnel from the base upgraded it, making it much more convenient for our external missions, as many of our tasks involve testing." Yi Qingzhu asked, "Is this upgrade available to everyone, or just your mercenaries and the base personnel?" Xia Bai replied, "Anyone can upgrade, but it's rarely used by the general public, and the upgrade costs 2,000 points. If you have anything you like tested, feel free to bring it to me." Yi Qingzhu found his reasoning compelling and decided against worrying about the upgrade any further. The testing of the 2 crystal stones was completed quickly. Xia Bai announced, "1 high-grade yellow crystal and 1 mid-grade green crystal." Yi Qingzhu calculated, the high-grade yellow crystal is worth 13,000 points, and a mid-grade green crystal is 8,500 points, totaling 21,500 points, which will be divided among us, giving 167 points each. "I will transfer the points to you anyway." Xia Bai agreed, "All right, I'll inform you Wei." Yi Qingzhu paused and added, "Also, we need to evenly split the rental cost for the slaughterhouse today. I'll transfer that to you as well." After a moment, Xia Bai responded, "Okay." Yi Qingzhu quickly transferred the points to Xia Bai and Jian Wei, then happily stored the crystals. Having completed all of this, Yi Qingzhu asked, "Do you have any plans for tonight? Would you like to join me for dinner?" Xia Bai shook his head. "I have nothing on my agenda, so I will prepare dinner, and we can use the wild boar meat." Yi Qingzhu took out a bunch of water celery, washed it, and suggested, "Then let us make wild boar stir-fried with water celery." Xia Bai smiled, "Sure, you just wait to eat." Yi Qingzhu had no objections, appreciating not having to help. Noticing that their water supply was running low, she took a bucket to fetch some. After returning with the water, the dinner was still not ready. So Yi Qingzhu sat on a stool and messaged Xiao Jigang to inquire about the fishing nets. She had wanted to ask while at Xiao Jigang's store, but it was too crowded then. Xiao Jigang quickly replied, "The fishing nets haven't arrived yet, but the thick clothing will be in tomorrow. You can come and take a look when you have time." After replying, Yi Qingzhu received a notification that she could view the houses tomorrow, along with the addresses. She turned to Xia Bai and asked, "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" "The official properties can be viewed, and I plan to go early in the morning." Xia Bai scooped the stir-fried dish from the pot, saying, "I will accompany you tomorrow." Yi Qingzhu set the table and stated, "Great. Let us plan for 7 a.m. to view the houses. I'll send you the exact address." Xia Bai placed the stir-fried water celery and wild boar on the table, sat down, and handed Yi Qingzhu a nutrient solution, saying, "All right." Yi Qingzhu glanced at the nutrient solution Xia Bai offered and waved her hand, saying, "I just bought some nutrient solution a couple of days ago. You don't need to give me more." Xia Bai chuckled, putting away one of the nutrient solutions, then picked up his chopsticks and said, "Come, try the water celery stir-fried with wild boar. Delicious." After finishing their meal, Xia Bai took on the task of washing the dishes. Once he was done, he returned with some wild boar meat. After Xia Bai left, Yi Qingzhu took out the highly contaminated crayfish from her space for purification. The crayfish was quite large, and after the purification, there was little of her ability left, so she used the remaining energy to purify a jug of water. Once her energy was depleted, she placed the crayfish back in her space and assessed its size. Yi Qingzhu then took out her crystal stones to absorb their energy. Currently, she possessed 2 green crystal stones. One was left over from her last absorption, and the other was a yellow crystal stone. Yi Qingzhu decided to use both green crystal stones, leaving the yellow one as a precaution. Sitting on her bed, she quietly absorbed the energy from the 2 green stones, feeling invigorated and unusually energetic. In hindsight, she regretted absorbing the stones before sleep. It would have been wiser to do so in the morning. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she checked the expansion of her space. Upon entering, she discovered that what was once approximately 12 cubic meters had grown to a remarkable 30 cubic meters. Satisfied with the increased space, Yi Qingzhu acknowledged that while 30 cubic meters was not excessively large, it could accommodate a considerable amount of items, and she could further expand it with more crystal stones in the future. Feeling invigorated, she found it impossible to sleep after the absorption, sensing a resurgence of her abilities. Yi Qingzhu then got up to purify the highly contaminated water celery and wild vegetables in her space. After exhausting her energy and engaging in some rigorous exercise, she finally felt fatigue enough to climb into bed for a restful slumber. The official base house was located on the eastern outskirts of the base, not far from the hospital. Both Yi Qingzhu and Xie Bai arrived early and first took a stroll around the area. The location was somewhat remote, but was situated close to the base's city wall, with the nearest other houses being a kilometer away. After their tour, Xie Bai remarked, "Though the location is somewhat secluded, it offers good security, being adjacent to the base and positioned in a relatively safe corner. Even in the event of danger, it is unlikely to reach you immediately. Furthermore, the entire warehouse is surrounded by tall walls, serving as a formidable defense." Yi Qingzhu concurred, stating, "Indeed, a slightly remote location is acceptable. These walls are not only high but also sturdy. It certainly seems promising. Now let us see what the interior holds." As they stood outside the warehouse waiting for someone to arrive, at 7 o'clock, a tall, thin man approached them and inquired, "Are you here to view the property?" Yi Qingzhu nodded in affirmation. "Yes, we are." The man produced a key and unlocked a metal gate in the middle of the surrounding wall. He explained, "This used to be a storage area for the base, but it has been in use for a while and was only recently decided to be rented out. You are the first to come and see it." As he spoke, he led Yi Qingzhu and Xie Bai into the yard. It was evident that the area had been vacant for some time, appearing somewhat neglected. There was an open space in front and 3 rooms at the back, with a small room tucked in the corner. Upon entering, they noticed weeds growing on either side, while a stone pathway ran through the open space leading to the front of the houses. The man used the key to open the doors to the 3 rooms. Because it had previously served as a warehouse, the layout was quite simple, consisting of 3 connected concrete rooms. Upon entering, the interiors were starkly empty, devoid of any furnishings. The man added, "As you know, this was a warehouse, so there is no particular style. It is simply 3 rooms, completely unfurnished. However, there are utilities available, and you can store your items without any issues. The small room in the corner serves as a bathroom, which also has water and electricity. The total area, including the 3 rooms and the yard, is 260 square meters." Yi Qingzhu inquired, "We're not here just to store things. We intend to live here. Can we modify the house?" The man was momentarily taken aback at the mention of living accommodations, but quickly regained his composure and replied, "Certainly. Once rented, you may renovate it as you see fit, as it will not be used for anything else." Yi Qingzhu asked, "What about the rent?" "It's 130,000 points per year." Yi Qingzhu pondered, realizing she had over 200,000 points. The yearly rent of 130,000 points was considerable, especially since the house required complete furnishing and potential modifications, which would incur additional expenses. After a brief silence, she inquired with a smile, "Is there any room for negotiation on this rent?" The man, recognizing their earnest desire to rent, contemplated for a moment and said, "This price is set by the base, but I can check with my superiors to see if there is any flexibility. I'll let you know." Yi Qingzhu nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you." Understanding that inquiries would take time, she and Xie Bai decided to explore other properties in the meantime. Soon after, they arrived at another property, a tidy little courtyard with 2 rooms and a small yard. Upon their arrival, a woman was present inside. Learning that they were interested in viewing the property, she enthusiastically began to introduce it. "Though this house is not large, it has all the essentials. We've left behind some old furniture that we no longer need, and it comes with a small yard where you can sit and relax." Yi Qingzhu carefully examined the premises and noted the owner's evident care for the property. Although it was not a new house, there were no signs of damage. Everything was clean and tidy, creating a comfortable atmosphere. However, for Yi Qingzhu, it was still too small. She desired a larger yard suitable for vegetable gardening, and while this house had a small yard, it was insufficient for her needs and would be easily visible to neighbors if she attempted to plant anything. Reluctantly, she expressed her dissatisfaction and moved on to the final property. The layout was similar, located in the heart of a bustling area, but the price was steep at 500,000 points, making it unsuitable for Yi Qingzhu. Xiaobai accompanied Yi Qingzhu as she inspected all the properties, understanding her needs. Although the warehouse was desolate and empty, it better met her requirements, albeit with the necessity of investing considerable points and energy into renovations. After viewing the houses, Yi Qingzhu decided to head home when she received a message from a man stating that the lowest rent could be reduced by 5,000 points to 125,000 points per year, with the rent payable annually. She could modify the warehouse as desired, and unless she chose not to renew the lease, it would not be rented out to anyone else in the interim. Upon receiving the message, Yi Qingzhu promptly replied, "All right, I'll rent it for 3 years. Do we need to sign a lease agreement?" The man confirmed, "Yes, we need a contract. If you decide to rent now, I can prepare the lease agreement immediately, and we can sign it today." Yi Qingzhu responded with an affirmative all right. Beside her, Xiaobai remarked, "Once we secure the rental of the house today, we can take some time to tidy up and commence renovations. I plan to rest for a few days, so I can assist you." With Xiaobai's offer, Yi Qingzhu was naturally pleased. "Great. You can also provide insights on how the renovations could be executed more effectively." The two returned to the warehouse and waited briefly at the entrance before a man approached with the contract. Noticing the smiles on Yi Qingzhu and Xiaobai's faces, he said, "I apologize for the wait. I have brought the contract. Please review it for any issues. If all is well, we can proceed to sign." Yi Qingzhu took the contract, glancing through it. The lease agreement was straightforward, primarily detailing the tenant, the duration of the rental, and the freedom to modify the space during the lease term. The man observed Yi Qingzhu reviewing the document without interruption. Upon entering the high-walled area, he continued, "Once you sign, I will take a photo and upload it to the system. There is no need for you to visit the property notary. You will see that the warehouse is officially registered under your name for the duration of your lease." Yi Qingzhu nodded in understanding, retrieved a pen from the man, and readily signed the contract. After signing, the man instructed her to transfer points to a designated account, explaining, "From now on, simply remit the rent to this account annually. Utility payments will be your responsibility too, although there is no gas service." He pointed out where the water and electricity meters were located. Yi Qingzhu nodded in agreement. Upon receiving the points, the man handed all the keys to Yi Qingzhu and, in her presence, photographed the contract for the system, confirming that the warehouse was officially under her name. Once the man departed, Yi Qingzhu remarked with a smile, "Although it is merely a warehouse, I need not worry about theft at home. The sturdy high walls provide a great sense of security." Xiaobai added, "The walls are formidable, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to scale them." I inspected the large iron gate upon entry. Although somewhat aged, it remains robust and does not require replacement. Merely a new lock will suffice. Yi Qingzhu replied, "If it is functional, there is no need to squander points. We will utilize it for now, and next, we must find someone to assist with the renovations so we can move in as soon as possible." Xiaobai inquired, "How do you envision the renovations?" "The basic utilities are in place, and the structure consists of concrete walls with no windows in any of the 3 rooms. Installing windows is essential for adequate lighting." As they conversed, they arrived at the 3 rooms. Upon opening the door, they observed that the walls had been painted white, yet years of neglect had left a layer of dust and cobwebs. The rooms were spacious, equipped with 2 light fixtures, each having separate switches. Yi Qingzhu stated, "Yes, windows are a necessity, and I shall seek a professional for that. The middle room will serve as my bedroom, the right room will be the kitchen, and the left will function as a storage area." The kitchen offered ample space for a cooking stove, whether traditional or electric, and she planned to install an exhaust vent along with cabinets, tables, and chairs. "I know someone who can handle this. I will help you find a worker. For the tables and chairs, as well as the bed for your bedroom, we can explore the base. There are several large markets with a wide array of items, though the prices may be on the higher side." Yi Qingzhu responded, Once the fundamental facilities are installed, we can arrange to purchase everything in one go. However, if we encounter quality second-hand items, we should consider them, as points may be insufficient. Xiaobai reassured her, if you find yourself short on points, I can assist. Yi Qingzhu smiled. All right, I will certainly reach out to you if needed. She then ventured to the adjacent restroom, which featured a squat toilet and a wash basin. With a space of approximately 10 square meters, Yi Qingzhu intended to install a shower and organize some essentials. The bedroom was spacious, and she planned to add a partition to create two areas, one for sleeping and the other for tables and chairs. With a renovation plan underway, she entrusted Xiaobai with finding laborers. Observing the overgrown yard, Yi Qingzhu first tested the soil, discovering fluctuating pollution levels. Yi Qingzhu and Xiaobai split tasks. Xiaobai sought individuals for renovations and cooking, while she headed to the supply shop to purchase cleaning tools and retrieve the hose Xiaobai had previously bought to clear the weeds. Upon arriving at the supply shop, where other customers were still shopping, Yi Qingzhu patiently waited. Once the customers had left, she cheerfully greeted Qiao Jigang, saying, Brother Qiao, I have successfully rented a warehouse at the base, and now I need to buy some cleaning supplies. Qiao Jigang replied, that warehouse should be quite spacious. Though it is completely bare, renovating it will require considerable effort. Yi Qingzhu acknowledged, indeed, it lacks everything, but I have the freedom to modify it as I wish. And I have already devised a plan. Very well. If you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I can help you find what you need. If you're looking for new furniture, the market at the base is ideal. For second-hand items, I can keep an eye out for you. He offered. Yi Qingzhu requested. Please keep an eye out for quality second-hand shelves or cabinets. Additionally, I need a water heater, shower, broom, bucket, brush, and cleaning supplies. Do you have any of those? Qiao Jigang replied, I do not have new water heaters, but I do have an old set. Would you like to take a look? Yi Qingzhu nodded and followed Qiao Jigang to the storeroom. The solar heater was indeed old, so she declined. Ultimately, she left with some cleaning tools. Back home, she retrieved the hoe and returned to the warehouse, organizing her supplies. The day was overcast, devoid of intense sunlight. Yi Qingzhu decided to perform a light cleaning of the interior before undertaking a thorough cleaning post-renovation, followed by clearing the weeds from the yard. The yard was quite spacious, with the house and yard each occupying half of the area, providing ample space for Yi Qingzhu to cultivate plants, which was of utmost importance to her. As she finished sweeping the 3 rooms, Xiaobai returned with a middle-aged man who appeared amiable and slightly plump. Xiaobai introduced, this is the property owner, Qingzhu. This is Lu Yang, a skilled builder and renovator. Yi Qingzhu smiled and directly addressed Lu Yang. I need windows installed in all 3 rooms. The middle room requires a partition, and the right room will be transformed into a kitchen. Please advise on the best approach. Lu Yang followed Yi Qingzhu into the rooms, observing their identical layouts, which were simple concrete structures. Ultimately, he stated, for the kitchen, we must prioritize establishing drainage first. Once that is complete, the other tasks will follow suit. Yi Qingzhu nodded, indicating her agreement, and then discussed specific details with Lu Yang, including the installation of a water heater and shower in the bathroom. Lu Yang assured her that there would be no issues, and they also talked about the materials needed for the renovation. Yi Qingzhu decided to inquire about the prices of these materials, but Xiaobai mentioned that he had already asked when he was out looking for someone, revealing that these items were rather expensive. Lu Yang, being a familiar acquaintance, would not engage in any dishonest practices regarding the materials, and it was ultimately decided that Lu Yang would take charge of both the renovation and the materials. Yi Qingzhu requested Lu Yang to calculate how many additional points would be required and how quickly the work could be completed. This was Lu Yang's first major project, and he felt a surge of excitement, promising that he would ensure everything would go smoothly. Eventually, Lu Yang estimated that the work would take at least a week, and the total cost for the renovation and materials would be around 50,000 points. Eager to move in quickly, Yi Qingzhu did not haggle over the price, but simply asked for a quality and timely completion. Lu Yang repeatedly assured her that there would be no problems. After their communication, he left to prepare the workforce and materials, agreeing to start early the next morning. Yi Qingzhu, glancing at the time, realized it was getting late. She took out some water, nutritional supplements, and loquats for lunch. Xiaobai split a loquat in half and handed one piece to Yi Qingzhu, saying, "You still have some loquats left." Yi Qingzhu nodded. "I saved a few for myself. After we finish eating, let us clear the weeds from the field. Once the house is ready, we can check for vegetable seeds at the base when we go to buy furniture. I want to try planting some myself." Xiaobai nodded in agreement. "All right, no problem. You spent quite a few points on renting and renovating. You must not have many left, right?" Yi Qingzhu smiled and confirmed, "Indeed, not much, but I still have some. Don't worry. If it runs out, I'll definitely reach out to you." After their meal, they began weeding. The wild grasses possessed unique characteristics of the wasteland, with deep roots and considerable height, making them challenging to handle. The two spent the entire afternoon clearing the weeds from the yard. After returning home and preparing dinner, Xiaobai left, and Yi Qingzhu felt satisfied after purifying the remaining wild vegetables and resting. The next morning, Yi Qingzhu went down to the storage room to wait for Lu Yang and his team to arrive. Xiaobai also arrived early, and when Lu Yang and 3 others showed up, they quietly began their work without much conversation. Seeing that there was nothing for her to assist with, Yi Qingzhu sent a message to Gu Xiaoying to ask if she had time to visit the bayberry grove as she had mentioned. Soon, Gu Xiaoying replied, "Sister Yi, I can. Let us meet at the base entrance in a bit." After sending the message, Yi Qingzhu pulled Xiaobai aside and said, "Xiaobai, I'm going to scavenge in the wild for a while." After a pause, she added, "Actually, it's more like scouting. If I find anything promising, I'll message you." Xiaobai smiled and replied, "All right. Last time you said you'd take me fishing. I'll help you supervise here and prepare some fishing tools." Yi Qingzhu nodded, handing the storage room key to Xiaobai before heading towards the base entrance to meet Gu Xiaoying. "Sister Yi," Gu Xiaoying exclaimed, waving happily upon seeing her. "Didn't you go scavenging today?" Yi Qingzhu inquired. Gu Xiaoying responded, "I did, but when I received your message halfway, I turned back." As they walked towards the direction Gu Xiaoying indicated, Yi Qingzhu said, "I'm sorry for not telling you earlier. If you'd already set out, you could have informed me, and we could have rescheduled." Gu Xiaoying cheerfully replied, "It's fine, Sister Yi. I just left and hadn't gone far. Plus, I feel luckier when I'm with you." Yi Qingzhu smiled without saying anything further as they headed south. Initially, Yi Qingzhu thought Gu Xiaoying was young and could walk slowly, but to her surprise, Gu Xiaoying moved quickly, her steps brisk. Before long, they arrived at the location Gu Xiaoying mentioned. As they approached, they paused and concealed themselves behind a large tree. Gu Xiaoying pointed to a thicket ahead and whispered, "Sister Yi, look over there where the brambles are. There's actually a small path leading up to the bayberry grove. I discovered it secretly, but there are often a few men patrolling in the grove." Yi Qingzhu understood that in places like this, whoever discovers it first claims it as their own. As long as others were unaware, it remained a secret gathering spot. Given that it was guarded, it was clearly the territory of a group, which could be troublesome. "Let us sneak up and assess the situation. If we find an opportunity, we'll take it. If not, we'll devise another plan." "Okay," Gu Xiaoying replied, and the two stealthily navigated through the thicket. The path was evidently crafted with intention. It was clear that Gu Xiaoying had created it, showcasing her surprising boldness for someone so small. They followed the narrow path to the edge of the bayberry grove, using the leaves and intertwined vines for cover. Yi Qingzhu crouched slightly and peered out to survey the surroundings. Just a few steps away lay a grove of bayberry trees, their ripe red and green fruits emitting a fragrant aroma that made one's mouth water. After observing for a while without spotting anyone, Yi Qingzhu gestured to Gu Xiaoying, and they quickly dashed into the grove, splitting up to inspect the fruits on the trees. With her purifying abilities, Yi Qingzhu harvested every sizable and pristine fruit she encountered, regardless of edibility, placing them into her space. Just as she was engrossed in her picking, she suddenly heard footsteps nearby. She quickly signaled to Gu Xiaoying, and they stealthily concealed themselves behind a bush. As the footsteps drew nearer, Yi Qingzhu cautiously parted the leaves to glimpse the approaching figure. The newcomer was a burly man, muscular and imposing. Such physique was rare in the wasteland, where she typically encountered the gaunt and emaciated. The man wielded a makeshift weapon, a sturdy wooden stick with animal claws bound to its end, which were exceptionally sharp and glimmered faintly blue, suggesting they were poisoned. The man patrolled the area, but, seemingly oblivious, eventually moved on. Once he was out of sight, Yi Qingzhu and Gu Xiaoying cautiously returned to the bayberry trees to continue their inspection. They remained vigilant, carefully examining the fruits while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Surprisingly, no one returned to patrol during their lengthy inspection. Yi Qingzhu found this odd, doubting that the patrol would merely circle around and not return. Something felt amiss, but with no further movement from the other side, she could only remain silently alert. Xiaoying, when you came here before, was there always someone guarding the bayberry grove and patrolling? Yi Qingzhu quietly asked as she leaned closer to Gu Xiaoying. Gu Xiaoying nodded and replied softly, "Yes, I've actually been here several times in secret." However, after a short while, individuals began to arrive. More than one, in fact. Today was peculiar. A man came by, merely circling the area before departing. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoying's words, Yi Qingzhu quickly comprehended that this grove of bayberries was being surveilled so closely, with continuous patrols, that the surroundings must have been meticulously scrutinized and thoroughly familiarized. It was implausible that such a considerable vulnerability had gone unnoticed. It appeared these individuals had long since discovered the situation and were deliberately luring them into a trap. Their current absence likely aimed to lower the guard of those sneaking in to investigate, intending to ensnare them all at once. Xiaoying, I suspect these people are deceitful. They must have noticed us upon our arrival and are waiting for us to take the bait. If we encounter danger, you must find an opportunity to flee. Do you understand? Yi Qingzhu whispered to Gu Xiaoying. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoying lowered her head in silence. Yi Qingzhu realized that the young girl likely did not wish to be abandoned, so she patiently reassured her. Xiaoying, you've seen how I dealt with two men using just a stone. You should know I am quite capable. If you find a chance to escape, I will feel more at ease confronting these individuals. Wouldn't you agree? Gu Xiaoying looked up at Yi Qingzhu, her small face bearing a serious expression as she nodded. Understood. Sister Yi, I want to hold you back. I will run when the opportunity arises. Although Yi Qingzhu wished to convey that her concern was not about being a burden, but rather about her safety, now was not the time for lengthy explanations. She sensed several individuals approaching them. With a glance, she signaled Gu Xiaoying to stay alert. They stood beneath a bayberry tree, feigning ignorance as they examined the berries. While remaining vigilant, it seemed they had already been discovered, and now their path back would surely be blocked. In an instant, the other party appeared to sense something amiss. Exchanging glances, they rushed towards Yi Qingzhu and Gu Xiaoying. As soon as they moved, Yi Qingzhu was aware of it. Swiftly assessing the situation, three individuals were forming a surrounding formation, each wielding weapons that clearly indicated they were not to be trifled with. As they charged, Yi Qingzhu directed a lightning-fast maneuver towards the man approaching her, executing a shoulder throw, while simultaneously calling out to Gu Xiaoying, "Xiaoying, run." Gu Xiaoying understood that she was no match for three strong adult men, and since they were clearly fixated on Yi Qingzhu rather than herself, without hesitation, she seized the opportunity to nimbly escape the encirclement, fleeing downhill without looking back. The attackers were evidently unprepared for the seemingly frail woman to possess such skill, as she had swiftly dealt with one of their own. Although momentarily taken aback, they quickly regained their composure and shouted in unison, launching an assault on Yi Qingzhu. Seeing them advance, Yi Qingzhu swiftly disarmed the weapon from the man who had attempted to ambush her from behind, using him as a shield against another attack. The once ferocious assault was abruptly halted as the aggressor realized their comrade was being used as a barrier, forcing them to redirect their strike to avoid hitting him. The man being used as a shield uttered a string of curses, but Yi Qingzhu wasted no time, propelling the man towards the assailants. The force of the impact caused a dull thud as two large figures collided. Meanwhile, the man who had been thrown to the ground quickly rose, reclaiming his weapon and lunging at Yi Qingzhu. As the glowing, toxic tip of his weapon aimed for her, she deftly evaded just in time. However, the man wielding the toxic weapon was quick to adjust his assault once more. At the same time, the two men who had collided regained their footing and joined the attack against Yi Qingzhu. Just as the man with the poison-tipped weapon was about to strike, a stone suddenly flew from behind, striking him squarely in the back. Caught off guard by this unexpected assault, he was momentarily stunned. It was Gu Xiaoying, who had stealthily circled around to launch her surprise attack with a stone. Without lingering, she quickly darted back into the forest. One of the men contemplated pursuing her, but realized that chasing her through the woods would be futile, so he redirected his focus back to confronting Yi Qingzhu. Yi Qingzhu seized the opportunity presented by the momentary pause of the man, skillfully kicking the poison-tipped weapon off course, causing it to strike the other man, charging at her instead. The wounded man let out a piercing scream as the one holding the poison weapon, witnessing his comrade's injury, found it too late to withdraw his attack. Rage ignited in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Yi Qingzhu, renewing his assault against her. The man who had been struck was visibly suffering, his complexion turning a sickly hue. Yi Qingzhu thought to herself, "Indeed, that poison is lethal. Were I to be struck, I would not escape." Seeing his comrade fall, the other man rushed to assist him, muttering, "Hold on. We'll get you to a doctor for an antidote. You must endure." This poison was originally intended for their enemies, derived from a mutated beast, and no antidote existed. The realization that one of their own had been struck left them in a state of despair. As they watched their teammate foam at the mouth, his eyes rolling back, it was evident he was beyond saving, and with no antidote available, the others could only helplessly witness his final breaths. The man wielding the poison weapon, enraged by the loss of his teammate, intensified his attacks, each strike more vicious than the last. Yet Yi Qingzhu was no novice, armed with the weapon she had seized. She countered each blow while launching her own offensive. The man who had previously supported his fallen comrade, upon witnessing his friend's demise, picked up the weapon of the deceased and shouted, "I will kill you." He and another man coordinated their assault against Yi Qingzhu with a ferocity that suggested they would not relent until one of them was dead. Though their attacks lacked formal technique, it was evident they were seasoned fighters, each strike aimed with lethal intent. The three engaged in a fierce exchange, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Yet Yi Qingzhu understood that this stalemate could not persist. The adversaries were likely awaiting reinforcements. As soon as their people arrive, no matter how formidable one may be alone, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Moreover, with Gu Xiaoying hidden in the woods, if she waits for others to come, she will undoubtedly be captured as well, necessitating a swift resolution. Yi Qingzhu pondered while fending off attacks, continuously seeking vulnerabilities and opportunities in her adversaries. However, the two opponents exhibited a remarkable synergy, making it challenging to overcome them, unlike the typical refugees. While Yi Qingzhu searched for weaknesses, her foes too awaited their chance. Both sides infused with a fierce determination. Given the prior ambush, the two men were acutely aware of their surroundings. Their weapons, wooden sticks enhanced with animal claws or tough thorns, began to splinter after an intense struggle. Observing the fractured wood, Yi Qingzhu intensified her assault while awaiting her moment. When one of their sticks struck a nearby tree, she swiftly drew her dagger and plunged it fiercely into one man's neck. Completely unprepared for the presence of a dagger, he found escape impossible, watching helplessly as the blade pierced his throat, blood gushing from the severed artery. After striking one adversary, Yi Qingzhu immediately retracted her dagger and aimed it at the other. However, the man adeptly evaded her strike. Witnessing his companions fall one after another, his expression turned more malevolent, his gaze venomous as he fixated on Yi Qingzhu, seemingly intent on devouring her whole. Understanding the man's ferocity, Yi Qingzhu wielded her dagger with renewed vigor. With only a damaged wooden stick in hand, and now solely focused on self-preservation, the man struggled to defend himself. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qingzhu unleashed a relentless barrage, ultimately delivering a fatal blow to his heart. With three men down, she wasted no time and turned to locate Gu Xiaoying, only to find her waving from amidst the trees. "Sister Yi, over here. Xiaoying, we must hurry. They surely have accomplices who may already be en route," Yi Qingzhu replied as she hastened towards her. "Yes, Sister Yi, let us go this way. I know another path down the mountain that leads back to the base," Gu Xiaoying responded, leading Yi Qingzhu toward the mountain's opposite side. Both were accustomed to traversing mountainous terrain, allowing them to descend rapidly. Within half an hour, they reached the mountainside's base. Meanwhile, at the site of the recent skirmish, several individuals had arrived, their furious roars and inquiries echoing as they beheld their fallen comrades. Yet, no one remained to answer their questions. On the other side, Gu Xiaoying and Yi Qingzhu continued down the mountainside. Curiosity piqued. Yi Qingzhu inquired, "Xiaoying, how are you so familiar with these mountain paths?" "Sister Yi, my parents passed away in an accident when I was 6. After their departure, I was left utterly alone, often bullied by those around me. Whenever I managed to find something to eat, it would be snatched away. Eventually, I sought refuge in the mountains, consuming whatever I found there. The more I ran these paths, the more familiar I became with them." In just a few sentences, Gu Xiaoying conveyed her lonely existence, filling Yi Qingzhu's heart with tenderness. Smiling, she said, "Xiaoying, if you ever need a place to scavenge, you can join me." Gu Xiaoying halted abruptly, turning to Yi Qingzhu with excitement. "Sister Yi, is that true? Can I really scavenge with you?" Yi Qingzhu affectionately ruffled Gu Xiaoying's hair and nodded. "Yes, you can scavenge with me every day." Pausing, she added, "Aren't you afraid of encountering mutated creatures all alone in the mountains?" Gu Xiaoying, beaming with joy, replied, "I am scared, but I can be careful. In the beginning, I was often bitten by various ants and bugs, causing painful welts. I had no points to see a doctor or buy medicine, so I endured it, fainting several times at home or in the mountains, yet somehow managed to survive." Though Gu Xiaoying spoke with a smile, Yi Qingzhu could still sense her helplessness and resilience. Understanding that such hardships were common in a post-apocalyptic world, she felt a surge of compassion for the young girl. Noticing Gu Xiaoying barefoot, she remarked, "The stone you threw today was a tremendous help. When we return to the base, I will buy you a pair of shoes as a token of my gratitude." To her surprise, Gu Xiaoying shook her head. "Sister Yi, I don't want shoes. If the others see me with them, they will surely try to take them. I'm just happy to scavenge with you every day." Glancing at her own calloused feet, Gu Xiaoying continued, "Sister Yi, I have grown accustomed to being barefoot. When I grow older and stronger, able to protect my belongings, then I will ask for those shoes, all right?" Hearing Gu Xiaoying's words, Yi Qingzhu felt a lump in her throat and her eyes moistening, yet she smiled and said, "All right, just tell me whenever you want those shoes." Gu Xiaoying nodded eagerly. Okay. Following the mountain path, they reached the foot of the mountain. To Yi Qingzhu's surprise, they had arrived at the very spot where she first entered this world. They walked along the main road toward the base. Moving swiftly, they soon reached the base. Upon arriving at the entrance, Yi Qingzhu messaged Xia Baifa, asking him to visit later as she had matters to discuss. Xia Baifa promptly replied, agreeing to come by at 5 o'clock. After receiving the message, Yi Qingzhu turned to Gu Xiaoying and said, "Xiaoying, since we have some time, would you like to come to my house for a bit? We can have dinner together later." Delighted by the invitation, Gu Xiaoying's heart soared at the thought of sharing a meal, particularly because she still had some edible water celery she had found. With that in mind, she eagerly nodded, "Yes, Sister Yi, I want to visit your house." "Then let us go," Yi Qingzhu said, leading Gu Xiaoying toward her home. As for the warehouse, they would postpone that visit for now, considering Xia Baifa would be there, and they could check it out tomorrow. Yi Qingzhu quickly returned home with Gu Xiaoying. Once inside, she instructed, "Xiaoying, please sit for a moment while I fetch a bucket of water." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoying immediately chimed in, "Sister Yi, I'll go with you. I can help carry the water. I'm quite strong." In the midst of the mulberry grove, Yi Qingzhu chuckled and said, "Then you shall accompany me." But there is no need for Gu Xiaoying to assist in fetching water, as only one bucket remains for storing drinking water. With that, Yi Qingzhu swiftly returned with Gu Xiaoying after gathering water. Back at home, she took out wild boar meat, water celery, mushrooms, and the remaining potatoes from the last visit of Xie Bai, planning to stir-fry water celery with wild boar meat and mushrooms for dinner. Gu Xiaoying, seeing such delectable ingredients for the first time, was mesmerized, her eyes widening in astonishment. After a moment, she regained her composure and pulled out a small piece of water celery from her pocket, presenting it to Yi Qingzhu. "Sister Yi, I still have a little water celery left. Let us cook it together tonight." Yi Qingzhu smiled at Gu Xiaoying's offering, saying, "Tonight, we have more than enough. You should keep your water celery for yourself." Gu Xiaoying stubbornly shook her head, insisting, "Sister Yi, this is all the water celery I have. Please don't refuse it." Seeing Gu Xiaoying's determination, Yi Qingzhu reluctantly accepted the water celery she offered. All right, we shall mix your water celery with ours. Xiaoying, you can help me with the fire later. Okay, Sister Yi. Gu Xiaoying replied cheerfully, rushing off to assist with the fire. After Yi Qingzhu had chopped all the vegetables, she glanced at the clock, noting it was nearly 5 o'clock, aware that Xie would soon arrive. She began to stir-fry the dishes, and, just as she finished, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Yi Qingzhu welcomed Xie inside, who immediately noticed a shabby little girl standing by the table. She appeared timid, with tousled hair and a few smudges of dirt on her face, yet her large eyes sparkled with brightness. Curiosity piqued. Xie stole another glance at her, before shifting his questioning gaze to Yi Qingzhu. Receiving his unspoken inquiry, Yi Qingzhu smiled and introduced, Xie, this is Gu Xiaoying. Xiaoying, this is my friend, Xie. Upon hearing her name, Gu Xiaoying quickly glanced up at Xie before lowering her head like a startled deer, her small hands nervously fidgeting with her clothing, clearly feeling quite uneasy. Xie and Yi Qingzhu exchanged a knowing look, opting for silence as they settled at the table. Yi Qingzhu urged, Xiaoying, come sit and eat. Just as they took their seats, Gu Xiaoying couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xie from the corner of her eye. Realizing he was unaware of her gaze, she sighed in relief. Turning back, she offered Yi Qingzhu a sweet smile and reached for the chopsticks on the table. Faced with an array of dishes she had never encountered before, she hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Yi Qingzhu, with a smile, picked up a piece of wild boar meat and placed it in Gu Xiaoying's bowl, encouraging her, Xiaoying, do taste Sister Ye's cooking. Gu Xiaoying obediently nodded and began to savor the pork. After a meal filled with laughter and joy, she finally returned to her cheerful self. Once dinner concluded, Gu Xiaoying offered to wash the dishes. Yi Qingzhu playfully tugged at her, saying, Xiaoying, night is falling. You should head home now, and let Brother Xie take care of the dishes. Initially reluctant to abandon her task, Gu Xiaoying noticed Xie already washing the dishes, prompting her to bid farewell and return home. Once Xie had neatly arranged the clean dishes, he wiped his hands and turned to Yi Qingzhu, inquiring, What's the story with that little girl? Yi Qingzhu recounted her encounter with Gu Xiaoying and their adventure in the mulberry grove. Xie listened intently, and after she finished, he furrowed his brow in thought before exclaiming, I never expected such a petite girl to possess such courage. Yi Qingzhu chuckled heartily in agreement. Indeed, I was surprised she had the audacity to launch a sneak attack. Xie gazed at her thoughtfully, remarking, Your bravery is not to be underestimated either. Based on your description, those 3 men you dealt with were likely part of a small gang from the outer zone. Such groups often venture out in search of resources and food, fearless and audacious. Pausing for effect, he continued, As for the deceased, it's not a significant issue. Many perish in the wild, but trouble may arise if such a gang sets its sights on you. Are you certain no one witnessed your departure? Yi Qingzhu replied, I am certain no one was around, though I cannot guarantee there weren't any onlookers afterward. It's a pity for such a vast mulberry grove to be guarded by a single gang. Xie laughed. I didn't expect you to be so unconcerned about trouble. Yet still think fondly of the mulberry grove. Yi Qingzhu retrieved 2 previously purified mulberries from her space, taking a bite from one and offering the other to Xie. Try this and tell me how it tastes. Xie, observing the dark red mulberry, remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he took a bite. The mulberries were several times larger than normal, bursting with juice, their sweet and sour flavor tantalizing his palate. Yi Qingzhu watched him savor the mulberry, grinning, Well, isn't it delicious? Imagine if we could find a few more edible ones. Even if we don't exchange them for points, having them for ourselves would be delightful. After finishing his mulberry, Xie replied, Indeed, it's quite tasty. From your description, that grove is substantial, and it shouldn't remain under the control of a small gang. But leave this matter to me. Rest assured, by tomorrow, everyone will be able to pick mulberries. Realizing Xie intention, Yi Qingzhu understood he would seek assistance from the authorities, ensuring that the grove would be accessible to all. The more, the merrier. With her purification ability, she was confident her harvest would exceed that of others. Nodding with a smile, she inquired about the progress of the house construction. Xiaobai tossed aside the mulberry pit, stating, Liu Yang's team works swiftly and diligently. The drainage in the kitchen is complete, and the partition for your bedroom is halfway built using cement and bricks, though it's not very thick, roughly 6 centimeters. Yi Qingzhu shook her head dismissively. That is perfectly fine. It's merely a partition. There is no need for it to be thick. What remains are the windows, kitchen stove, and installations for water and the water heater. Xiaobai nodded and continued. Regarding fishing tools, I have prepared fish traps and spears. I initially sought electric fishing equipment, but suitable options were unavailable. I've asked Captain Xiao to help find a fishing net. Yi Qingzhu responded, I have a net here as well. And I'm also asking Brother Qiao to assist in finding a net with steel wires. Regular nets are of little use. Are the traps and spears sturdy? Xiaobai assured her, the spears are made of iron, and the fish traps are constructed from steel wire and netting, ensuring quality. Additionally, I fashioned a few hooks from the leftover claws you had. They may prove useful. 2 individuals were engaged in conversation when they suddenly received a notification from the official base. The residents were informed that, according to official weather monitoring, heavy rain was expected in 2 months, followed by a strong cold wave and blizzard conditions. Therefore, everyone was advised to prepare in advance. Upon seeing the announcement, the 2 exchanged glances, and Yi Qingzhu remarked, have you noticed that the weather's been quite unstable lately? The duration of darkness varies as well. Xiaobai responded, indeed, I have sensed that. Historically, such unstable weather precedes significant disasters. The officials predict the onset in 2 months, but I suspect it may arrive sooner. We must also prepare adequate supplies for warmth and food, as chaos usually ensues in the base during disasters, especially in the outer areas, where the situation can become dire, and many lives are lost. Yi Qingzhu understood the gravity of the situation. Surviving in extreme weather would be exceedingly challenging without sufficient clothing and provisions. One could either succumb to the cold or starve, or even face violence. After all, during such times, theft and violence tend to escalate, particularly in the makeshift shelters. We need to gather more food and trade for warm clothing, she added. At that moment, Yi Qingzhu recalled that Xiao Jigang had sent her a message about a new batch of thick clothing arriving, which she had yet to check out. She glanced through the transparent organic glass at the sky and said to Xiaobai, let's go visit Brother Qiao's general store. He mentioned the new batch of thick clothing, and I haven't had a chance to see it yet. As they made their way outside, Xiaobai followed closely. Soon, they arrived at the store, only to find a considerable crowd inside, likely drawn out by the official announcement to gather supplies. Xiao Jigang was surrounded by a group of people, and upon noticing Yi Qingzhu and Xiaobai, he smiled and said, Qingzhu, I've saved some for you. It's quite busy right now. Why not come back when there are fewer people? Gratefully, Yi Qingzhu replied, thank you, Brother Qiao, and stepped back into the crowd. Once outside the store, they found a secluded spot. Xiaobai remarked, in the coming days, the time spent scavenging outside will certainly increase, and the number of people will grow as well. You must be cautious. There will likely be news about the Yangmei Grove by tomorrow morning. I'll inform you when I find out, and then you can go. Yi Qingzhu nodded. While the Yangmei Grove is promising, catching fish is more urgent, since you have a few days to rest. Let's try to catch as many as we can, some for trading points, and some for our own consumption. Xiaobai agreed, and after their discussion, they parted ways. Just as Yi Qingzhu had taken a few steps, Xiaobai called out, Qingzhu, I haven't given you the key to the storage room yet. Receiving the key, Yi Qingzhu returned home. She took out the Yangmei from her storage space, having gathered a considerable amount from her visit to the grove the previous day. After exhausting her purification abilities for the day, the Yangmei in her space was nearly fully purified. Looking at the diverse assortment of food, including loquats, sweet potatoes, mushrooms, lobsters, water celery, wild vegetables, wild boar meat, and nutritional supplements, Yi Qingzhu felt reassured that her food reserves surpassed those of many others. However, she recognized that these supplies were still limited, and she would need to venture out more to hunt edible mutated animals. Not only would this allow her to accumulate points for trading, but would also help her weather the impending extreme conditions. Once such extreme weather set in, it would not merely pass in a day or two. It could linger for a month or even 2, even after the cold wave and blizzard subsided. Many wild plants and animals in the wilderness would perish from the freezing temperatures. Consequently, even if one ventured out, substantial gains were not guaranteed. Early the next morning, Yi Qingzhu rose early. After completing her routine exercise and breakfast, she headed to the storage room. Having received a message from Lu Yang the night before expressing a desire to start working early, Yi Qingzhu understood the intent. With the knowledge of impending extreme weather, everyone was eager to finish their tasks promptly. After all, completing their work early would allow them to prepare for the coming months, earn more points, and trade for supplies. As dawn broke, Yi Qingzhu arrived at the storage room, surprised to find Lu Yang and others already there. Lu Yang, slightly embarrassed, said, "Miss Yi, I apologize for making you come so early to open the door." Yi Qingzhu shook her head. "It's no trouble. I wanted to move early as well." She unlocked the door and entered the storage room to check the progress. It was indeed as Xieba had described. After surveying the premises, she exchanged a few words with Lu Yang before leaving. After all, the space consisted of just a few concrete rooms with no valuables to worry about. Besides, those introduced by Xieba were trustworthy. Once outside, Yi Qingzhu messaged Gu Xiaoying, inquiring if she was awake and whether she wanted to scavenge together. Gu Xiaoying replied almost instantly, "Sister Yi, I'm waiting for you at the base gate." Upon receiving the message, Yi Qingzhu made her way toward the base entrance. From a distance, she spotted a small figure in the open area by the gate, quickening her pace. As she approached, she immediately noticed Gu Xiaoying bore several injuries, and, concerned, she asked, "Xiaoying, did someone trouble you? Were they associates of those we encountered yesterday?" Gu Xiaoying shook her head. "No, Sister Yi, it wasn't those people. It was someone from my place who came to steal my things. When I refused, they resorted to violence. But I bit them several times. It was quite deep." Hearing this made Yi Qingzhu's heart ache with anger, wishing to confront those responsible and teach them a lesson. "Xiaoying, if they bully you again, run straight to me, okay?" Tears welled in Gu Xiaoying's eyes as she choked back emotions, saying, "Sister Yi, I'm so glad to have met you." She smiled at Yi Qingzhu and continued, "Don't worry about me. I'm no longer afraid of them. Besides, I won't take anything home anymore. They can't get anything from me. Have you received the notice from the base? It's going to snow heavily. Let us hurry and find wild vegetables to trade for points. With points, we could buy nutritional supplements and clothes." Seeing Gu Xiaoying's determination, Yi Qingzhu smiled warmly. "All right, let us go find those wild vegetables." This time, Yi Qingzhu led Gu Xiaoying southward to scavenge, as it would facilitate their visit to the Yangmei Grove. Yesterday, Xieba had mentioned that they could go today, and Yi Qingzhu trusted his word. On their way, they encountered noticeably more scavengers, men, women, and children alike. Everyone was acutely aware of the impending blizzard and was keen to prepare in advance. Even if they couldn't find edible food, gathering firewood was essential for warmth in the freezing weather. Yi Qingzhu and Gu Xiaoying followed the crowd, but as they progressed, the number of people gradually dwindled, scattering to various areas to scavenge. Yi Qingzhu was unfamiliar with this region, which was characterized by rolling hills. She turned to Gu Xiaoying and asked, "Xiaoying, have you been here often? Is there a barren land rich in wild vegetables nearby?" Gu Xiaoying nodded. "Yes, I come here quite often. The mountains are a bit far, and there are fewer people. I know a vast stretch of barren land about half an hour ahead, nestled between two mountains. However, I had only observed from afar, where many small trees thrived." "Very well, let us proceed to take a closer look." With a clear destination in mind, the two made their way directly to the barren land described by Gu Xiaoying. Standing on a hillside, Yi Qingzhu gazed down and realized that this desolate area was indeed nestled within the mountains. Were it not for their deliberate passage through the forest, one might never discover such a place. Strictly speaking, it would be more accurate to refer to this area as a natural separation between two towering mountains rather than merely barren land. It lay in a low-lying spot at the foot of the mountains, characterized by a narrow and winding terrain, much like a serpentine green ribbon unfurling across the landscape. As Gu Xiaoying had previously described, this place was indeed dominated by shrubs, with lush branches intertwining to create a verdant panorama. Nevertheless, since they had arrived, they naturally wished to explore further. "Xiaoying, let us venture down," Yi Qingzhu suggested. Gu Xiaoying nimbly led the way, barefoot upon the leaves, carefully avoiding sharp thorns that lay beneath. They descended the moderately steep slope, and before long, they reached the barren land. The area was open at both ends, with the towering mountains on either side not fully obscuring it, allowing ample sunlight to cascade unobstructed upon the land, rendering the entire scene bright and warm. Yi Qingzhu surveyed her surroundings, noting that even the shrubs appeared taller than before, making it difficult to spot anyone hiding within. Xiaoying, let us begin our search for wild vegetables and fruits. There are many shrubs here that may bear fruit, so keep a keen eye out. Understood, Sister Yi. Gu Xiaoying replied as she inspected a cluster of dandelions by her feet. Yi Qingzhu continued to move forward, intending to take a comprehensive look around to identify the various plants present. After all, from her vantage point on the hillside, all she could see was a sea of green leaves. The diversity of flora here was remarkable, predominantly shrubs, but also interspersed with a few tall trees, wild grasses, wildflowers, and various thorny vines. After traversing a considerable distance, Yi Qingzhu finally stopped. Observing a few clusters of large plantain, she noted that they had yet to mature. And upon inspection, all 3 clusters were highly contaminated. Nonetheless, given their fresh appearance, she decided to harvest them, placing them into her storage space. The thick roots of plantain were quite delectable, especially when used in stews. As she cleared away the surrounding tall, wild vegetables, she stumbled upon several shepherd's purse plants, with one leaf being edible, while the others were similarly highly contaminated and had already been harvested. After locating these few wild vegetables, the remainder consisted of wild grasses, compelling Yi Qingzhu to continue her search diligently. Moving forward a bit more, she discovered several tall shrubs adorned with leaves of vibrant green, each supporting fruits of various hues. Grasping a branch to examine closely, she noticed round, dark blue fruits and some that were a light red. After inspecting the fruit, she discovered one that was edible and of a substantial size. After plucking it, she wiped it on her hand and took a bite, relishing its crisp texture and sweet tart flavor. Based on its taste, Yi Qingzhu surmised that this fruit was likely a blueberry. Though larger than usual, its flavor remained delightful, prompting her to devour the remaining half. Having finished the blueberry in her hand, she observed that there were indeed many blueberry bushes around, each bearing fruit, with most of them having ripened to a dark blue hue, save for a few that remained unripe. Yi Qingzhu contemplated sending a message to Gu Xiaoying, instructing her to join her after checking the wild vegetables in her vicinity. Soon enough, Gu Xiaoying replied, and while waiting for her arrival, Yi Qingzhu discreetly placed some ripe, highly contaminated blueberries into her storage space, leaving a few bushes for Gu Xiaoying to inspect upon her arrival. After harvesting a portion of the blueberries, Yi Qingzhu ventured further, hoping to discover something else. However, after walking a circuit, she found nothing aside from the occasional wild vegetable. Upon returning to the blueberry bushes, she was pleased to see Gu Xiaoying approaching. Xiaoying, come quickly. There are several blueberry bushes here, and they bear ripe blueberries, Yi Qingzhu called out, waving her hand. Blueberries? Sister Yi, what are blueberries? Gu Xiaoying inquired curiously as she hurried over. Yi Qingzhu pointed to the bushes and explained, look, the blue fruits on this tree are blueberries. They are edible. You should check them. Gu Xiaoying hesitated, saying, Sister Yi, you discovered these blueberry bushes, and there don't seem to be many. Perhaps you should check them alone. Yi Qingzhu bent down to press a branch of a blueberry bush, saying, Xiaoying, we came here together to forage for wild vegetables. And this place is where you brought me, so we should inspect it together. Hurry, don't dawdle. The strong radiation will arrive soon. Upon hearing Yi Qingzhu's words, Gu Xiaoying finally decided against further hesitation, picking up her detection device and standing on her tiptoes to begin examining the blueberries. As Gu Xiaoying began her inspection, Yi Qingzhu moved to another blueberry bush to assess it as well, secretly placing the ripe blueberries into her storage space. As Gu Xiaoying was about to finish checking several blueberry bushes, she had yet to identify a single edible one. Yi Qingzhu approached a blueberry bush, discreetly purifying a few of the fruits before pretending to inspect another bush. When Gu Xiaoying finally detected one of the blueberries that Yi Qingzhu had purified, Yi Qingzhu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, she heard Gu Xiaoying's joyful voice, Sister Yi, I found a moderately contaminated blueberry. As she spoke, she plucked the blueberry and showed it to Yi Qingzhu. Yi Qingzhu smiled and said, "Let me take a look. You should continue your inspections." Meanwhile, she secretly purified 2 more blueberries in front of her. "Sister Yi, I actually found 3 edible blueberries. It seems that foraging with you brings good fortune," Gu Xiaoying exclaimed, holding up 3 plump blueberries. She then selected a low-contamination one and offered it to Yi Qingzhu, excitedly stating, "Sister Yi, this one is for you. It's a low-contamination blueberry. And it's my first time finding food with low contamination, especially a rare fruit." Yi Qingzhu chuckled and shook her head, gently pushing Gu Xiaoying's hand back, saying, "Xiaoying, you should keep this one for yourself. Look, Sister Yi also found some edible blueberries." She then displayed the 2 blueberries she held in her hand to Gu Xiaoying. Seeing the large blueberries in Yi Qingzhu's hand, Gu Xiaoying retracted her offered fruit and placed it into her already tattered pocket. Although the blueberries had grown larger, they were not exceptionally so. The hole in Gu Xiaoying's pocket had become larger, causing the blueberries to spill out. Observing this, Yi Qingzhu suggested, "Xiaoying, shall I hold onto your blueberries for you until we reach the base?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gu Xiaoying nodded and handed the blueberries to Yi Qingzhu, saying, "Sister Yi, thank you for helping me carry them." Yi Qingzhu acknowledged her gratitude and carefully stored the blueberries, saying, "Now, let us continue our inspections. Once we finish with these blueberries, we must find a place to take cover. Strong radiation is imminent." The 2 resumed their inspections, but regrettably, they encountered no further edible finds. However, Yi Qingzhu still picked quite a few. Seeing that Gu Xiaoying had finished her inspection, she said, "Xiaoying, you should find a place to hide. I will be there shortly." Gu Xiaoying, aware of the dangers posed by the intense radiation, said nothing further and turned to seek a safe spot. Watching Gu Xiaoying leave, Yi Qingzhu swiftly harvested all the large, well-grown berries from the trees and stored them in her space. After gathering most of the remaining blueberries, Gu Xiaoying, standing halfway up the hill, waved her hand and called, "Sister Yi, come quickly, I found a great place." "Okay, I'm on my way," Yi Qingzhu replied, making her way towards Gu Xiaoying. Upon arriving at the spot Gu Xiaoying had discovered, she found it indeed favorable, with towering trees on one side and a large boulder providing cover on the other. The 2 of them leaned against the boulder and settled into the shaded area. Yi Qingzhu took a few sips of water and then offered it to Gu Xiaoying, saying, "Xiaoying, here is some water for you." Gu Xiaoying, feeling a bit shy, thanked her and took a few sips. The water was as sweet as ever, and after finishing, she returned the container to Yi Qingzhu. "Sister Yi, today has truly been my luckiest day since I started scavenging. It's the first time I've found 3 edible items, and they're blueberries I've never seen before. Quickly, give me one of my blueberries, and let us share it." Yi Qingzhu chuckled as she retrieved a moderately contaminated blueberry from Gu Xiaoying's collection, dividing it in half and handing the larger portion to her. She then took out a nutrient solution, split it, and offered half to Gu Xiaoying. Although Gu Xiaoying was eager to have the nutrient solution, she shook her head and insisted, "Sister Yi, the blueberries are enough for me. Nutrient solutions require many points to acquire. You should keep it for yourself." Yi Vingzhu, Simiding, pressed the half of the nutrient solution into Gu Xiaoying's hand, saying, "Xiaoying, I didn't refuse the blueberries you gave me. So why would you refuse the nutrient solution I offer? Are you saying the nutrient solution isn't as good as the blueberries?" Gu Xiaoying shook her head vigorously, replying, "No, Sister Yi, the nutrient solution is delicious, but it costs points to exchange, and I can't take too much from you. Otherwise, you'll have none left. And with the blizzard approaching, we all need to be more frugal." Yi Qingzhu couldn't help but pat Gu Xiaoying's head and reassured her, "It's all right, Xiaoying. I still have plenty of nutrient solutions. Besides, your blueberries will be worth more points if exchanged than the nutrient solution. So please don't refuse it, otherwise I won't have anything from you in the future." Hearing this, Gu Xiaoying ceased her refusals and took a few sips from the nutrient solution. After tasting a couple of blueberries, she tucked the remaining nutrient solution and blueberries into a pocket in her clothing. Observing Gu Xiaoying's thriftiness tugged at Yi Qingzhu's heart, filled with a mix of tenderness and melancholy. However, she refrained from saying anything, for she could not reveal that she had enough food herself. After they finished eating, the two leaned against a boulder to rest. Suddenly, Yi Qingzhu received a message, undoubtedly from Xie Bai. Upon opening it, she confirmed it was indeed a message from Xie Bai, announcing that they could start harvesting bayberries in the grove. Curious about Yi Qingzhu's smile, Gu Xiaoying inquired, "Sister Yi, what's making you laugh? Is there good news?" Yi Qingzhu nodded, "Yes, good news. After our visit to the bayberry grove yesterday, everyone can now go and pick bayberries." "Really?" Gu Xiaoying exclaimed with delight. "Yes, really. Then we should go pick bayberries. If we wait too long, others will surely pick them all." Yi Qingzhu smiled and asked, "Do you know the way from here to the bayberry grove?" "Yes, I do. We can walk through the mountains and avoid the intense radiation. By the time we reach the bayberry grove, the radiation will have dissipated and we can start picking," Gu Xiaoying excitedly replied as she stood up. Seeing Gu Xiaoying's enthusiasm, Yi Qingzhu stood as well and said, "All right, let us go. You lead the way." "Okay." Gu Xiaoying nodded vigorously, turning to lead the way. Since it was still early, they did not rush and walked at a leisurely pace through the forest towards the bayberry grove. Along the way, they encountered a mutated insect that attempted to attack them, but Yi Qingzhu effortlessly dealt with it. She realized that handling such small mutated insects was now a trivial task for her. However, to Gu Xiaoying, it appeared quite impressive. Her face radiated excitement rather than fear. "Sister Yi, you're truly amazing. I want to be as powerful as you." In the past, when I encountered these mutated insects on the mountains, I could only run away. Not just me, but many others could only hide. Although the mutated insects were not very large, some could be quite sizable, yet their aggressiveness was not particularly strong. Nonetheless, they should not be underestimated, as a single bite could be quite troublesome. Moreover, these insects often appeared in swarms, and most people would only flee upon encountering them. Few would confront them head-on. Seeing Gu Xiaoying's exuberance, Yi Qingzhu suggested, "If you want to become stronger, you can learn some self-defense techniques from me." "Really? Sister Yi, would you be willing to teach me?" Gu Xiaoying asked excitedly, grasping Yi Qingzhu's hand for confirmation. "Yes. As long as you are willing to learn and endure some hardships, I would be happy to teach you." "I'm willing. Sister Yi, I'm not afraid of hard work or fatigue. I will study diligently," Gu Xiaoying promised earnestly, her eyes filled with determination. "All right, starting tomorrow, you can come to my house early to learn. It's safer for young girls to wake up early in the base, so I feel comfortable letting you come find me." "Okay, Sister Yi, it's a deal. I'll come to you tomorrow to learn martial arts," Gu Xiaoying said eagerly, as if afraid Yi Qingzhu might change her mind. "Yes, it's settled," Yi Qingzhu said, giving Gu Xiaoying a thumbs up to confirm their agreement. As they continued on their journey, Gu Xiaoying remained in a state of inexplicable excitement, even quickening her pace unconsciously. Yi Qingzhu merely smiled, choosing not to say much, and followed Gu Xiaoying to the slope of the bayberry grove. Upon arriving at the bayberry grove, they found the timing perfect, just as the intense radiation had cleared. Yi Qingzhu and Gu Xiaoying dashed into the grove, where Gu Xiaoying immediately began her inspection. Yi Qingzhu decided to take a quick tour to get a better sense of the entire area, as she had not fully grasped the size of the grove during her last visit. Xie Bai and the other members of his team were present, except for the injured Li's son, and Yi Qingzhu smiled, saying, "You all move quite swiftly." Xie Bai chuckled in response, explaining that there were plenty of bayberry trees, all ripe for picking, and with the impending blizzard, this was an ideal opportunity for everyone to gather food. Yi Qingzhu was eager to explore the grove, and Xie Bai accompanied her on the stroll. Although the bayberry grove had just been opened to the public, many had already ventured inside to conduct tests, likely having received advance notice. The two of them took a leisurely stroll around, selecting a few trees to begin their assessments. The trees chosen by Xie Bai were not far from Yi Qingzhu, who, while testing, occasionally glanced up to observe her progress. It seemed that the bayberries on the trees she examined were more abundant and edible, as she collected every berry she picked into her bag. Yi Qingzhu was initially focused on selecting the finest bayberries when she sensed Xie Bai's gaze. She paused momentarily before resuming her act of diligently testing the berries, though she no longer picked all the best ones as she had before. Xie Bai, who had been attentively watching her, sensed a shift but merely smiled without further inquiry. Yi Qingzhu continued her inspection around several trees, vigilantly monitoring her surroundings. Noticing that apart from Bai, no one else approached, she began to discreetly select some appealing bayberries, hidden by the branches, until she had gathered a satisfactory amount before returning to her standard testing. However, as she resumed her regular inspection, the likelihood of encountering edible berries was quite slim. Often, a single tree yielded none at all. After inspecting several trees without finding anything edible, they switched to a few others. By this time, the number of visitors had significantly increased, and Yi Qingzhu realized that soon every tree would likely have someone testing beneath it. She contemplated finishing her current trees, believing there was no need to continue thereafter. However, the influx of people was swift, and before she could finish her selections, the other trees she had intended to examine were already occupied. Since anyone could test as long as there was no one beneath the trees, Yi Qingzhu focused intently on the tree she was currently inspecting. While testing, she kept an eye on Bai's progress, seeing that he had nearly completed his inspection of an entire tree without finding a single edible berry. Noticing that others had also gathered beneath different trees, she resorted to her previous strategy, quietly purifying a few bayberries, and beckoned Bai over. Bai approached and asked, "What's the matter?" Yi Qingzhu replied softly, "I haven't completed testing this tree yet, and there are plenty of fruits. Why don't you join me?" With that, she vacated her spot, moving to the other side. Bai said nothing more and began a test. He quickly discovered the purified bayberries Yi Qingzhu had set aside, raising his eyebrows as he picked all the edible ones from a small branch and set them aside. With two people testing a single tree, they soon finished their inspection. Noticing that each tree now had visitors, they deemed further waiting unnecessary. After concluding their tests, they headed towards the spot where Gu Xiaoying was located. "Xiaoying, have you finished your testing?" Yi Qingzhu inquired as she approached her. Gu Xiaoying paused and replied, "I completed it long ago. I'm worried I might have missed something, so I'm doing a second round. Once we're done testing, we should leave. With so many people here, there are no other trees to examine," Yi Qingzhu suggested. All right. They agreed, and the group departed. As for Bai's team, some had already finished and moved on, while others continued their inspections. When not on a mission, everyone typically sought edible wild vegetables or engaged in hunting. As the three of them descended the mountain, Yi Qingzhu checked the time and felt it was still a bit early to return, so they decided to explore the surrounding area. Along the way, Gu Xiaoying, noticing the absence of others, whispered, "Sister Yi, today has been incredibly lucky for me. I found a moderately polluted bayberry during my tests." Yi Qingzhu smiled in response. "Xiaoying, you are indeed fortunate. Once we return to the base, you can exchange the bayberries for points at Boss Xiao's general store." Gu Xiaoying nodded and agreed. The trio meandered along the mountain path, and Yi Qingzhu felt a sense of familiarity with the area. Upon closer inspection, she realized they had arrived at the location where they had been chased by the mutated spiders previously. Remembering how they had fled to a vast wasteland afterward, she noted that the presence of the mutated spiders had prevented their return until now. Since they were here again, it was natural to take a look. "I have been here before. If we proceed a bit further, we will reach a large wasteland. We should go and explore," Yi Qingzhu informed Bai and Gu Xiaoying. They nodded in agreement, and soon the three arrived at the edge of the wasteland. Yi Qingzhu gazed towards the spot where they had vanquished the mutated spider, spotting a massive skeleton from a distance. Bai followed her gaze, and, upon seeing the enormous skeleton in the corner of the wasteland, recalled that it was likely the mutated spider Yi Qingzhu had mentioned slaying. As they entered the wasteland, they found it overgrown with wild grass. Yet there were plenty of wild vegetables growing amid the weeds. Yi Qingzhu said to Gu Xiaoying, "Xiaoying, there are plenty of wild vegetables here. You should start testing them while I investigate further ahead." Okay, Gu Xiaoying was always eager to find wild vegetables and began without needing further encouragement. As she diligently conducted her tests, Yi Qingzhu smiled and walked toward another area. Bai accompanied her, and they arrived at the site of the mutated spider's remains. The spider's corpse had decayed to leave only a clean skeleton, surrounded by withered wild grass, likely due to the toxins carried by the mutated spider. Bai remarked upon seeing the enormous skeleton, even in skeletal form. Its massive size is evident. It seems your success in slaying this mutated spider was indeed a combination of luck and skill. Yi Qingzhu added, I still feel a chill when I think back to that moment. At the time, I didn't even have a proper weapon. Luck played a huge role in my survival, especially since it was already gravely injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance. The skeleton appeared remarkably sturdy, but its size and location in the mountains made it impossible to transport with a vehicle. Otherwise, they could have taken it to exchange for points. Xiaobai circled the skeleton and commented on its potential for points, prompting Yi Qingzhu to feel a twinge of temptation. However, upon surveying the surroundings and the immense skeleton, she realized it would be impractical to move. After examining the remains of the mutated spider, Yi Qingzhu and Xiaobai began to test the wild vegetables in the area. While testing, Yi Qingzhu asked Xiaobai, has the base organized the sweet potato digging yet this year? He replied, I believe they will start notifying us in the next few days. Yi Qingzhu looked up at Xiaobai and said, oh, will you be able to assign me a better area this time? I do prefer a location with more visible sweet potatoes, rather than a corner spot again. Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle, knowing she was still mulling over the last sweet potato digging experience. He replied with a smile, all right, I'll ensure you get a good section this time. After a pause, he added, each mercenary can also claim a small plot, so I'll let you dig in my area. Yi Qingzhu nodded in satisfaction. Great. I'll help you with yours. She had resolved that this time, regardless of the pollution levels, she would bring back all the sweet potatoes. The thought of the potatoes she had unwittingly discarded due to her inability to purify them made her heart ache. She then asked Xiaobai, are there still potatoes left to dig up? Xiaobai pondered briefly before stating, there is nothing left for everyone to excavate. However, there remains a patch of potato soil deep within the foundation that is still being dug. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Yi Qingzhu fell into a prolonged silence, eventually mustering the courage to inquire, what becomes of the highly contaminated potatoes they unearth? Are they simply discarded on the ground? Xiaobai paused in his examination of wild vegetables and replied, are you aware that there is a garbage dump surrounding the base? It is merely half an hour's walk beyond the house you have rented. Within the base, many unused, abandoned, or highly contaminated foods are often disposed of at the dump, where scavengers frequently gather. Xiaobai's remarks caused Yi Qingzhu to cease her search for wild vegetables. She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, oh dear, how could I have forgotten about that place? Memories flooded back, reminding her that the original owner had scavenged there in the past. She recalled the vast expanse of the dump, filled with a hodgepodge of items. Yet, few could find anything of value, leading to a decline in the number of visitors. Yi Qingzhu silently resolved to visit the dump in the coming days, hoping to unearth some discarded, highly contaminated potatoes. Xiaobai, observing Yi Qingzhu's expression, chuckled and asked, are you considering scavenging at the dump? Yi Qingzhu responded candidly, of course. Where there is waste, there are those who will reclaim it. Perhaps I might even discover some treasures amidst the refuse. Xiaobai merely nodded with a smile and inquired, so, do you wish to fish first or head to the dump? Without hesitation, Yi Qingzhu declared, we shall fish first. By the way, I need to ask Brother Qiao about the fishing nets this evening. Xiaobai replied, very well. I will rent a vehicle early tomorrow morning and wait for you at the entrance of the base. Yi Qingzhu nodded in agreement, and the two continued their search for over an hour. They scarcely found 2 edible roots, yet Yi Qingzhu stored some highly contaminated ones in her space for purification later. Noticing that time was slipping away, they called for Gu Xiaoying and began their journey back to the base. On the way, Yi Qingzhu resolved to take Gu Xiaoying to Qiao Jigang's grocery store to exchange her blueberries and bayberries for an edible wild vegetable. Upon their arrival, Qiao Jigang had just finished attending to a batch of customers and was tidying up. He looked up and greeted them with a warm smile. Qingzhu, Xiaobai, welcome. Is this young lady one of your acquaintances? Yi Qingzhu smiled back. Brother Qiao, this is Gu Xiaoying. She joined us today for scavenging, and she has some items to exchange with you. Gu Xiaoying entered the store, swiftly pulling out her bayberries and wild vegetables from her pockets. As the shop was devoid of other customers, Yi Qingzhu also retrieved the 2 blueberries she had stored for Gu Xiaoying and handed them to Qiao Jigang, saying, these 2 blueberries also belong to Xiaoying. They are to be exchanged for points. Qiao Jigang examined Gu Xiaoying's bayberries and blueberries, beaming as he remarked, These are quite rare finds, especially these blueberries, which you can only discover yourselves. I heard that a bayberry grove was discovered to the south. 2 people came in today to exchange bayberries for points. As he continued to assess Gu Xiaoying's items, he informed her 1 medium contaminated blueberry, 1 low contaminated blueberry, 1 medium contaminated bayberry, and 1 medium contaminated wild vegetable. Gu Xiaoying nodded in understanding, and Xiao Jigang continued. Typically, blueberries and bayberries are priced by weight. However, yours are a bit scarce. 2 blueberries weigh just over a pound, and the bayberry roughly a pound as well. For your 2 blueberries and 1 bayberry, I will give you 100 points. And for the wild vegetable, I will offer you 30 points. Do you find this acceptable? Gu Xiaoying's face lit up with joy as she replied, That sounds perfect. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Xiao Jigang prepared the points for her, and as Gu Xiaoying received them, she remembered that she still had leftover blueberries and nutritional agents from lunch. So she decided against purchasing the latter. She then inquired, Brother Xiao, do you have any thick cotton jackets or pants that I could wear? Indeed, I have some old ones. A cotton jacket costs 600 points, and cotton pants are 400 points each. Xiao Jigang, while speaking, walked into the warehouse and retrieved a thick floral cotton jacket and pants. Gu Xiaoying couldn't help but touch the fabric before expressing, Brother Xiao, I would like to take both the jacket and pants, but I would prefer to leave them with you for now and collect them when the weather turns cold. She understood that if she took the jacket home now, it would likely be snatched away. Xiao Jigang comprehended her concern and smiled, of course. I will hold them for you until you need them. Thank you, Brother Xiao, Gu Xiaoying replied joyfully. After concluding her business, she recognized that Yi Qingzhu still had matters to discuss with Xiao Jigang, so she took her leave. As Gu Xiaoying exited, Xiao Jigang watched her go before heading back into the warehouse to fetch 2 more garments and a pair of fishing nets, smiling as he said, Qingzhu, these are precisely what you need. Do take a look. Yi Qingzhu approached the fishing nets, her face lighting up with gratitude. Brother Xiao, thank you so much. I was just about to inquire about the fishing nets. Xiaobai knelt down to carefully inspect the nets. Xiao Jigang explained these fishing nets were just acquired, and it took considerable effort to obtain them. Yi Qingzhu assured him, Brother Xiao, you know the purpose I have for these nets. Rest assured, I will bring you plenty of fish in the coming days. Xiao Jigang responded eagerly, Very well, Qingzhu, I look forward to your catch. Everyone is preparing for the impending snowstorm, and these fish will surely fetch a better price. Yi Qingzhu nodded with a smile, then examined the old garments and pants Xiao Jigang had presented. The quality appeared excellent, resembling items that were nearly new and fitting her size perfectly, prompting her to request a price for all of them. Xiao Jigang quickly calculated the costs, and after Yi Qingzhu paid with points, the 2 departed together to check on the progress of the warehouse. Upon their arrival, they found Lu Yang still busy with work. The hot water heater and shower had been installed, and Yi Qingzhu was pleased to see a good water flow from the shower head. Next, she inspected the bedroom, where she planned to add a partition that was already prepared. They merely needed to wait for the cement to dry. The kitchen was also undergoing renovations. After surveying the progress, the pair returned home. Once at Yi Qingzhu's residence, she took out the 3 edible bayberries they had discovered earlier and handed them to Yi Qingzhu, saying, Thanks to your good fortune this afternoon, I ended up with 3 edible ones. I can't keep them here. Please store them for me. She continued, What do you feel like having for dinner? Stir-fried wild boar, wild vegetables, or sweet potatoes? Yi Qingzhu smiled as she accepted the bayberries and retrieved a massive lobster from her space, declaring, Tonight, we shall feast on this. Let's prepare it all, as I intend to indulge. Xiaobai stood momentarily stunned at the sight of the giant lobster, but quickly regained his composure, grinning. You truly have a knack for catching everything. Very well, I shall handle the cooking, but we are running low on water. Please fetch some more. Yi Qingzhu nodded and stepped outside to fetch water, returning to assist Xiaobai in cleaning the mutated lobster, which was large with a hard shell and challenging to handle. After dinner, Yi Qingzhu felt a sense of satisfaction as she rested in a chair, contemplating her plan to catch fish the following day, prompting her to ask Xiaobai to return early to prepare. Once Xiaobai departed, Yi Qingzhu took out the highly contaminated blueberries and bayberries from her space to purify them, ceasing only after exhausting her abilities. Since she would be fishing tomorrow, it was inconvenient to bring Gu Xiaoying along. So she sent her a message asking her to come by at 4 a.m. for training and informing her that she could not join her for scavenging over the next few days. Given her spatial abilities and purification powers, Yi Qingzhu preferred that only Xie Bai was aware of this secret. Soon, Gu Xiaoying replied, assuring her that she would arrive punctually the next day. The following morning, Gu Xiaoying indeed arrived early. As Yi Qingzhu awoke, she heard Gu Xiaoying knock on the door, exclaiming, "Sister Yi, I'm here." Upon hearing her voice, Yi Qingzhu hurried to open the door, inquiring, "Xiaoying, come in. When did you arrive? Have you been waiting long?" The sky remained dark, and the air was filled with a chill. Gu Xiaoying stood barefoot outside, also feeling the cold. Upon entering, she smiled and shook her head, saying, "Sister Yi, I just got here." In truth, Gu Xiaoying had been waiting outside for nearly an hour, having been too excited to sleep after receiving the message the night before and waking up around 3 in the morning to wait at Yi Qingzhu's door. Noticing Gu Xiaoying's icy demeanor, Yi Qingzhu realized she must have waited quite some time. After securing the door, she said, "Xiaoying, while learning self-defense is essential, resting well is equally important. From now on, aim to arrive by 4:30 a.m., understood?" Gu Xiaoying nodded carefully in response. "Sister Yi, I understand. I won't come this early again." The temperature difference between morning and evening was considerable, and Yi Qingzhu, observing Gu Xiaoying's light attire and the fact she had been outside for so long, invited her to sit down. She first boiled some hot water for Gu Xiaoying to drink before commencing her self-defense lessons. Though young, Gu Xiaoying exhibited remarkable comprehension and seriousness in her practice. After demonstrating various movements and techniques, she quickly grasped them, much to Yi Qingzhu's delight. Encouraging Gu Xiaoying to practice independently, Yi Qingzhu also began her own exercises, and they continued until after 5 o'clock. Initially, Yi Qingzhu intended to invite Gu Xiaoying to breakfast, but Gu Xiaoying firmly declined, stating, "Sister Yi, you have already taught me so much. I cannot take advantage of you any further, and now that I have points, I can buy my own nutritional supplements." Recognizing Gu Xiaoying's earnestness and determination, Yi Qingzhu refrained from insisting. After Gu Xiaoying left, Yi Qingzhu noted the time was getting late. According to Xie Bai's habits, he would have risen early as well. Deciding on a simple breakfast of nutritional supplements, she messaged Xie Bai to inform him that she was waiting at the base entrance. To her surprise, Xie Bai replied that he was already at the gate. Yi Qingzhu promptly locked the door and hurried to the entrance, but not before letting Lu Yang and a few others out. Upon reaching the base entrance, Yi Qingzhu noticed various tools and several snakeskin bags in the tricycle Xie Bai had rented, along with a firearm. Smiling, she remarked, "You seem well prepared. Have you had breakfast yet?" Xie Bai chuckled and nodded. "It's always wise to be prepared. Better safe than sorry." As they spoke, Yi Qingzhu seated herself on the tricycle, and Xie Bai, seeing her ready, started the vehicle towards the direction she indicated. Although they set off early, they encountered scattered people along the way. However, with the tricycle, they quickly left them behind. Upon arrival, they first sought a spot to conceal the tricycle, as the mountain paths were not suitable for vehicles. After securing the tricycle, they hurried towards the lakeside. Standing at the mountain's edge, Xie Bai gazed at the pristine blue lake below, surrounded by towering mountains. It was remarkable to discover such a vast lake hidden within the deep mountains. Curiously, Xie Bai asked, "How did you find this lake?" Yi Qingzhu replied, "I stumbled upon it by chance. Despite its clear waters and beautiful scenery, the fish here are not the docile creatures they appear to be." With that, she climbed the tree where she had previously hung the fishing net and retrieved it, heading to the lakeshore. The lake teemed with fish, and crabs could be found beneath the stones lining the shore. As Yi Qingzhu shook the fishing net, she conversed with Xie Bai. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and, after hearing her, turned over a nearby stone, revealing a large crab. Smiling, he said, "What luck! We've already found a crab, but I wonder if it's safe to eat." He crouched to inspect the crab and, upon detecting high contamination, shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, luck can be fickle. Observing the sizable crab in his hand, he continued, "Since this crab is ineatable, let's crush it and use it as bait in the fish trap." Yi Qingzhu readily agreed, and Xie Bai smashed the crab and set it aside while they organized the fishing nets and traps they had brought. This time they had 3 nets, 2 new ones reinforced with steel wire, which were rather heavy. Yi Qingzhu instructed Xie to help her cut a few vines nearby. As the local vines were notably sturdy and durable, together, they modified the net's design to resemble fish traps once again. Given the lake's vastness, it was impractical to drag a net from one end to the other. They would have to wait for the fish to swim into the traps themselves. Yi Qingzhu stated, "This area is the only suitable spot for casting the net. The other places are not conducive for landing. We should see if we can find another place to cast the net." Xie responded, "All right, let's start here. I haven't used nets before, so I imagine I'll need to practice a few times to get it right." Yi Qingzhu chuckled softly, recalling, "I also had to try many times before I succeeded." After sharing her experiences with him, Xie quickly grasped the technique, and both nets were successfully cast into the lake. Following this, Xie took another net to scout for additional casting locations, while Yi Qingzhu continued her search for crabs, discarding the contaminated ones and crushing them to use as bait. She then placed both fish traps into the lake. Once the traps were set, and while Xie was still searching for a spot to cast his net, Yi Qingzhu continued to scavenge for crabs, not rushing to eliminate those that were inedible, but instead tying them up to decide later whether to take them back or keep them as bait. Only when Xie returned after finding a suitable place to cast his net did Yi Qingzhu cease her search. Observing the pile of crabs of various sizes on the ground, Xie inquired, "Are you planning to take all these back? Are they all edible?" Yi Qingzhu gently shook her head. "They are all highly contaminated, but I will keep them for now. They may still prove useful." The crabs on the ground, bound and unable to escape, did not cause Yi Qingzhu any urgency to stow them away in her spatial storage. She continued, "Since the net has just been cast, it will take some time before any fish appear. There's no need for us to wait idly. Let's explore the surroundings first." Xie glanced at the unused harpoon on the ground and suggested, "You should store the harpoon in your space. Leaving it here might result in it being dragged away by something." Yi Qingzhu nodded, carefully placing the harpoon into her spatial storage. The two then ascended the slope, and Yi Qingzhu took a moment to survey the area. "Although I've been here a few times, I've never ventured further ahead. Shall we go check it out today?" "All right, let's go," Xie replied, following Yi Qingzhu as they headed toward the right side of the mountain. He handed her a pistol, saying, "Take this gun." Yi Qingzhu accepted the pistol and inquired, "Is it rented?" Xie clarified, "The pistol is mine. The submachine gun I carry is the one rented from a group." Initially, the trees in the area were tall and lush, but as they walked further, the vegetation grew sparser. Although this slope was not a high-radiation zone, the soil was quite hard, and the trees were not particularly towering. Scanning the horizon revealed nothing, so they adjusted their course and continued on, taking their time to observe their surroundings. As they proceeded, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a vast valley. Below lay a gentle slope, half covered in lush green grass, while the other half shone with a golden hue. Captivated by the scenery, Yi Qingzhu felt an irresistible urge to descend and investigate, particularly drawn to the golden patch that captured her complete attention, even if it was still quite distant and unclear. "Xie, let us go take a look," she urged. "Sure," he agreed. The two made their way down the slope, pushing through wild grasses taller than themselves while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, the grass ahead rustled, and Yi Qingzhu instinctively became alert. Xie, following closely behind, also noted the disturbance, his hand resting on his gun, ready for action. As they remained watchful, they heard a series of clucks followed by chirps. Yi Qingzhu's heart leaped with joy at the sound. "Xie, come quickly. I think we've encountered a hen and her chicks." While Xie was less familiar with the sounds of chickens, he understood from Yi Qingzhu's excitement that fortune was on their side. In this post-apocalyptic world, whether roosters or hens, they had merely grown larger compared to other mutated creatures. Their aggression was minimal. Even if they did attack, it was limited to pecking, and they could fly, though not far. As Yi Qingzhu approached the rustling grass, the foraging hen sensed danger and fluffed its feathers. The moment Yi Qingzhu drew near, the hen lunged at her, followed closely by several fluffy chicks, which appear to have recently hatched. Unfazed by the hen's sudden attack, Yi Qingzhu deftly dodged and decided it would be best to capture the chicks alive. "Xie, The hen has chicks. Let's try to catch them alive, she said. All right, Xiebai responded, positioning himself to prevent the hen from escaping. Although the hen was unlikely to flee with her chicks, she continued to attack Yi Qingzhu relentlessly. Xiebai seized the opportunity to grab one of the terrified chicks, which scattered in all directions. With ease, he caught one, but upon seeing one of her chicks captured, the hen turned to attack him. Yi Qingzhu noticed the hen's back was turned and swiftly pounced to capture it, gripping its neck to prevent it from pecking. The hen squawked loudly as Yi Qingzhu subdued it, quickly knocking it unconscious and using nearby wild grass to bind its legs before stowing it in her space. The two then turned their attention to the chicks. Amidst the tall wild grass, it took them some time to capture all the chicks and place them safely in storage. Seeing Yi Qingzhu toss them in without any examination, Xiebai smiled and remarked, "Today has certainly been fortunate. We caught 5 chickens in one go." Yi Qingzhu returned the smile. "Indeed, our luck is excellent. Let us keep moving forward." Just as she finished speaking, a chilling sensation crept down her back. Without turning, she instinctively dodged and drew her pistol to shoot. Xiebai, who had been walking ahead, sensed something amiss and turned to see a massive mutated snake raising its upper body. Without hesitation, he grabbed his submachine gun and began firing at the colorful, venomous serpent. Without needing to communicate, they instinctively coordinated their attacks against the creature. The snake's hide was exceptionally tough, rendering Yi Qingzhu's pistol ineffective. She focused on striking a precise area, aiming for the snake's vulnerable spot, but due to its size, it was challenging to hit accurately. Meanwhile, Xiebai targeted the creature's head. Once the snake's eyes were blinded, it became more enraged, thrashing its massive body and wildly attacking both Yi Qingzhu and Xiebai. The once tall grass that had provided cover was flattened in the wake of the snake's fury, leaving them with no shelter, forcing them to keep attacking. Soon, Yi Qingzhu's ammunition was exhausted, but the snake remained alive. She resorted to using the flying claw that Xiebai had crafted for her. Made from the claws of a mutated spider, it was remarkably sharp and sturdy, capable of slicing through the snake's hide. For the first time, Yi Qingzhu wielded the flying claw as a weapon, astonished by its effectiveness. She relentlessly attacked the serpent's wounds, and they continued their synchronized assault, wearing the creature down. Once Xiebai's gun was out of bullets, he began using his powers to manipulate fallen trees to strike at the snake. However, his powers were still in their infancy, lacking in strength. After what felt like an eternity, the grass-covered slope and surrounding trees lay in ruins, and finally, the monstrous snake succumbed. A branch lodged in its vulnerable spot. Breathing a sigh of relief as they gazed upon the lifeless serpent, both were aware of their injuries. Xiebai remarked, "It seems the impending blizzard will not be easy to endure. Such dangerous mutated creatures should have been driven to the primordial forests in the north long ago. I didn't expect one to appear in a safe zone. I'll need to report this to the team leader." Yi Qingzhu pondered aloud. "You mean to say that such large mutated animals have been driven away?" Without waiting for his response, she continued, "I actually killed a mutated snake before, though it was not as large as this one." Xiebai fell silent for a moment, studying Yi Qingzhu before teasing. "So, are you lucky or unlucky? However, one's skills are indeed impressive. You have hunted both mutated spiders and snakes alone. To be honest, even I cannot guarantee a successful resolution against these mutated creatures without substantial firepower." Yi Qingzhu remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. "Ah, I truly wonder what kind of luck I possess. While danger has been ever-present, being able to deal with these mutated animals can be considered a blend of strength and fortune." After speaking, Yi Qingzhu crouched down to assess the level of contamination in the mutated snake, discovering it to be highly polluted. As expected, there was no edible flesh from such a large mutated creature. Skillfully, she slit open the snake's belly in search of crystals, but upon finding nothing, she searched the head instead. After some time, she finally unearthed a yellow crystal. Holding it up, Yi Qingzhu smiled and said, "Though the meat is inedible, having a crystal is quite delightful." A smile also graced Xiebai's face as he remarked, "Indeed, quite good." He poked the snake's head with his dagger and added, "This is a highly venomous, mutated snake. While we cannot take the entire snake with us, its fangs can be removed, such large fangs could serve as weapons. And with some proper treatment, the snake's skin could be fashioned into soft armor. Naturally, Yi Qingzhu agreed with Xie Bai's assessment, and together they set about skinning the snake and removing its fangs. The snake's massive and tough skin demanded considerable effort from the two before they successfully stored it in their spatial compartment. After completing this task, Yi Qingzhu noticed they were quite close to a golden yellow area and felt compelled to investigate. Having just endured a fierce battle, both were fatigued and parched, yet there was no time to rest. Yi Qingzhu retrieved water and nutritional supplements for their lunch, and after consuming the supplements, she also produced loquats to eat. Once they had finished their meal, both felt their strength beginning to return. The devastation wrought by the mutated snake had transformed the once overgrown terrain into a flat expanse, littered with crushed small mutated insects, making it easier for Yi Qingzhu and Xie Bai to traverse. After a brief walk of over 10 minutes, they approached the area, where the surrounding wild grasses remained unscathed, standing tall. The two used their hands and feet to flatten the obstructive grass, and upon finally discerning the golden hue before them, an uncontrollable excitement surged within them. Yi Qingzhu tugged at the heavy, plump wheat ears, exclaiming excitedly, "Xie Bai, our hard work has truly paid off. Look at this vast expanse of wheat. Just one ear is so large. Imagine how much we could harvest. With wheat, we can indulge in buns, steamed bread, and noodles." Although the wheat ear had grown considerably tall and robust, they could still accurately identify it as wheat, despite the presence of other wild grasses and some ears already consumed by animals. The wheat before them appeared to cover approximately an acre. Xie Bai remarked, "I never expected to find such a patch of wheat in the wild. I had only heard of cultivated wheat in the base. This is my first time seeing genuine wheat." As they conversed, they instinctively took out their detection devices to begin testing. The wheat ears contained numerous grains, some of which were highly contaminated, while others were deemed edible. Each grain was several times larger than a typical wheat grain. Yi Qingzhu, excitedly testing a cluster of wheat ears, found only one grain to be edible. Naturally, she was reluctant to discard the others. Meanwhile, Xie Bai tested a cluster of wheat ears and found none that were consumable. Holding a large cluster of oversized wheat ears, he pondered and then asked, "These are all inedible. Do you wish to keep them?" Upon hearing Xie Bai's words, Yi Qingzhu recognized his unspoken thoughts, but chose not to address them directly. She gazed earnestly into his eyes and said, "Xie Bai, regardless of whether they are highly contaminated or not, I need to keep them." After a brief silence, she continued, "I understand you might have some suspicions. Indeed, I can purify the contamination, but the quantity I can cleanse daily is limited." Despite having entertained various suspicions, hearing Yi Qingzhu articulate this truth sent a shockwave through Xie Bai's heart. He cautiously glanced around to ensure it was just the two of them, then met Yi Qingzhu's gaze earnestly, stating, "Qingzhu, your ability is truly extraordinary. For your own safety, it is best to keep it a secret. Rest assured, I will never divulge it. I swear." With that, he raised his hand in a solemn vow, his expression serious and grave. Observing Xie Bai's earnest demeanor, Yi Qingzhu felt a quiet sense of relief wash over her. She smiled and replied, "I trust you. I believe I have not misjudged you. Otherwise, I would not have revealed this to you." Xie Bai's smile deepened at her words, and then he turned his attention back to the vast expanse of wheat, saying, "Such a large area, and harvesting it will surely take us quite some time. Moreover, all this wheat is ripe and attracts various animals that may come to nibble on it." Yi Qingzhu nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand. However, seeking help from others might lead to unwanted attention." Pausing for a moment, she added, "With the impending blizzards, everyone will be distressed over food. If word spreads that there is such a vast field of wheat, it could incite theft or even conflict." While Yi Qingzhu did not consider herself cold-hearted, she was no saint either. Her primary concern was her own interests and survival. When possible, she would assist others, but never at the expense of her own safety. Xie Bai looked at Yi Qingzhu and said, "Regardless of your decision, I will unconditionally support you. If you need to find someone to help with the harvest, I can help you locate trustworthy individuals." Yi Qingzhu regarded the wheat before her and did not dwell on the matter further, stating, "Xie Bai, My spatial compartment can currently hold several thousand pounds of items. Once stored, the contents remain fresh for an extended period without spoiling. This patch of wheat appears to cover about an acre, with each cluster being substantial, yielding roughly 2,000 pounds. After we harvest it all, we will be well fed for years to come. Additionally, we should seek assistance for the harvest, offering the edible wheat as payment. What do you think? Siebai contemplated this and responded, using edible wheat as payment is certainly feasible. Food as compensation is something everyone desires. I will help you find those who will not pry into our affairs. Yi Qingzhu nodded in agreement and continued, we cannot take all the wheat today. Let us harvest some and bring back. Tonight, we can attempt to make noodle dumplings. Agreed, Siebai replied, promptly beginning to cut the wheat ears. As for the stalks, they deemed it unnecessary to waste time on them. Both moved swiftly, quickly filling half a bag with wheat ears. After storing them in the spatial compartment, the two did not linger any longer. They marked the location of the wheat field and headed toward the lakeside, where they intended to check on their fishing haul. On the way, both remained silent, arriving at the lakeside and observing the surroundings, noting the absence of other animals. They began to gather their nets. Siebai went to retrieve the nets, while Yi Qingzhu pulled up the fish traps. Both traps were quite heavy, filled with numerous catches. Once she brought one up, she called over to Siebai, who was collecting the nets. There are plenty of items in the traps, including fish, crabs, and some unknown snails. Siebai remarked, let's set the snails aside for now. They possess little flesh and can later be crushed to serve as bait. Yi Qingzhu retrieved several snakeskin bags from her spatial storage and emptied the contents of the two fish cages, stating, indeed, the snails are unnecessary. I will first assess the fish and crabs, separating the edible from the highly contaminated. After counting, Yi Qingzhu discovered they had caught a total of 12 fish, 3 crabs, and 7 or 8 snails. She stunned the wriggling fish one by one for inspection. Meanwhile, Siebai had managed to haul in a fishing net, which struggled to contain the fish as it neared the lake's edge. Had it not been for Siebai's considerable strength, it would have been challenging to retrieve. Seeing that Siebai had dragged the net ashore, Yi Qingzhu joined him in assisting, observing the various fish flopping within the net. She pointed at one with sharp teeth and said, these toothy fish are quite ferocious. They will consume other fish. We must stun or kill them first. However, their flesh is exceptionally tender. We could steam one for dinner tonight. All right, Siebai replied, pulling the net further onto the shore. Once at a reasonable distance from the water, he emptied the fish onto the ground and began stunning the toothy fish alongside Yi Qingzhu. They then dealt with a larger, more vigorous fish, which Siebai remarked, this haul is substantial, though I cannot identify all the species. Regardless, they are all edible. You continue your inspection while I gather the remaining nets. As Yi Qingzhu assessed the fish, she nodded in agreement, very well. Before she could finish inspecting the first net, Siebai returned with a second haul, prompting her to pause her work and help him stun the fish within. When Siebai went to retrieve the last net, which was situated further away, Yi Qingzhu resumed her inspections. This time, they truly struck gold, as the two nets combined yielded nearly 100 fish, all of considerable size. As Yi Qingzhu completed her inspection of the pile of fish, Siebai returned with a third net, this time utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Given the distance and the unsuitable surrounding environment, he had to rely on his powers to drag the net back. Observing his efforts, Yi Qingzhu remarked, your abilities are indeed quite convenient. Siebai's complexion paled slightly as he forced a response. Convenient, yes, but my powers are currently at a low level. I exhausted them while dealing with a mutated snake earlier today. Using them now is quite taxing. Upon reaching the shore, Yi Qingzhu hurried to assist him, and together they pulled the net ashore. Noticing Siebai's fatigue, she suggested, the more you expend your abilities, the hungrier and wearier you become. Would you like to eat something first? Siebai nodded. Yes, a little sustenance would be beneficial, or I may lack the strength. Yi Qingzhu quickly produced water and nutrient supplements from her spatial storage, which Siebai consumed before they resumed inspecting the fish. Once they finished, Yi Qingzhu stood up to stretch her cramped legs and said, though I haven't counted precisely, we have certainly caught over 100 fish today. So far, we've identified 32 as edible, 27 as moderately contaminated, and 5 as low in contamination. All the edible fish had been packed into the snakeskin bags and stored in her spatial compartment. Looking at the remaining fish, she continued, "Once we return, I will purify some of these using my abilities and sell them all at Brother Qiao's shop, which should yield a significant number of points." Xiaobai smiled indeed. The yield is impressive. If others were to learn of this bounty, they would surely become envious. He then glanced at the lake and added, "I didn't expect the fish here to be so large. By the way, have you encountered any particularly large or aggressive fish during your visits? Has it always been this calm?" Yi Qingzhu shook her head. There have been unusually large fish, but none particularly fierce. Once, I caught a mutated pufferfish, which was covered in explosive spines and could not be consumed, so I released it. Xiaobai nodded, yet felt an unsettling sense that the calm waters concealed hidden dangers. This lake may not be as simple as it appears. We should remain vigilant when fishing in the future. I understand. Perhaps we've just been fortunate thus far. It's getting late, so let us gather our belongings and return. After organizing their gear, Yi Qingzhu initially considered hanging it on a tree, but Xiaobai suggested it would be safer to store everything in her spatial compartment, especially since it was not yet full. They also remembered to transport the crabs, leaving the snails piled in a corner of the lake for future use. Having packed everything, the two descended the mountain, casually dragging 2 dead tree branches along the way. Upon reaching the location of their tricycle, Xiaobai pulled it out while Yi Qingzhu placed the broken branches on it and picked some wild vegetables from the nearby wasteland to create the appearance of a fuller load. On their return journey, they encountered several onlookers who cast curious glances at the duo riding the tricycle, but they paid no heed and quickly departed. Once home, after securing the doors, Yi Qingzhu retrieved the highly contaminated fish from her spatial storage and swiftly purified 20 of them, along with the previously identified 32 edible fish. She messaged Qiao Jigang, stating she would visit when the shop was empty. Qiao Jigang replied almost immediately, "The shop is currently empty, but there are many curious individuals lurking nearby. Please enter through the back door." After receiving the message, the two packed the fish and rode their tricycle to Qiao Jigang's store. They soon arrived at the back entrance, which was wide open. Yi Qingzhu entered first with the snakeskin bags, followed by Xiaobai, who parked the tricycle before joining her inside. Seeing the bags in Yi Qingzhu's hands, Qiao Jigang's face broke into a wide grin. "It appears you've caught quite a lot this time." Quickly, Qingzhu placed the fish into this large basin, he said, gesturing to a prepared bowl nearby. After transferring the fish, Yi Qingzhu stated, "This is all we have for today. 47 moderately contaminated and 5 low-contamination fish. Brother Qiao, could you weigh them?" Xiaobai entered quietly, standing to the side as he awaited Qiao Jigang's assessment of the weight. Soon, Qiao Jigang completed the weighing and reported. The moderately contaminated fish weigh 329 pounds, while the low-contamination fish weigh 55 pounds. Yi Qingzhu nodded. "Excellent. I will leave the selling of the fish to you." "Brother Qiao." Qiao Jigang acknowledged her. "Very well. Once these fish are sold, I will calculate your points." After leaving Qiao Jigang's shop, Yi Qingzhu and Xiaobai proceeded to the warehouse to check on its status. Upon arrival, they found only Lu Yang present. Yi Qingzhu assessed the situation and learned that the only remaining task was to finish the kitchen's earthen stove, which Lu Yang assured her would be completed by the following day. The rest of the cement would be ready for use once it had dried. After their inspection, Lu Yang and Yi Qingzhu departed, agreeing to return early the next morning to continue their work. Back at home, Yi Qingzhu initially intended to purify some wheat. However, she realized that her purification abilities were nearly depleted for the day, and the wheat had not yet been shelled. After deliberating, she decided to wait until next time and instead purified a toothy fish for dinner. As for the hen and chicks they had caught, she stored them in her spatial compartment, knowing that their cries would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Given that their home already drew significant interest, it was wiser to remain discreet. After finishing their meal, Yi Qingzhu engaged in a conversation with Xiaobai regarding the wheat harvest and the need for assistance. Yi Qingzhu expressed, "Tomorrow, we shall commence the wheat harvest. I plan to invite Gu Xiaoying and recruit 2 more individuals, aiming to complete the harvesting by midday. We shall return early in the afternoon, as I wish to take some time to explore the marketplace at the base and procure the necessary items for our imminent relocation. Xiebai responded affirmatively, suggesting, let's enlist Jiang Yiwei and Lu Pengzi, as their shift conveniently starts in the afternoon. He continued, additionally, I have received word from the team that my rest period will be cut short, and I must return to lead a mission the day after tomorrow. Naturally, Yi Qingzhu refrained from probing further about the details of the mission, merely nodding to indicate her understanding. Yi Qingzhu then mentioned, for the wheat collected by Gu Xiaoying, any that is deemed edible will belong to her. Shall we allocate 5 pounds of the edible wheat each to Jiang Yiwei and Lu Pengzi? Xiebai agreed, yes. Let be as you propose. Once the matter of the wheat was settled, Yi Qingzhu recalled the crystals obtained that day, inquiring, shall I allocate the crystals to you based on the points earned? Xiebai shook his head, replying, you should keep the crystals in the future. Should I require anything that you possess, I will let you know. As for the snake skin, I will handle it and present it to you once it is ready. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingzhu did not decline and added, what about the 2 poisonous fangs? Will you take those as well? Xiebai replied, hold on to them for now. I likely won't have the time to deal with them in the immediate future. I will ask for them when the need arises. After finalizing their plans, they agreed to set off at 5 a.m. the following morning. Yi Qingzhu handed the key to the warehouse to Xiebai, requesting his assistance in unlocking it in the morning. Once Xiebai departed, Yi Qingzhu sent a message to Gu Xiaoying, inviting her to come and learn combat techniques the next morning, and inquired if she would like to join in scavenging. Upon receiving Gu Xiaoying's response, Yi Qingzhu utilized her remaining abilities to purify a few fish. The next day, at 4:30 a.m., Gu Xiaoying arrived punctually at Yi Qingzhu's residence. After half an hour of training, the two set out together to meet Xiebai at the entrance of the base. Upon their arrival, they found Xiebai, Jiang Yiwei, and Lu Pengzi waiting for them.